The former sect master of the Qingxiao sect, Lin Tanfeng, announced that as of today, Li Qingqiu would be the new sect master. After telling him to take good care of the sect and his juniors, he left without a second thought. His back was turned to his disciples, and his face, which looked barely 30, was filled with grim resolve. Walking down the mountain path, Lin Tanfeng's green robes fluttered in the wind, giving him the air of a wandering hero. It was dusk, and the sky was painted in crimson. The distant mountains looked like they were wreathed in fire, the setting sun casting a beautiful yet lonely glow. Standing at the sect entrance, Li Qingqiu was fuming. He had tried everything to convince him, but his master wouldn't listen, insisting on going down the mountain to seek immortality. As the eldest disciple, Li Qingqiu was only 16. His 6 juniors were even younger, the smallest barely 10. Expecting him to raise these kids was basically ruining his life. He wanted to see the world too, to live a life of freedom and adventure. He'd had enough of this quiet mountain life. He even missed his past life, spending all day playing shooters, then crashing on the sofa to scroll through short videos when he got tired. Li Qingqiu shouted after his master, telling him not to blame him if the Qingxiao sect fell to ruin. His youthful voice echoed through the woods, but Lin Tanfeng had already reached the edge of the forest. He simply raised a hand without turning around. Just then, a small hand reached out from behind and tugged at his sleeve. He turned to see 10-year-old Li Zijin looking at him timidly, asking if he was going to abandon them too. Li Qingqiu's anger vanished instantly. He looked around. Aside from that annoying third junior, Jiang Zhaoxia, the other 5 were all watching him with worry and unease. He felt a heavy weight of responsibility, but this wasn't the isekai life he wanted. Suddenly, lines of text appeared before his eyes. It announced that since he had become a sect leader for the first time, the Taoist system was activated and the Qingxiao sect's evaluation had begun. The text continued, stating the evaluation was successful and the sect's ranking was being determined. Then, the result appeared. The Qingxiao sect was ranked as unranked. Finally, the screen informed him that as a first-time sect leader, he received 1 chance to choose a fate and 1 Taoist inheritance. Li Qingqiu stood there dazed. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but even after rubbing them, the text remained. He looked at the others, but they didn't seem to notice anything. Was this his cheat code finally activating? His heart raced. He wondered if he could hide the text for now, and as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the text vanished. When he wanted to see it again, it reappeared. This confirmed it wasn't a hallucination. Having lived 2 lives, Li Qingqiu was far more mature than a typical 16-year-old. He immediately told his juniors that he was just venting his anger at their master. If the old man wanted to leave, let him. From now on, they would look out for each other. At those words, the juniors beamed with joy. They actually relied on Li Qingqiu more than Lin Tanfeng anyway. Their master was always away, so Li Qingqiu had been the one running things most of the time. Except for the third disciple, Jiang Zhaoxia, everyone crowded around Li Qingqiu. After comforting them for a bit, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to get back to his room and study this new system. He quickly tasked Zhang Yuchen with cooking dinner, leaving Li Dongyue, Wu Man'er, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin to help. Then he hurried back to his quarters. The Qingxiao sect sounded grand, but in reality, there were only 8 of them. After today, there were only 7. The sect had 3 courtyards, 1 for Lin Tanfeng's training, 1 for the disciples' living quarters, and 1 for storage. As the eldest disciple, Li Qingqiu had his own room, which the others envied. Sitting on his bed, Li Qingqiu wondered how to access the system. Right then, a virtual interface appeared. It listed the sect as Qingxiao sect and the sect leader as Li Qingqiu. Disciple count, 7. Click for details. Rank, unranked. Click for development details. Guardian array, none. Guardian beast, none. Fate draws, 1. Inheritance rewards, 1. There were other categories too. Looking at the interface, Li Qingqiu felt like he was playing a game. He'd loved cultivation mobile games in his past life, so this system fascinated him. He decided to check the disciple details. The screen changed, showing 7 avatars with names next to them, including his own. They were sorted by age: Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchen, Jiang Zhaoxia, Li Dongyue, Wu Man'er, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin. All 7 were orphans Lin Tanfeng had brought up from the mountain. Their backgrounds varied. Lin Tanfeng never told them about their pasts, but Li Qingqiu had been conscious since birth in this life, so he knew his own story. Even though Lin Tanfeng was gone, he had no intention of looking for his biological parents. In his heart, that bond was already severed. Li Qingqiu focused on Zhang Yuchen's avatar. Immediately, Zhang Yuchen's info appeared. Second junior disciple, Zhang Yuchen. Male. 15 years old. His loyalty to the sect leader was 89, but his loyalty to the Qingxiao sect was only 23. Max was 100. His cultivation talent was mediocre, but his comprehension was decent. His fates were internal affairs star and endurance. Li Qingxiu frowned. His loyalty to him was high, but his loyalty to the sect was low. That meant Zhang Yechen might leave the sect once he grew up. He focused on the fates. Internal affairs star meant a talent for administration, while endurance meant he could stay patient and composed when facing trouble. Li Qingxiu realized how powerful this system was. Through these stats, he could see every disciple's talent, potential, and loyalty. With this, managing people and nurturing disciples would be a breeze. He turned his attention to the third disciple, Jiang Zhaoxia. Jiang Zhaoxia used to follow him around as a kid, but he'd become rebellious over the last 2 years, constantly defying him. It was incredibly annoying. However, his loyalty score surprised Li Qingxiu. Jiang Zhaoxia's loyalty to him was 96, even higher than Zhang Yechen's. But his loyalty to the Qingxiao sect was only 1. He could betray the sect at any moment. Li Qingxiu realized this kid was a piece of work. He clearly cared about him that much, yet he kept acting out. Looking further down, Li Qingxiu was even more shocked. Jiang Zhaoxia's cultivation talent was excellent, and his comprehension was outstanding. His fates were born sword obsessive and seeking the Tao in the mortal realm. Born sword obsessive meant he was a natural sword cultivator with extreme talent and control over the blade. Seeking the Tao meant he had a rough background, but if he overcame his destined tribulations, he could soar like a dragon with unstoppable fortune. Li Qingxiu finally understood why Jiang Zhaoxia had been so prickly lately. 2 years ago, Lin Tanfeng had gifted Li Qingxiu a precious sword. There were only 2 swords in the whole sect. Jiang Zhaoxia had wanted it, but Li Qingxiu refused. He refused because Jiang Zhaoxia was only 12 then, too young to handle a weapon. Giving a sharp blade to a child was just asking for trouble. A born sword obsessive being denied a sword, no wonder he was upset. If they hadn't been so close, Jiang Zhaoxia probably would have tried to steal it. Li Qingxiu's annoyance vanished, replaced by sympathy. He realized he had misunderstood his junior. He decided he would definitely get Jiang Zhaoxia a legendary sword later, so he could bring glory to the sect. With the system, Li Qingxiu was already thinking like a true leader, planning for the long term. He checked the others. The loyalty of Li Dongyue, Wu Man'er, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin wasn't low, but Jiang Zhaoxia's was still the highest. Their talent and comprehension were better than Zhang Yechen's, but couldn't touch Jiang Zhaoxia's. Their fates weren't as flashy either, mostly just reflecting their personalities. Among them, Wu Man'er had a decent fate, tiger's frame, elephant strength. The kid had been strong since he was little, though he was still quite immature. The only one who worried him was the 6th junior, Li Zifeng. He and the 7th junior, Li Zijin, were siblings brought back together. Zifeng was 2 years older. They weren't originally named Li. Lin Tanfeng had them take Li Qingxiu's surname. Li Zifeng was 12 now, energetic and mischievous. Li Qingxiu doted on him and took him everywhere. However, Li Zifeng's fates were wolfish ambition and unscrupulous. These meant exactly what they sounded like. Someone with these fates would be highly ambitious, never satisfied, and would do anything to get what they wanted. Li Qingxiu couldn't help but worry that if the kid ever set his sights on the sect leader position, they might end up as enemies. But looking at Zifeng's loyalty, he felt he might be overthinking it. Li Zifeng's loyalty to him was 92, and his loyalty to the sect was 40. He just needed to keep a closer eye on him. After reviewing his junior's stats, Li Qingxiu felt the Qingxiao sect had real potential. The only downside was that he couldn't see his own talent or comprehension. In his mind, Jiang Zhaoxia could be trained as the sect's top fighter, while Zhang Yechen could handle management. That way, both the military and administrative sides were covered. He had to admit, Lin Tanfeng had a good eye for disciples. He'd traveled the world and seen many orphans, but only brought back these 7. He clearly had a selection process. Lin Tanfeng used to teach them some basic martial arts, but in Li Qingxiu's eyes, it was all just amateur stuff. Li Qingxiu continued checking the system's development details. There wasn't much to see yet, which made sense since the sect had no real foundation. He looked down at the fate draw and Taoist inheritance he'd just received. The fate draw allowed him to pick a fate from one of his disciples and copy it for himself. The inheritance reward allowed him to randomly receive a cultivation technique. Spells, divine powers, secret arts, arrays, miscellaneous knowledge, the list went on. Li Qingxiu was thrilled. Even with talented disciples, he needed something to teach them. Thankfully, the system provided inheritances. Now that he had 1 fate draw and 1 inheritance reward, he could officially get started. Without hesitation, he clicked on Jiang Zhaoxia's avatar and focused on his fate. His junior's talent was incredible, and now, that talent would be his. Choosing to copy the fate wouldn't affect Jiang Zhaoxia, so Li Qingxiu felt no guilt. As soon as he made his choice, his consciousness was pulled into a dreamscape. He experienced a vague, endless dream. In it, he practiced with a sword incessantly, and the blade in his hand kept changing. He practiced without a goal and without fatigue, continuing until he felt numb. When he finally woke up, the dream felt like it had lasted only a moment. He looked outside and saw it was already dark. Moonlight spilled into the room, providing a faint glow. Just then, Zhang Yuchen's voice came from outside the door, calling him for dinner. He sounded hesitant, having already called 3 times and wondering if he should just barge in. Li Qingxiu quickly replied that he'd be right out. Hearing that, Zhang Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief, and his footsteps faded away. Li Qingxiu tried to recall the dream, but he couldn't remember the specifics. No new memories had been added to his mind. He stood up and checked his body, but nothing seemed different. His gaze fell on the precious sword on the small table nearby. It was the sky rainbow sword Lin Tanfeng had given him. The sword weighed 6 pounds even in its scabbard. He'd usually been too lazy to carry it. He walked to the table, gripped the scabbard with his right hand, and the hilt with his left. In that instant, Li Qingxiu's brow furrowed in surprise. As he held the sky rainbow sword, he could feel a certain power within it, a sense of deep familiarity. It was a magical feeling he'd never experienced before. If he had to describe it, it was spirituality. He could sense the sword's spirit. He realized this was the power of the born sword obsessive. He felt a sudden urge to draw the blade, but he put it back down and headed for the door. He could study the system later. Right now, he couldn't let his juniors worry. Their master had just left. If their eldest brother locked himself away too, they'd start overthinking things. Li Qingxiu pushed the door open and looked into the courtyard. His juniors were already gathered around the dining table. An oil lamp hung from an old tree nearby, lighting up the scene. They usually ate in the courtyard. Normally, they'd be fighting over food like starving ghosts, but tonight they were incredibly well-behaved, all waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, they stood up and waved him over. Even Jiang Zhaoxia, who usually acted too cool for school, quietly let out a sigh of relief. Looking at them, a wave of warmth washed over Li Qingxiu. He felt a surge of confidence about making the Qingxiao sect great. His dreams of wandering the world were pushed to the back of his mind. With the system, he believed he could live an extraordinary life right here. He walked over to little Li Zijin, patted her head, and sat down. He told everyone to sit and eat. Seeing his usual smile, they finally relaxed and started serving themselves. Zhang Yuchen, acting much more mature than his age, served rice for everyone. The long table was big enough for all 7, though there were only 3 dishes and a soup. There was only a bit of minced meat in the soup. That was just life on the mountain. Since Lin Tanfeng was rarely around, they mostly ate vegetables they grew themselves, with the occasional egg. Li Qingxiu picked up his chopsticks and casually mentioned that their master had left and passed the sect master position to him. After thinking it over, he decided he would make the Qingxiao sect stronger because this was their home. As soon as he said that, Li Zifeng jumped up, excitedly shouting about making the sect great. Wu Man'er joined in the cheering. Li Qingxiu looked at 12-year-old Zifeng, and the kid's fates flashed in his mind. Wolfish ambition and unscrupulous. He looked so cheerful and lively, yet that was his true nature. Jiang Zhaoxia couldn't help but scoff, saying it sounded nice, but how could they pull it off on their own? Li Qingxiu had a much better impression of him now. After all, he was the most loyal and talented one there, the sect's future top enforcer. Facing the mockery, Li Qingxiu just smiled and said they were young and had infinite potential. He told them they needed to work hard on their training to get stronger. Once they were all grown up, they'd go down the mountain to recruit more disciples. This got the others excited, and they started chatting animatedly. Seeing Li Qingxiu's attitude, Jiang Zhaoxia's annoyance vanished. He just pouted and muttered about what good training would do with their master's amateur moves and no proper techniques. He spoke so softly only he could hear. After serving the rice, Zhang Yuchen asked Li Qingxiu about the 3 manuals their master left behind: fist, sword, and movement techniques. Which one should they practice? Li Qingxiu took a bite of rice and said he'd study them carefully before giving orders. For now, they just needed to keep up their daily routine. He noted that food was the priority. Once they started serious training, they'd need much more, especially meat. He suggested they start raising chickens and pigs and plant more vegetables. He laid out a rough plan, and Zhang Yuchen's eyes lit up as he nodded along. Except for Zhang Yuchen and Li Donghua, The others weren't thrilled about more chores. But they didn't argue. With their master gone, they knew they had to rely on themselves. Li Qingxiu gave Zhang Yuchen the general requirements and told him to organize everything, giving him the authority to direct the others. He told him he trusted his steady nature and love for reading, saying the sect's future depended on him. He told Zhang Yuchen to go ahead with his plans and report anyone who didn't listen. He wouldn't break their legs, but he'd make sure they felt it for a few days. The others flinched, and even Zhang Xiaoxiao looked uncomfortable. As the eldest brother, Li Qingxiu really would hit them. He'd established that authority since they were little. Every one of them had been disciplined by him at some point. Zhang Yuchen excitedly promised not to let him down. He'd wanted to get things moving for a while, but he was too soft-hearted, and everyone except Dongwei used to bully him. Li Qingxiu nodded with a smile, then continued chatting about the martial world to get them excited. The Qingxiao sect was small, but their master actually had a bit of a reputation. Every year, various martial artists would come up the mountain to visit. They'd heard many stories about the world. The land they lived on was under the Dali dynasty, which consisted of 9 provinces and 14 regions. The Qingxiao sect was located in the Taikuan Mountains of Gu province. It was surrounded by vast wilderness for 100 miles, with the nearest city being 200 miles away. In this feudal dynasty, cold weapons were the norm, and martial arts were incredibly popular. Gu province alone had countless gangs and sects, with 7 major ones being world-renowned. When Li Qingxiu was a child, he saw a wanderer spit out a blast of qi that traveled 2 fathoms and left a mark on a tree. It blew his mind. That was when he decided to learn martial arts. This was the wuxiao world he dreamed of in his past life. He had to do it. Thinking about his remaining inheritance reward, his heart raced. He wondered if he could unlock some legendary technique. To make the sect stronger, they needed a signature art. Without powerful martial arts, they'd never make a name for themselves. Lin Tanfeng's amateur moves just wouldn't cut it. That night, the disciples spent their time dreaming of the future. There was no sadness about being abandoned. As long as Li Qingxiu was there, they felt safe. An hour later, they dispersed, leaving Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue to clean up. Li Qingxiu went back to his room, sat cross-legged on his bed, and suppressed his excitement as he opened the system to claim his inheritance. The screen displayed the reward info. Taoist inheritance opened. He received a qi-gathering technique called the Taiqing Hunyuan scripture. It asked if he wanted to accept it. The name sounded like something out of a cultivation novel. He wasn't sure how powerful it was, but he accepted it immediately. A flood of memories rushed into his mind. That night, Zhang Yuchen, Zhang Xiaoxia, Wu Man'er, and Li Zifeng couldn't sleep. Zifeng was the most excited, constantly talking about the future and keeping his brothers awake. Li Dongyue and Li Zijin were also whispering in their room, encouraging each other to help their eldest brother carry the burden. Soon, the moon set and the sun rose. The first light of dawn broke over the rolling mountains. Zhang Xiaoxiao woke up early and started practicing his fist forms in the courtyard. He kept glancing at Li Qingxiu's room, looking a bit worried. He remembered Li Qingxiu saying he wanted to wander the world and live a life of freedom. Now that he was tied down by all these juniors, Zhang Xiaoxiao wondered if he was feeling miserable. Soon, the rooster crowed, and Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue came out. They greeted each other and got to work. Zhang Xiaoxiao usually did whatever he wanted and hated chores, but Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue were very diligent. It was thanks to them that the others lived so comfortably. In his room, Li Qingxiu had been meditating all night. When he opened his eyes, they were clear and bright. He stretched, his body aching from sitting still for so long. As he recalled the details of the Taiqing Hunyuan scripture, his expression changed drastically. He realized this was a genuine immortal cultivation technique. He was stunned. The scripture focused on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon to condense origin qi within the body. It mentioned origin spirit and solar reflection stages, each increasing one's lifespan. It even specified how many years one could live. Reaching the origin spirit realm granted 300 years of life, while the solar reflection realm granted 600. Li Qingxiu was absolutely shocked. He'd always thought this was just a martial arts world with internal energy. Now he realized his master wasn't crazy. Immortality really did exist. The system wasn't for a martial arts sect. It was for a Taoist cultivation sect. Li Qingxiu snapped out of it. He was more excited than ever. Who would want to just practice martial arts when they could become an immortal? Once he confirmed he'd inherited the technique, he instinctively thought of Lin Tanfeng. He wanted to find him. But then he reconsidered. A night had already passed, and he had no idea where Lin Tanfeng had gone. Besides, if word of an immortal technique got out, it would bring disaster. Countless sects and families had been wiped out just for possessing high-level martial arts. He had to keep the system a secret. It was his foundation, and he couldn't tell anyone, not even his juniors. You can't see into a person's heart, and loyalty isn't always permanent. Li Qingqiu stood up, ready to find a place to practice. According to the scripture, early morning was the best time for cultivation. The purple qi from the east and the intersection of sun and moon essence made it the golden hour for training. Just then, he opened his door. Jiang Zhaoxia, who was practicing, turned to look. Seeing Li Qingqiu come out looking refreshed and energetic, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qingqiu's eyes were bright. He didn't look discouraged at all. He told Jiang Zhaoxia to stop just practicing fists. If he liked swords so much, he could borrow the sky rainbow sword from his room, as long as he returned it later. With that, he headed straight for the back mountain. Jiang Zhaoxia was stunned. Li Qingqiu had never let him touch that sword before, yet today he'd suddenly changed his mind. He could feel that Li Qingqiu was different. It wasn't just his personality, his mindset had shifted. Their master's departure had forced him to grow up. The old Jiang Zhaoxia would have been overjoyed to hold the sword, but now, he just felt a pang of sadness for his brother. Maybe he should take his training more seriously too. The Qingxiao sect was on a mountainside, with a dense forest behind it and rugged peaks all around. It was an hour's walk to the nearest village. There were wild animals in the woods, but no wolves, tigers, or leopards. The main things to watch out for were snakes and insects. Li Qingqiu knew the way and headed for the peak. He sat cross-legged on a cliff edge. Facing the rising sun, he placed his hands on his thighs and began the breathing technique. It would take time to sense the spiritual energy of the world. Only after much practice could he swallow that energy with ease. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Zhaoxia looked up and saw Li Qingqiu sitting on the cliff. He found it very strange. When Wu Man'er, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin woke up, they saw him too. They were all amazed and started whispering among themselves. Li Zijin even called out to him, but he was already in a deep meditative state and didn't respond. Unfortunately, Li Qingqiu couldn't condense even a sliver of qi all morning. But he wasn't discouraged. If anything, he was more determined. When he went back down and his juniors questioned him, he just mysteriously said he had a special internal technique. He claimed it was something he had before coming to the mountain. Now that their master was gone, he had to practice it. Once he mastered it, he'd teach them. Jiang Zhaoxia asked if he had some family inheritance. Li Qingqiu glanced at him and asked what he meant by two. Did Jiang Zhaoxia have one? Jiang Zhaoxia just huffed and didn't answer. Li Qingqiu didn't press him. In his mind, whatever martial arts Jiang Zhaoxia had couldn't compare to his immortal technique. Over the next few days, Zhang Yuchen led the others in expanding the vegetable garden and gathering wood. Even little Li Zijin was having a blast. Laughter echoed through the sect. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu poured all his effort into his training, trying to condense his first bit of qi. 7 days later, he finally succeeded. He felt like he'd entered a whole new realm. He had reached the first level of the origin-sustaining realm. He was ecstatic. He ran into the woods, stood before a tree, and exhaled the qi from his gut. The qi shot out like a sharp arrow, piercing through the trunk with incredible force. Li Qingqiu went to inspect the damage. The massive tree, which would take 2 people to encircle, had a finger-sized hole clean through it. He could see right through to the other side. Origin qi was truly overpowered. This was way more lethal than that Wanderer's qi blast years ago. Li Qingqiu clenched his fists in excitement, though he realized that one shot had used up all his energy. He had to keep refining it. He decided that starting tomorrow, he'd lead his juniors in cultivation. Making everyone stronger was the only way forward. What if Lin Tanfeng's enemies showed up? Or if bandits came up the mountain? He couldn't handle everything alone. Plus, he'd studied the system and realized that fate draws and inheritance rewards were tied to the sect's strength. The stronger the sect, the more fates he could copy and the more inheritances he'd receive. He planned to tell them once everyone was gathered. He sat cross-legged in the forest, continuing his training to condense another sliver of qi. By dusk, Zhang Yuchen, Wu Man'er, and Li Zifeng returned, carrying heavy bamboo baskets and drenched in sweat. Li Qingqiu, Jiang Zhaoxia, Li Dongyue, and Li Zijin helped them unload. Zhang Yuchen excitedly told Li Qingqiu that he'd explained their situation to the villagers. He'd helped them with some farm work and traded for 3 hens, a large rooster, and plenty of fruits and vegetables. Wu Man'er, the biggest of the group, added that they also got 2 pounds of meat. Li Zifeng, usually the talkative one, was sprawled on the ground, panting with his tongue out like a dog. Li Qingqiu smiled and said the villagers were good people, and they should help them more in the future. He decided he'd recruit disciples from that village first as a way to pay them back. The disciples chatted and laughed as they put everything away. Half an hour later, they gathered around the long table. Li Dongyue poured water for everyone. Li Qingxiu looked around and announced that he'd start teaching them a new technique tomorrow so they could all practice together. The disciples were instantly hyped, asking what kind of technique it was. Li Qingxiu seriously told them it was called the Hunyuan scripture and it would be their sect's ultimate secret art. He warned them never to share it without his permission. In truth, he hadn't even fully mastered the Taiching Hunyuan scripture himself. Parts of the inheritance were still blurry in his mind, requiring him to reach a certain level before they'd unlock. Zhang Xiaoxia skeptically asked if it could produce internal qi. Li Qingxiu just casually said they'd find out once they tried. This attitude annoyed Zhang Xiaoxia, who missed their old competitive sparring sessions. He then spoke up, saying they needed more than just internal techniques. They needed variety. Zhang Yuchen helplessly pointed out that they didn't exactly have a library of techniques to choose from. Zhang Xiaoxia suggested that while he didn't care about the others, he should be the one to train the fifth junior. He wanted to teach Wu Manner an external technique to complement his natural strength, making him a pillar of the sect. Li Qingxiu was pleased, realizing Zhang Xiaoxia was finally stepping up to help the sect. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't quite get what he meant by contributing, since he didn't think he had anything to give. Li Qingxiu waved it off and told him to go ahead and train Wu Manner. He'd check on their progress later. He promised Zhang Xiaoxia a precious sword if he did a good job. Aside from Zhang Xiaoxia, Wu Manner, with his simple mind, seemed like the best candidate to become a top-tier fighter. In the martial world, strength was everything. The Qingxiao sect needed heavy hitters. Zhang Xiaoxia huffed and said he'd do a great job, just wait and see. Wu Manner just grinned, not really understanding. Li Zifeng and Li Zijin started begging Zhang Xiaoxia to teach them too, but he just ignored them. The next morning, Li Qingxiu led them to the sect entrance to sit cross-legged. Since there were so many of them, he didn't risk taking them to the cliff. The 7 of them sat in a row, a rather impressive sight. Li Qingxiu sat in the middle and began explaining the scripture. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't take it seriously at first, but after one cycle, his expression changed completely, and he got serious. Teaching Wu Manner, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin was a nightmare, though. One wasn't very bright, and the other 2 were too young to grasp the concepts. It took Li Qingxiu all day just to get them to understand the breathing method. By dusk, Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue started cooking. Li Qingxiu sat under the old tree, holding the 3 manuals Lin Tanfeng had left. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxia walked up to him, eyes shining, and announced he'd already developed internal qi. Li Qingxiu looked up and frowned, not believing him. It had taken him 7 days, and Zhang Xiaoxia did it in half a day? No way. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't say a word. He just raised his right hand toward the empty space above the nearby house. A blast of qi shot from his fingertip, slicing through a tree branch. Li Qingxiu's eyes widened. Nearby, Li Zifeng, who was munching on a roasted sweet potato, stared in shock too. Zhang Xiaoxia hadn't even looked at his target. Seeing Li Qingxiu's face, he tilted his chin up arrogantly. After the initial shock, Li Qingxiu looked at him with such intense heat that Zhang Xiaoxia felt uncomfortable. Li Qingxiu genuinely marveled at what a monster his junior was. Zhang Xiaoxia still didn't quite understand his brother's weird vocabulary. Li Qingxiu put the manuals down, stood up, and placed his hands on Zhang Xiaoxia's shoulders. He said that with a genius like him, he had even more faith in the sect's future. Zhang Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed. He was only 14, after all. Being praised so sincerely by Li Qingxiu for the first time made him feel a bit shy. He looked away and pouted, muttering that he obviously always had faith in himself. Li Qingxiu was in a great mood. He sat Zhang Xiaoxia down to discuss their insights on the first level of the scripture. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't hold back and shared everything. Li Qingxiu learned a lot. He had to admit that Zhang Xiaoxia's talent was truly excellent, and his comprehension was even better. Days passed, and 10 days later, Li Dongyue became the 3rd to develop qi. This made Li Qingxiu feel a bit better. It wasn't that he was bad, it was just that Zhang Xiaoxia was a freak of nature. After 15 days, Zhang Yuchen finally succeeded. Before Zhang Yuchen could even tell him, Li Qingxiu already knew. A notification appeared before him, stating that since more than half of his disciples had reached the first level of the origin-sustaining realm, the Qingxiao sect had officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. He received a providence reward, which would help find a suitable opportunity for the sect's growth within a certain range. Li Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. Providence sounded like a good thing. Given their current state, growing into a real cultivation sect would be incredibly difficult without massive resources. However, He knew that benefits often brought conflict. He wasn't sure if the 7 of them were strong enough to handle whatever this opportunity might bring. Providence was supposed to be a blessing, so it probably wouldn't get them all killed, but he couldn't bear the thought of any of his juniors getting hurt. They were in the middle of nowhere. Finding a doctor would be impossible. After some thought, he decided to wait. He wanted everyone to reach the first level before activating it. The reward didn't have a countdown, and different opportunities might appear as they grew. He stopped overthinking, picked up a wooden sword he'd carved, and continued practicing. The sword technique Lin Tanfeng left was called the 9 Extremes Divine Sword. It sounded grand, but it wasn't an immortal art. Still, the moves were sophisticated. If mastered, it would be very effective in a fight, assuming one's reactions were fast enough. Otherwise, the forms were easily broken, much like traditional martial arts versus combat sports in his old world. The interesting thing was that the 9 Extremes Divine Sword could use internal chi, so Li Qingxiu wondered if he could swap it for origin chi. With his born sword obsessive fate, he mastered the forms in one go, and each subsequent practice made him even sharper. After just 2 days, his strikes were as fast as the wind. Li Zifeng and Li Zijin watched from a distance, their mouths hanging open in awe. Jiang Zhaoxia came out of the woods, saw this, and his expression shifted before he quietly turned back. Li Qingxiu's comprehension of the sword had shocked him over the last 2 days. He'd always thought he was the only genius who just lacked a chance. But Li Qingxiu had mastered the technique on his first try. He knew for a fact Li Qingxiu had never practiced the sword before. He himself could do it because of the foundation his family had built for him as a child. This made him feel that Li Qingxiu's talent for the sword might actually be higher than his own. Li Qingxiu didn't know what he was thinking, but Jiang Zhaoxia's loyalty had gone up by 2 points yesterday, so he wasn't worried. The system was quite intuitive and could answer some of his questions, like loyalty levels. The max was 100, and Jiang Zhaoxia was at 98, basically absolute devotion. A while later, Zhang Yuchen happily found Li Qingxiu to report his progress. Li Qingxiu was delighted and decided they'd have a feast tonight to celebrate. Zhang Yuchen was touched, feeling that his eldest brother really valued him. But as he went into the kitchen to prep the meat, he realized something was off. They were celebrating for him, yet he was still the one doing the cooking. Summer turned to autumn, and the Taikuan mountains were shrouded in mist and drizzling rain. It had been 3 months since Lin Tanfeng left. Now, everyone except Wu Man'er had developed origin chi. Li Qingxiu was very satisfied. Around noon, Li Qingxiu was lounging in the courtyard, hands behind his head, enjoying the rain. He was under a roof, with fruit on the table next to him, a very relaxed life. Ever since he'd led them into cultivation, his hopes for the future had soared. Everyone followed his orders perfectly. Even Jiang Zhaoxia only talked back. His actions were always loyal. Just then, Li Zifeng ran into the courtyard wearing a straw raincoat. He was small and thin, and his coat dragged on the ground, leaving a trail of mud. He ran up to Li Qingxiu and reported that someone was at the gate claiming to be an old friend of their master. Remembering Li Qingxiu's order to say they didn't know anything if anyone asked for their master, he'd done just that. But the man still wanted to stay the night. Li Qingxiu frowned slightly, stood up, and said he'd check it out. He told Zifeng not to run around in the rain, or he'd look like an idiot if he slipped and fell. He picked up an oil paper umbrella and headed for the gate. Zifeng stuck his tongue out at his brother's back. Once Li Qingxiu was out of sight, Zifeng reached out with his muddy hands and started eating the fruit on the table. From the courtyard, a winding path led about 50 yards to the Sect gate. The gate sat on the mountainside with a great view of the peaks. Li Qingxiu came here every day to look out. He saw a man in a straw raincoat standing at the gate with his back turned. Just from his stature, he looked like someone you shouldn't mess with. Despite being in the origin-sustaining realm, Li Qingxiu remained cautious. He didn't know how a first-level cultivator would fare against a martial arts master. Even if he thought Lin Tanfeng's moves were amateur, the stories his master told suggested martial artists in this world were quite powerful. They could run on walls, leap onto roofs, and fight tigers and bears. With internal chi, they were likely as formidable as the characters in the wuxia novels he'd read. Maybe Lin Tanfeng was strong too, just never showed it to them. Without real skill, he couldn't have traveled the world and rescued all these orphans. Though Li Qingxiu hadn't been down the mountain in 16 years, he had memories from when he was a baby. The world seemed very chaotic back then. He remembered Lin Tanfeng holding him while fighting others. His vision had been blocked, but he could hear horses and the sounds of battle. It must have been a battlefield. The man in the raincoat heard footsteps and turned around. He saw a handsome youth in plain clothes holding an umbrella. A smile broke across his face. Before Li Qingxiu could speak, the man asked if he was Li Qingxiu or Zhang Yuchen. Hearing him use their names, Li Qingqiu relaxed a bit. It meant the man really was close with their master. Li Qingqiu stopped 7 paces away, bowed, and introduced himself. He then asked for the man's name and his relationship with his master. The man had a rugged look and dressed like a wanderer. Besides a pack on his back, he had a long flute at his waist. His laughter was hearty and free-spirited. He introduced himself as Jiang Katian, Lin Tanfeng's sworn brother of 16 years. He even mentioned that he'd held Li Qingqiu when he was a baby. His eyes softened as he looked at the boy. Li Qingqiu did remember the name. 16 years ago, when his master was fleeing with him, they'd met Jiang Katian. He had escorted them all the way to the foot of this mountain. Knowing his identity, Li Qingqiu became much more welcoming, calling him Uncle Jiang and saying his master often mentioned him. Jiang Katian was surprised, not expecting Lin Tanfeng to still call him Big Brother behind his back. Li Qingqiu played along, saying it was only natural. He claimed his master often said Jiang Katian was one of the few people in the world he truly respected. He said his master even tried to be more like him. This was all a lie, of course. Lin Tanfeng had never mentioned the guy. Jiang Katian laughed heartily, finding Li Qingqiu more and more likable. Any lingering resentment toward Lin Tanfeng vanished. They chatted for a while before Li Qingqiu invited him inside. Li Zifeng saw them coming and grabbed 2 more fruits before scurrying back to his room. Li Qingqiu was used to his junior's antics and ignored it, inviting Jiang Katian to sit under the tree and pouring him some water. Jiang Katian looked around the sect as he drank. To him, the place looked as desolate as ever. Lin Tanfeng clearly hadn't done much to develop the sect. He put his bowl down and got straight to the point. He'd met Lin Tanfeng a month ago in the provincial capital. Lin Tanfeng told him he was going to find immortals and asked Jiang Katian to look after the kids. So, Jiang Katian wanted to take them all back to White Emperor Manor. It was one of the 7 major sects in Gu province, a much better place for them than this mountain. Li Qingqiu remembered that name too. White Emperor Manor was one of the few sects with government ties, as the Manor Lord's brother was a high-ranking official. Joining them would normally be a great opportunity for them. But Li Qingqiu had the system. He had to remain sect master to keep getting rewards. At White Emperor Manor, he'd just be a servant with no future. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. He thanked Uncle Jiang for the offer, but said he and his juniors didn't want to get involved in martial world conflicts. Life on the mountain was hard, but it was stable and free. They weren't leaving. Jiang Katian looked at him in shock. Lin Tanfeng had specifically told him that Li Qingqiu wanted to be a hero. He'd hoped that once they were settled at the manor, Jiang Katian would eventually give the boy his freedom. He never expected Li Qingqiu to refuse. He felt a wave of sympathy, thinking the boy was sacrificing his own dreams for his juniors. He told Li Qingqiu not to worry about the others, as the manor would take good care of them, and Li Qingqiu could go wherever he wanted. Li Qingqiu was about to speak when he noticed movement in the next room. The kids were clearly eavesdropping. He immediately changed his tune. He said he preferred to hold his destiny in his own hands and wanted to take care of his juniors himself. That was the only way he could be at peace. He spoke softly, as if afraid of being overheard, but he knew his juniors could hear every word. Jiang Katian thought about the infighting at the manor and realized Li Qingqiu's choice might not be so bad. After some thought, Jiang Katian took off his pack and opened it on the table, revealing clothes, manuals, hidden weapons, and some strange items. He picked up a manual and said since their master asked him to help, he couldn't do nothing. He'd worked hard to find this manual and told Li Qingqiu to practice it in secret and never show it to anyone. But Li Qingqiu wasn't looking at the book. He was staring at a small knife in the pack. It was thin as a willow leaf and covered in rust, looking like it had been buried for 1,000 years. What caught his eye was the spiritual energy he sensed within it. He declined the manual. He said a powerful manual would only bring trouble. If Uncle Jiang really wanted to help, he'd take that little knife instead. He pointed at the knife that held the spiritual energy. Jiang Katian frowned, not because he wanted the knife, but because he was thinking about what the boy said. He'd thought just telling him to keep it secret was enough, but martial arts were hard to hide once you started using them. He felt a bit ashamed, realizing a teenager had more foresight than him. Now he understood why Lin Tanfeng could leave so easily. With this kid in charge, the sect was in good hands. He handed the knife to Li Qingqiu and said as men of the martial world, he wouldn't argue. He told him to come to White Emperor Manor if he ever needed help, promising to go through fire and water for them. Li Qingqiu took the knife and thanked him happily. His grateful expression made Jiang Katian very satisfied. Li Qingqiu tucked the knife away and called the others out to meet their guest. The courtyard became lively. The disciples were a bit intimidated by Jiang Qiutian's size at first, But once he started telling stories of the martial world, they were hooked, constantly asking questions. Half an hour later, the rain stopped. Just then, Jiang Zhaoxia came out of the woods. Since he started cultivation, he'd become more of a loner, preferring to train in secret. Li Qingxiu let him be since he could see his loyalty and progress. Geniuses always have a few secrets they want to keep to themselves. When Jiang Katian saw Jiang Zhaoxia, he was stunned. He walked around the boy, inspecting him, and declared him a once-in-a-century martial arts genius. He tried his best to recruit him for White Emperor Manor. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhaoxia wasn't interested at all. He even sounded skeptical of the manor, which annoyed Jiang Katian to no end. Li Qingxiu noticed that Jiang Zhaoxia didn't seem to fear Jiang Katian at all. The confidence from cultivation was powerful. Even though Jiang Zhaoxia was only at the first level, his origin chi was the strongest in the sect. Li Qingxiu wondered how a first-level cultivator compared to a regular martial artist. The night passed, and Jiang Katian slept until noon the next day. After a hearty meal, he said his goodbyes. Before leaving, he still left a manual, stuffing it into Wu Manor's hands. Finally, he walked away, waving without looking back. He told them to visit him at the manor if they ever went down the mountain, while he was still young. His departure was as free-spirited as his arrival. Li Qingxiu watched him go until he disappeared into the trees. The juniors were still buzzing about Jiang Katian and the manor. Li Qingxiu went back into the courtyard, with Jiang Zhaoxia following close behind. Once they were away from the others, Jiang Zhaoxia leaned in. He asked if Jiang Katian had given him a treasure with spiritual energy. He could sense a faint spiritual presence on Li Qingxiu. It was weak, but such items were incredibly rare. Li Qingxiu glanced at him and admitted it. He said once he'd studied it, he'd find something for Jiang Zhaoxia too. He added that since his own progress was slower, he needed a trump card. He said he needed a way to protect himself in case Jiang Zhaoxia wasn't around. This made Jiang Zhaoxia beam with pride. He huffed and said he wasn't going anywhere, promising that as long as he was there, no one would threaten the sect. He'd always been arrogant, but cultivation had made him even more so. The two brothers chatted as they walked back to the courtyard. Once there, Li Qingxiu went to his room alone, while Jiang Zhaoxia headed back to the woods to train. Li Qingxiu locked his door, sat on his bed, and took out the small knife. He figured if a weapon could hold spiritual energy, it was likely a dharma treasure. The scripture wasn't just about chi. It covered alchemy, smithing, arrays, and talismans. He tried one of the basic methods mentioned. The simplest way was to pour origin chi into it to see if it had a master's seal. Suddenly, Li Qingxiu's whole body shook, and the knife fell from his hand. It definitely had a seal. He looked at his trembling right hand, which felt numb as if he'd been electrocuted. This confirmed it was a real treasure. He realized his current level was too low and he'd have to wait until the second level to try again. That one attempt had drained more than half his energy. He picked up the knife and thought about where to hide it. He ended up burying it in the dirt under his bed. That seemed to mask its energy well enough. He left the room, satisfied. Next, he planned to focus on Wu Manor, helping him reach the first level before activating the Providence reward. He also hoped that once everyone reached the first level, the system would give him another reward. Jiang Chuetian's visit was just a small interlude. Li Qingxiu organized the others to take turns teaching Wu Manor. Despite his slow mind, Wu Manor eventually developed muscle memory and got the hang of the breathing technique. Before winter truly set in, he finally reached the first level. Immediately, a notification appeared. It stated that since all his disciples had reached the first level, a major milestone, he received an inheritance reward. Li Qingxiu was meditating on the peak at the time. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the message. He was overjoyed. He backed away from the cliff edge to make sure he wouldn't fall, then opened the reward. The screen announced he'd received a spell called the Gale Technique and asked if he wanted to accept it. A flood of memories rushed into his head, and he instinctively closed his eyes. The cold wind blew and snow began to fall, covering him, but he didn't feel it. He sat perfectly still. A moment later, he opened his eyes, beaming. The Gale Technique allowed him to wrap himself in spiritual wind, letting him glide at low altitudes. It also boosted his physical reaction speed. In a mountainous area, this was incredibly useful. He immediately thought about how much easier it would be to go down the mountain once he mastered this. He was eager to practice, but knew the cliff wasn't the place for it. He didn't want to be the first immortal to die from a fall. The sun set, the moon rose, and the snow fell harder. That night, the whole sect celebrated Wu Manor's success. Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue killed a chicken and even opened a jar of 20-year-old wine their master had hidden. Wu Manor was only 13, but he was already built like a tank. Sitting between Li Zifeng and Li Zijin, He looked like a giant. Zhang Xiaoxia sat next to Li Qingxiu, looking proud. He said that while Wu Manner was a bit slow, his martial talent was the best among them. He claimed he could make him a top-tier master in 5 years. Li Qingxiu poured some wine and asked if Zhang Xiaoxia considered himself a top-tier master yet. Zhang Xiaoxia bragged that he probably was. He even praised Li Qingxiu's internal technique, calling it a masterpiece. Li Qingxiu just smiled to himself, knowing it was an immortal technique, not just martial arts. He didn't correct him. Everyone was happy, talking about the future. Feeling the wine, Zhang Yuchen suggested they should start recruiting. He said everyone else was busy training, and he couldn't handle all the chores alone anymore. He wanted time to train and become a master too. He knew that in the future, strength would matter more than seniority. Li Qingxiu was happy with Zhang Yuchen's growth and agreed he'd been working too hard. He told him to recruit 7 people from the village. No fees, free room and board, as a way to pay the villagers back. If they wanted to leave after 10 years, they could. Zhang Yuchen frowned, asking if that wouldn't be a waste of their effort to train them. Li Qingxiu waved it off, saying they'd have worked for the sect for 10 years. If the sect couldn't convince them to stay, then the sect wasn't doing enough. Zhang Yuchen found this very logical and admired Li Qingxiu even more. He felt his brother had a much broader vision than he did. He admitted he was too focused on short-term gains. They continued discussing the sect's growth while the others talked about training and the world. Laughter filled the courtyard, and even the winter snow couldn't dampen their spirits. After the feast, Li Qingxiu had the others clean up while he went to his room. Zhang Xiaoxia still didn't help, and no one but Li Qingxiu dared to say anything. Back in his room, Li Qingxiu set up a brazier, sat on his bed, and opened the system to activate the Providence reward. The screen showed the reward being opened and the search beginning. Finally, it announced, Providence found. Discovered an underground spirit lake. It asked if he wanted the guidance to find it. Seeing the words, underground spirit lake, Li Qingxiu's eyes lit up. He felt like he'd just hit the jackpot. This could be the foundation for the Qingxiao sect's rise. At dawn, Li Qingxiu was already out of his room. He called his juniors for their morning practice. Overnight, a thick layer of snow had covered the courtyard. Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue were already shoveling, but Li Qingxiu told them to stop and practice first. The 7 of them sat on the roof, shoulder to shoulder, absorbing the morning qi. Steam began to rise from their heads. Li Qingxiu peeked at them and felt satisfied. They were young but obedient and hardworking. It made him excited for the future. They were the foundation of his legacy. An hour later, they hopped down to start their chores. Li Qingxiu called Zhang Yuchen over and told him to come with him. Zhang Yuchen didn't mind, though he noticed Li Qingxiu was carrying the sky rainbow sword. The 2 brothers walked through the snowy mountains, chatting about sect business. The Taikuan mountains were dangerous, so they had to be careful, especially with the snow-hiding pitfalls. After 10 miles, Zhang Yuchen finally asked where they were going. Li Qingxiu didn't look back, saying he dreamed of an immortal who told him there was a treasure hidden in these mountains. He said the dream was so vivid, he had to check it out. In reality, the system had given him the exact route through a vision. It felt like he'd already been there once. It was incredibly vivid. Hearing about an immortal's dream, Zhang Yuchen almost lost it. He wanted to ask if his brother thought he was an idiot, but he never disobeyed him, so he just sighed and followed him on this fool's errand. The mountains were wide as far as the eye could see. It felt like they were walking in circles. Luckily, their cultivation gave them plenty of stamina. After another 10 miles, Li Qingxiu stopped. The path ended at a narrow, snow-covered cliff face. Zhang Yuchen blew on his hands and looked around. He said it didn't look like a place for treasure and suggested the immortal might have been a fake. Li Qingxiu didn't answer. He just started feeling along the cliff. He found a spot and punched it hard. After 3 hits, the rock shattered, leaving Zhang Yuchen staring in shock as he rushed over. After a few more hits, Li Qingxiu stopped. He looked at the small, dog-sized hole he'd made and went silent. In his vision, the entrance was much larger. Zhang Yuchen leaned in and felt a wave of warm air coming from the pitch-black tunnel. Li Qingxiu crawled in first. Zhang Yuchen tried to stop him, but he was too fast, so he just gritted his teeth and followed. The tunnel was dark and sloped downward, but the warmth made it comfortable. The further they went, the wider it got, easing their claustrophobia. After about 50 yards, they reached the end. Zhang Yuchen climbed out after Li Qingxiu. The drop wasn't high, so he landed easily. When he looked up, his jaw dropped. They were in a massive underground cavern. The walls were embedded with silver blue ore of all sizes. Below them was a lake about 30 yards wide, its surface shimmering with silver light. It was ethereal and beautiful. For some reason, Zhang Yuchen felt incredibly refreshed. He excitedly noted that the place was filled with the same spiritual energy they breathed every day. He figured if they trained here, their progress would be much faster. Li Qingqiu smiled, pretending to be calm, and said it was a great find. He claimed heaven was truly protecting the sect. In truth, he'd been imagining this since he got the reward, so he'd already processed the shock. They started exploring the area. Zhang Yechen kept telling Li Qingqiu to be careful of poisonous creatures or beasts. He kept asking if an immortal really told him, or if their master had mentioned it before. He also lamented that it was so far from the sect, a half-day's journey. He imagined that if they trained here for 10 years, they'd become world-renowned masters. Li Qingqiu gave vague answers to the barrage of questions. Zhang Yechen didn't mind. Despite his steady nature, he was still just 15. Around Li Qingqiu, he could finally act his age. They confirmed there was only one entrance and no immediate danger. Li Qingqiu asked how they should organize the others to train here. He kept his eyes on the spirit lake. Zhang Yechen thought it over and said they couldn't all come at once. Someone had to guard the sect, and he still had to recruit disciples. He insisted that no one outside the 7 of them could ever know about this place. He suggested they come in pairs for a day at a time, on a rotation. Li Qingqiu nodded, pleased with the idea. He praised Zhang Yechen for thinking about the risks. Zhang Yechen scratched his head, explaining that in his master's stories, many people were killed because they had treasures they weren't strong enough to protect. Li Qingqiu agreed. They were young and few in number. They had to be extremely careful. Losing even one person would be a devastating blow. Zhang Yechen's expression darkened at the thought. Just imagining his brothers and sisters dying made him terrified. He was an orphan abandoned at age 5. He'd been lonely and insecure for a long time. He saw Li Qingqiu and the others as his real family and cherished them deeply. That was why he worked so hard. Li Qingqiu picked up a crystal near the lake and felt the dense energy inside. He thought about taking one, but then he reconsidered. Even a novice could sense the energy from that small knife. Bringing a spirit stone out would just be asking for trouble. He put it back and told Zhang Yechen that no one was allowed to take anything out of this cavern. They didn't stay long. After finalizing their plans, they headed back. Li Qingqiu covered the entrance with brush and a layer of snow. Only then did he feel safe enough to leave. On the way back, he warned Zhang Yechen never to mention this outside, as a passing master might overhear them. Zhang Yechen nodded, understanding the lake's importance. They continued toward the sect, changing the subject. Zhang Yechen planned to wait for the snow to melt before recruiting. The snow was getting heavier, and he didn't want to risk bringing kids up the mountain in these conditions. Li Qingqiu agreed. He wasn't in a rush to expand. He wanted to strengthen their core group first. The path was rough, and their footprints were quickly swallowed by the falling snow. Halfway back, Li Qingqiu suddenly stopped. Zhang Yechen, following behind, asked what was wrong. Li Qingqiu told him to listen. Zhang Yechen held his breath. Soon, he heard a faint cry for help coming from deep in the forest. With his cultivation, he could see much further now. He spotted half a face behind a large tree, leaning against a rock. He pointed it out and asked if they should help. Li Qingqiu had already seen him. After a moment of hesitation, he said they'd check it out, but to stay on guard. Zhang Yechen nodded, and they pushed through the brush toward the person. Yang Juding was barely conscious. Seeing the 2 youths approaching, he felt a surge of hope. He'd seen them go down the mountain earlier, but couldn't call out in time. He'd been waiting for them to return. Just as he was about to give up, they reappeared. He used the last of his strength to call out, though it was barely a whisper. Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yechen approached cautiously, keeping a safe distance. The man was covered in snow, his clothes were filthy, and his beard was matted with blood. He looked to be in his 30s, with a severe, blood-clotted wound on his stomach. His hair tie was coming loose. Zhang Yechen asked who he was and why he was there. Yang Juding looked at them weakly, unable to speak, and just gestured for water. Zhang Yechen looked at Li Qingqiu, who nodded. He tossed a water skin to the man. Yang Juding suddenly lunged for it. He tore it open and gulped the water down. Zhang Yechen was startled and instinctively backed away. Li Qingqiu could feel a current of qi moving through the man's body, keeping him warm. That was how he'd survived so long. He realized this was a martial arts master who had developed internal qi. Yang Juding finished the water and lay back, looking much more relaxed. He grinned and thanked them for saving his life, introducing himself as Yang Juding. The 2 boys just stared at him. Yang Juding paused. He asked if they'd ever heard of him, calling himself the dragon-slaying hero, one of the top 10 on the Gu province heaven rank. Hearing the name, Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yechen exchanged a look. They actually had heard of him from Jiang Keitian. Jiang Keitian had hurried down the mountain to watch a duel between the dragon-slaying hero and the sea sword saint. But he hadn't said much about him. There were so many famous figures in the martial world that they hadn't given it much thought. They never expected to find him at the foot of their mountain. Li Qingqiu remained cautious and asked what he was doing there. Yang Juding smiled bitterly, saying it was obvious. He was hiding from enemies. He told them not to worry, as they were long gone. He claimed he'd used his internal arts to hold his breath for 7 days, and they hadn't returned. The boys were impressed by the 7-day feat, but didn't fully trust him yet. Yang Juding noted that they clearly weren't villagers and must be from the Qingxiao sect. He said he'd met their master, Lin Tanfeng, a few times and liked him. He asked them to take him in. Once he healed, he'd teach them a palm technique that could move mountains and make them famous. Hearing him mention their master made them relax a bit. Li Qingqiu thought his master actually had some decent connections. He didn't agree immediately. Weighing the pros and cons, Yang Juding said he wanted to retire from the world anyway, and the sect seemed like a good, quiet place. He even offered to do chores for just a bed and a meal. Zhang Yuchen was interested and looked at Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu had an idea and said if he wanted to join, he had to follow their rules. He told the man to kneel toward the sect and swear 3 oaths. First, never harm a fellow disciple. Second, never act against the sect's interests. Third, dedicate everything to the sect's growth. Zhang Yuchen was baffled, having never heard of these rules before. But he kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Yang Juding found it amusing. The oaths didn't violate his principles, so he struggled to his feet and knelt where Li Qingqiu pointed. He raised a hand and swore the oaths exactly as Li Qingqiu said. Immediately, Li Qingqiu checked the system. The disciple count had increased by 1. He clicked on the new avatar. Yang Juding. Male. 35 years old. Loyalty to sect leader, 50. Loyalty to sect, 50. Max, 100. Cultivation talent, good. Comprehension, good. Fates, heroic spirit and desperate power. Heroic spirit meant he lived by a code of honor and would repay any kindness tenfold. Desperate power meant he became stronger when backed into a corner. Seeing heroic spirit, Li Qingqiu finally felt at ease. He was also curious about desperate power. He figured the man must have survived some impossible odds. He closed the system and told Zhang Yuchen to help Yang Juding up. Zhang Yuchen hesitated but obeyed. Yang Juding grinned and asked for their names. Li Qingqiu introduced himself as the current sect master and Zhang Yuchen as his second junior. After seeing that heroic spirit, fate, Li Qingqiu saw the man in a new light. He felt the hero title wasn't just for show. His only regret was that the system didn't show exactly how strong the man was. Yang Juding was shocked to hear Li Qingqiu was the sect master and asked where Lin Tanfeng was. Zhang Yuchen bitterly replied that he'd gone to find immortals and abandoned them. Since Li Qingqiu had been the one raising him, he had no real bond with Lin Tanfeng and felt resentful. Yang Juding found the immortal thing strange but didn't press it. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. It took an hour to get back to the sect. Li Dongyue, Li Zijin, and Li Zifeng crowded around, curious about the newcomer. Li Qingqiu had them clean their master's room for Yang Juding. He'd already checked it. There were no treasures there. The room was as plain as could be. Yang Juding wasn't picky. Before going in, he asked for 2 jars of old wine and maybe a chicken. Zhang Yuchen only gave him 1 jar of wine. For the next few hours, Yang Juding stayed in his room, healing. Seeing he could heal himself, Li Qingqiu was relieved. They didn't know anything about medicine. He figured Yang Juding could be their resident medic later, a useful addition. By dusk, Jiang Zhaoxia and Wu Manor returned from the woods. Wu Manor's clothes were torn, and he had some bruises. Li Qingqiu frowned and asked what happened. Jiang Zhaoxia casually said you can't learn martial arts without getting a few scrapes. He said they were just surface wounds. Wu Manor just grinned and said he didn't mind the pain. He said he wanted to protect his brother and the others, so he had to get stronger. Li Qingqiu was touched, but also felt a bit bad for him. Wu Manor was only 13, just bigger than most. He decided he'd give his own chicken drumstick to Wu Manor later. He changed his mind and decided to give him Jiang Zhaoxia's instead. No, that wasn't right. Jiang Zhaoxia was doing a good thing. He'd just give him his own. He told them to sit down and they talked about their afternoon training. Jiang Zhaoxia still wouldn't say what he was teaching Wu Manor. He wanted it to be a surprise. Trusting him, Li Qingqiu didn't spy. Once dinner was ready, Yang Juding smelled the food and came out. As soon as he saw Yang Juding, Jiang Zhaoxia's eyes went cold. He asked who the man was. Zhang Yuchen quickly introduced him, fearing Jiang Zhaoxia might actually attack. After all, he'd even stood up to Jiang Katian before. Yang Juding narrowed his eyes at the boy. He could tell that despite his age, this kid was incredibly dangerous. Li Qingqiu just sat there, watching. He was actually pleased with Jiang Zhaoxia's reaction. He liked that his junior was tough with outsiders, not just his own family. A sect needed someone strong to stand its ground. Zhang Yuchen was steady but a bit too soft. Zhang Xiaoxiao was the perfect balance. After the introduction, Zhang Xiaoxiao made it clear that no matter who he was, if he caused trouble at the Qingxiao sect, he'd regret it. Then he sat down. Yang Juding wasn't angry. In fact, he looked at the boy with admiration. He'd been worried about a sect run by kids, but now he saw they had some real backbone. He sat down and started eating without being asked. He spent the meal observing the others. Wu Manor really caught his eye. He could tell the kid was a martial prodigy. Li Qingxiu noticed his gaze and said that once he healed, he'd help Zhang Yuchen and teach the disciples his palm technique. Yang Juding asked if Wu Manor could train with him, but Zhang Xiaoxia immediately refused, saying he was already training him. Yang Juding laughed and said his palm technique was world famous. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't back down. He told Yang Juding that once he was healed, he could test that famous technique against Wu Manor. Even with his good temper, Yang Juding was annoyed. He smiled coldly and said he'd love to see how a kid could beat 20 years of his hard work. Li Donghua looked at Li Qingxiu worriedly, but seeing him just enjoying the show, she kept quiet. Li Zifeng and Li Zijin were too young to understand and just started cheering, making the table even noisier. That night, the other disciples were on edge, wary of the newcomer. Only Li Qingxiu was relaxed. He didn't need much sleep anymore and spent the night training. The next morning, Li Qingxiu took Zhang Xiaoxia down the mountain. Zhang Yuchen was worried about being left alone with Yang Juding, but Li Qingxiu told him to relax. At the Spirit Lake, Zhang Xiaoxia was incredibly excited. They trained for half a day before Li Qingxiu sent him back. Tomorrow, it would be Zhang Xiaoxia's turn to take Li Donghua there. 2 weeks passed quickly. All 7 had visited the Spirit Lake, and they all swore to keep it a secret. Yang Juding didn't notice anything, thinking they were just out hunting or working. Then, something happened that really hit Li Qingxiu's pride. Zhang Xiaoxiao reached the second level of the origin-sustaining realm before him. He'd expected it, but it still stung. His talent really was inferior. To vent, he grabbed Zhang Xiaoxiao and ruffled his hair into a mess. Zhang Xiaoxiao was too happy to notice his brother's petty jealousy. That night, Li Qingxiu sat on his bed, still thinking about it. He gave a self-deprecating laugh, realizing he was happy for his brother, but also a bit envious. He quickly got over it and felt genuinely proud. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside his window. The loud voice echoed through the night, calling out Yang Juding. It mocked him for hiding behind a bunch of kids and told him to come out and die, or the whole sect would be slaughtered. Li Qingxiu realized an enemy had arrived. He grabbed the sky rainbow sword and rushed out. Zhang Xiaoxiao was already there, holding a wooden sword and looking into the distance. Li Qingxiu saw a figure standing at the gate, silhouetted against the moon. The man was dressed in white, his robes fluttering, wearing a bamboo hat and holding a saber. He looked like a master. This was Li Qingxiu's first real crisis as sect master. He was nervous, but not helpless. Everyone in the sect was now in the origin-sustaining realm. They could put up a fight. Zhang Yuchen and Wu Manor came out, while Li Zifeng peeked from his window. Li Donghua and Li Zijin were also watching anxiously. Yang Juding leaped onto the roof behind Li Qingxiu, facing the white-clad swordsman. He demanded to know why the man had chased him 1,000 miles and wouldn't let it go. His voice was full of hatred. The swordsman, Lalai, stood perfectly still despite the wind. He kept his face hidden under his hat and said there was no letting it go. He claimed Yang Juding had offended the sacred cult and couldn't escape. He demanded the manual, promising a quick death if he complied. Then, with a sharp metallic ring, he drew his saber and lunged at Yang Juding like a hawk. Li Qingxiu narrowed his eyes. He could see a sort of chi propelling the man, making him look like he was flying. He thought of lightness skill. As he crossed the roofs, Lalai's feet barely touched the tiles. It was so fast that only an origin-sustaining cultivator could track it. But this actually made Li Qingxiu feel better. At least the man wasn't literally flying. He still needed to push off something. Yang Juding took a firm stance on the roof. He pushed his right hand from his hip, palm down, then struck out at Lalai. With a thunderous boom, a wave of chi shot from his palm, stopping Lalai midair. Lalai was blasted back. He flipped in the air and landed steadily in the courtyard. He looked up, his hat gone, revealing a shocked, weathered face. He couldn't believe Yang Juding still had that much power after being poisoned. He suspected the man had already mastered the secret manual. His expression became even more vicious. Yang Juding hopped down from the roof, looking like a grandmaster. He told Lalai to get lost. He told him to tell the sacred cult that if they came back, he wouldn't be so merciful. Lalai spat out some blood and laughed coldly. He said Yang Juding, letting him go only proved he was weaker than he looked. Yang Juding's face went cold, but then his expression shifted. He looked at his right palm and saw red spots turning into blisters. Lalai mocked him, saying he shouldn't have blocked that palm strike. Yang Juding realized he'd messed up. He just wanted to scare the guy off so they could escape, but he'd been too careless. He quickly pressed some pressure points on his arm to stop the poison. Lalai started walking toward him, probably about to say something villainous. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Lalai's eyes went wide, and he froze. Yang Juding felt a sharp gust of wind brush past his cheek. It stung. He looked at Lalai and saw a bloody hole in the man's forehead. Lalai collapsed. Yang Juding saw Jiang Zhaoxiao with his hands still raised. The boy huffed, annoyed by all the talking. They were far beyond normal people. A first-level cultivator might not even be able to take them down, at least not the younger ones like Zifeng and Zijin. But if Li Qingqiu fought them, he was confident he could end it in a second. Their moves were flashy, but his origin chi was faster and more lethal. He also realized the massive gap between internal chi and origin chi. Yang Juding's chi was impressive, but origin chi would cut right through it. Now he knew that even if Jiang Zhaoxiao hadn't reached the second level, Lalai wouldn't have been a threat. The only danger was their own hesitation. Zhang Yechen relaxed, while Jiang Zhaoxiao just looked on with a smirk. He didn't care about Lalai at all. After 30 moves, Lalai struck with a glowing red palm. Yang Juding didn't dodge. He met it head-on. The collision of chi shook the roof tiles and made the windows rattle. Lalai's hair was a mess as he struggled against Yang Juding's power. Yang Juding grinned, looking like he had the upper hand. But Li Qingqiu could see he was struggling. His old wounds hadn't healed, and his chi wasn't at its peak. After 3 breaths, Yang Juding shoved Lalai back. Lalai stumbled 10 paces and spat out blood. Yang Juding told him to leave. He told him to warn the sacred cult. Lalai just laughed, saying Yang Juding was bluffing. Yang Juding's palm was blistering. Lalai mocked him for being so reckless. Yang Juding realized he'd been too focused on scaring him off. He tried to stop the poison. Lalai moved in for the kill. Then came the whistling sound. Lalai was dead before he knew it. Yang Juding felt the wind from the shot. He saw the hole in Lalai's head. The man fell. Jiang Zhaoxiao just stood there, looking bored. The others were terrified. They knew Jiang Zhaoxiao was strong, but they didn't expect him to actually kill someone. Yang Juding was speechless. Jiang Zhaoxiao told Zhang Yechen to go bury the body. Zhang Yechen nodded and started toward the corpse, but Li Qingqiu stopped him. He wanted to search the body first. Li Qingqiu followed him. He wasn't shocked. He was actually glad Jiang Zhaoxiao was so decisive. If Lalai had left alive, the sect would have been in real danger. Ending it here was the best outcome. Yang Juding finally found his voice and asked why he killed him. Wasn't he afraid of the sacred cult? Jiang Zhaoxiao scoffed. He said the cult wouldn't have let them go anyway. He considered Yang Juding a member of the sect now, so anyone after him was an enemy of the sect. He was only 15, but he spoke with such authority that Yang Juding was stunned. He asked who the boy really was. Jiang Zhaoxiao just walked away, calling himself the vice sect master. Li Qingqiu, who was searching the body, asked when he'd agreed to that. He thought the kid was really full of himself. Zifeng, Dongyue, and Zijin all came out of their rooms. Li Qingqiu knew this was Jiang Zhaoxiao's first kill. He was just acting tough. His hand was still shaking as he walked away. Li Qingqiu only found some hidden weapons, rations, and a token. He was disappointed. He had the boys bury the body. Then he went to Yang Juding, who was still dealing with the poison. Li Qingqiu demanded the manual Lalai mentioned as payment for saving his life. Yang Juding insisted it was a fake and useless, but Li Qingqiu wouldn't budge. Yang Juding pulled a thin piece of leather from the sole of his boot. It was about the size of a face. Li Qingqiu took it with a look of disgust and told Dongyue to wash it. Dongyue gave him a look, but used a cloth to pick it up and take it to the well. Li Qingqiu asked if Lalai had any backup. Yang Juding said he was alone. Lalai had just been an opportunist who attacked him when he was already hurt. Li Qingqiu was relieved. He told Yang Juding to keep healing and went to see Dongyue. Once the leather was clean, he took it to his room. It was thin as a cicada's wing and felt cold. It was covered in tiny writing. He suspected it might be human skin. In his room, he left the door open just in case. He lit a candle and started reading. He was shocked. He realized why Yang Juding thought it was fake. It was a spell book. It didn't mention chi gathering, only how to move energy. The pressure points were all wrong for martial arts. To Yang Juding, it looked like nonsense. The title was the Taijue sword control technique. Morning came, and the snow started to melt. Water dripped from the eaves. Li Qingqiu woke up early to train. The others did the same. They didn't seem bothered by last night's events. They sat at the gate, facing the mountains. The view was beautiful in the mist, making it easy to focus. They were training harder now, having seen the danger. Yang Juding stayed in his room to heal. An hour later, Li Qingxiu dismissed them. Zhang Zhaoxia took Wu Manor to the woods. Zhang Yuchen and Donghua did chores. The little ones stayed safe. Li Qingxiu knocked on Yang Juding's door. The man sounded exhausted and told him to come in. He wasn't an immortal. He needed sleep, and he'd spent the whole night fighting poison. Li Qingxiu went in and sat down. Looking at Yang Juding lying on the bed, he asked about the origin of that secret manual. Yang Juding opened his eyes and recounted that 6 months ago, a rumor had spread around Fuyang Lake. It was said that when the tide receded, a path would appear leading to the bottom of the lake. Legend had it that there was a secret chamber left by a martial arts myth from 100 years ago. So, he went to join the fun. As it turned out, the rumors were true. He followed a group of martial artists down into the lake and was lucky enough to find a box containing that very manual. But on his way out, he was spotted by experts from the Qing Sect. Initially, he managed to fight them off and thought that was the end of it. To his surprise, the Qing Sect later ambushed him while he and the Sea of Clouds Sword Saint were both exhausted from their duel. Mentioning this, Yang Juding still felt incredibly frustrated. All that trouble and a body full of injuries for a fake manual. No matter how he looked at it, he'd been played. Li Qingxiu asked, puzzled, why he didn't just give it to the Qing Sect if he knew it was fake. Yang Juding immediately flared up, saying that even if it was fake, it could never fall into their hands. In his view, there was no telling how much chaos the Qing Sect would cause using the manual's prestige. They were already used to boasting and deceiving, enchanting high officials and nobles to fleece the common people. To the Qing Sect, whether the manual was real or fake didn't matter. What they wanted was the reputation of that martial arts myth. He added that if word got out that the Qing Sect had seized a legendary technique from the dragon-slaying hero, their influence would skyrocket. It might even help them get closer to the imperial court, something they'd been trying to do for years. Besides, even if he told them it was fake, they wouldn't believe him. Even if he handed it over, they would still kill him, only stopping once they were sure there wasn't a second volume. Taking the chance, Li Qingxiu curiously asked which was more powerful, the Qing Sect or Baidi Mansion. Yang Juding thought for a moment and said they were about equal, though Baidi Mansion had ties to the court. Because of that, the Qing Sect didn't dare provoke them easily, and conflicts were rare. Baidi Mansion didn't meddle much in martial arts affairs anymore, unlike the Qing Sect, which was ambitious and obsessed with becoming the hegemon of the martial world. From there, Li Qingxiu continued chatting with Yang Juding for a while, gaining a better understanding of the current situation in Gu province. He discovered that the Great Li dynasty was much larger than the Huaxia of his past life. Gu province alone was half the size of Huaxia, containing over 10 prefectures, with martial sects scattered everywhere. It wasn't until Yang Juding started coughing that Li Qingxiu stopped and stood up to leave. He planned to practice the Gale technique first. Last night's battle made him realize his movement was still inferior to top martial artists. As for the supreme sword control, he wouldn't start just yet, as it required 9 swords to be fully effective. He decided to wait until he had more spells before organizing his training. After all, human energy is limited. He couldn't just practice every new technique he came across immediately. Of course, he would definitely learn the supreme sword control eventually. He couldn't let his talent go to waste. Days passed, and soon a few more had gone by. The snow in the forest had mostly melted, and Yang Juding was finally able to leave his room. He didn't dare pester Wumani anymore, let alone bring up the bed with Jiang Zhaoxia. Quickly, his attention shifted to Li Zifeng and Li Zijin. Though they were young, in his eyes, they were excellent prospects for martial arts. This made him mutter that the Qingxiao sect was truly bizarre, as there seemed to be far too many geniuses here. Half a month later, Zhang Yuchen finally couldn't take it anymore. He took Wumani and Li Donghua down the mountain to recruit disciples. Yang Juding was grounded by Li Qingxiu, forced to stay within the sect to avoid running into the Qing sect disciples searching for him. Yang Juding didn't object, as he felt the same way. That evening, Zhang Yuchen's group returned with 7 children, 6 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was no more than 13, and the youngest was only 6. After a simple initiation ceremony, Li Qingxiu checked the children's attribute panels and found that their aptitude and comprehension were extremely poor, not even making the cut. This made him realize that his master had actually left him a very good foundation. Judging by Lin Qinfeng's eye for talent, the man's ambitions were clearly not small. It was just a pity he was eventually blinded by the pursuit of immortality. Li Qingxiu arranged for the new disciples to stay in separate quarters for boys and girls, crowded in with the seniors. Li Dongyue, Li Zifeng, and the others didn't complain. In fact, they were quite excited because they were now seniors themselves. For the first 7 days, Li Qingxiu let the children get used to the sect. Only after those 7 days did he have Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue teach them the primordial chaos scripture. He already had a plan. Li Dongyue could become the transmission elder, while Li Zifeng and Li Zijin still needed more observation. It's worth noting that after a month of training under Yang Juding, Li Zifeng's skills improved drastically. He could already leap onto roofs and scale walls, leaving the new disciples in constant awe. Winter had completely passed, and the new year was approaching. The Great Li dynasty also celebrated the Lunar New Year, and as the holiday drew near, Li Qingxiu found himself reminiscing about his past life. That afternoon, Li Qingxiu was resting in the courtyard. He had just finished practicing the Gale technique and was a bit tired. Watching the disciples go about their chores, he felt quite content. Some were sweeping, some were carrying water, and others were repairing the eaves. Everything was gradually getting better. Just then, Jiang Zhaoxia and Zhang Yuchen entered the courtyard one after another and sat down beside him. Jiang Zhaoxia spoke up, saying he wanted to discuss something. The group planned to go down to the town to buy some weapons and wanted Li Qingxiu's permission. Currently, the entire Qingxiao sect only had 2 swords, and one had been taken by Lin Qingfeng. Because of this, Jiang Zhaoxia had been restless for a long time. He wanted a sword, a real sword. And it wasn't just him. The other disciples needed weapons for their training too. They couldn't just learn hand-to-hand combat forever. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu glanced at him and asked where they would get the money. Zhang Yuchen added that they planned to perform sword techniques in the city for tips. In his view, if the sect wanted to grow, they absolutely needed money. He also wanted to use the opportunity to promote the Qingxiao sect, so they could eventually earn money by helping people solve their troubles. They really needed the funds. Just adding 8 more mouths to feed was already straining their food supplies. In the martial world, helping people solve problems was how many sects got their start. To put it bluntly, it was doing the dirty work for others. Furthermore, only with a big enough reputation would more people want to join. Li Qingxiu had originally planned to stay hidden for a few more years, but on second thought, he realized Zhang Yuchen had a point. Besides, they weren't looking to challenge the major sections. With Jiang Zhaoxia and Zhang Yuchen's current strength, the 2 of them were more than capable of protecting themselves. So, Li Qingxiu finally agreed, but he warned them strictly to be careful outside. They weren't to rely on their skills to look down on others, and they certainly weren't to pick fights easily. Knowing the 2 of them were going together, he felt relatively at ease. Hearing the lecture, Jiang Zhaoxia looked annoyed, as if he didn't want to be treated like a child anymore. Zhang Yuchen immediately nodded, promising to keep an eye on Jiang Zhaoxia. Jiang Zhaoxia shot him a resentful look, but Zhang Yuchen acted as if he didn't see it. The 3 continued chatting for a while until Jiang Zhaoxia grew impatient and wanted to head down immediately. It was a 2-day journey from the sect to the nearest town, so sleeping in the forest was unavoidable. Li Qingxiu helped them prepare dry rations and water bottles before seeing them off. He stood at the mountain gate, watching his 2 junior brothers' backs, suddenly reminded of when Lin Qingfeng left. He couldn't help but shout a reminder to be back before the new year. Zhang Yuchen turned back and waved. He had a bright smile, while Jiang Zhaoxia never once looked back. Li Qingxiu kept watching until their figures disappeared into the mountains. Just then, Yang Juding walked up beside him and offered some comfort, saying Jiang Zhaoxia was a very capable kid. Plus, Zhang Yuchen's skills weren't bad either. In his opinion, if those 2 went down the mountain, it was the blind thugs who should be worried about running into trouble. Yang Juding truly felt that Jiang Zhaoxia was ruthless. During this time, Jiang Zhaoxia had frequently challenged him to spar, wanting to learn real combat experience. Without using internal energy, he could still overpower Jiang Zhaoxia, but the boy's progress was terrifyingly fast. Later on, every move he made was a killing blow, giving Yang Juding several scares. In his eyes, this kid was destined for greatness. The reason Li Qingxiu agreed to let them go was precisely because he had witnessed those spars himself. During that time, Yang Juding had also passed on quite a bit of worldly experience to Jiang Zhaoxia. Hearing Yang Juding's comfort, Li Qingxiu finally looked away and smiled, saying it was just their first time out, so he couldn't help but worry a little. After speaking, the 2 walked back into the sect. Yang Juding turned to him and asked when he could finally witness his sword skills. He added that according to Jiang Zhaoxia, Li Qingxiu's talent for the sword was even greater than his own. But Li Qingxiu didn't look back, simply replying that he didn't like fighting. Watching his back, Yang Juding felt even more that Li Qingqiu was an incredibly mysterious person. In the following days, Li Qingqiu felt restless, worrying that something might happen to Zhang Yuchen and Jiang Zhaoxia. However, he didn't show his anxiety to anyone else. Finally, on the afternoon of New Year's Eve, the two returned. Shouts came from the mountain gate, announcing their arrival and telling everyone to come help. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu and the others immediately rushed out. Li Qingqiu was the fastest. When he reached the gate and saw the situation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuchen and Jiang Zhaoxia were each carrying a shoulder pole. From their bundles, several weapons peeked out, reflecting the cold glint of metal. Most importantly, both of them looked perfectly fine, with all their limbs intact. Only then did Li Qingqiu realize they were just calling for help to carry the gear. Before that, he thought they were injured. He turned and told the approaching disciples to help out, while he stayed put. After all, a sect leader shouldn't be doing such heavy lifting himself. Immediately after, his gaze shifted behind Zhang Yuchen, where a small beggar was following them. The child was filthy, skin and bones, with hair so matted you couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl. The fact that they brought someone back surprised Li Qingqiu, but he kept a straight face. He had taken in 7 new disciples before, but so far, none had managed to cultivate even a sliver of internal energy. This had dampened his desire to expand the sect's numbers. The path of cultivation wasn't something just anyone could walk. If they couldn't cultivate, they would likely become a burden to the Qingxiao sect. Therefore, from now on, he had to be extremely cautious about taking in disciples. Just then, Zhang Yuchen set down his load and hurried over to Li Qingqiu. Panting, he explained that an uprising had broken out in Gu province. On their way back, they encountered many refugees. This child had followed them for over 100 miles. They couldn't bear to leave the kid behind, so they eventually took them in. As Jiang Zhaoxia put it, anyone who could follow them that far had the willpower to succeed in martial arts. Hearing that the child had walked 100 miles, Li Qingqiu was shocked. That was no simple feat, especially for a child. Even an adult would be exhausted after such a distance, let alone having to climb mountains afterward. Li Qingqiu looked at the little beggar and saw the child could still stand firm. He realized this was indeed no ordinary kid. So he asked Zhang Yuchen why the uprising happened and if they had run into any trouble on the road. Zhang Yuchen replied that they didn't face any trouble because the army was everywhere, and even bandits were laying low. After entering the city, they learned that the world hadn't been peaceful for years. The government was useless, and famine was everywhere. Li Qingqiu felt for them, but ultimately, he was powerless. Then, he curiously asked how they got the money for so many weapons under those conditions, even half-joking if they had turned to robbery. Zhang Yuchen raised his hand and pointed a thumb at Jiang Zhaoxia behind him, smiling as he said it was all thanks to their third junior brother. Jiang Zhaoxia's swordplay had caught the eye of a wealthy family in the city. The young master of that family wanted to invite Jiang Zhaoxia into his service, but was rejected. In the end, he gave them a large bag of money and said he would personally visit the Qingxiao sect later. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu asked if they had accepted it. Zhang Yuchen said they didn't take it for free. They promised that if the family ever faced trouble, they could send a letter to the Qingxiao sect, and they would do their best to help. Li Qingqiu nodded, saying that was acceptable. To him, favors had to be mutual to last. The other party had been very generous, and for the current Qingxiao sect, this was a relationship worth cultivating. He approved of how Zhang Yuchen and Jiang Zhaoxia handled it. You can't just owe people for no reason. Moreover, this was a great opportunity for the sect to build its reputation. If the Qingxiao sect that Lin Qinfeng left behind was a major sect with deep roots, they wouldn't have to struggle like this. But on this mountain, resources were limited and recruiting was hard. Thus, engaging with the world was inevitable. Li Qingqiu himself needed the sect to grow so he could become stronger. During this time, he had fully realized that his cultivation talent couldn't compare to Jiang Zhaoxia's. Even though he visited the underground spirit lake every 2 days, he still hadn't broken through to the second level of the Qi condensation realm. However, since he could copy fates, he could always do so again later. So, he remained hopeful and wasn't discouraged. By now, the disciples had helped carry the luggage inside. Besides the pile of weapons, there were also many seeds. It was a very productive trip. Afterward, Zhang Yuchen led the little beggar to Li Qingqiu. He made it clear that if the child wanted to join the sect leader had to agree. Their word didn't count. The beggar looked about 8 or 9, not even reaching Li Qingqiu's shoulder. The child looked up with clear eyes and begged the sect leader to take them in. After speaking, the child knelt and kowtowed. The other disciples watched curiously, but Li Qingqiu gave them a look, and they quickly scurried inside with the gear. Soon, only Li Qingxiu, Zhang Yuchen, and the little beggar remained. The setting sun cast long shadows of the three on the ground. Li Qingxiu looked down at the beggar. He didn't tell the child to stand up immediately, but first asked for a name and about their family. He planned to cross-reference the child's story with the sect system to see if they were lying. After all, one must always be cautious. What Li Qingxiu feared most was the child bringing some massive grudge that would drag the sect into a whirlpool. The beggar remained kneeling, forehead to the ground, and replied hoarsely that their name was Su Ning and they had lived with their father. But a year ago, the father passed away, leaving the child to struggle for survival until today. Li Qingxiu pressed further, asking if there were any distant relatives. Su Ning said no. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu was finally at ease. He then said that if the child made 3 oaths, they could join the sect. Zhang Yuchen immediately chimed in, telling Su Ning to repeat after him. Once the oaths were finished, Li Qingxiu personally helped the child up and said the Qingxiao sect didn't house freeloaders. But once you enter the sect, you're family. From now on, you won't go hungry, and you can live with dignity. Su Ning looked up at him, eyes still numb, clearly not moved by the words. But Li Qingxiu didn't mind. In his eyes, this was just following procedure. Next, he told Zhang Yuchen to take the child inside, get them washed up, and change their clothes. Zhang Yuchen nodded and led Su Ning away. At first, he tried to take the child's hand, but Su Ning dodged. He didn't think much of it, assuming the kid was just shy around strangers. Li Qingxiu followed slowly behind, calling up the sect system and quickly finding Su Ning's profile in the disciple details. To his surprise, Su Ning's profile picture was very delicate, with fair skin. If it weren't the only face on the board he hadn't seen before, he would have had a hard time connecting that image to the filthy beggar in front of him. He suddenly realized this was a girl. He immediately clicked on her profile for more details. The info confirmed her name was Su Ning, female, 9 years old. Her loyalty to the sect leader was 70, and to the sect, it was 90. The maximum was 100. Her cultivation aptitude was outstanding, and her comprehension was excellent. Her fates included Heavenly Lightning Spirit Root, stubborn, and competitive. The Heavenly Lightning Spirit Root was an extremely rare single attribute root. It gave her incredible talent for lightning-based arts. Even lightning tribulations would become a boost for her. Stubborn meant once she set her mind on something, she wouldn't change it even if she died. Competitive meant she naturally hated losing to others. Li Qingxiu's breathing quickened. Su Ning's aptitude was outstanding and her comprehension excellent. The opposite of Jiang Zhaoxia, but at least equal to him. According to Li Qingxiu's understanding, the levels for aptitude and comprehension from low to high were extremely low, negligible, mediocre, good, excellent, and outstanding. He hadn't seen any terms for higher levels yet. Furthermore, that Heavenly Lightning Spirit Root seemed very special. Most precious of all was that her loyalty to the sect hit 90 immediately, even if her loyalty to him was lower. Li Qingxiu wondered if her stubborn fate made her decide the sect was her home. He secretly looked forward to her future. Later, he could have Jiang Zhaoxiao and Su Ning as the left and right protectors of the sect, specializing in combat. Walking into the courtyard, Zhang Yuchen tried to pull Su Ning into the house, but she refused to budge and wouldn't say a word. Li Qingxiu then called over Li Dongyue, who was watching from a distance, to take care of Su Ning and lead her to bathe and change. Hearing that, both Zhang Yuchen and Su Ning turned to look at him. Zhang Yuchen asked, confused, who he was talking about, while Li Qingxiu gave him a look and snapped that she's a girl, asking him what on earth he was doing. Zhang Yuchen was so startled he scrambled back, staring at Su Ning. Su Ning turned and walked toward the approaching Li Dongyue. Zhang Yuchen came over to Li Qingxiu and whispered, asking how he could be so sure she was a girl. Li Qingxiu acted as if his perception was far beyond anything Zhang Yuchen could fathom. When Zhang Yuchen asked why he didn't say so earlier, Li Qingxiu just replied that he thought the other already knew. After hearing that, Zhang Yuchen looked toward Li Dongyue, hesitating to follow and check. What if he was wrong? But Li Qingxiu just said that their fourth junior sister wasn't mute. With that, he headed toward the gathered disciples, while Yang Juding also stepped out of the house to introduce the various weapons to the group. It had to be said, the variety of weapons Zhang Yuchen and Jiang Zhaoxia brought back was quite impressive, and none of them were low quality. Li Qingxiu picked up a long sword, admiring it while praising Jiang Zhaoxia for a job well done. Jiang Zhaoxia immediately looked smug, saying it was only natural. He told Li Qingxiu to just focus on being the sect leader while he handled everything else. Li Qingxiu joked that he was trying to usurp his power, but Jiang Zhaoxia fired back. He claimed he wasn't that kind of person, and besides, Li Qingxiu didn't do much anyway. At least he taught the fifth junior brother, while Li Qingxiu really did nothing. Li Qingxiu countered that was exactly why he could be the sect leader, because he had to think about so many things, a burden Zhang Xiaoxia couldn't understand. The brothers started bickering, and the other disciples, used to it by now, didn't dare interfere in their daily drama. Li Qingxiu secretly wondered if these swords could be used for the supreme sword control technique. New Year's Day arrived, and both Zhang Yuchen and Zhang Xiaoxiao were back. This put Li Qingxiu in high spirits. From dawn, the entire Qingxiao sect was bustling. The older disciples helped hang lanterns and prep food, while the younger ones crowded around Yang Juding to hear his stories of the martial world. Li Qingxiu sat nearby, listening while glancing at Su Ning. Su Ning had changed into clean clothes, looking like a completely different person compared to when she arrived. But because of the dark circles under her eyes and her skeletal frame, she didn't look as pretty as she did in the sect system. Still, it was clearly the same person. Su Ning sat at the very back, listening to Yang Juding's stories, not yet mingling with the other disciples. Li Qingxiu reached for a plate on the steps beside him, picked up a piece of roasted corn, and called Su Ning over. She turned to him, her eyes immediately drawn to the corn in his hand. She hesitated for a moment before standing up and walking toward him. When she reached him, Li Qingxiu didn't say much, just handed her the corn. Su Ning whispered a thank you and took it. As she turned to leave, Li Qingxiu told her to just sit beside him so she could hear the stories better. Su Ning glanced at him, saw he was focused on the storytelling, and sat down. She nibbled on the corn, and not long after, Li Qingxiu was distracted by the sound of crying. Li Zifeng came running into the courtyard in tears, wailing to Li Qingxiu that the third junior brother had hit him and nearly killed him. He was crying his heart out, making everyone look over. Li Qingxiu sighed, stood up, and walked toward him. Su Ning's eyes followed Li Qingxiu, her gaze wide. Compared to yesterday, her eyes had regained some life. After the New Year festivities, life at the Qingxiao sect returned to its usual calm. Those who cultivated. Those who practiced martial arts, practiced. A month later, Li Qingxiu finally broke through to the second level of the Qi condensation realm in the underground spirit lake. Feeling the internal energy in his body several times stronger than before, he couldn't help but marvel at the talent gap between himself and Zhang Xiaoxia. Although the disciples took turns at the lake, he was the one who went most often. The others didn't mind. Zhang Xiaoxia even wanted him to go every day. After all, he had nothing else to do. The junior brothers and sisters were all raised by Li Qingxiu, so they didn't feel it was unfair for him to enjoy the benefits now. On the contrary, they felt he deserved it. Besides, the stronger the sect leader, the further the Qingxiao sect could go. Li Dongyue was sitting in meditation across the lake. She looked at Li Qingxiu and curiously asked if he had just broken through, as she felt the spiritual energy suddenly rush toward him, even affecting her own absorption. Li Qingxiu opened his eyes and smiled, admitting he had indeed broken through. Now he could begin the second level of the primordial chaos scripture. Li Dongyue looked envious and asked if the second level of the Qi condensation realm counted as a first-rate expert or even beyond that. The scene of Zhang Xiaoxia killing La Lai in one move was still fresh in her mind. Even though it was a sneak attack, Yang Juding had said La Lai was a first-rate expert. Anyone who could kill him, even by surprise, couldn't be far from that level. Li Qingxiu said he wasn't sure himself. Besides, they practiced to become stronger, not to constantly compare themselves to others. To him, the most important thing for a cultivator was to cultivate the heart. Comparison wasn't a matter of a day or two, but of long years. Li Dongyue nodded, saying she understood. She was just curious. The two chatted while practicing, but after a few words, they both fell silent again. 2 hours later, they left together to return to the sect. By the time they arrived, it was nearly dusk, and most disciples were gathered in the courtyard where they usually ate. Li Qingxiu saw Su Ning standing alone outside the kitchen waiting to carry food, while the other disciples were already huddled around the table, discussing what they had learned that day. Besides the primordial chaos scripture, the disciples spent most of their time practicing martial arts with Yang Juding. Their skills hadn't improved as drastically as Li Zifeng's, but their bodies were clearly much stronger. Su Ning hadn't started the scripture yet. Without Li Qingxiu's order, Li Dongyue and Zhang Yuchen wouldn't dare teach the disciples. Even Yang Juding didn't practice it. Of course, Yang Juding had no interest in the Qingxiao sect's internal arts. For a martial artist, changing internal techniques was a major taboo unless the new one far surpassed the old. Changing meant starting from scratch, which wasn't something that could be done in a month or two. Li Qingxiu walked up behind Su Ning and asked if she wanted to learn. Su Ning was startled, turned to him, and carefully asked if he meant internal arts. She had already started learning combat moves and was more diligent than the others, often earning Yang Juding's praise. It was just that Yang Juding clearly favored boys. His focus was all on Li Zifeng, while the moves he taught the others were very basic. Li Qingxiu smiled mysteriously and said it was indeed internal arts, the core technique of the Qingxiao sect. His words made Su Ning overjoyed, as she had seen Yang Juding use internal energy and was amazed by it. She had wanted to learn for a long time. Su Ning immediately said she wanted to, very much. She nodded vigorously, her eyes shining. It was the first time she had shown such excitement. Li Qingxiu smiled and asked what she should call him if he passed the technique to her. Su Ning tried calling him sect leader and then nervously tested out master. She knew exactly what the master-disciple relationship meant. In the martial world, that bond was sometimes even more important than blood. Li Qingxiu's lips curled up as he told her to kowtow 3 times. From now on, she was his first disciple. Zhang Yuchen, who was stir-frying vegetables, couldn't help but look over curiously. At the same time, Jiang Zhaoxia's voice rang out, questioning how Li Qingxiu's first disciple could be a girl. He walked over carrying a sword. Ever since he got that iron sword, he had become incredibly sharp and spirited. Sometimes you could hear the whistle of his sword from dozens of yards away as he practiced in the forest. Jiang Zhaoxia was now recognized by everyone as the strongest in the sect. Hearing him, the other disciples turned to look, including Yang Juding. Under everyone's gaze, Su Ning's small face turned bright red, but she shot Jiang Zhaoxia a dissatisfied look. Li Qingxiu calmly asked what was wrong with the girl. He said that in the future, Su Ning might even become more powerful than Jiang Zhaoxia. These words deeply moved Su Ning, and her eyes began to well up. Then, Li Qingxiu looked at her, signaling for her to kowtow. Su Ning immediately knelt and kowtowed 3 times. Just like that, Li Qingxiu had taken his first disciple. He also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A genius like this, if he didn't start training her soon, he'd be itching with regret. But he was also afraid that once she became strong, she might threaten his position as sect leader. So he had to use a bit of strategy. This way, with her stubborn fate, she would likely be loyal to him forever and never betray him. As for Jiang Zhaoxia's arrogant words, Su Ning was annoyed but didn't hate him. After all, Jiang Zhaoxia had saved her. Finally, Li Qingxiu told everyone to eat. Li Qingxiu pulled Su Ning up, brushed the dust off her knees, and gave her a warm smile. Treating a regular disciple and a personal disciple was naturally different. He even felt like he was raising a daughter, even though he was only 7 years older than her. The sect leader taking a disciple was a big deal, so at the dinner table, everyone was talking about it. A few mischievous, bold disciples asked to be his students too, but he flatly refused. On the other hand, Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue couldn't resist, and each took a disciple. Jiang Zhaoxia, however, didn't care for any of them. His cold expression kept the disciples from approaching. Yang Juding set down his wine cup and remarked that the status of a first disciple in any sect was no small thing. He wanted to know if Li Qingxiu was sure Su Ning could handle it. Hearing this, Su Ning gritted her teeth. She couldn't help it. She was not only young but also scrawny. No matter how Yang Juding looked at her, he didn't see her becoming a great talent. She certainly wasn't as good as his precious Li Zifeng. It was just a shame Li Zifeng was of the same generation as Li Qingxiu, so he couldn't take him as a disciple. Li Qingxiu said it didn't matter if she wasn't the best. While the Qingxiao sect was a martial sect, it didn't follow the path of aggressive competition. He cared more about Su Ning's character and responsibility than her martial prowess, and he believed she would make him proud. On the surface, he said these fine words to continue winning Su Ning over. Inwardly, he almost wanted to applaud Yang Juding, thinking he didn't even have to pay the man to keep setting up these perfect moments for him. Li Dongyue couldn't help but speak up to keep the peace. She reminded everyone that little Ning was now the eldest brother's disciple and their junior niece, so everyone should look to the future. Li Zijin, still young, happily said that from now on Su Ning was her junior niece. She was a year older than Su Ning, but standing together, she always seemed like the younger sister because of her innocence. Su Ning, being quiet, seemed more mature. Her small face finally relaxed into a smile. She liked Li Zijin's liveliness and couldn't help but put some food in the girl's bowl. Li Qingxiu checked Su Ning's loyalty in the sect system, and it was 99 out of 99. To him, this was already the highest possible loyalty, as 100 points wasn't something a normal person could have. Now he could train her with peace of mind. 3 days later, Li Qingxiu took Su Ning and Li Zijin to the underground spirit lake to practice. Today was the first time he would teach the primordial chaos scripture to Su Ning, and she was incredibly excited. The two girls were always chirping when they were together, But because Su Ning was eager to practice, she quickly pulled the restless Li Zijin along. As expected, Su Ning's speed in generating internal energy was staggering. With the help of the Spirit Lake, she managed to produce a sliver of energy in just 2 hours, leaving Li Zijin stunned. Not just Li Zijin, even Li Qingxiu, who was somewhat prepared, was given a shock. He turned to Li Zijin and warned her not to tell anyone. If anyone asked, she should say it took Su Ning a whole day to produce internal energy. When Li Zijin asked why, Li Qingxiu replied that he was afraid their third junior brother would be devastated. Hearing that, Li Zijin thought of Jiang Zhaoxia's grumpy face and immediately nodded in agreement. She also felt the third brother was very petty and easily angered. Despite Li Qingxiu's warning, the fact that Su Ning produced internal energy in just 1 day still shocked Zhang Yuchen and the others. Cultivators have an extremely keen sense for internal energy. Yang Juding and the other disciples didn't notice, but Li Qingxiu's junior brothers and sisters felt it the moment they saw her. They began to change their view of Su Ning. Even Jiang Zhaoxia did, though only slightly. In his mind, Su Ning's success was mostly thanks to the Spirit Lake. If she practiced outside, she definitely wouldn't be as fast as him. Su Ning's success made Li Qingxiu even more hopeful for the sect's future. During the following period, the 7 disciples from the village still couldn't produce internal energy, so Li Qingxiu had them focus on martial arts. The underground Spirit Lake couldn't be easily revealed. Besides, too many people would affect his and his junior siblings' cultivation. Time passed day by day. Spring went and summer came, and Li Qingxiu had just passed his 17th birthday. His junior siblings thought his birthday was in the autumn, and he never corrected them because he didn't like making a fuss over it. That afternoon, Li Qingxiu sat on the grass in front of the mountain gate with 9 swords laid out before him. He was establishing a connection with the swords to practice the supreme sword control. Suddenly, he looked down the mountain path and saw someone emerge from the forest. The person wore yellow robes with a cinched waist and a sword at their hip. They were tall and clearly a martial artist. The man in yellow looked up and saw Li Qingxiu at the gate. He gave a bright smile, stepped onto the mountain path, and asked if this was the Qingxiao sect. Li Qingxiu replied irritably that the name was clearly carved on the gate. He couldn't stand such illiteracy. The man in yellow wasn't angry, just laughed and said that even though he saw it, he wanted to hear Li Qingxiu confirm it. Then he introduced himself as Mo Jiujiao, the new sect leader of the Qingxiao sect. Hearing Mo Jiujiao's words, Li Qingxiu paused, a bit surprised. The Qingxiao sect only had 3 courtyards and a handful of disciples, yet someone was already eyeing it. He cautiously asked who had sent him. If the man was sent by Lin Qinfeng, he'd have to use words. But if he had nothing to do with Lin Qinfeng and was just here to seize the sect, he wouldn't be polite. While speaking, Li Qingxiu's right hand brushed over the 9 swords, his eyes fixed on Mo Jiujiao. Walking toward Li Qingxiu, Mo Jiujiao smiled and said their master, Lin Qinfeng, had announced his retirement at the Wandering Martial Arts Assembly in Wandering Prefecture. He was leaving the martial world. According to him, if Lin Qinfeng was gone, the Qingxiao sect would have a hard time keeping this beautiful land, so he might as well take over. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu realized what was happening. It made sense. The Taikoan Mountains were vast and rich, yet there was only one sect, clearly thanks to the reputation Lin Qinfeng had carved out. Once Lin Qinfeng was gone, other sects would naturally target the area. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If his master wanted to find immortality, he should have just done it without making such a scene. But then again, maybe Lin Qinfeng was afraid enemies would come knocking. If it were truly Lin Qinfeng's enemies, they wouldn't be talking so much. They would have started a massacre already. Right now, Mo Jiujiao just wanted to take over the sect. Li Qingxiu then asked what benefit the disciples would get if the man became sect leader. Mo Jiujiao smirked and said they would, of course, become his disciples. He frankly stated he was from the 7 Peaks Alliance. Once he became the sect leader of Qingxiao, the sect would be merged into the alliance, and the disciples would be protected. To him, this was a dream come true, as fighting over territory in the martial world usually meant bloodshed. Li Qingxiu nodded slightly, finding the logic sound, then calmly asked if he could refuse if territory disputes meant bloodshed. He didn't even stand up, remaining cross-legged on the grass. Mo Jiujiao gave a half-smile and asked why he didn't ask the sect leader. Li Qingxiu immediately said that he was the sect leader. That answer made Mo Jiujiao stop in his tracks, looking him up and down. His expression turned strange as he muttered that the rumors were true. After the bloodbath 20 years ago, only Lin Qinfeng was left, to the point where a kid had to take over. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, feeling he shouldn't have bothered talking. Then, He coldly declared they had no choice. Either they followed him, or he would gouge out their eyes and make them slaves for life. Mo Zhoujiao's face turned fierce as he stepped closer to Li Qingxiu. Li Qingxiu narrowed his eyes, preparing to strike, but then his hand twitched and he relaxed. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Yang Juding kicked off the cliffside. He leaped over the mountain gate, landing on the steps like a wild swan, blocking the path between Li Qingxiu and Mo Zhoujiao. Mo Zhoujiao stared at Yang Juding, frowning as he asked who he was. In his mind, he cursed Li Qingxiu, thinking the kid had lied to him. No matter how weird Lin Xinfeng was, he wouldn't leave a kid as sect leader. Yang Juding immediately announced his name, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing across the mountainside with immense presence. Mo Zhoujiao's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said the dragon-slaying hero truly lived up to his name, but he had never heard of him having any connection to the Qingxiao sect. Yang Juding told him sternly that now that he'd seen it with his own eyes, he should get lost. Internal energy surged, making Yang Juding's robes flutter like a fierce tiger looking down on Mo Zhoujiao. Mo Zhoujiao's expression shifted between anger and fear. His reputation was nothing compared to Yang Juding's. Facing such a world-renowned expert, he instinctively felt afraid. But thinking about how far he'd traveled, he couldn't bear to just retreat. After a moment of silence, Mo Zhoujiao took a deep breath, bowed to Yang Juding, and took his leave. As he turned to go, Li Qingxiu's voice suddenly rang out from behind, ordering Yang Juding to kill him. Hearing this, Mo Zhoujiao's face changed drastically, and he immediately bolted. Yang Juding also turned in shock to look at Li Qingxiu, only to see his face as cold as ice. So cold it made even Yang Juding's heart shiver. This was the first time he had seen such a look in Li Qingxiu's eyes. But Li Qingxiu spoke again, emphasizing that it was an order and must be carried out immediately. Yang Juding gritted his teeth and dashed down the mountain, while Mo Zhoujiao had already vanished into the forest. Li Qingxiu shook his head at Yang Juding's hesitation. In his view, if this man weren't so powerful, he would have been eaten alive in the martial world long ago. Having lived 2 lives and experienced his childhood in this one, Li Qingxiu had long recognized the nature of the world and was ready for its challenges. To him, killing was inevitable. He wouldn't kill the innocent, but anyone who dared provoke him would face no mercy. This was also why he hadn't scolded Jiang Zhaoxiao for killing La Lai, but instead admired his ruthlessness. He sat there waiting, not worried that Yang Juding would let Mo Zhoujiao go, because this was a test for Yang Juding. If he couldn't pass it, he could just practice martial arts until he was old, and the sect would keep him as a gatekeeper. As for the so-called Seven Peaks Alliance, if they couldn't hide, they would just have to face them head-on. How could a cultivation sect be scared off by a mere martial arts sect? From the supreme sword control that Yang Juding had found, it was clear that other cultivators existed in this world. If there were cultivators, there would be cultivation sects. They were just hidden from the world or not within the Great Li dynasty. Li Qingxiu had already begun imagining potential enemies in the cultivation world. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Juding emerged from the forest below, carrying Mo Zhoujiao over his shoulder. Mo Zhoujiao's limbs hung limp, his body soft as mud, with a gruesome bloodstain on his back. Yang Juding's hair was a bit messy. He walked straight to Li Qingxiu and threw Mo Zhoujiao's body onto the ground. Li Qingxiu glanced down and saw Mo Zhoujiao wasn't dead yet, just unconscious. He asked what the consequences would be if they let this man go. Yang Juding's face was grim as he gritted his teeth and said Mo Zhoujiao would just bring more people back. Li Qingxiu reminded him that Mo Zhoujiao said he was from the Seven Peaks Alliance and wanted to take over the sect. His tone was clearly dissatisfied, and that dissatisfaction was aimed at Yang Juding. It seemed his words as sect leader carried no weight, since he had clearly said to kill him. Hearing the name Seven Peaks Alliance, Yang Juding's expression changed. He had practiced for 20 years and had superhuman hearing. But earlier he had only heard Mo Zhoujiao's threats to Li Qingxiu, not the man's background. Yang Juding took a deep breath, lifted his right foot, and stomped hard on Mo Zhoujiao's back. Mo Zhoujiao's eyes bulged. He spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Li Qingxiu glanced over, confirmed he was truly dead, and then retracted the 9 swords. He stood up, leaving a command to bury the body and clean the ground before turning to leave. Yang Juding watched Li Qingxiu's back, his emotions complex. He had been suppressed by a teenager. He couldn't help but marvel that this kid was truly something else. No wonder he could keep Jiang Zhaoxiao in check. But thinking it over, he suddenly felt something was off. He was the one who stepped in to help, yet it felt like he was the one who messed up, and now he had to bury the body and scrub the dirt. Despite his inner grumbling, he obediently picked up Mo Jiaojiao's corpse. Just then, Zhang Xiaoxia and Wu Mani emerged from the forest below, freezing in shock, their horror growing as they realized what happened. If he hadn't caught Mo Jiaojiao earlier and the man had run into Zhang Xiaoxia, it would have been a death sentence anyway. If that had happened, he really would have failed by not following the sect leader's orders. Yang Juding's mood became subtle as he realized Li Qingqiu's schemes were deeper than he thought. Most terrifyingly, with Zhang Xiaoxiao there, no matter how Li Qingqiu punished him, he had no way to resist. Li Qingqiu didn't hide Mo Jiaojiao's death. First, because Yang Juding's shout had alerted all the disciples, and second, because he wanted to make an impression on them. He wanted them to know that the Qingxiao sect would kill if necessary. They weren't some weak righteous sect just practicing in the mountains. As for whether this would reach the authorities, he wasn't worried. You need a body for a crime, and this world had no surveillance cameras. Besides, in the martial world, which sect didn't build its reputation on a mountain of bones? 7 days later, the disciples had already moved on. A gentle breeze blew. The weather was pleasant. In the forest, Li Qingqiu and Zhang Xiaoxia sat facing each other. Li Qingqiu had his arms crossed, looking smug. Zhang Xiaoxia held the thin parchment of the Supreme Sword Control, his eyes gleaming. After reading it, he looked at Li Qingqiu and asked why he would hand over such a masterpiece. As sect leader, he hadn't kept a single move for himself. He was deeply moved, feeling that Li Qingqiu hadn't grown wary of him despite his change in status. Li Qingqiu replied irritably that he wasn't that kind of person. He only hoped Zhang Xiaoxia would always be the strongest in the sect because, as he said, Zhang Xiaoxia had to support him for life. No running away halfway. Zhang Xiaoxia chuckled, saying he did want to run before, but not anymore. He told Li Qingqiu to rest easy because he would always have his back. Li Qingqiu had long since made peace with the fact that he couldn't catch up to Zhang Xiaoxia for now. Instead of obsessing over that, he'd rather let Zhang Xiaoxia grow as fast as possible. Once the sect reached a new level and he could copy another fate, that would be his chance to pull ahead. Having Zhang Xiaoxia as the strongest public figure of the sect was a good thing. As for himself, he had to strive to be the sect's ultimate trump card. Li Qingqiu was competitive too. It just hadn't manifested as a fate yet. Then, Zhang Xiaoxia curiously asked if his senior brother had learned the Supreme Sword Control yet. Li Qingqiu smiled arrogantly, saying of course he had. He only needed to see it once. Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately felt the pressure, but he didn't doubt him for a second. Li Qingqiu's sword comprehension was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen. He looked down at the parchment and remarked that while martial arts and cultivation both drew from heaven and earth, the energy they absorbed felt different from normal people's. Other internal arts practitioners couldn't even grasp the existence of spiritual energy. Even Yang Juding didn't know what it was. Why was that? Li Qingqiu thought to himself that having a junior brother who was too smart wasn't always a good thing. He raised an eyebrow, acting helpless, and asked who he was supposed to ask. Finally, he laid his cards on the table, saying they weren't actually practicing martial arts, but cultivation. Zhang Xiaoxia stared at him, telling him to be serious. Just then, Li Zifeng ran into the forest, and Zhang Xiaoxia quickly tucked the parchment away. From a distance, Li Zifeng excitedly waved for them to come see, saying the second brother had found a nest of eagle chicks. In the courtyard, all the disciples were gathered. Even Yang Juding was standing at the back, peeking in. Li Qingqiu squatted in the middle of the crowd. Before him on the ground was an eagle's nest. Inside were 3 chicks and 2 eggs. The 3 chicks had dark gray down, and their beaks already showed the fierce look of an eagle. They were still very small and couldn't fly, just chirping and bumping into each other in the nest. There were even eggshells nearby. Zhang Yuchen recounted how he found the nest. It turned out that before going down the mountain, he had bought some books on herbs, wanting to learn medicine. He went up the mountain to find herbs and stumbled upon the nest on a peak. He described the process as incredibly dangerous, making the disciples gasp. Li Qingqiu looked at the chicks, thinking of the guardian divine beasts in the sect system, wondering if he could lead them onto the path of cultivation. Zhang Yuchen's eldest disciple, Huang Shan, asked if his master had seen their parents. Huang Shan was the oldest of the 7 new disciples at 13 and had become the leader of the small group. Though he hadn't produced internal energy yet, his martial talent was great, and he was the strongest of the 7. Zhang Yuchen shook his head, saying he hadn't, because if he had, he wouldn't have been able to bring the nest back so easily. Li Qingqiu stood up and smiled, saying Zhang Yuchen did a great job. He told everyone to raise them and try to hatch the eggs. He thought they could become the sect's guardians, so that in the future, people would know the Qingxiao sect was coming just by seeing an eagle and would get out of the way. It would be very imposing. The disciples' eyes lit up at this, even Jiang Zhaoxia's. Their gazes toward the chicks became heated. Yang Juding couldn't help but dampen the mood, saying eagles weren't dogs and wouldn't be so easily tamed. They'd just fly away when they grew up. Li Qingxiu didn't seem to care, saying they just had to find a way. Success would be best. Life on the mountain was mostly training, so having pets wasn't a bad idea. The disciples began discussing it based on Li Qingxiu's words. Li Qingxiu listened while helping them expand their thinking. In his view, the sect was too monotonous and needed the disciples to be creative, like Zhang Yuchen taking up medicine and bringing back the eagles. Thinking it over, Li Qingxiu suddenly felt he needed to set rules for the sect. For example, every month, he and his 6 junior siblings should have a formal meeting to plan for the next month. They couldn't be too lazy, and it would also build management skills for his siblings. The martial arts disciples should also be divided into different schools so the sect's martial arts could branch out. As for the cultivation disciples, they would be the sect's elite. After all, he'd already received the reward for everyone becoming cultivators. Next, the most important thing was to lay a solid foundation for the sect. Internal affairs needed rules, finances needed a plan, and resources needed long-term development. They even needed to start clearing land. The more Li Qingxiu thought, the more he realized time was of the essence, and they had been too lax before. That night, he called his 6 junior siblings to his room for a meeting. Even though Wu Mani was slow, and Li Zifeng and Li Zijin were young, he had them all come. The 7 of them grew more excited as they talked. Even Zhang Zhaoxiao offered many constructive ideas. After they dispersed, they went back to their rooms and started small group meetings with the other disciples. That night, the entire sect was buzzing until very late. The next morning, many disciples had dark circles under their eyes during morning practice. Yang Juding stood on the peak, looking down at the vibrant disciples in the courtyard, feeling moved. He suddenly felt that in 10 years, the Qingxiao sect would definitely be famous, and the sect would undergo earth-shattering changes. Thinking this, he felt he had to work harder too. Finally, Yang Juding made up his mind to seriously train the 7 disciples from the village, as they would be the future pillars of the sect. As for Su Ning, he couldn't teach her even if he wanted to, because she only listened to Li Qingxiu now. In the following days, the disciples' range of activity expanded. Practicing in the 3 courtyards wasn't enough anymore, so they started going to the forest at the foot of the mountain. Yang Juding began teaching them one by one. Yang Juding's attitude pleased Li Qingxiu, who began to see him in a new light. 3 months flew by, and the weather turned hot. The mischievous Li Zifeng was lying under a tree resting. He couldn't settle his mind. This was on the mountainside, about 200 yards from the sect. He was practicing alone, as his eldest brother had ordered. When practicing the Gale technique, he couldn't let Yang Juding or the others see. Li Zifeng had been at it for half a month, but still hadn't grasped the essentials, to the point where he almost wanted to quit. He sighed, thinking that not practicing was much better. The young boy lay with his hands behind his head, legs crossed, his small feet swinging back and forth. He felt his current life was great, carefree, with so many things to do every day. Today, he wanted to go dig up a mouse nest because the big mouse he encountered last time had escaped, and he still remembered it. Voices from afar caught his attention, and he sat up to look. He saw 2 figures approaching, one old, one young, looking travel-worn, pushing through the weeds. The boy in cloth robes was surprised to find a child there. The white-haired old man behind him. He was tall and carried a pack. Despite his white hair, he seemed tough. He looked up at Li Zifeng and frowned, as this was too far from the village for a child to be alone. Seeming to realize something, he asked if the boy was a disciple of the Qingxiao sect. Li Zifeng didn't run. He stayed seated and admitted he was, then asked who they were. Hearing he was a disciple, the boy in cloth robes immediately sprinted over, while the old man followed behind, telling the young master to slow down. Reaching Li Zifeng, the boy excitedly introduced himself as Jiang Yan, 13 years old, and asked for his name and age. Li Zifeng stood up and said his name was Li Zifeng, also 13. He compared their heights and was a bit annoyed to find he was slightly shorter than Jiang Yan. At this point, the white-haired old man came up and asked if their master, Lin Xinfeng, was there. Li Zifeng looked at him and said his master had left long ago. Hadn't they heard he retired at the Wandering Martial Arts Assembly? Since Lin Xinfeng announced his retirement, Li Qingxiu hadn't made the disciples hide it anymore. Hearing this, the old man wasn't disappointed. He smiled and asked if Jiang Zhaoxiao was still in the sect. Li Zifeng immediately grew wary and asked if they knew his 3rd senior brother. Seeing they both had the surname Jiang, he felt something was wrong. Usually, He was scared of Jiang Zhaoxia, but their bond was deep. They were all orphans but didn't know each other's backgrounds. In that moment, he wondered if the third brother still had a family down the mountain. If the third brother left, what would happen to the sect? Though young and usually playful, he was actually quite thoughtful. In a flash, he thought of many bad outcomes, as the current sect couldn't afford to lose Jiang Zhaoxia. Jiang Yin smiled and said Jiang Zhaoxia was his older brother, and they had come specifically to take him home. Jiang Yin was handsome with fair skin, and his bright smile was endearing, but to Li Zifeng, it was utterly detestable. So, Li Zifeng feigned sympathy and said the third brother had already left with their master, so they had come for nothing. Hearing this, the old man frowned and asked if they could stay the night, as it was too late to head back down. Li Zifeng shook his head, saying they had other guests and no room. The old man didn't give up, saying they just wanted to go up and look. But Li Zifeng was too young and let his guard down, allowing the old man to see through him. With that, the old man started pulling Jiang Yin up the mountain. Anxious, Li Zifeng blocked their path, refusing to let them pass. The old man looked displeased but patiently asked why he was stopping them from finding young Master Jiang. Li Zifeng glared at him, questioning why they abandoned him back then and now wanted him back. What right did they have to control his third brother? The old man helplessly explained that there were many reasons for what happened back then, and it was too complicated for a child. But if the third brother went back with them, he would live in luxury, which was better than staying on this mountain. He even said if Li Zifeng couldn't bear to be apart, he could come along. Jiang Yin seemed interested in Li Zifeng and chimed in, saying his father was now a high official and life was great. But Li Zifeng wasn't convinced. Instead, he grew more terrified, feeling like Jiang Zhaoxia was slipping away. He shouted that it was absolutely not allowed and clenched his small fists. Angrily, he pulled a dagger from his waist. The blade glinted. Seeing the boy draw a weapon, the old man laughed, asking if the kid knew who he was. If he dared draw a weapon on him in the martial world, not even the gods could save him. Li Zifeng barked back a curse he'd learned from his eldest brother. The old man didn't understand the words, but he could tell the kid was insulting him. His face immediately went cold. He snorted, saying if that was the case, he would teach the boy a lesson on Lin Qinfeng's behalf, so he'd know how to speak to his elders. He reached out to grab Li Zifeng. Suddenly, Li Zifeng moved. His left hand was like a flash of lightning. He grabbed the old man's right wrist and pulled hard, catching him off guard and throwing him off balance. At the same time, Li Zifeng wasn't done. His right hand drove the dagger straight toward the man's chest. The old man's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with disbelief. In that split second, he channeled power into his right leg. His internal energy exploded, forcing his wrist free from Li Zifeng's grip as he threw himself backward. But even so, Li Zifeng's dagger pierced his chest, sending blood spraying. The old man stumbled back over 10 steps before steadying himself. He looked down at his chest, touched the wound, and sighed in relief when he saw it wasn't deep. He looked at his right arm and saw the sleeve was shredded. There were even 3 bloody gashes on his arm, which left him shaken. He looked at Li Zifeng with terror. This kid was not only incredibly strong, but also lightning fast. Jiang Yin was stunned. Even with dirt on his face, he didn't care. He couldn't believe that Uncle Du, the strongest person he knew, had been wounded by a boy his own age. He had seen it clearly. Li Zifeng didn't sneak attack. Uncle Du moved first, but Li Zifeng was just faster. The old man, Du Xianfeng, took a deep breath, looked at Li Zifeng, and sternly asked for his name and age. But Li Zifeng just gritted his teeth and warned them to get down the mountain before he was forced to kill them. Though he admired Jiang Zhaoxia's combat style, when it was his turn, he was terrified. Normally, he wasn't so bloodthirsty, but this involved the sect, and his killing intent couldn't be suppressed. Jiang Zhaoxia was the strongest in the sect. If he left, and the Seven Peaks Alliance or the Qing sect attacked, it would be the end. Du Xianfeng laughed at Li Zifeng's words, a cold, icy laugh filled with killing intent. He began to circulate his energy, his robes and hair fluttering, his aura becoming even more terrifying. He'd traveled the martial world for years and heard such words many times, but no one had ever backed them up. Du Xianfeng changed his tone, calling himself this old man. His face full of pressure, a completely different person from before. Li Zifeng was scared, but as he circulated the internal energy in his body, his courage surged and his face turned fierce. If Du Xianfeng was like an old, violent tiger, then Li Zifeng was like a lone, sinister, and ferocious wolf. Their confrontation terrified Jiang Yin, forcing him to keep backing away. Just then, a voice called out, asking Li Zifeng what he was doing. The boy's face changed instantly, filled with fear as he turned around. Zhang Xiaoxiao was standing on a large tree nearby. The branch under his feet was thin, making him look like a transcendent immortal despite his ragged clothes. Zhang Xiaoxiao remained expressionless, his eyes not on Li Zifeng but fixed on Du Xianfeng. Being watched by Zhang Xiaoxiao like that made Du Xianfeng feel a surge of fear. He had survived the martial world for years. The only people who could make him feel this way with a single look were world-class experts. But this person looked so young. It shocked him. He couldn't believe the Qingxiao sect had two such peerless geniuses. Li Zifeng was dangerous enough, but this newcomer made him feel like he had absolutely no chance. His instinct told him that if he moved, he would die a miserable death. Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, Li Zifeng spoke up, but Du Xianfeng had already asked in shock if the person before him was indeed Zhang Xiaoxia. Zhang Nian also happily called out, "Big brother," as Zhang Xiaoxia's appearance made him idolize him, feeling his brother was even more powerful than he imagined. However, Zhang Xiaoxia wasn't moved by the call at all. He kept his eyes on Du Xianfeng and asked Li Zifeng again, his tone full of authority, if his words no longer carried weight. Li Zifeng trembled all over, terrified. He quickly recounted the entire conflict. In his heart, he was screaming that he was doomed, because attacking the third brother's kin was no small matter, and he was sure he'd get a beating. But after hearing it, Zhang Xiaoxia's expression didn't change. He just snorted and said Li Zifeng did well, but not well enough. He should have just killed them. These words shocked not only Du Xianfeng and Zhang Nian, but even Li Zifeng. Li Zifeng swallowed, reminding him that they came to find him, and the boy was his brother. But Zhang Xiaoxia remained cold, saying his only brothers were Li Zifeng and Mani. Li Zifeng fell silent, deeply moved. At the same time, an indescribable sadness rose in him, something he couldn't quite put into words because he was so young. At this point, Du Xianfeng quickly explained that what happened back then wasn't what Zhang Xiaoxia thought. His father sending him away with Qinfeng was a desperate move. But Zhang Xiaoxia just coldly replied that he didn't care what they thought. He only believed what he saw and remembered. Zhang Xiaoxia drew the sword at his waist, pointing it at Du Xianfeng, giving him one last chance. Du Xuanfeng's face turned grim, and he gritted his teeth, telling Zhang Nian to leave. Zhang Nian hurried to him, and the two quickly left. Zhang Xiaoxia sheathed his sword, leaped down, and landed lightly in front of Li Zifeng. Li Zifeng saw the wind swirling around him as he landed, and curiously asked if that was the Gale technique. Zhang Xiaoxia smacked him on the head, and lectured him that his power was still shallow. His body wasn't fully developed yet, so next time he faced a strong enemy, he should go for a one-hit kill and not drag it out. Li Zifeng rubbed his head, confused, asking if the third brother really wanted him to kill them. For the first time, he felt a sense of idolization for Zhang Xiaoxia, because he wanted to be like that too. Zhang Xiaoxia confirmed it and walked away. Li Zifeng followed closely. In the distance, Zhang Nian was being pulled away by Du Xianfeng, but he kept looking back, feeling that Zhang Xiaoxia and Li Zifeng looked more like real brothers. The bright sun shone through the trees, and their figures quickly vanished from his sight. In the courtyard, Li Qingqiu was standing at a table writing, while Li Dongyue stood beside him, fanning him to ward off the heat. Even though she was dripping with sweat, she didn't seem tired, her eyes never leaving him for a second. Li Qingqiu saw Zhang Xiaoxia and Li Zifeng return but didn't think much of it, as he was busy writing the primordial chaos scripture. Zhang Xiaoxia went straight to him and recounted everything that happened. After hearing it, Li Qingqiu glared at Li Zifeng and scolded him for being so bold as to act without permission. Li Dongyue also looked at Li Zifeng differently. She didn't expect her usually playful junior brother to be so ruthless. Li Zifeng explained aggrievedly that he was just afraid the third brother would leave with them. Zhang Xiaoxia snorted and made it clear there was no misunderstanding. His father had driven his mother to her death just to marry into a noble family, and wanted to discard him too. If Master hadn't appeared in time, he probably would have been dealt with by that man's disciples. Therefore, he could never go back. He also assured Li Qingqiu that he would always support him. The Zhang family was a martial arts family, but, like many others, they wanted to clean up their image. Years ago, when Lin Qinfeng first brought Zhang Xiaoxiao up the mountain, Li Qingqiu had heard him and his friends mention this. It was exactly as Zhang Xiaoxia said. Li Qingqiu nodded, then glared at Li Zifeng again, sternly reminding him that he must ask first before doing anything. Whether he supported it or not, Li Zifeng had to let him know, because he was the sect leader, not just the eldest brother. In Li Qingqiu's mind, this kid was starting to show signs of a certain fate, and he had to pay more attention. He wasn't afraid of Li Zifeng betraying him. The boy's loyalty was clear. He just worried Li Zifeng's good intentions would lead to bad outcomes and hurt himself. He wasn't just cultivating alone. He had to lead his junior brothers and sisters into cultivation too. Not one could be left behind. He had raised them all himself, from changing their diapers to rocking them to sleep, so they had long been his family. Li Zifeng pouted and said he understood. In front of his senior brother and sister, he was as obedient as a kitten, showing no threat at all. Li Qingxiu waved him off, telling him to go play. Right now, just looking at Li Zifeng made him angry, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist hitting him. Li Zifeng sensed that his brother was truly angry and immediately ran off. Jiang Zhaoxiao looked at Li Qingxiu, frowning as he reminded him that the Jiang family had come knocking. He felt they weren't just after him, but also the Qingxiao sect. Though the sect was small, its territory was huge, making it an easy target for others. Li Qingxiu nodded, saying he already had a plan. Soldiers would be met with generals, and water with earth. Then he changed the subject, telling Jiang Zhaoxiao to take Huangshan and Yulin down the mountain tomorrow to the nearest town to buy fabric. He also told him to invite a tailor up the mountain, as he was planning to make sect uniforms. He emphasized not to be stingy with the money. Everyone in the sect was wearing old clothes. They looked more like farmers than disciples. Jiang Zhaoxiao nodded, saying he would also look for other ways to make money. Li Qingxiu added that he should take good care of the two boys, letting them get some experience, but making sure they came back in one piece. Huangshan and Yulin were the oldest of the second-generation disciples. Li Qingxiu valued their future and wanted to train them early. Jiang Zhaoxiao said he'd be careful and turned to leave. Li Qingxiu turned to Li Dongyue, telling her to rest since it wasn't that hot. Li Dongyue smiled and said she wasn't tired, then asked about the uniforms, wanting to know if the male and female designs would be different. As she spoke, sweat poured down her cheeks and her hair stuck to her face. Li Qingxiu felt a bit helpless with her. He just let her keep fanning and replied that there would definitely be differences, but the overall look had to make it clear they were from the same sect. Li Dongyue was happy to hear that and mentioned that tomorrow the second brother was taking her to the village to trade for grain seeds, so she wanted to take Zijin and Ninger along. Li Qingxiu agreed immediately, reminding her to let Yechen do the heavy lifting while they just helped carry small things. Li Dongyue happily agreed. The two chatted casually in the sun, letting their shadows stretch out on the ground. The sun set and the moon rose, and a new day began. Zhang Yechen and Jiang Zhaoxiao each led a team down the mountain. The Qingxiao sect felt much emptier. Li Qingxiu didn't go to the underground spirit lake because he had to guard the sect against any surprises. By noon, after eating, he went to the mountain gate alone to meditate and wait for the others to return. A gentle breeze blew his hair, and his heart gradually settled into a peaceful state, as if he had found the feeling of a true cultivator. A state of stillness and freedom, with no worries. Li Qingxiu had been meditating for an hour when Yang Juding stepped out of the sect. After months of recovery, his injuries were fully healed, and his spirit was at its peak. His eyes were sharp, and he walked with a powerful, commanding stride. He walked straight to Li Qingxiu and sat down, looking him up and down. Li Qingxiu didn't even open his eyes, just asked what was up. Yang Juding clicked his tongue in wonder, saying their technique was quite bizarre, as the commotion when drawing in natural energy was massive. Furthermore, the energy they absorbed didn't seem like the natural energy he knew. In his view, while there were 100 schools of martial arts, he had never seen an internal art with such rapid results. Even if Li Qingxiu and the others cultivated right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to tell. Martial arts used natural energy to stimulate internal energy through acupoints and the dantian. Natural energy was just a catalyst. But cultivation used the body as a tool, like refining a pill, to turn spiritual energy into internal power, a process of transformation. In the world, there are countless types of energy, and spiritual energy is the source of all creation. It is everywhere. But it is also the hardest type of energy for mortals to grasp. Li Qingxiu opened one eye to glance at him, asking if he wanted to learn. Yang Juding chuckled and asked if it was possible. He hadn't learned before because he couldn't bear to discard 20 years of internal energy. But seeing the results of the Qingxiao disciples, he couldn't hold back anymore. Since his own power was unlikely to grow much more, he might as well try a different path. Li Qingxiu agreed without hesitation, saying he would teach him later. During this time, he had seen everything Yang Juding had done. His attitude toward teaching the second-generation disciples was excellent, which pleased Li Qingxiu. Seeing him agree, Yang Juding was overjoyed. He felt even more that Li Qingxiu wasn't heartless. As long as you put in the effort, you'd be rewarded. Then, Yang Juding brought up something he'd been thinking about for days. His expression turned serious as he asked if Li Qingxiu felt the sect was growing too slowly. Li Qingqiu opened his eyes, turned to him, and asked for his advice. Yang Juding continued, saying that seeing Jiang Zhaoxia and Zhang Yuchen head down the mountain again proved they were short on cash. In his mind, enough money meant more food, more weapons, and more buildings. Naturally, the sect would grow quickly. Looking at Li Qingqiu, he didn't beat around the bush and asked if he had considered partnering with a wealthy family or a financier. It would bring in money and add another layer of power just by teaching some martial arts or sharing a bit of authority. He stopped there to gauge Li Qingqiu's reaction, knowing that if he didn't agree, saying more would just be offensive. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow and asked if he had a lead. Actually, Li Qingqiu had already thought about this. He wasn't against partnering with wealthy families. In a world similar to ancient Huaxia, these families held most of the resources, especially books. If he could partner with them, he'd have access to all kinds of talent. Even a cultivation sect couldn't just rely on disciples buried in training. Attracting talent was necessary. In the future, the sect would need master blacksmiths, doctors, scholars, and tailors. They couldn't just invite someone up every time they needed new uniforms. He even wanted to build a city for the sect, forming a complete system. Of course, that would take time. Yang Juding saw he wasn't opposed and grew excited. He straightened his back and said he'd traveled for years and naturally had many friends. If Li Qingqiu didn't mind, he'd like to make a suggestion. Then he analyzed it clearly. A sect like Qingxiao shouldn't get involved with families that had government ties, as they'd easily be swallowed up. They also shouldn't get involved with families tied to other martial arts forces, as conflicts would be hard to resolve. In his opinion, the best fit was a newly rising family with no foundation, or a merchant who got rich quickly. Those people lacked strength and needed protection for their assets. So the Qingxiao sect would be vital to them. Also, because they lacked their own force, they would respect the sect and not dare act out. Li Qingqiu saw Yang Juding in a new light. He thought the man was just a crude warrior, but he was actually quite insightful. Yang Juding said that in Maisan village near the Taikuan Mountains, there was such a family, the Qin family. Their ancestor was once a top scholar. 30 years ago, when the world was in chaos, they fled to Maisan village to escape the war. He had passed through a few years ago and had a great talk with the head of the family. The Qins wanted to make a comeback. They were still in business and had many children, making them a perfect fit for the sect. After hearing this, Li Qingqiu narrowed his eyes and reminded him that they could also bring trouble. No matter how strong a sect was, it couldn't fight the imperial army. The Qins fled for a reason. If they were labeled as rebels, it would be a mess. Yang Juding seriously explained that this was the closest family to them and the most suitable. Other options were too far or already deeply entangled with the martial world. The area around the Taikuan Mountains was full of all sorts of sects. He added that any choice had risks. It just depended on whether Li Qingqiu was willing to take the gamble. Li Qingqiu felt this made sense and fell into thought. Yang Juding didn't rush him, just started enjoying the majestic mountain view. A moment later, Li Qingqiu decided to let Yang Juding invite the head of the Qin family up the mountain, and he would speak to him personally. Yang Juding happily agreed. What pleased him wasn't just that Li Qingqiu accepted the suggestion, but that despite his age, the boy dared to deal with other powers. To him, having such vision and courage meant the sect's future was limitless. The two chatted a bit more, then Yang Juding packed lightly, planning to head down today. If he was fast, he could bring someone back in 5 days. After Yang Juding left, Li Qingqiu remained meditating at the gate. It wasn't until sunset that he saw Zhang Yuchen, Li Dongyue, Li Zijin, and Su Ning emerge from the forest. Each was carrying a full basket of harvest, and Zhang Yuchen was leading 3 small pigs. Along the way, they were squealing. Li Qingqiu smiled, thinking his second brother was quite capable to get so many supplies from the villagers, especially with the recent chaos in Gu province. He waited for them to reach the top, and they walked in together, chatting. He learned that most of it was gifts from the families of Huangshan and Yulin. This changed his view of the disciples with families. He noted that they were very sensible and could be trained more. That night, Li Qingqiu assigned 2 disciples to raise the pigs. He needed 2 because the disciples were so small they had to help each other. The Qingxiao sect was still a sect of children. Many tasks required teamwork. 5 days later, while Jiang Zhaoxia's group hadn't returned, Yang Juding had already brought the Qin family representative up the mountain. The one who came was the young master of the Qin family, Qin Ju. He looked like a typical wealthy heir, 25 years old, polite, enthusiastic, and generous. He came alone with Yang Juding, as his father was held up by other business. Li Qingqiu led him into the courtyard to talk, with Yang Juding sitting in. After Qin Ju sat down, Yang Juding started pouring tea, which made him even more curious about Li Qingqiu. What exactly did this teenage sect leader have that made the legendary dragon-slaying hero so respectful? While chatting with Li Qingxiu, he observed the other disciples. Wu Mani and 3 younger ones were practicing punches, while Li Zifeng was on the roof practicing his sword, all looking quite impressive. Especially Li Zifeng. His swordplay was sharp, not at all like a child's. He stood firm on the roof, clearly possessing deep skill. After the pleasantries, Qin Ju got down to business, first asking about the sect's strength and how much they could help the Qin family. Li Qingxiu smiled slightly, saying that if the Qins faced trouble, he could send at least 3 experts as powerful as Yang Juding to help. He could also help train the family's children, as the Qingxiao sect's martial arts were far from simple. Qin Ju looked at Yang Juding. He saw him nod, confirming that he had joined the sect and would follow the sect leader's orders through thick and thin. Then Yang Juding looked at Li Zifeng on the roof and told him to show off a bit. Hearing this, Li Zifeng turned and threw the sword in his hand, a move he had practiced many times. Using internal energy, he made the sword fly like a bolt of lightning straight toward Qin Ju's face. They were less than 15 feet apart, and in an instant, the sword was right in front of him. The speed was so great that even though Qin Ju was a martial artist himself, he couldn't react in time and was frozen in fear. Fortunately, a hand reached out from beside his head at that exact moment, catching the sword with 2 fingers. The blade vibrated violently, letting out a clear hum. Qin Ju instinctively turned to look, only then realizing it wasn't Yang Juding who had acted, but Li Qingxiu. This shocked him deeply, as this harmless-looking teenage sect leader had such incredible skill. Yang Juding was also startled, as even he had been caught off guard by Li Zifeng. His original intent was just for Li Zifeng to perform a sword routine. He didn't expect the kid to be so reckless. What surprised him most was still Li Qingxiu's speed. It was even faster than his own. He couldn't help but suspect that Li Qingxiu's strength was no less than Jiang Zhaoxia's. Li Qingxiu tossed the sword aside, letting it stick into the ground, still vibrating, and glared at Li Zifeng for being so rude. He told him he said to show off, not to be reckless, and ordered him to apologize. Li Zifeng quickly jumped down and ran over to apologize to Qin Ju. Qin Ju forced a smile, saying it was fine, but inwardly he went from terror and anger to pure excitement. He felt the Qingxiao sect truly had talent. Li Qingxiu gave Li Zifeng a kick in the butt and continued the discussion with Qin Ju. The rest of the negotiation went very smoothly. Both sides understood the Qin family's needs and moved straight to the exchange of benefits. An hour later, Qin Ju hurried down the mountain. Yang Juding escorted him back. From now on, the Qin family would periodically donate a large amount of money and supplies to the sect. In return, the sect would take in 6 Qin children under 12 for training. Among them, Li Qingxiu would choose one as a personal disciple. Li Qingxiu saw them off at the gate, watching them descend. Just then, a notification appeared before him. Because the sect had received its first outside sponsorship without compromising the sect leader's power, he received a legacy reward opportunity. Li Qingxiu looked at the notification and fell into thought, feeling he could use this to drive the sect's development in the future. He walked back inside, eager to see what legacy reward he could unlock. Meanwhile, on the mountain path, Qin Ju suddenly turned to Yang Juding and remarked that their sect leader, though young, was very deep, and Li Zifeng's reckless move was surely his doing. Yang Juding laughed and said he didn't know about that, but Qin Ju wasn't hurt, and it was the fastest way to let him feel the sect's power. Qin Ju nodded. He had big ambitions and wouldn't dwell on Li Qingxiu's tactics. On the contrary, before coming, he had worried the sect wouldn't last and their investment would go to waste. That was why his father hadn't come personally. The Qingxiao sect had a significant reputation. Its previous 2 leaders were legendary experts. After Lin Qinfeng retired, the sect would surely face pressure from countless others. But now, Qin Ju wasn't worried at all. He was even looking forward to what stories the sect would leave in the martial world. Yang Juding also seriously told him that the sect's strongest member wasn't even there today, and that kid was even more terrifying. Even he was afraid to offend him. He said the Qins were here because of his friendship with Qin Ju's father. With such geniuses, once their fame spread, countless families and officials would come knocking, and the Qins wouldn't even have a chance. Qin Ju nodded, understanding perfectly. After some thought, he said that besides what they discussed, he was prepared to secretly provide more money and supplies. In exchange, he wanted his son to be that person's personal disciple. Yang Juding laughed and asked if he was trying to secure a backup plan. Qin Ju calmly replied that having many brothers inevitably led to trouble. Hearing that, Yang Juding seemed to recall old memories and fell silent. Their figures quickly vanished into the forest. As soon as he saw them off, Li Qingxiu hurried back to the courtyard, went straight to his room, and closed the door. The other disciples were busy with their chores and didn't notice anything unusual. Li Qingxiu sat cross-legged on his bed and opened the legacy reward. Notifications appeared about receiving the legacy and unlocking the Spring Return Ghost Immortal Needle's secret technique, asking if he wanted to accept it. His eyes flashed with curiosity. Facing the new technique, he immediately chose to accept. A massive amount of memory rushed into his head, a familiar feeling he found quite intoxicating. He closed his eyes and fully immersed himself. When he woke and opened his eyes, he saw it was already dusk outside. Recalling the wonders of the Spring Return Ghost Immortal Needle, he couldn't help but look pleased. The technique could stop bleeding, neutralize poison, and stimulate the organs. It was incredibly versatile in medicine. Not only that, it could be used to kill, as the needles were as fast as lightning and as unpredictable as a ghost. The technique relied on internal energy. For healing, the consumption depended on the situation, but for combat, it didn't use much. Li Qingxiu felt this was much more practical than the Supreme Sword Control. With his current energy, he wasn't suited for large-scale spells like the Supreme Sword Control. Conversely, flicking needles was perfect because it used little energy but had unpredictable lethality. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. Although the legacy didn't grant instant mastery, it allowed him to remember every detail perfectly. This memory would make practicing the technique much easier. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and went out to eat. Being at the second level of the Qi condensation realm meant he needed less sleep, but he couldn't stop eating yet, so he had to have dinner. In the courtyard, he saw the disciples preparing food and sat in his chair. Li Zijin, Su Ning, and the others were talking about the Qin family. Li Zijin, being the boldest, asked if the sect was about to get a new batch of disciples. The others also looked curious and expectant. To children, making new friends was something to be excited about. Li Qingxiu confirmed that the visitor today would send 6 juniors. Not only that, but in the next 6 months, the sect would recruit even more. His plan was to have 50 disciples by the end of the year. Hearing this, the disciples grew even more excited, all talking at once. Yang Juding sat at the end of the long table, smiling and saying nothing, the silent hero of the day. He felt today was a great success. Now, what he looked forward to most was Li Qingxiu teaching him the sect's secret internal art. He really wanted to know what kind of art could make these kids so powerful. Night fell, and oil lamps were lit in the courtyard. After dinner, some disciples stayed to play. Li Qingxiu and Li Dongyue used small knives to whittle a large bundle of wooden toothpicks. The sect had weapons, but no silver needles, so he had to make do with these. After taking the toothpicks, he told Li Dongyue to rest early and went to his room. It was dark, not suitable for practicing the needle technique, so he planned to do it tomorrow after his morning meditation. Li Dongyue sat in her chair, watching her brother's back, her eyes full of confusion. That night, Zhang Yuchen came to Li Qingxiu's room again, worried about taking in the Qin disciples. He feared that 6 coming at once would easily form a clique, especially since one would be Li Qingxiu's personal disciple. It took a long time for Li Qingxiu to reassure him and send him off. Regarding the Qin disciples, Li Qingxiu already had a plan. He couldn't let them have the same treatment as the others right away. In the Qingxiao sect, there had to be a clear hierarchy. Not only that, but a distinction between cultivation and martial arts had to be established. Unless they had extraordinary talent, all disciples had to practice martial arts first, and only through merit could they receive the true cultivation teachings. He still had to think about the details, as right now his mind was only on the Spring Return Ghost Immortal Needle. Tonight he couldn't practice, but he could still reinforce the key points in his mind to prepare. Over the next 2 days, Li Qingxiu spent most of his time practicing the needle technique. Progress wasn't very fast, which made him miss the feeling of practicing swordplay. He also wondered when he'd be able to copy his second fate. 3 days after Qinzhu left, Jiang Zhaoxia's group finally returned with a tailor. The rugged mountain path had exhausted the man. He collapsed onto the ground the moment he entered the courtyard. Zhang Yuchen hurried to give him water. Li Qingxiu wasn't in a rush for the uniforms. He pulled Jiang Zhaoxia into his room to talk, with Zhang Yuchen and Li Donghua following. In the courtyard, the disciples crowded around the tailor, while Yang Juding was lost in his practice of the primordial chaos scripture. In the room, Jiang Zhaoxia recounted everything that happened on the road. Besides finding the tailor and buying fabric, he had been asking around and finally found a way to make money. According to him, the city was full of wanted posters for criminals. There were cases to solve and bandits to clear, all with decent rewards. They could take those jobs, or even escort merchant caravans near the Taikuan Mountains. Jiang Zhaoxia sat in his chair, smiling confidently, feeling he could help the sect build wealth quickly. Zhang Yuchen asked about the specific rewards. After comparing them, he fell silent for a moment, then said it was too little and not worth the effort. Even if they worked themselves to death, it wouldn't match the gold and supplies the Qin family provided annually. Jiang Zhaoxiao frowned at the mention of the Qin family and asked in surprise. Zhang Yuchen told him everything about the deal with Qin Ju. Hearing this, Jiang Zhaoxiao wasn't happy. He stared at Li Qingxiu, saying they didn't need to lower themselves to beg others, as they had the skills to make money. Li Qingxiu irritably reminded him that if they spent all their time making money, when would they practice? They were the leaders of the sect. Their role wasn't for such trivial tasks. Especially Jiang Zhaoxiao, who needed to spend most of his time training. He emphasized that as long as Jiang Zhaoxiao became the number one in the martial world, countless people would bring money to them. Li Dongyuan nodded in agreement, saying the eldest brother was right, and reminded Jiang Zhaoxiao not to forget that the Seven Peaks Alliance and the Qing sect could attack at any time. And they didn't know how many experts the enemy would bring next time. Hearing this, Jiang Zhaoxiao's brow finally relaxed. He realized a fierce battle was inevitable, so he couldn't waste time on money-making. Li Qingxiu added earnestly that as long as he was strong enough, no one could threaten their position. Jiang Zhaoxiao nodded, saying from now on, besides regular training, he would focus on the supreme sword control. Zhang Yuchen and Li Dongyue both looked envious. Li Qingxiu had shown them the technique before, but just looking at it gave them a headache. It seemed impossibly difficult. The comprehension of Li Qingxiu and Jiang Zhaoxiao was something they could only admire. Next, Li Qingxiu arranged for the third brother to focus on training, while Zhang Yuchen would handle more of the sect's daily affairs. At the same time, he planned to spend time teaching Li Dongyue properly, to help her grow. Hearing this, Li Dongyue felt a bit nervous, afraid of letting her brother down, but that was just her personality. So, despite her worries, she wouldn't refuse his arrangement. Zhang Yuchen didn't mind the work. In fact, he was excited. The more disciples, the more he could do, and Li Qingxiu told him to keep recruiting. Jiang Zhaoxiao added that when the 6 Qin juniors arrived, he would personally test them. Li Qingxiu nodded happily. The four talked a bit more, and then left the room together. Today they'd let the tailor rest. Tomorrow they'd start on the uniforms. Early the next morning, Li Qingxiu gave his sketches to the tailor. They were designs he'd drawn himself, and since he only had black ink, he had to explain which parts needed which colors. After giving the instructions, he took Li Dongyue down the mountain, planning to teach her the spring return ghost immortal needle. He hadn't mastered it himself yet, so he brought her along so they could exchange experiences. In his plan, the 6 junior siblings should master different techniques to complement each other. Under the sun, the mountain range was bathed in a golden hue, looking almost scorched. A large river flowed between 2 mountains, and beside it was a main road. Currently, hundreds of martial artists were galloping on swift horses, kicking up clouds of dust. Some carried large banners with the words 7 Peaks clearly visible. They looked like a mighty army. They wore uniform green martial robes with the right sleeve tossed over the shoulder, fluttering like flames, and a bronze tiger head pauldron on the left. Every face was cold as ice, their killing intent barely contained. The group was like a green dragon surging through the mountains. The leader was a young man who turned to the middle-aged man beside him and asked if they were overreacting. He felt that with so many people, they could catch Lin Qinfeng even if he hadn't retired. The middle-aged man was Yu Jinchuan, one of the 7 alliance leaders of the 7 Peaks Alliance, a renowned expert. Facing his disciple's question, his expression didn't change. He calmly explained that Mo Jiujiao had been gone too long. Something must have happened. Though Mo Jiujiao wasn't the strongest, the fact that the Qingxiao sect dared to take him proved they were ready to face the alliance. In his view, the world was changing unpredictably and the martial world was full of undercurrents, so the alliance couldn't be careless. Sometimes, total ruin starts with one small failure. Hearing this, the young man nodded. Though he didn't truly agree, he didn't dare cross his master. Then he asked about Lin Qinfeng, curious how powerful the man was to hold the entire Taikuan Mountains, an area almost as large as the alliance's territory. The other disciples also looked toward Yu Jinchuan. Yu Jinchuan remained calm, recounting that the sect's hold on the mountains was thanks to Lin Qinfeng's master. The founder of the Qingxiao sect was a figure who terrified the entire martial world, only to eventually go mad and vanish. Lin Qinfeng only needed 3/10 of that man's power to hold the sect. He mentioned that years ago, 3 leaders of the alliance couldn't take down Lin Qinfeng. When the disciple asked if he had fought then, Yu Jinchuan admitted it was a great regret of his life. He hoped to meet him this time. With that, he snapped his whip, and his horse neighed and sped up. The others followed suit, and the entire group charged forward. At noon, the sun was high. In the courtyard, the disciples gathered, their eyes on Zhang Yuchen. He was wearing a brand new sect uniform. It was a blue robe with wide sleeves and a cinched waist. It wasn't overly ornate, but wearing it made him look sharp and spirited. To the Qingxiao disciples, such a uniform was already amazing. After all, they usually wore old, patched clothes. Zhang Yuchen waved his sleeves and asked Li Qingqiu if they were too wide, fearing they'd get in the way during a fight. Li Qingqiu smiled and said it looked fine. Besides, the Qingxiao sect wasn't a warmongering sect. This was just the initial design. They'd upgrade it later to look even better. Though it lacked the aura of a cultivator, it was clearly different from a common warrior's gear. That was enough for now. They'd improve it over time. The tailor, seeing Li Qingqiu was satisfied, breathed a sigh of relief. The workload was huge, and he'd already regretted taking the job. Afterward, Li Qingqiu called Yang Juding and the 7 disciples from the village to the forest behind the mountain. Huang Shan, Yulin, and the other 5 stood in a line, curiously looking at Li Qingqiu, wondering what he had to say. Li Qingqiu looked them over and said that after he took over as sect leader, the Qingxiao sect would follow a completely new path. Though the name was the same, it was essentially a new sect. The martial arts and rules would be entirely different. They were the first batch of disciples recruited by the new sect. As the sect grew, they would naturally carry more responsibility. The 7 disciples turned serious, standing tall. Li Qingqiu smiled and said that regardless of their aptitude, future disciples would always respect them. But he wouldn't let them just have a title. From today on, he gave them a name, the 7 Sons of Qingxiao. Yang Juding would teach them top-tier internal arts, and then their respective ultimate techniques. He would ensure they had the skills to roam the martial world by the time they grew up. Yang Juding spoke up, saying he would now teach them his real martial arts, not just the flashy moves from before. This was a privilege other disciples wouldn't get. Since practicing the primordial chaos scripture, he had been stunned by its depth. He felt his entire life's martial arts weren't worth as much as that scripture, so he didn't mind sharing them. The 7 sons had tried the scripture but failed. Switching to his martial arts was a good move to avoid wasting time. While promising this, Yang Juding was also a bit nervous. If he couldn't master the scripture either, that would be truly frustrating. Huang Shan was the first to speak, excitedly saying they wouldn't let the sect leader down. The others looked at Li Qingqiu with gratitude. After failing with the scripture, they thought the sect leader would give up on them and let them leave after 10 years. They didn't expect him to focus on training them. How could they not be moved? Li Qingqiu gave a few more words of encouragement and then left. The rest was up to Yang Juding. Yang Juding wasn't Jiang Zhaoxia. Li Qingqiu wouldn't let him just train alone. He had to spend half his time teaching. Li Qingqiu didn't go back to the sect, but went down the mountain to keep practicing the needle technique. He had grasped the basics, but he was still far from actually using it. Early the next morning, Li Zifeng, Li Zijin, and Su Ning went down the mountain together to the underground spirit lake. Li Zifeng led the way, using a branch as a sword, swinging it as he went and muttering move names. Li Zijin and Su Ning followed hand in hand, talking about the 7 sons training. Starting this morning, the 7 sons no longer trained with them. This was Li Qingqiu's arrangement. Except for Li Zijin, Li Zifeng and Su Ning were already capable of protecting themselves. Su Ning would also spar with Li Qingqiu occasionally to gain experience. This was why Li Qingqiu felt safe letting the 3 of them go down together. The 7 sons' failure with the scripture made them realize it was no simple task, so they cherished their training time even more. Li Zifeng reached a slope and leaped down to the grass below. He knelt on one knee and swung his sword in a cool pose. He was lost in the moment, as if he had just slain a dragon. Suddenly, he felt something and suddenly looked up, only to see a group of people watching him from the forest 60 feet away. They were all dressed identically and leading horses. From a distance, they looked like ghosts, making his heart race. He cursed his luck, feeling like he was a magnet for trouble. Last time it was Du Xuanfeng's pair, and now it was a whole group of warriors. This was bad. Their aura made it clear they weren't ordinary people. Li Zifeng immediately thought of the 7 Peaks Alliance or the Qing sect. He turned to look at Li Zijin and Su Ning, who were about to come down the slope. He didn't even need to signal. Su Ning had already spotted the hundreds of 7 Peaks warriors. Seeing hundreds of people with horses waiting in the forest was a terrifying sight, making it feel like there were even more. Li Zifeng hesitated about whether to run, but running would give away that they were Qingxiao disciples. If they didn't run, they might be able to use their age to fish for information. Just then, he saw a middle-aged man dismount and walk toward him. The man raised a hand, signaling the others to wait. Seeing this, Li Zifeng breathed a sigh of relief because the man didn't just charge. There was room to maneuver. If things went south, he could try to capture the leader and force the others back. Having decided, Li Zifeng grew calmer, though he still acted nervous. Li Zijin whispered, asking what they should do. This was her first time facing so many people, and she was instinctively afraid. Su Ning remained expressionless, whispering for her to follow the plan. Say they were from elsewhere and got lost while looking for their parents. Li Zijin nodded but couldn't help huddling close to Su Ning, clutching her sleeve. The middle-aged man was Yu Zhenchuan, one of the alliance leaders. Approaching them, Yu Zhenchuan tried to give a warm smile. He said they were from the government, just passing through and wanting to ask for directions, telling Li Zifeng not to be nervous. Hearing government, Li Zifeng looked at the forest behind him. He suddenly saw a flag with the words 7 Peaks. Despite the discovery, his expression didn't change. He still acted confused and anxious. Yu Zhenchuan came closer, stopping 7 paces away, and asked where they were from and where their parents were. The 3 were wearing the new uniforms, but Yu Zhenchuan had never seen them before. Since there was no Qingxiao written on them, he assumed they were from a nearby village, likely from a well-off family. Li Zifeng carefully replied that they were from Maisan village, visiting relatives with their uncles, but got lost and were now looking for them. Yu Zhenchuan smiled and said he could help. But first, he wanted to know if they'd seen anyone else on the mountain recently. Li Zifeng pretended to think, but before he could finish, he lunged at Yu Zhenchuan like a small panther. His movement was incredibly fast, but Yu Zhenchuan was a veteran of the martial world. Even caught off guard, he instinctively tried to back away. However, Li Zifeng managed to grab the front of his robes. In that split second, Yu Zhenchuan drove his knee up to block the boy's charge. Li Zifeng, mid-air, didn't expect such a fast reaction. He used his left palm to shove off Yu Zhenchuan's knee. With a loud thud, Li Zifeng was sent flying back by the knee strike. He stumbled upon landing and fell onto the grass. His right hand was clutching a piece of cloth stained with blood, a piece torn from Yu Zhenchuan's chest. Yu Zhenchuan also stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. He looked down at his chest, where 5 deep, bloody claw marks were visible. It gave him a fright. He looked at Li Zifeng, his face turning fierce. He gritted his teeth, saying the kid was truly ruthless, and asked since when the Qingxiao sect had such a genius. In the martial world, geniuses were many, but he'd never seen a kid barely in his teens who could wound him. He was both furious and shocked. Li Zifeng shouted for the other 2 to run up the mountain while he held the man off. Li Zijin was about to speak when Su Ning pulled her away. Yu Zhenchuan didn't rush to chase them, as 2 little girls wouldn't cause much trouble, and the sect was still a long way off. He stared at Li Zifeng, asking with a cold laugh if the boy knew who he was. In all of Gu province, not many dared speak to him like that. Li Zifeng pulled a dagger from his back and pointed it at him. He mocked that he'd heard that before, but the last guy was so scared he pissed himself and begged for mercy. Inwardly, he was terrified. He could feel this man was different from anyone he'd faced, extremely dangerous. Yu Zhenchuan snorted and charged. Internal energy exploded, creating gusts of wind around him. His hands became like claws, repeatedly swiping at Li Zifeng, forcing the boy to dodge frantically. After reaching the first level of the Qi condensation realm, Li Zifeng's reaction time and agility had improved significantly. Unless he was sparring with the 3rd brother, he never felt pressure. Everyone else seemed slow. But facing Yu Zhenchuan, he was horrified. He felt he still wasn't fast enough. He could only dodge desperately, unable to counter. Soon, he was backed against a dirt slope with no way out. Fortunately, he'd been practicing the Gale technique. He ducked under Yu Zhenchuan's arm, leaped up, and flipped through the air like a fish jumping out of water, landing lightly on the slope. Yu Zhenchuan turned, but Li Zifeng was gone. By the time he looked again, the boy was already on the slope. This infuriated him, his face turning red with rage. Li Zifeng spat toward Yu Zhenchuan and turned to run. Yu Zhenchuan was caught off guard and couldn't dodge. The spit hit him right in the face. He froze. At the same time, the 7 Peaks warriors in the forest began to charge. Many were shocked to see Li Zifeng leap over Yu Zhenchuan, thinking their eyes were playing tricks on them. Once he snapped out of it, Yu Zhenchuan wiped his face, turned to his disciples, and ordered them to storm the mountain and wash the Qingxiao sect in blood. With that, he leaped up, using his light body technique to fly into the mountains. On the other side, Li Zifeng was as agile as a leopard, darting through the forest. He occasionally used his hands to flip over logs and boulders. Not even wild animals could keep up with him. However, the one chasing him now was a top-tier expert. Li Zifeng looked back and saw Yu Zhenchuan leaping across the treetops. With just a light tap of his toes, the man could fly a great distance. It looked like he was gliding through the forest. The gap between them was closing fast. Li Zifeng gritted his teeth and began to burn his internal energy. Even he didn't realize his control over the Gale technique was improving. Moves he didn't dare try before were now coming naturally. Suddenly, a blast of wind hit him from behind. Li Zifeng instinctively tilted his head. In that split second, he saw Yu Jinchuan diving at him like an eagle. A palm strike slammed into his back. Li Zifeng couldn't dodge. He spat out blood and was sent crashing into a thicket. The sun shone through the leaves. Jiang Zhaoxia was sitting in meditation in a clearing. 9 swords floated around him, their tips pointing down, vibrating slightly. His hands were on his knees. His palms were turned toward the sky, and his robes fluttered slightly. Since focusing on the supreme sword control, his progress had been astronomical. He could now control all 9 swords. He came here to practice alone every day. This was the only path to the sect, so he could also guard against intruders. Just then, a cry for help came from the distance. Jiang Zhaoxia's eyes snapped open. He looked back and saw Li Zijin and Su Ning running toward him. Seeing Li Zijin's tear-streaked face, his heart sank. He waved his hand, and the 9 swords flew back into the scabbards on his back. When he stood up, the 9 scabbards clattered together with a heavy sound. He hurried toward the 2 girls. They met quickly, and Li Zijin frantically explained that many enemies were coming for them, and her brother was holding them off. She begged Jiang Zhaoxia to save him. Hearing this, Jiang Zhaoxia asked for the direction, and Li Zijin pointed. Jiang Zhaoxia bolted, only having time to tell them to get to the sect immediately and not stop. Watching him vanish into the forest, Li Zijin couldn't help but look at Su Ning. She worriedly asked if the 3rd brother would be okay against so many enemies. Su Ning didn't answer directly, just urged her to go report to their master while she followed to see. When Li Zijin hesitated, Su Ning coldly reminded her not to waste time. If they were late, someone would die. Thinking of her brother's danger, Li Zijin gritted her teeth and ran up the mountain. Su Ning took a deep breath, her eyes turning determined as she chased after Jiang Zhaoxia. Jiang Zhaoxia's heart was racing with anxiety. He began to consume his internal energy to use the Gale technique, speeding down the mountain. On the way, images of Li Zifeng as a child kept flashing in his mind. Ever since Master brought Li Zifeng up the mountain, he had hated the kid. He was filthy, always had a runny nose, and was always pestering the eldest brother. That impression only started to change in the last 2 years. Now that they were in charge, Li Zifeng's decisiveness in a crisis had completely changed his view. He felt the boy was a talent worth training, someone who could help him support the eldest brother. Now, with Li Zifeng in danger and the bright future he imagined on the brink of shattering, the killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He moved faster and faster, so quickly that he ignored the scenery passing by. After an unknown amount of time, a group of people finally appeared in his sight. It was a group of martial artists in green robes scattered through the pine forest like demons waiting for him to step into hell. His gaze was immediately drawn to one person. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as he saw Yu Jinchuan repeatedly stomping on Li Zifeng's face. Li Zifeng lay on the ground, his body twitching with every kick, his life hanging by a thread. Jiang Zhaoxia let out a roar. He shouted for them to stop. His right hand went to his waist and drew a sword. The sound of the blade leaving its scabbard was so loud it made hundreds of 7 Music Alliance disciples turn their heads. Yu Jinchuan turned with a cruel smile. Seeing Jiang Zhaoxia charging at high speed, he wasn't afraid. Instead, his grin grew more hideous. He thought the timing was perfect. Since that kid was already broken, he hoped this newcomer could entertain him. With a loud laugh, he kicked Li Zifeng away and lunged toward Jiang Zhaoxia. The other disciples drew their weapons, quickly circling around to prevent Jiang Zhaoxia from escaping. Suddenly, Yu Jinchuan saw the swords behind Jiang Zhaoxia fly out of their scabbards simultaneously, circling him. The sight made his pupils dilate, as if he had seen a living ghost. Inside, Li Qingqiu was writing secret manuals, preparing to record all the spells he knew. Li Dongyue stood beside him grinding ink. She softly mentioned that her handwriting was poor and asked how to improve it. Li Qingqiu replied that in a few months, he would have Zhang Guchen invite some scholars up the mountain to teach them to read and write. The literacy level of the Qingxiao sect was extremely low. Teaching his juniors to recognize characters when they were young had nearly driven him to a breakdown. The 7 Qingxiao disciples all came from mountain villages and had never been educated. Even in this ancient world, Li Qingqiu felt that reading was useful for cultivating the mind and broadening horizons. Books were symbols of the world's transformation. Li Dongyue hoped to buy more books since they had already finished the few left by their master and ancestors. Li Qingqiu agreed immediately, multitasking as he chatted leisurely with her. Suddenly, his brush stopped. A notification appeared. Because the Qingxiao sect had repelled an invasion for the first time and the heritage had survived a tribulation, he received a chance to draw a fate. Li Qingxiu wasn't happy about the reward. Instead, his brow furrowed as his mind raced. To be called a force, the enemy must be numerous, yet he hadn't heard any commotion. This meant the battle was far from the sect. He immediately realized something had happened at the foot of the mountain. He put down his brush, told Li Dongyue to keep watch so the disciples wouldn't peek, and hurried away. Before she could respond, he had dashed out the door. Once outside the courtyard, Li Qingxiu used the gale technique and sped down the mountain. He hadn't even gone a mile when he ran into a panting Li Zijin. Seeing him, she was overcome with emotion and quickly recounted what they had encountered. Li Qingxiu didn't have time to comfort her. He rushed in the direction she pointed. Along the way, he felt the same panic as Jiang Zhaoxia. He opened the sect heritage panel. Seeing that the number of disciples hadn't decreased, he felt slightly relieved but remained vigilant, checking the panel frequently. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally found Jiang Zhaoxia, Su Ning, and Li Zifeng in a pine forest. Looking around, the ground was covered in corpses, and many trees were splattered with blood. Jiang Zhaoxia, covered in blood himself, sat on the ground holding Li Zifeng. Su Ning sat nearby, gasping for air. She was in better shape, though her hair was a bit messy. Li Qingxiu's heart grew heavy at the sight as he hurried over to Jiang Zhaoxia. He placed a finger under Li Zifeng's nose. Confirming he was still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief. But seeing his two juniors turned into bloody messes, the fire of rage in his heart was hard to suppress. Jiang Zhaoxia looked up at Li Qingxiu and weakly admitted that what his eldest senior brother said was true. The Jianghu and the battlefield were completely different. His sword had shattered just dealing with a few hundred martial artists, let alone an army of thousands. News of the 7 Music Alliance's attack on the Qingxiao sect and the severe injuries to Jiang Zhaoxiao and Li Zifeng exploded like a heavy bomb within the sect. Terrified disciples gathered in the courtyard, whispering about the battle below. They kept their voices low to avoid disturbing those inside. In the room, Li Zifeng lay on the bed while Jiang Zhaoxiao sat cross-legged at his feet. Li Qingxiu stood by the bed, performing the spring-returning ghost immortal needle technique on Li Zifeng. He had borrowed a set of silver needles from the tailor shop. Though not true medicinal needles, they would suffice. Li Zifeng's condition was grim, many broken ribs, a disfigured face, and several missing teeth. He was unconscious. Fortunately, he wasn't crippled, as Li Qingxiu's technique couldn't heal permanent disabilities. Zhang Guchen, Li Dongyue, Wu Mani, Li Zijin, and Yang Juding stood behind him, watching anxiously as Li Qingxiu treated Li Zifeng. Su Ning sat cross-legged on a chair in the corner, circulating her energy to stabilize her blood flow. The room was silent. No one dared to disturb Li Qingxiu. Everyone's heart was heavy, fearing Li Zifeng wouldn't make it. After a while, Li Qingxiu withdrew his hand, leaving 3 needles in Li Zifeng's chest, and said he was stable. Zifeng was out of danger. Now they just had to wait for him to wake up. Everyone sighed in relief. Then, Yang Juding turned to Jiang Zhaoxia and asked how many people the 7 Music Alliance had sent and who the leader was. Jiang Zhaoxia opened his eyes and said there were hundreds of them, all quite skilled. The leader was a powerful martial artist who had given him a lot of trouble before eventually escaping. Before fleeing, that man claimed this wasn't over. Jiang Zhaoxia didn't know his name. He also mentioned that they were lucky Su Ning arrived in time to save them, or he might have died. Everyone turned to look at Su Ning, a mere 10-year-old child. They were all stunned, but Su Ning kept her eyes closed, focused on her recovery. It made everyone think she truly was a peerless genius. Yang Juding was also secretly shocked. He hadn't expected to misjudge someone again, but he didn't dwell on it. His expression soon turned serious as he noted that the 7 Music Alliance was a major sect in the Guzhou martial arts world. If they launched a full-scale attack on the Qingxiao sect, it would be hard to withstand. They had up to 3,000 disciples and countless experts. This was going to be very troublesome. Hearing the number 3,000, everyone was terrified. Just a few hundred had nearly killed Jiang Zhaoxia. If 3,000 came, how could they possibly resist? Li Qingxiu told the injured to rest first. He noted that it would take time for the enemy to return to the 7 Music Alliance, so they would be safe for at least the next 2 weeks. His tone was calm, and his face showed no emotion, but inside, he was far from peaceful. After speaking, Li Qingxiu turned and walked out. The others followed closely. Outside the room, Zhang Guchen began dispersing the disciples, telling them to return to their duties, while Yang Juding followed Li Qingxiu. Along the way, Yang Juding asked in a low voice what he thought about the situation. Li Qingxiu replied that he hadn't fully processed it yet, but this absolutely could not be overlooked. Hearing that, Yang Juding sighed. He said this was the Jianghu. Even if you don't provoke others, they will come looking for trouble. They were too young. If things got bad, they should find another place to hide for a few years before coming back to reclaim their territory. Li Qingxiu stopped and glanced at Yang Juding. His gaze made the other man feel instinctively guilty. He then simply said that because they were young, they shouldn't run away, and continued toward the sect gate. Yang Juding stood there, watching him with a complex expression. Leaving the sect gate, Li Qingxiu went straight to the underground spirit lake. Despite the approaching darkness, he moved faster and faster, soon vanishing into the night. Since becoming the sect leader of the Qingxiao sect, Li Qingxiu had anticipated all sorts of trouble. He had hoped the sect could develop quietly to delay such problems, but unfortunately, things didn't go his way. He could avoid trouble. But once it arrived, he wouldn't be a coward. In his mind, the Seven Music Alliance had provoked them twice, so he viewed them as mortal enemies. There was no reconciliation. He didn't want to just wait for their next attack. He couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, Li Qingxiu had to draw his second fate. He prepared to test a theory, whether he could force his cultivation up to the third level of the origin realm. Half an hour later, he entered the underground spirit lake. After ensuring no beasts or outsiders were there, he opened the panel and drew Su Ning's fate. Currently, Su Ning's fate was the strongest. If he waited to recruit more disciples to find someone stronger than her, who knew how long it would take. Besides, Su Ning's cultivation speed was actually slightly faster than Jiang Zhaoxia's. It was just that Jiang Zhaoxia's sword talent was better suited for combat. After drawing the fate, Li Qingxiu was once again pulled into a mysterious state, like entering a dream. The spiritual energy in the underground space began to surge, converging toward him. Gradually, a vortex of energy formed around him. If the Born Sword Obsessive Fate was about improving comprehension, the Heavenly Thunder Spirit Root was about tempering the physical body. Before cultivating, Su Ning's constitution was already extraordinary. She could walk 100 miles without food before the age of 10. Truly remarkable. Barring any accidents, Su Ning would surpass the others and become the third person, after Jiang Zhaoxia and Li Qingxiu, to enter the second level of the origin realm. Li Qingxiu's consciousness sank into chaos, as if he were standing amidst the clouds facing rolling thunder. The thunder was terrifying, yet it seemed to be guiding him. At the same time, the night sky over the Taikuan Mountains echoed with thunder, as if the heavens were angrily scolding the slaughters of the mortal world. In the room, Jiang Zhaoxia opened his eyes. It was pitch black outside. Li Dongyue and Su Ning had returned to the female disciples' quarters. Huang Shan lay on another bed. He asked his third martial uncle if there was anything they could do. The other second-generation disciples also looked toward Jiang Zhaoxia. With Li Zifeng unconscious and their strongest fighter, Jiang Zhaoxia, recovering, the Qingxiao sect was shrouded in an unprecedented gloom. Though the 7 Qingxiao disciples were worried and afraid, they didn't want to just stand by. They wanted to do something for the sect. Wu Mani sat by Li Zifeng, his voice full of frustration as he said he wanted to avenge his 6th junior brother. Although Wu Mani hadn't had a chance to fight yet, everyone could feel his strength improving rapidly. Even just sitting there, he looked like a ferocious bear, his muscles nearly bursting through his sect uniform. Zhang Guchen lay on the bed with his back to everyone, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Jiang Zhaoxiao withdrew his gaze, scanned the disciples, and irritably told them they were still young and should just focus on practicing. They weren't needed yet. He even boasted that he had beaten the enemy half to death, and they wouldn't dare return. Seeing Jiang Zhaoxia still so arrogant and boastful actually made the disciples feel more at ease. At this moment, they even liked that arrogance. Then, the disciples began asking about the battle below. Once Jiang Zhaoxia calmed down, he didn't hide anything and calmly recounted the great battle he had experienced. When he thought of Su Ning, a sharp sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. He hadn't expected to misjudge that girl. Her talent was no less than his. This made him feel that his eldest senior brother was even more formidable. Beside the underground spirit lake, a faint silver-blue light shone on Li Qingxiu's face. He opened his eyes, and small sparks of lightning flickered within them, giving his appearance a touch of divinity. After opening his eyes, he quickly regained control of his body and let out a surprised exclamation. His face was filled with uncontainable joy. He had actually reached the third level of the origin realm directly. Not only that, but his physical strength had increased significantly. He felt as if he had been reborn. Originally, He planned to use the spirit stones embedded in the rock walls to break through. He had long felt that those crystals contained dense spiritual energy that could be absorbed. However, the amount was so large it could easily damage his meridians, so he had never tried it, nor did he allow his juniors to take them. If these spirit stones could truly aid cultivators, their utility would be immense, especially for a rising immortal sect. Li Qingxiu carefully felt the origin qi in his body and found that it hadn't just increased several times over, but its very nature had changed. It was now lightning attributed. Immortal cultivation techniques usually have attribute divisions, but the Taiping primordial chaos scripture he possessed included many attributes. It could be said to be a collection of the 5 elements, capable of accommodating cultivators with different spirit root talents. From there, one could forge their own path based on this technique. Just like now, Li Qingxiu's origin qi had turned into a lightning attribute, containing a domineering thunderous power. In the future, when his origin qi struck an enemy, it would carry lightning damage. He felt his origin qi had become more lethal. This was why, when he was teaching Suning earlier, he felt something was off about her energy. The spiritual energy around him hadn't fully dissipated, leading him to a new theory. Fates related to the physical body could be used to raise his realm. This theory made Li Qingxiu even more excited about this type of fate. He stood up, went to the rock wall, pried out a spirit stone, and tucked it into his robe. Then he left the underground spirit lake. He had intended to use the spirit stones here to force a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the origin realm, but since he had already achieved it, there was no need to take the risk. Currently, his body was brimming with origin qi, so he didn't need to rest. He prepared to act immediately to catch the 7 Music Alliance off guard. Half an hour later, Li Qingxiu returned to the Qingxiao sect and woke Yang Juding. At that moment, the rain was pouring and thunder was roaring. Yang Juding opened the door. Seeing a soaking wet Li Qingxiu, he asked in surprise where he had been. Li Qingxiu just stared at him and asked if he knew the way to the 7 Music Alliance. Yang Juding replied that of course he did, as he had been a guest there, and asked what Li Qingxiu intended to do. In response, Li Qingxiu just told him to pack up and follow him down the mountain. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Yang Juding standing there stunned. Then Li Qingxiu went to his courtyard and knocked on his juniors' doors. Very quickly, Zhang Guchen came to the door. Li Qingxiu smiled and said he was taking Yang Juding down the mountain to patrol the Taikoan Mountains to ensure the 7 Music Alliance people had truly left. For the next few days, Zhang Guchen was to tell the disciples not to stray too far from the sect until they returned. Zhang Guchen frowned and asked if they should wait until tomorrow since the rain was so heavy. But Li Qingxiu just waved it off, saying that a rainy night was the best time to act. He turned and went to his room. Zhang Guchen wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to trust Li Qingxiu and closed the door. A moment later, Yang Juding, wearing a straw raincoat, stood at the sect gate waiting for Li Qingxiu. Li Qingxiu also wore a straw raincoat, with the heavenly red sword left by his master at his waist. The thunder echoing through the storm sounded like God's roaring, plunging the Taikoan Mountains into a heavy atmosphere. In the forest, Yang Juding and Li Qingxiu pushed forward through the storm. When they reached a flat area, Yang Juding turned to Li Qingxiu and said that being out in this heavy rain would surely affect their physical condition. Moreover, the way to the 7 Music Alliance was far. It would take days to get there. He suggested resting for the night and borrowing 2 horses from the town tomorrow. He secretly thought Li Qingxiu had lost his mind and hoped the rain would wake him up. But Li Qingxiu calmly replied that it was fine. They didn't need to rush. They just needed to catch up with the fleeing members of the 7 Music Alliance. Since they were dragging many wounded, they couldn't have gone far. Yang Juding breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Li Qingxiu didn't plan to attack the 7 Music Alliance directly, but only wanted to hunt down the injured martial artists. That would be easy for them. Thinking this, he immediately cheered up and quickened his pace. Li Qingxiu didn't stop him. In the dark mountain forest, Yang Juding used his light body technique, while Li Qingxiu used the gale technique. Both glided like ghosts, appearing as if their feet never touched the ground. The night grew deeper, and the storm gradually subsided, as if the heavens had finished their tantrum. On the mountain road, hundreds of sturdy horses moved slowly forward. Many carried wounded martial artists, while over 100 others led the horses on foot. Yu Zhenchuan rode at the very front, rain streaming down his cheeks. His gaze was icy, but his heart was full of fear. There was a wound on his neck that had nearly slit his throat. The crazed image of Jiang Zhaoxiao haunted his mind. And then there was that young girl who had almost killed him with one strike. He truly couldn't understand how the Qingxiao sect had hidden 2 such terrifying teenagers, not to mention Li Zifeng. Forget the Seven Music Alliance. Even the sect leaders he had met before never had such monstrous geniuses. This grudge was set. The Seven Music Alliance could not reconcile. He was determined to bring the news back and use the alliance's full strength to annihilate the Qingxiao sect. Otherwise, in 10 years, no, maybe just 5, the Seven Music Alliance would face total destruction. The more he thought, the more afraid he became, even suspecting the Qingxiao sect was hiding demons. The news of Lin Tanfeng seeking immortals had spread long ago. Many martial arts heroes had mocked Lin Tanfeng for losing his mind, including him. But now, he couldn't help but think that maybe Lin Tanfeng really had encountered something that made him want to find immortals. The rain had stopped, but Yu Xinchuan's mood remained dark. Suddenly, a powerful and resonant voice came from behind, ordering those in front to stop. The Seven Music Alliance disciples turned in terror, fearing the Qingxiao sect had caught up. Yu Xinchuan was also startled. He turned to see 2 figures in straw raincoats are quickly approaching. In the dim night, they could barely make out the 2 silhouettes. Though there were only 2 of them, the Seven Music Alliance disciples, who had just survived a fierce battle, were terrified. They didn't dare lower their guard. Everyone drew their weapons and stood ready. They were dragging wounded men and were covered in injuries themselves. If they ran, they wouldn't escape, and running would only make them easier to pick off one by one. Then the voice identified itself as Yang Juding and asked if they had heard the name. Upon hearing him identify himself, the Seven Music Alliance disciples looked at each other and relaxed. In the Guzhou Jianghu, the dragon-slaying hero Yang Juding was known to everyone. Yu Xinchuan also breathed a sigh of relief because he knew Yang Juding. Years ago, when Yang Juding visited the Seven Music Alliance, he had seen the man's skills firsthand. While he might not be his equal, Yang Juding's internal strength certainly lived up to his reputation in the top 10 of the heaven rank. Yu Xinchuan immediately invited Yang Juding closer to talk, even waving the 2 of them over. He thought that with Yang Juding accompanying them, they would surely be safer. Yang Juding seemed to recognize him as well and quickened his pace. The Seven Music Alliance disciples hurried to make way. As he approached, Yang Juding took off his straw hat and asked with a smile why they were in such a pathetic state. He asked if they had just fought the Qingxiao sect. Yu Xinchuan didn't pay attention to the person standing behind him and just helplessly replied that he had gone out to do some business and suffered a loss. Reaching Yu Xinchuan, Yang Juding assessed his wounds and praised the opponent's skill, noting that the sword strikes were incredibly fast and aimed to kill. Yu Xinchuan's expression immediately became awkward. He just snorted, admitting the opponent was indeed an expert and that he had been careless today. Just then, Li Qingxiu stepped around Yang Juding, looked at Yu Xinchuan, and asked if they were the experts of the Seven Music Alliance. Yu Xinchuan couldn't see his face clearly and assumed he was just Yang Juding's junior, so he casually confirmed it. He even added that the Seven Music Alliance and the dragon-slaying hero were old friends. But before he could finish his sentence, a flash of sword light erupted. Yang Juding didn't have time to dodge, and blood splattered across his face. He could only stare with wide eyes in shock. Yu Xinchuan's eyes also bulged. His hands instinctively clutched his throat, but blood continued to spray out. He couldn't stop it. He looked at Li Qingxiu in disbelief before trembling and falling backward. The Seven Music Alliance disciples nearby turned pale. They instinctively wanted to shout, but Li Qingxiu had already turned and swung his sword, delivering another throat-slitting blow. Not far away, one of Yu Xinchuan's disciples, a young man, was resting on a rock, about to check a wound on his thigh. He suddenly saw his master stumble back and collapse, leaving him stunned. He was about to ask what happened when he saw the person in the straw raincoat beside Yang Juding turn and throw the sword in his hand. The blade instantly pierced the young man's forehead, pinning him back several yards. By the time he stopped, his life force was completely gone, and he died with his eyes open. Li Qingxiu quickly rushed over, pulled the sword from the man's head, and lunged toward the other Seven Music Alliance disciples like a ghost. These disciples had also reacted and hurriedly turned to face him. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the Origin Realm, Li Qingxiu had essentially been reborn. His senses were sharper, his body more agile, and his reactions incredibly fast. Every time he glided past someone, he killed them. There were no wasted movements. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed repeatedly. After his initial shock, Yang Juding turned to look. Seeing a ground covered in corpses, he was instantly terrified by Li Qingxiu. He had known Li Qingxiu was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Even Zhang Zhaoxia couldn't compare. At that moment, an older Seven Music Alliance disciple with a fierce expression raised his saber and shouted for everyone to kill Li Qingxiu, then charged straight at him. The other disciples also rushed forward, startling more and more horses. Constant neighing filled the air, and some horses began to bolt, causing the wounded to fall and be trampled to death. In an instant, the entire mountain area fell into chaos. These disciples were already injured. Let alone fighting with wounded bodies. Even at full strength, they were no match for Li Qingxiu. Thus, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Yang Juding watched Li Qingxiu's massacre, a chill running down his spine. He had been in the Jianghu for a long time, but he cared more about martial strength and reputation than killing. This was why he could be a great hero. But Li Qingxiu at this moment made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He tried to convince himself that the Seven Music Alliance had started it. Besides, they weren't a righteous sect. They had done many evil things in the Jianghu. Years ago, when he visited them, he had intended to suppress them but failed, so he had to pretend to be friendly. Even so, no matter how he comforted himself, seeing Li Qingxiu like a tiger among sheep, he couldn't help but wonder how many strikes he could withstand if he had to face an angry Li Qingxiu. When more than half of the disciples were dead, the rest finally couldn't take it anymore and began to flee. But Li Qingxiu didn't intend to spare them and hunted them down one by one. Those disciples were already injured and exhausted from their journey. They hadn't run far before Li Qingxiu cut them down. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Li Qingxiu walked up to Yang Juding with his sword. He looked up, his blood-stained face visible under the straw hat. He said only one person was left and wouldn't get far. He would finish the job and then head to the Seven Music Alliance, while Yang Juding should stay here. He noted that if no one brought news back, the Seven Music Alliance wouldn't return. Tomorrow, Yang Juding just needed to lead the disciples to clear the bodies to prevent a plague. After taking 2 steps, Li Qingxiu seemed to remember something. He turned back and told Yang Juding to search all the bodies and bring anything valuable back to the mountain. He also warned him not to say a word about tonight to the disciples. Even his juniors weren't to be told what he was doing. He should just say he was patrolling the mountain. With that, Li Qingxiu turned and left with his sword. In the vast night, Yang Juding watched his back, his mouth open but unable to speak. After witnessing Li Qingxiu's terrifying strength, he felt that even if the trip to the Seven Music Alliance failed, the man could still escape unscathed. He stood there watching until Li Qingxiu disappeared over the mountain peak. When he finally came to his senses and looked at the ground covered in corpses, his mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that the task Li Qingxiu had given him was no easier than the killing itself. On the other side, 3 miles away, the last Seven Music Alliance disciple was fleeing along a ridge. In his panic, he tripped over a rock and tumbled down the slope, rolling a long way. When he finally stopped, his whole body ached as if his bones were shattered. Gasping, he tried to crawl up. But when he looked up, his eyes widened in despair. On the ridge, Li Qingxiu stood in his straw raincoat, looking down at him. Just then, the dark clouds in the night sky parted, revealing a bright moon hanging directly above Li Qingxiu's head. 3 days later, the bright sun shone on the main road as a carriage sped along. The driver was a man in his 50s wearing plain clothes, strong and vigorous despite his graying hair. He looked ahead, wiped his sweat, and asked the young master if it was really necessary to go at top speed to Seven Music Town in this heat. Li Qingxiu sat inside the carriage, meditating. The bumpy road made it impossible to actually cultivate, so he just tried his best not to waste his physical strength and origin chi. Seven Music Town was a large, famous town near the Seven Music Alliance where many escort agencies and travelers stopped. Once there, it would be much easier to ask about the Seven Music Alliance. This was the route Yang Juding had shown him. After eliminating Yu Jinchuan's group, Li Qingxiu didn't need to rush as much. He just wanted to go and return quickly so his juniors wouldn't worry. When asked why he was in such a hurry, he replied that he had an appointment with his family and they would worry if he was late. The driver felt that made sense since Li Qingxiu was so young, even younger than his own son. He thought that if his son were out alone, he wouldn't be at ease either. He lamented that the world was becoming chaotic. The provincial governments couldn't suppress the local bullies, people were displaced, and bandits were becoming more common. He actually hadn't wanted to take this job, but his wife was sick and needed money urgently. The driver rambled on, and Li Qingxiu occasionally responded. By now, Li Qingxiu had been away from the Qingxiao sect for 2 days, but he was still far from the Seven Music Alliance. He didn't find the driver annoying and occasionally asked about the state of the world to learn what Guzhou was going through. After starting his cultivation, this bit of heat no longer bothered him. The Taiping primordial chaos scripture circulating in his body kept him refreshed and calm, and it didn't consume much origin chi. This was the inherent effect of the scripture. Soon, an hour passed. The driver had stopped talking, his mouth dry, wanting only to reach the relay station quickly. Suddenly, he pulled the reins and cursed at someone blocking the way. Ahead was a woman asking for a ride. He was surprised to see it was a woman, and one dressed so strangely. She said she didn't lack money and just hoped the driver would grant her request. When asked where she was going, she said 7 Music Town. Hearing this, the driver immediately turned and whispered to Li Qingxiu that there was a woman ahead also going to 7 Music Town and asked if they should let her join. He even said he would reduce the fare by 30% if she came along. Li Qingxiu didn't bother arguing over such petty thoughts and just told him to let her on and get moving. The driver then called her up, telling her to thank the young master who had chartered the whole carriage. The woman thanked him, and the sound of footsteps followed. Immediately after, the carriage curtain was lifted, and a woman in black wearing a bamboo hat stepped inside. She sat near the window, cupped her fists to Li Qingxiu, and said she was sorry for the intrusion and thanked him for his generosity. As she spoke, her hand never left the hilt of her sword. Li Qingxiu glanced at her, nodded, and closed his eyes again. The woman in black didn't think much of it and said nothing more. With a woman on board, the driver found his energy again and started looking for topics to talk about. The woman in black responded a few times, but seeing that he wouldn't stop, she eventually stopped answering, which made the driver feel frustrated. The rest of the journey was silent. After reaching the relay station, the woman in black and Li Qingxiu sat at separate tables, only returning to the carriage when it was time to leave. This continued until 5 days later when they finally reached 7 Music Town. Li Qingxiu gave the prepared silver to the driver and walked into the town. 7 Music Town sat at the foot of a large mountain. Many carriages were parked in front of the town's stone monument. Most people carried weapons, clearly dressed as members of the Jianghu. Li Qingxiu didn't waste time. He directly asked someone for directions to the 7 Music Alliance. The man was short and stout, looking like a local. He glanced at Li Qingxiu and said the large mountains behind them all belonged to the 7 Music Alliance, meaning he had already arrived. Li Qingxiu patiently asked for the specific location of the sect, saying he wanted to pay a visit. But the short, stout man advised him to forget it unless he wanted his legs broken, then said he didn't know and walked away. Li Qingxiu continued asking others, but the reactions were similar. At the mention of the 7 Music Alliance, everyone was afraid of bringing trouble upon themselves and didn't dare reveal its location. He hadn't expected the 7 Music Alliance's influence to be so intimidating. It seemed he would have to use tougher methods. Just as he was about to find a target, the woman in black stepped up and said that asking around like that would only bring him trouble. She was also heading to the 7 Music Alliance and asked what her business was. Li Qingxiu turned around. They stood on the street, less than 5 steps apart. The woman in black looked up. Under the brim of her bamboo hat, a beautiful, cold face was revealed. This was the first time Li Qingxiu had looked closely at her face. She was very beautiful, with the distinct murderous aura of someone from the Jianghu. The woman in black was tall, nearly as tall as Li Qingxiu, who was currently about 5'9" and still growing. To her question, he replied that his master had sent him to deliver a letter, but since his master was busy, he had to go in his place. His expression was very calm, making it impossible for the woman in black to find any clues. She asked if he dared to go up the mountain right now, saying if they left immediately, they might arrive by early morning. Li Qingxiu looked refined, with the air of a scholar. Although he carried a sword, the woman in black didn't feel any threat from him. Hearing her, Li Qingxiu smiled and nodded, telling her to lead the way. She didn't say much and walked past him, while he turned to follow her. They walked through the main street of 7 Music Town, which was quite large and bustling. Li Qingxiu even saw someone holding a martial arts contest for a bride. He thought that in the future, the Qingxiao sect could come here to recruit disciples. After leaving 7 Music Town, the two of them entered the mountains and began to climb. They didn't take the normal path, which made Li Qingxiu feel like he was back in the Taikuan Mountains. There was no path underfoot, only overgrown weeds. Night fell, and the mountains became pitch black. Visibility was extremely low. The woman in black had actually prepared a torch. After lighting the way, her pace quickened. Li Qingxiu didn't need a torch but stayed close behind her. Several hours later, they reached the top of a ridge. Looking out from there, the mountains ahead were still rolling. The night mist made those mountains look terrifying, like ancient giant demons looking down at them. The woman in black stopped and said that after daybreak, he would see the gate of the 7 Music Alliance. Li Qingxiu nodded, thanked her, and asked what her relationship with the 7 Music Alliance was. She asked why he wanted to know. He just softly said that if she didn't want to say, then forget it. He then looked at the dark mountain scenery ahead. If she wouldn't say, fine, even if they were enemies, he didn't care. The woman in black tilted her head to look at Li Qingxiu and curiously asked if he found it strange that they hadn't met anyone from the Seven Music Alliance on the way. He casually replied that since they were taking an unmapped mountain path, they naturally wouldn't run into anyone. He could tell this woman's background wasn't simple, but he was too lazy to investigate. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly drew her sword, with the sound of the blade leaving its scabbard. Her sword was instantly at Li Qingqiu's throat. She demanded to know who his master was, and what his relationship with the Seven Music Alliance really was. Li Qingqiu glanced at her, and, quick as lightning, raised his hand. He flicked his right middle finger, directly knocking the sword out of her hand. It happened so fast she couldn't react at all. She stumbled back 2 steps. Her sword fell into the grass behind her, the blade piercing the ground, and the hilt vibrating violently. She looked at Li Qingqiu in disbelief, not expecting his martial arts to be so high. With just a flick of his finger, she had felt an irresistible, massive force. Li Qingqiu remained expressionless and said that what he had told her earlier was just a lie to trick her, and her offense had canceled out the favor of her leading the way. He told her to go back down the mountain and then started walking down the ridge. He didn't want to wait until morning. Seeing him still wanting to go up, she couldn't help but ask who he really was and what he wanted to do. Li Qingqiu replied without looking back, saying he was an enemy of the Seven Music Alliance, and he was there to kill people. His words stunned her. She couldn't believe this man wanted to charge into the Seven Music Alliance alone. Before she could think further, she suddenly saw Li Qingqiu leap into the air. His body soared like a swallow into the thick mist, vanishing without a trace. The mountain where the Seven Music Alliance was located was very high. Just getting up there took Li Qingqiu some time. He arrived before the Sect gate and looked at the gate, which was 30 feet high. He couldn't help but admire how grand it was. Compared to this, the Qingxiao Sect's gate wasn't even worth mentioning. 2 Seven Music Alliance disciples were leaning against the gate pillars, dozing off. They didn't hear Li Qingqiu's footsteps at all. He walked up to one of them and slit his throat. Blood splattered everywhere. The blood hit the pillar, waking the other disciple. He opened his eyes groggily. When he saw Li Qingqiu and his junior's corpse, his eyes widened. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Li Qingqiu lunged forward, covered his mouth with his left hand, and held the heavenly red sword to his throat with his right. He coldly told him to cooperate if he didn't want to die. The disciple blinked frantically, afraid Li Qingqiu's hand might slip. Li Qingqiu pulled him up and told him to lead the way to the Alliance leader's residence, warning him that if he tried anything, his sword would be faster. The disciple was pushed and stumbled forward. As soon as he stood steady, he felt a sharp object against his waist, making him break into a cold sweat. He began to lead the way. They didn't meet any other disciples because it was the middle of the night. The roads built by the Seven Music Alliance were very wide, with training grounds everywhere, all exuding the aura of a major Jianghu sect. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they reached the inner courtyard of the first Alliance leader. The disciple pointed tremblingly at a room. Li Qingqiu suddenly swung his hand, striking the back of the man's neck and knocking him out. Then, with his sword in hand, he walked toward that room. The moonlight stretched Li Qingqiu's shadow across the courtyard. As he approached the house, he could already hear the breathing of the person inside. His steps were light, making no sound at all. He reached the door. He pressed his palm against the door and realized it was locked tight. He couldn't push it open without force. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, he shattered the door latch and lunged toward the sound of the breathing. The first Alliance leader of the Seven Music Alliance, Lu Taidu, was fast asleep. As a peerless expert famous throughout the world, his alertness was extremely high. Even in sleep, the moment the door opened, his eyes snapped open. He caught a glimpse of a sword light flashing toward him in the dark. Terrified, he rolled out of bed and twisted to dodge, but he was still struck in the shoulder. Lu Taidu was over 40, with a face like a bear and eyes like a tiger. He stared wide-eyed, his sideburns and long beard flying as if his rage were burning. Li Qingqiu was a bit surprised that the opponent could dodge his lethal strike. This man's martial arts were much higher than Yang Juding's. Lu Taidu let out a furious roar. His right hand condensed internal energy into fire, and he struck a palm toward Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu jumped back and raised his sword, circulating his energy to block. With a loud explosion, the window was shattered by the powerful shockwave, and the tables, chairs, and cabinets were similarly destroyed. The whole house shook. Lu Taidu stared in disbelief that his full-strength palm strike was blocked. A shield of energy appeared around Li Qingqiu, resisting the rolling internal fire energy. The ground beneath Li Qingqiu's feet was crushed, showing how high Lu Taidu's power was. Lu Taidu asked in a low voice for the opponent's identity, but didn't dare withdraw his hand, Doing so now would cause internal injuries to his organs. Li Qingxiu looked up, and his left hand suddenly reached behind his back and threw something forward. His movement was so fast that by the time Lu Taidu saw it, he couldn't react. 3 silver needles pierced through the fire energy, their shafts crackling with small bolts of lightning. With unstoppable force, they pierced Lu Taidu's throat. His momentum instantly vanished, and the powerful force threw him back. He hit the wall and fell onto the bed, crushing it. Dust flew everywhere. Li Qingxiu withdrew his hand and walked out of the room. He picked up the 7 Music Alliance disciple lying in the courtyard and leaped onto the eaves. He quickly ran away, reaching a roof 100 yards away, and used the spring-returning ghost immortal needle to wake the disciple. The disciple opened his eyes as if waking from a nightmare, gasping. Li Qingxiu covered his mouth. He whispered for him to continue leading the way to find the other alliance leaders. This disciple's name was Chunyi, and he had joined the 7 Music Alliance less than 6 months ago. He currently worked as a gatekeeper and errand boy, having not yet learned any high-level martial arts. In his mind, the first alliance leader Lu Taidu was the world's #1 expert. That's why he had led Li Qingxiu to Lu Taidu's courtyard first, wanting Li Qingxiu to suffer. But hearing Li Qingxiu's words, he couldn't help but think that maybe Lu Taidu had died at the opponent's hands. He stared at Li Qingxiu in disbelief. Up close, he could see Li Qingxiu's face clearly. He was so young it felt unreal. Li Qingxiu frowned and asked in a low voice if he was dazed or deaf. Chunyi snapped out of it and blinked rapidly. Seeing this, Li Qingxiu picked him up and told him to point the way. The commotion at Lu Taidu's courtyard had awakened the nearby disciples, who quickly left their rooms and ran toward the sound. Li Qingxiu and his captive had only gone a short distance when they heard a mysterious horn sound from afar. In the night sky, it was incredibly loud. He saw people pouring out of courtyards in all directions and had to push Chunyi down to hide from the 7 Music Alliance disciples. He whispered, asking what that sound was. Chunyi swallowed and explained that it was the 7 Music Alliance's invasion horn. At the slightest sign of trouble, the horn would sound. Even if it was a misunderstanding, the alliance leaders wouldn't blame them. Conversely, if an enemy sneaked in and the disciple didn't blow the horn, they would be severely punished regardless of the reason. At that moment, horns began to sound from other directions as well. It turned out there was more than one invasion horn. Li Qingxiu had to admit he had underestimated the 7 Music Alliance's alertness. No wonder there were no patrols at night. Such a defensive line was hidden in the shadows. Chunyi whispered that once the invasion horn sounded, it was nearly impossible to approach the other alliance leaders undetected. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingxiu struck him again, knocking him unconscious. Then, Li Qingxiu began to strip Chunyi's clothes and quickly put them on himself. He even took Chunyi's sword and jumped down from the eaves. He continued toward the place Chunyi had pointed out earlier. More and more 7 Music Alliance disciples were coming out of their rooms. Li Qingxiu encountered many of them. Only now did he feel the true depth of the 7 Music Alliance. The number 3,000 didn't sound like much, but encountering them in person was terrifying. Moreover, the 7 Music Alliance was a real martial arts sect. Every disciple knew martial arts. As he walked, Li Qingxiu recalled Lu Taidu's internal energy and thought that the path of martial arts was indeed not simple. If he hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of the origin realm, killing Lu Taidu would have been very troublesome. Once he killed Lu Taidu, if he had exhausted his origin chi, escaping from the 7 Music Alliance would not have been easy. Lu Taidu was only a martial arts expert of Guzhou, and the Great Li dynasty had other provinces. There were certainly people stronger than him in this world. In the future, he couldn't underestimate the people of the world. Although he had successfully killed his enemy, Li Qingxiu became even more cautious. Of course, if he had to do it again, he would still do the same. At most, he would look for a better opportunity. With experts like Lu Taidu, the 7 Music Alliance was absolutely not an entity the current Qingxiao sect could provoke. He couldn't just restrict his disciples' movements and wait for the 7 Music Alliance to invade in force. Wearing the 7 Music Alliance disciples' uniform, Li Qingxiu wasn't suspected at all. He didn't even try to avoid people, as that would look suspicious. He walked quickly and calmly past the disciples. Suddenly, he stopped at the gate of a courtyard and turned back, frowning. He heard a very faint sound of crying. It seemed someone was sobbing, and not just one person. Another person wasn't crying, but their breathing was weak. Originally, he didn't want to meddle in others' business, but for some reason, he thought of his own juniors. Zhang Guchen, Zhang Zhaoxia, and Li Dongyue were also scared when they first came to the Qingxiao sect, hiding away to cry. Wu Mani wasn't so sentimental. He just needed to be fed. Li Zifeng and Li Zijin had each other, so they wouldn't be as scared or lonely. He hesitated for a moment and then entered the courtyard. He went straight to a room. The courtyard was filled with firewood and junk, with no guards. He pushed the door open. He squinted inside and saw it was full of dry wood. A child was sitting against the woodpile. Moonlight shone through a hole in the roof, landing right on the child. This child looked only about 7 or 8 years old. Most importantly, he was holding a smaller child in his arms. The one crying was the baby. Li Qingqiu stepped inside, startling the child into looking at him. He looked at the boy and asked directly if he wanted to leave. The child was dressed in dirty, ragged clothes, much like Su Ning before. Faced with the question, he asked if he really could leave. Li Qingqiu replied that if he wanted to, he would take them both away. Hearing this, the child stood up quickly, holding the baby tightly. The baby looked only 1 or 2 years old and smelled terrible. The child cautiously asked who he was. He had never met Li Qingqiu, but just the thought of leaving the 7 Music Alliance made his heart race. Li Qingqiu replied that he didn't belong to the 7 Music Alliance anyway, and that he had killed their leader and was preparing to retreat. Hearing this, the child wasn't afraid. Instead, his eyes widened. Tears welled in his eyes as he smiled and wiped them away, seriously saying he would follow him. But he insisted that Li Qingqiu take his younger brother too. Li Qingqiu nodded and said that from now on, he and his brother would join his sect. The child agreed without hesitation, saying he would definitely repay this kindness in the future. Li Qingqiu immediately went to him and took the baby. He used a dirty cloth from the ground to wrap the toddler against his chest. Then he picked up the older boy, Yuan Qi, with one arm and quickly left. Once outside, by the moonlight, Yuan Qi finally saw Li Qingqiu's face clearly. His pupils dilated, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. This scene would be forever etched in his mind. Leaving the room, Li Qingqiu jumped onto the eaves and moved lightly forward. He opened the panel to check the disciple count. Sure enough, the Yuan brothers had been added. He clicked on Yuan Qi's profile to check his loyalty and found it was 90-80. He thought it wasn't bad. The kid had a heart. He didn't look closely at his fate. He skipped it and instinctively checked the profile of Yuan Qi's brother. The moment he clicked, he regretted it. How could such a small child, who was unconscious, have any loyalty? Sure enough, the brother's name was Yuan Li. His loyalty was 0. But in the next second, Li Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. He even stopped walking. The panel clearly showed: name, Yuan Li, gender, male, age, 1, loyalty to sect leader and sect, 0. Cultivation talent, extremely low. But his comprehension was peerless and transcendent. His fates were indestructible overlord body, grandmaster's heart, and resilience. The indestructible overlord body was an ancient physique rarely seen in the mortal world, a great creation of heaven and earth. But because it was born in the mortal world, it required a special method to awaken. The grandmaster's heart gave him extreme comprehension and imagination regarding the path of combat, making him good at creating and happy to share. Resilience meant that no matter what hardships he faced, his mind would never waver. Seeing this, Li Qingqiu had only one thought. He had found a treasure. These 3 fates, especially the indestructible overlord body and the grandmaster's heart, sounded incredibly powerful. The overlord body was especially mysterious. He looked down again. It felt like Yuan Li was glowing with golden light. Yuan Qi, being held by one arm, saw him stop and look down at his brother, so he asked worriedly what was wrong. Li Qingqiu looked ahead and, as he continued walking, casually said he thought the baby had peed. Yuan Qi was immediately embarrassed and lowered his head, whispering an apology. Li Qingqiu hadn't expected this revenge trip to yield such a massive treasure. So as he fled, he quickly formulated a 100-year plan for the Qingxiao sect, with the focus on nurturing Yuan Li. He wanted to find a way to awaken the boy's physique and let him learn whatever he wanted, as the Grandmaster's heart would surely help him create many martial arts and spells for the sect. Thinking of this, he felt that heaven truly had eyes. Doing good deeds really did pay off. If he hadn't been soft-hearted just now, he would have missed this little guy. Moreover, if Yuan Li grew up in the 7 Music Alliance, he would surely become an unpredictable and massive problem. The more he thought, the happier Li Qingqiu became. As for Yuan Qi, being held by one arm, he just felt this big brother was truly too amazing. Holding a baby with one hand, carrying him with the other, and still able to carry a sword, it was both powerful and cool. It made him secretly resolve to become someone like that. The 7 Music Alliance was on a mountain peak, surrounded by steep cliffs. Even with high-level light body techniques, one couldn't jump to the opposite mountain. They had to go down through the main gate. When he arrived, Li Qingxiu landed on a roof with the two children and stopped. Yuan Qi turned back, and his small, dirty face turned pale. His eyes were full of unconcealed panic. 100 yards away, along the stairs leading down, every training courtyard was packed with 7 Music Alliance disciples, and the number was still growing. The sight of the crowded heads and flickering torches created a suffocating sense of pressure. Yuan Qi felt nearly hopeless, thinking that with so many people, they could never escape. It felt like he and his brother were destined never to leave this demon's den. Li Qingxiu also felt the pressure. He hadn't expected the 7 Music Alliance to react so quickly and gather so many disciples at the gate. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his strength, but he was worried this charge would get Yuan Qi and Yuan Li hurt. He stood there and began absorbing the spirit stone hidden in his robe, converting its energy into origin Qi, preparing to break through the encirclement in peak condition. Yuan Qi looked at Li Qingxiu, unable to guess what he was thinking. He assumed he was hesitating, so he whispered that if necessary, he should just leave the two of them and run alone. In his mind, the fact that Li Qingxiu had killed one of the alliance leaders was enough to make them grateful for a lifetime. Li Qingxiu glanced at him and said it seemed the two brothers carried a deep blood feud, and he would listen to their story once they were down the mountain. His words made Yuan Qi both moved and confused, as he couldn't understand how they could possibly get down the mountain through such a crowd. Still, he didn't dare disturb Li Qingxiu further and just waited silently. Li Qingxiu didn't wait long. After adjusting his state, he picked up Yuan Qi and continued forward. His footsteps on the roof made no sound at all, which amazed Yuan Qi. The wind whistled in his ears, and the crowd in the distance grew closer, making his heart leap into his throat. He couldn't help but think, was this big brother really going to charge straight in? Reaching the end of the last roof, Li Qingxiu leaped to the ground and walked toward the stairs. His appearance quickly caught the eyes of many 7 Music Alliance disciples. But seeing him in their uniform, no one was on guard. They were just curious why he was carrying 2 children. In the crowd, 2 alliance leaders were talking. The 2nd alliance leader Guang Nantian and the 4th alliance leader Su Zihong. Su Zihong was thin with messy hair. He yawned and looked annoyed, not knowing what all the fuss was about. Guang Nantian, over 60 and slightly stout with a bushy beard, frowned and said he wasn't sure either, but he feared it was serious, possibly related to the Qing religion. At the mention of the Qing religion, Su Zihong grew angry. Ever since they targeted the 7 Music Alliance's ultimate techniques, they had been constantly harassing them. They were a bunch of lawless madmen. Guang Nantian shook his head, noting that the Qing religion now had the backing of high officials in the imperial court and was at its peak, so they had to be careful. Su Zihong was about to respond when he heard the disciples whispering. He turned and saw a disciple carrying 2 children coming down from the highest stairs. Just seeing that, his rage flared, and he shouted. He demanded to know why the man dared to touch those 2 children. Before his voice faded, Su Zihong leaped into the air, stepping on the shoulders of the disciples, and lunged toward Li Qingxiu. His voice was like thunder, his aura like a fierce tiger. Yuan Qi trembled in fear. Internal energy swirled around Su Zihong, his speed suddenly increasing as he struck a palm toward the 3 of them with powerful force. Li Qingxiu immediately drew his sword with his right hand and swung. A sword Qi instantly tore through the air. The flash of the blade reflected on the faces of many 7 Music Alliance disciples. Su Zihong, midair, couldn't dodge. His palm power was instantly shattered by Li Qingxiu's sword Qi, which then struck him directly. He felt as if a massive force had slammed into him. He was thrown backward, spitting a mouthful of blood, flying back even faster than he had charged. The disciples below couldn't react in time, but instinctively reached out to catch him. As a result, a large group of them was crushed. Guang Nantian stared in shock. The other disciples were also terrified. Su Zihong was an alliance leader and ranked 4th on the heaven rank of the Guzhou martial arts world. Unless he met a peerless expert from the heaven rank, almost no one could defeat him. Yet now, such a powerful man had been severely injured by a single strike. Looking at Li Qingxiu still holding his sword, everyone's eyes were filled with terror. In the dark night with rolling mist and the moon half hidden, Li Qingxiu stood at the top of the stairs, holding a child in one arm and his sword in the other. His posture was straight, his robes fluttering in the wind. The power he displayed at this moment directly suppressed the hundreds of disciples below. Guang Nantian had only one thought. This was a peerless expert. He reacted quickly, immediately ordering them to form a formation and not let the man escape. After speaking, he took out a wooden whistle and blew hard. The piercing sound echoed through the night. Li Qingxiu also moved. He quickly charged down the stairs, holding not the heavenly red sword, but Chunye's sword. Though terrified, the disciples grew bolder due to their numbers. Receiving the leader's order, they all drew their weapons and rushed toward Li Qingxiu like a flood pouring up the stairs. Li Qingxiu charged into the crowd, his sword flashing repeatedly. Blood splattered. His steps were agile, his body like a ghost as he dodged every blade. His own sword accurately cut the throats of his enemies with every swing. Yuan Shi was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut, leaning against Li Qingxiu's shoulder. Yuan Li, held in his arms, was also disturbed. He frowned but didn't have the strength to open his eyes. Li Qingxiu killed a man with every step. No matter how many enemies were in front of him, he didn't retreat. From above, the flood of disciples was being forced back by one man. Guang Nantian wasn't afraid. Using a mysterious footwork, he glided through the crowd like a dragon, quickly closing in on Li Qingxiu's back. Yuan Shi, on his shoulder, felt a gust of wind and instinctively opened his eyes. He saw Guang Nantian lunging like a fierce dragon from the abyss, his right hand swinging with a bloody aura. In that moment, Yuan Shi remembered his father's heart being ripped out by Guang Nantian. His pupils trembled, and an infinite fear nearly consumed him. But just then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Li Qingxiu suddenly spun around and struck with his sword. That strike was incredibly sharp, with sparks of electricity flickering on the blade. It instantly dispelled the darkness in Yuan Shi's eyes. Guang Nantian was startled by the sudden spin. He leaned back to dodge the blade, but before he could act further, Li Qingxiu delivered a kick straight to his chest. The kick sent him flying. Guang Nantian rolled several times on the ground, knocking over many people. Li Qingxiu stopped, his leg feeling a bit numb. Although his physique had improved, facing Guang Nantian's full speed and internal energy, that kick had taken a lot out of him. He turned to continue his charge. But as he turned, he saw a large number of disciples continuing to pour down from above. At the same time, on another distant mountain peak, a woman in black stood by a cliff. She saw the thick mist between the two mountains part, and torches quickly spread through the Seven Music Alliance. She had been sleeping but was awakened by the invasion horn. Thinking of Li Qingxiu's face, she was secretly shocked. She hadn't expected him to cause such a massive commotion. After hesitating, she decided to head down the mountain, not wanting to be caught up in the trouble. On the other side, Li Qingxiu had discarded the shattered sword and drawn the heavenly red sword to continue the fight. Dozens of people lay on the ground behind him, and he was surrounded on all sides. Although he was incredibly strong, it wasn't enough to completely break the spirit of the hundreds of disciples. Li Qingxiu looked ahead, his gaze narrowing. He let go of the scabbard, yet the heavenly red sword remained hovering in front of him. The sword vibrated and automatically pointed forward. The sight stunned the disciples in front. Immediately after, with a boom from the air being torn apart, the heavenly red sword shot forward. Origin Qi condensed into sword Qi, devastating everything in its path. Li Qingxiu followed closely behind. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh and bone echoed continuously. Using the supreme sword control technique, he carved a path of blood. Guang Nantian, having just stood up, witnessed this horrific scene and coughed violently. Blood poured from his mouth, and his eyes bulged with fear. In his eyes, Li Qingxiu had successfully broken the encirclement and vanished into the night. None of the disciples dared to chase him blindly. With the speed Li Qingxiu had shown, they could never catch him. They all turned to look at Guang Nantian, their faces full of terror. Guang Nantian didn't order a pursuit because he himself didn't dare to chase. Just then, a panicked shout rang out, reporting that the first alliance leader had been killed. A voice came from behind as a disciple stumbled up the stairs. He shouted the news, which was a massive shock to the hundreds of disciples who had just survived the battle. Guang Nantian felt as if the sky were falling. He turned to look at Su Zihong, who was now dead in a pool of blood. On the other side, Li Qingxiu hurried down the mountain with the two children. He was a bit worried because he had consumed more than half of his origin Qi and couldn't afford a prolonged battle. A notification appeared because he had decapitated an enemy sect for the first time, escaped unscathed, and protected the Qingxiao sect's reputation. He received a heritage reward. The sun rose, its light sweeping across Seven Music Town at the foot of the mountain. In an inn, the woman in black looked at the gray-robed old man sitting opposite her, her face full of impatience. She felt he had acted too quickly, as he had found her the very next morning. The old man, over 70 with age spots on his face, just sighed helplessly. He advised her not to act on impulse. In his view, with her current martial arts, she would surely suffer if she went to the Seven Music Alliance. Moreover, he had heard that something major had happened there, and anyone who provoked them now would face a fierce retaliation. The woman in black asked what had happened. She couldn't help but think of Li Qingqiu, curious about what he had done there. The old man's expression turned serious as he said that last night, the first alliance leader Lu Taidu had been assassinated in his own room. He heard another alliance leader had also been killed while trying to stop the culprit. At those words, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was stunned and finally understood why there was such a commotion last night. But the assassination of Lu Taidu was truly hard to believe. She couldn't stop wondering how Li Qingqiu had done it. Recalling how he had flicked her sword away with one finger, she felt he might actually have that kind of strength. But he was so young. She wondered if he used some youth-preserving technique or a disguise. The more she thought, the more shocked she became. Lu Taidu was a peerless expert whose every move shook the Guzhou Jianghu, yet he had died right inside the Seven Music Alliance. It was incredible. She looked at the old man and urgently asked who did it. He shook his head, saying he didn't know. He only heard from the Seven Music Alliance that the culprit had 3 heads and 6 arms, like a Taishu demon god descended to earth, completely unstoppable. He also mentioned the man took 2 children, so he might have gone there for them. The woman in black couldn't help but roll her eyes at such an absurd rumor. The old man just shrugged, saying he was only repeating what he heard. Then, he earnestly advised her that the Seven Music Alliance would surely face a massive storm. Internal power struggles and external enemies would arise, so her troubles might just vanish on their own. It wasn't worth risking her life. She sneered, saying that if Lu Taidu was dead, her troubles were indeed gone, so she would return with him today. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. However, after some hesitation, she asked him to investigate who really killed Lu Taidu, as she just wanted to know the person's name. He casually agreed, but noted that since it was pitch black last night, finding the name wouldn't be easy. The image of Li Qingqiu appeared in her mind again. Her curiosity grew. She really wanted to know who this person was, and why he had appeared so openly at the foot of the mountain before going up to kill. And what grudge did he have with the Seven Music Alliance? After leaving the Seven Music Alliance, Li Qingqiu traveled hundreds of miles before hiding in the mountains to recover his origin chi. Then, he used the spring-returning Ghost Immortal Needle to treat little Yuan Li's body, while Yuan Qi went to gather fruit and water. After resting for a day, they continued their journey, avoiding the main roads and meeting no one. Using the Gale technique, Li Qingqiu's pace was very fast. While not as fast as a carriage, it wasn't much slower. When they finally reached the foot of the Qingxiao Sect's mountain, Li Qingqiu truly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the majestic mountains ahead, Yuan Qi was full of confusion. He felt they were going further and further away, which was different from his idea that a martial arts sect should be near a town to recruit disciples and employ locals. Along the way, Li Qingqiu warned Yuan Qi never to mention the Seven Music Alliance to anyone, nor to say he had ever been there. In his story, the 2 brothers were just orphans following refugees whom he had brought back. Yuan Qi followed behind and nodded, saying he understood and wouldn't cause trouble. On the way, Li Qingqiu began to introduce the situation of the Qingxiao sect. Yuan Qi had never heard of the Qingxiao sect, but hearing that the disciples were all young, he immediately felt hopeful. At the Seven Music Alliance, he only met adults who always bullied him, so he was afraid of an adult-dominated environment. But after hearing about the Qingxiao sect, Yuan Qi grew bolder and started asking many questions. Li Qingqiu was very patient, answering everyone. It took them half a day to get from the foot of the mountain to the sect gate. It had been 10 days since Li Qingqiu killed Lu Taidu. It was now near dusk. Seeing the sect gate, though not as grand as the Seven Music Alliances, Li Qingqiu felt a sense of belonging. This made his long-standing tension completely relax. From afar, he saw a child squatting in front of the gate playing with pebbles. It was Li Zifeng. He called out, asking why he was being lazy again. The voice startled Li Zifeng, who jumped up and turned around. Seeing the child's face, Li Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh. After 2 weeks, Li Zifeng's face still had a purple bruise. Though the swelling was gone, his smile, showing several missing teeth, was truly hilarious. Li Qingqiu quickly stopped laughing, feeling it was a bit heartless since Li Zifeng was injured for the sect's sake. Li Zifeng called out joyfully and ran down like the wind. His shout also alerted the other disciples. Just as he reached Li Qingqiu, Yang Juding, Jiang Zhaoxia, and Su Ning leaped down from the cliffs and quickly arrived at the gate. Their light body techniques left Yuan Qi stunned. Li Qingqiu patted Li Zifeng's head. He asked if he had been naughty. Li Zifeng hugged his waist and cried, saying he had been worried to death because he was gone so long. He thought he didn't want them anymore. More and more disciples ran out. Seeing Li Qingqiu, they were all incredibly excited. Li Qingxiu also saw 6 unfamiliar faces, guessing they were the 6 children from the Tan family. 2 days ago, he had noticed 6 new disciples on the panel. Unfortunately, their talents were average and they had no special fates, so he didn't pay much attention and didn't even remember their faces. Jiang Zhaoxiao landed beside Li Qingxiu and carefully inspected him. Seeing he wasn't injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zijin also hugged him happily, while Li Dongyue stood nearby with teary eyes. Yang Juding also let out a sigh of relief. He had hidden the fact that Li Qingxiu went to the 7 Music Alliance, and the pressure had been nearly unbearable. Fortunately, the man was finally back. Jiang Zhaoxiao asked where he had been for so long, his tone clearly reproachful. Li Qingxiu just laughed, reminding him that he had told Zhang Guchen he was patrolling the mountain but got delayed. He then introduced Yuan Qi and Yuan Li, saying they would also be disciples of the Qingxiao sect from now on. Hearing this, everyone's attention shifted. Yang Juding leaned in close to inspect Yuan Qi, making the boy feel very uncomfortable. Su Ning's growth had proven that Li Qingxiu's eye for talent was no joke, so not just Yang Juding but all the disciples were curious about what talent Yuan Qi had to be chosen. Zhang Guchen looked at Li Qingxiu with a furrowed brow, while Wu Mani just grinned foolishly. He said nothing. Seeing everyone about to keep talking, Li Qingxiu interrupted, telling them to go inside first and prepare food for them. So the group went up the mountain, chatting and laughing. Since the disciples were young and full of energy, once they started talking, they couldn't stop. On the way, Li Dongyue walked up to Li Qingxiu and softly asked to carry the baby for him. Li Qingxiu didn't refuse and handed Yuan Li to her. After returning to the courtyard, Zhang Guchen took Yuan Qi to bathe, while Li Dongyue and Li Zijin took Yuan Li. Li Qingxiu sat at the table, his gaze on the 6 tin children standing together. 4 boys and 2 girls, all 11 years old. Finding 6 children of the same age showed how large the Tan family truly was. Faced with the sect leader's gaze, the 6 children were very nervous. Before coming, they had been told repeatedly to obey. Anyone sent back early would be severely punished. Seeing their tension, Li Qingxiu gave a gentle smile, called them over to sit, and introduced himself. Seeing that smile, the 6 children gradually relaxed and took turns introducing themselves. Li Qingxiu chatted casually with them to close the distance. The cooks were 3 of the 7 Qingxiao disciples. They were quick, and soon a hot meal was brought to Li Qingxiu. He didn't wait for Yuan Qi and started eating. Yang Juding sat beside him, dying to ask about the 7 Music Alliance, but held back since others were around. A while later, Zhang Guchen, Yuan Qi, and Li Dongyue also arrived, and the entire Qingxiao sect was finally gathered in one place, 24 people in total. Though not as prosperous as the 7 Music Alliance, the scene made Li Qingxiu feel content. He believed that in 10 years, every disciple here could stand on their own. Li Dongyue sat on his other side, her chin in her hand, remarking that the way he returned reminded her of their master. Years ago, when their master brought Zijin and Zifeng back, it was just like this. Zijin in his arms, and Zifeng on his back. Her words made the others nod as they reminisced about Lin Tanfeng, making the disciples even more curious about what kind of hero their grandmaster was. Yang Juding spoke up, agreeing that Lin Tanfeng was indeed heroic, but his contribution to the sect wasn't large because the sect had never recruited disciples on a large scale. In his view, the current and past Qingxiao sect were no longer related. Li Qingxiu glanced at him, relieved that after a few days apart, Yang Juding had become more sensible. Zhang Guchen added that their master had indeed left them, and from now on, the sect had only one leader. They were the new Qingxiao sect, and keeping the old name was just because his senior brother was nostalgic. Late at night, under the bright moon and stars, Li Qingxiu returned to his room and found it very clean, with bedding and a pillow on the bed. It seemed the Tan family's investment had arrived, and life in the sect had improved. He handed all financial authority to Zhang Guchen. To him, money was just a worldly thing. What he needed to control was the spirit stones in the underground lake. Spirit stones could aid cultivation and were surely the currency of the immortal world, the true foundation of the sect. Li Qingxiu sat cross-legged on the bed and called up the panel. The heritage reward from the 7 Music Alliance was still unopened. He hadn't dared to mess with it outside, but now that he was home and his heart was at peace, he opened it. He accepted the heritage, opened the sect heritage, and received a spell called the Soul-Snaring Curse. The name didn't sound like a righteous path. This made him realize the panel didn't define him as righteous or demonic. He felt that was fine. He didn't want to be bound by too many rules. He could look into this unorthodox stuff. Thinking this, he immediately began the Soul-Snaring Curse inheritance. The familiar feeling returned as he immersed himself in the inheritance memories. A long time later, he opened his eyes. Since this wasn't his first spell inheritance, he wasn't shocked. But this time he frowned deeply. This curse was truly cruel. It could snatch a person's soul even while they were still alive, causing them unbearable pain in the process. From then on, the soul would be eternally controlled by the caster until the caster died. Once successfully cast and turned into a ghost, the ghost could not resist the caster due to soul suppression. But there was a risk. If cast on someone of a higher level, it could backfire. After memorizing the curse, Li Qingqiu didn't start practicing it immediately. He still had to practice the spring-returning ghost immortal needle, so he decided to reach a certain stage with that first. He adjusted his state and soon entered a meditative state to absorb energy. The sun rose, and a night passed. The next morning, all the disciples woke up. The martial artists went to practice, while the cultivators sat cross-legged together to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Li Qingqiu had Yuan Qi practice martial arts under Yang Juding, along with the 6 Tan children. From now on, not everyone could practice the primordial chaos scripture unless they had exceptional talent or made great contributions. After the golden hour of cultivation passed, Li Qingqiu and Zhang Guchen returned to the room to discuss their next steps. Li Qingqiu, sipping tea, said that first, they needed to organize a group of disciples to start building houses in the forest below the gate. They could involve Yang Juding since he was an adult. Second was recruiting more disciples, up to 20 years old. They couldn't always just look for children. The tea he was drinking was also sent by the Tan family. It was fragrant, and he had liked it after just 1 cup last night. Zhang Guchen smiled, saying he had wanted to do this for a long time. Now that they had money, they should act. He also mentioned the need for a teacher, as Li Dongyue said Li Qingqiu had planned for one. Li Qingqiu nodded and told him to invite one. These matters were for Zhang Guchen to arrange. He didn't need to do everything himself. He could choose disciples to train as assistants. As the sect grew, roles would be more detailed. Zhang Guchen said Huang Shan and Yulin weren't bad. Though young, they were sharp and saw the big picture. He would train them well. Li Qingqiu added that in the future, only core disciples could practice the primordial chaos scripture. Currently, the only core disciple was Su Ning, though the 7 disciples like Huang Shan could also hold that status while focusing on martial arts. Zhang Guchen noted everything. Regarding disciple ranks, Li Qingqiu had many ideas, but they weren't suitable yet. Specifically, disciple benefits couldn't be detailed yet. After all, the sect hadn't formed its own system. To this day, the Qingxiao sect still had no fixed source of income. Li Qingqiu and Zhang Guchen focused on this issue, agreeing they couldn't just rely on the Tan family. They considered what Jiang Zhaoxia had seen on his last trip. Tasks like escorting nobles or valuable items and taking government bounties could be given to disciples. It would provide training, money, and reputation. Without a reputation, recruiting would be hard, limited only to villages. Such disciples' talent was uncertain, and they were illiterate, so even teaching them martial arts cost more. Naturally, Li Qingqiu would have the sect's own literacy program. He just didn't want their recruitment to be limited to the countryside. They talked for an hour, and afterward, Zhang Guchen immediately set to work with great enthusiasm. Li Qingqiu stayed a bit longer, then went out and called Li Dongyu to the back forest to practice the ghost immortal needle. They practiced until nearly noon before heading back. On the way, Li Dongyue softly reminded him not to forget to choose one of the Tan children as his personal disciple, as he had promised the Tan family, and they were waiting. Li Qingqiu nodded and said with a smile that he hadn't forgotten. Zhang Guchen had already mentioned it. The Tan patriarch had designated his son as Li Qingqiu's disciple, so he didn't need to think about it. He just needed to decide soon so the 6 children could be at ease. At lunch, Li Qingqiu called Tan Xie and told him to follow him. Tan Xie stood up excitedly, his face flushing red, and the other 5 Tan children were also thrilled. They had come with the family's expectations. After officially accepting Tan Xie as his disciple, Li Qingqiu handed him over to Yang Juding. Since his talent was poor, he was unlikely to achieve much, but if he performed well, he could help him cultivate later. Yang Juding thus gained his own title, the martial arts transmission elder of the Qingxiao sect. 2 weeks passed quickly. Since Li Qingqiu hid what he did at the 7 Music Alliance, Jiang Zhaoxia still went to the ridge to practice. Li Qingqiu didn't stop him because, besides the 7 Music Alliance, the Qing religion was still a potential problem. One day, Zhang Guchen brought news. Li Qingqiu, Jiang Zhaoxia, Li Dongyue, Wu Mani, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin were all called to the room. Zhang Guchen excitedly reported that something huge had happened to the 7 Music Alliance. The first alliance leader Lu Taidu was dead. The alliance was in chaos, which was why they hadn't come for trouble. Li Qingkaiyu curiously asked where he had heard this, as this was Zhang In-Gokun's third trip down the mountain in 2 weeks. He hadn't expected him to be able to gather Jianghu news. Zhang Guchen laughed and said that on his way down, he ran into bandits. He led Huang Shan and Yu Lin to stop them, making some friends in the process, and heard this world-shaking news from them. Li Zifeng stared at Li Qingkaiyu, asking if he was the one who did it. The other juniors also looked at him with tense expectation. After all, he had been away for 2 weeks not long ago. Li Qingxiu rolled his eyes and irritably said he didn't have that kind of skill, then told them to ask their third senior brother if the 7 Music Alliance was that easy to deal with. Jiang Zhaoxiao nodded, saying that killing the strongest person in their own headquarters was incredibly difficult. Fighting one-on-one and fighting one against 100 or 1,000 were completely different concepts. Everyone thought of Jiang Zhaoxiao's previous injuries and understood. Li Zifeng started making a scene, gesticulating wildly about how powerful the 7 Music Alliance experts were. Jiang Zhaoxiao looked at Li Qingxiu with a complex gaze, making him feel guilty. Li Qingxiu couldn't stand the look, coughed, and interrupted Li Zifeng's performance. He said that regardless, the 7 Music Alliance wouldn't come for a while, but they couldn't be careless. No one was to be lazy. They were either to practice or help build the sect. The expansion plan had begun, with the second-generation male disciples contributing the most. Except for Li Zijin, Li Qingxiu had assigned tasks to all his juniors. After the meeting, Zhang In-Gokun didn't leave. He pulled Li Qingkaiyu aside, saying he had invited a teacher from below. The man claimed to be an expert in divination and insisted on meeting Li Qingxiu. Li Qingkaiyu asked if it would cost money. Zhang Guchen said yes, but the man said he would decide how much effort to put in based on Li Qingxiu's appearance. Li Qingxiu agreed, wanting to see what the man was up to. They walked out of the room together. He saw a scholar in white standing behind 2 disciples, looking at the woodwork. The scholar, Zhang Yu, looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, carrying a book box. He looked very refined. As soon as someone announced the eldest senior brother had arrived, Zhang Yu immediately turned and walked toward them. His gaze fell directly on Li Qingxiu. As they got closer, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed Li Qingxiu's hand before he could speak. Li Qingxiu was going to pull away but felt no internal energy from the man, so he let him. Zhang Yu excitedly said Li Qingxiu's appearance was extraordinary, born of a family of kings and generals. His childhood was rough, but his fate was extraordinary. With the Ziwei star shining bright, he was destined to become a true dragon. He looked like he was about to kneel. Li Qingkaiyu immediately labeled him a fraud and smooth talker, thinking he was talking nonsense since his own father wasn't that impressive. Still, Li Qingxiu didn't show it. He withdrew his hand, thanked him for the kind words, and asked where he learned divination. Zhang Yu composed himself, stepped back, and bowed, saying he was the successor of the old man of the 9 meridians. Li Qingxiu probably hadn't heard of him, because the old man lived in seclusion and was 130 years old, now preparing to enjoy his final years. Li Qingxiu didn't doubt him. He just asked if teaching the disciples alone would be too much pressure. Zhang Yu replied no, because although the sect was small, it was a place of hidden dragons and tigers, with both civil and martial brilliance. He was willing to contribute, though he added that an extra 30 coins a month would be better. His voice was clear and powerful, showing the air of a talent, except for that last part. Li Qingxiu agreed to the temporary price increase, wanting to see his skill first. That evening, Li Qingxiu announced that starting tomorrow, all disciples would learn to read and write in Zhang Yu's class at the newly cleared land below the gate. No one was allowed to skip. So after the early morning practice, everyone except Li Qingxiu went to listen, even Yang Juding, who was curious if the teacher was any good. In his view, Zhang Yu's price was too high. Since becoming the martial arts transmission elder, Yang Juding had started considering things from the sect's perspective. By noon, Li Qingxiu returned to the courtyard to hear his juniors' opinions. Everyone rated Zhang Yu highly, finding his teaching interesting. Even Yang Juding admitted the man had some knowledge. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu was relieved. But unfortunately, no matter how good the teaching, students eventually get bored. A month later, Li Qingxiu took Su Ning up the mountain. That day, they went to the underground spirit lake. Su Ning had successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the origin realm, her small face full of spirit and an uncontainable smile. At the clearing below the mountain, Li Qingxiu saw Zhang Yu teaching 5 disciples. Zhang Yu praised their eagerness to learn but warned them not to follow Li Zifeng's example, as that personality would eventually lead to trouble. At the mention of Li Zifeng, Zhang Yu's voice was full of indignation. Li Qingxiu heard this from afar, and knew Li Zifeng had played another prank on Zhang Yu today. Since they became close, Li Zifeng loved teasing Zhang Yu, bullying him because he didn't practice martial arts. Indeed, Zhang Yu didn't practice. He said it was a rule set by his master, that those who studied the heavenly wisdom arts could not practice martial arts, and he always kept that in mind. Li Qingxiu signaled Su Ning, who understood, and the two of them tiptoed past Zhang Yu's back. Zhang Yu caught sight of them, his eyes widening as he waved and called for the sect leader, saying he had something to discuss. Li Qingxiu pretended not to hear and hurried up the stairs, with Su Ning close behind. Zhang Yu irritably pulled his hand back. In front of the disciples, he had to maintain his teacher's persona and couldn't curse. Meanwhile, Li Qingxiu went straight to the inner courtyard. He saw Li Dongyue sitting under a tree holding little Yuan Li, with Yuan Shi standing nearby, teasing the baby. In another corner, two female disciples were weaving. Seeing Li Qingxiu, they hurried to stand and bow. This etiquette was taught by Zhang Yu, who felt the sect's rules weren't clear enough and that bowing looked formal. But it was a way to reinforce status. If juniors didn't bow to seniors, they would eventually become lazy and disrespectful. Although Li Qingxiu didn't entirely agree, since Zhang Guchen, Jiang Zhaoxia, and Yang Juding all approved, he let Zhang Yu teach etiquette. Li Qingqiu nodded to the two disciples and was about to head toward Li Dongyu when Zhang Ingukun stepped out of a nearby room and hurried over. He pulled Li Qingxiu aside, looking serious, and said he wanted to borrow someone. Zhang Guchen said he wanted to borrow his junior because his previous recruitment trip had failed. He had finally met a Jianghu expert who declared that if anyone could defeat him, he would grant one request, even serving them for life. So, Zhang Guchen wanted to invite his third junior brother to act, but Jiang Zhaoxiao was worried about the Seven Music Alliance and the Qing religion and wouldn't leave the mountain. Zhang Guchen was a bit helpless. He felt the sect wouldn't have trouble for the next 6 months, and even if it did, they could handle it without Jiang Zhaoxia. Li Qingxiu asked if he was sure the man was an expert. Zhang Guchen replied yes. The man lived in a forest near the Taikuan Mountains and acted very strangely. He had met him a few days ago, and the man indeed had skill. He couldn't beat him, so he hurried back to invite his junior. He was worried the man would leave or someone else would get there first. His face showed his anxiety. He was truly worried about recruitment. Except for the village below, he couldn't recruit anyone. People felt the sect had no future, and he was too young to be trusted. Currently, the sect had much to do, but the disciples were too small, leading to a labor shortage that forced him to find experts to join. Li Qingxiu thought for a moment and felt that since Zhang Guchen had lost but returned safely, the man wasn't a killer. Letting Jiang Zhaoxia go was fine. Zhang Guchen had worked hard and deserved this. So, Li Qingxiu told him to go ahead and tell his junior that he had given his approval. Zhang Guchen was overjoyed, thanked Li Qingxiu, and turned to leave. Their brotherhood was sincere. As long as Zhang Guchen said Li Qingxiu agreed, Jiang Zhaoxia would believe him. Of course, Zhang Guchen wouldn't lie. He wouldn't issue an order in Li Qingxiu's name without his consent. Afterward, Li Qingxiu went to Li Dongyue and said with a smile that she should take good care of the little guy, as he felt the boy would become the pride of the Qingxiao sect. Li Dongyue smiled gently, and replied that whether the child was outstanding or not, she would take good care of him. Yuan Shi heard this and asked hopefully if the sect leader really thought so, and if he would take his brother as a disciple. Since coming to the sect, he and Li Qingxiu had grown a bit distant. He knew gaining Li Qingxiu's recognition wasn't easy, especially since he hadn't shown any superior martial talent. Some nights, he secretly felt sad. Li Qingxiu laughed and said that once the boy grew up and could read, he would take him as a disciple. Yuan Shi was thrilled and immediately knelt to kowtow in thanks. Li Dongyue was secretly surprised that Li Qingxiu didn't stop him, wondering if little Yuan Li's talent was truly extraordinary. Su Ning's success had proven Li Qingxiu's vision. There were many disciples, but he didn't take them as personal disciples easily, showing how strict he was. Li Qingxiu then told Yuan Shi earnestly to stand up and not just think of his brother, but to work hard himself. Talent was one thing, but effort was also important. Yuan Shi stood up and nodded solemnly. Then, Li Qingxiu and Li Dongyue chatted briefly before he returned to his room. He was a bit tired today, likely from consuming too much origin qi practicing the Ghost Immortal Needle. Cultivators didn't need much sleep, but that was only if they hadn't exhausted their energy. To Li Qingxiu, dreaming once in a while wasn't bad. He slept deeply until he was awakened by a commotion. He opened his eyes and saw it was pitch black outside. He wondered why no one had called him for dinner. He sat up and heard someone begging for mercy outside, along with the angry shouts of other disciples. He wondered if an outsider had arrived. Thinking this, Li Qingqiu got up and went to the door. At the same time, near the courtyard gate, over a dozen disciples were gathered. In their midst was a young man in black kneeling on the ground, his face bruised and battered, tears in his eyes as he begged. He looked pathetic. Su Ning stood before him, her small face very stern. Since Zhang Guqin and Zhang Zhaoxia had gone down the mountain with supplies, no one was there to disperse the noisy disciples. Just then, Yang Juding jumped over the wall and landed. He stood behind the disciples, looked closely, and gasped in surprise, recognizing the man as Cheng Songhai and asking why he was here. The man in black looked at Yang Juding, but instead of being happy, he lowered his head in shame, wishing he could disappear. When Li Qingqiu stepped out, Li Dongyue arrived holding little Yuanli. They looked at each other, and she shook her head, indicating she didn't know what was happening. Li Qingqiu walked over and asked what the noise was about. The disciples quickly made way and bowed to him. This scene made Zhang Yu, standing on the right, nod in satisfaction. Tan Xie was the first to speak, saying this man had sneaked in to steal but was caught by his senior sister. The senior sister, he meant, was naturally Su Ning. Although Su Ning was younger, she had joined before him, and her high martial arts made him respect her. Hearing about the theft, Li Qingqiu wasn't surprised. The sect now had things worth stealing. Li Qingqiu walked up to Cheng Songhai and assessed him. Cheng Songhai quickly explained that he was just hungry and wanted some food. Su Ning immediately shouted that he didn't just take a little. He stole a whole roast chicken and 2 jars of wine, which had shattered on the ground. This couldn't be overlooked. Li Qingqiu's face darkened, although they had money now. With so many mouths to feed, they had to be careful, and a roast chicken was a rare luxury. Cheng Songhai begged for a chance to compensate, saying he would bring money in 5 days. In his panic, he turned to Yang Juding, reminding him that the dragon-slaying hero knew how much his word was worth and asking for help. Yang Juding was furious about the wine and even more annoyed that Cheng Songhai was asking for help. He scolded him, saying he was ashamed to know him. As the king of thieves, he should be stealing from the corrupt rich, not coming up a mountain to steal chicken and wine, and getting caught by a kid at that. It was pathetic. At those words, Cheng Songhai broke down in tears, wailing that Su Ning wasn't a normal kid but a demon child, and that even Yang Juding might not be her match. Yang Juding grew even angrier. How could he not be her match? He had watched her join the mountain. How could she have surpassed his 20 years of hard work so quickly? But as his gaze crossed Su Ning's face, his heart instinctively skipped a beat. Terrified of her, he started arguing with Cheng Songhai. Cheng Songhai wanted to fight back, but one glare from Su Ning made him kneel again. Then, Li Qingqiu stopped them, saying killing him was useless. They should find a way to compensate. While theft was hateful, what he took wasn't worth his life. Yang Juding glared at Cheng Kanghai and told Li Qingqiu that this man was Cheng Kanghai, a man with peerless light body techniques known as the King of Thieves. He had once stolen a treasure from the governor's mansion and sold it to another noble to use the money for disaster relief. He was something of a hero. Moreover, his word was indeed good, as he had never failed to keep a promise. Yang Juding actually admired him because in these declining times, few Jianghu people still held on to chivalry. Li Qingqiu asked Cheng Songhai why he came to the sect. He replied that he was being hunted by the government. The new county magistrate was a skilled martial artist who loved the people but was determined to catch the king of thieves. Chased all the way to the Taikuan Mountains, he was so hungry he did something so clumsy. Li Qingqiu still felt something was off and asked why he had to run here of all places. His gaze became sharp and his tone displeased. Cheng Songhai's expression changed. Then he gritted his teeth and confessed that next spring, the crown prince would come to the Taikuan Mountains to hunt, and he had come early to prepare to steal the peace sword from the prince's waist. Yang Juding's eyes widened. He scolded him for his audacity. If he did that, the court would send troops to search the mountains, and the Qingxiao sect would be implicated. The disciples' expressions also changed as they looked at him. Zhang Yu couldn't help but speak up, noting that the peace sword was given to the late emperor by a high expert and was the second of the 10 great swords. Stealing it would cause a bloodbath throughout the land. Cheng Songhai said proudly that if he succeeded, his fame would reach a new level. He wanted to slap the face of the imperial family because they always talked of peace and prosperity, but never looked at how the people were actually living. As for implicating the sect, he thought it had disbanded after Lin Tanfeng retired. He only came up to find a place to stay but smelled them roasting chicken, and the scent nearly killed him with hunger. By the end, he couldn't help but swallow hard. After being beaten, he was even hungrier. Li Qingqiu looked at Yang Juding and asked if he had said this man's light body technique was peerless. Yang Juding confirmed that in the Guizhou Jianghu, Chung Songhai was among the best. Thinking of this, he wondered how Su Ning had caught him and couldn't help but look at her. Chung Songhai saw the look and quickly explained that if he hadn't been so hungry, he wouldn't have been caught. Still, he admitted Su Ning's light body technique was indeed impressive. At the second level of the origin realm, she had already begun practicing the Gale technique and was used to moving fast in the forest. Finally, Li Qingxiu decided that Chung Songhai would be punished by staying at the sect for a year to teach the disciples light body techniques to atone for his crime. During that time, the sect wouldn't let him go hungry. If he didn't agree, he would be sent to Blackstone County. Li Qingxiu stared at him, forcing a decision. Chung Songhai's expression shifted as he asked if the time could be shorter, fearing he would miss his big plan. Li Qingxiu grew impatient, noting that too many people had heard his plan, so it was no longer possible. He told him not to waste his breath and just agree or not, as he was waiting to eat. Chung Songhai's face flickered, but under everyone's gaze, he finally agreed. Seeing this, Li Qingxiu told everyone to get ready for dinner and walked to the long table. The disciples got busy and soon dispersed, leaving Chung Kanghai kneeling alone. He was stunned. He hadn't expected the sect to be so straightforward or for Li Qingxiu to trust him so easily. He quickly scrambled up and went to Yang Juding, full of curiosity about the sect, as it was completely different from what he had heard. When dinner was served, Chung Songhai shamelessly squeezed in next to Yang Juding to mooch a meal. Taking advantage of the free time, Zhang Yu suggested that Dao Wang tell his story so everyone could get to know him better. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze toward Chung Songhai. Chung Songhai instinctively looked at Li Qingxiu, and seeing no objection, he downed his bowl of wine in one gulp and began his tale. He said that if he had to start, he'd start from when he first began practicing martial arts. He was born in the first year of the new dynasty, a time of chaos. His family met with disaster when the emperor ordered their entire clan executed. His father found a way to smuggle him out, but unfortunately, the imperial soldiers spotted him. Chased to the edge of a cliff, he steeled his heart and jumped. Chung Songhai's voice rose and fell melodiously, quickly captivating everyone. Even Li Qingxiu found himself interested in the story. That dinner lasted for an hour. For the disciples of the Qingxiao sect, storytelling sessions like this were rare. Long after he finished, everyone remained stirred, eagerly hoping Chung Songhai would continue. Li Qingxiu didn't care if the story was true or false. As long as the disciples were entertained, he wouldn't stop it. Afterward, he arranged for Chung Songhai to share a room with Yang Juding. That night, he caught the faint sound of a scuffle coming from Yang Juding's room, but it quickly went quiet. The next morning, the disciples noticed the wounds on Chung Songhai's face had worsened. When asked, he simply said it was nothing. Although Chung Songhai's chicken-stealing habit was annoying, his tales of chivalry successfully won over the disciples. He quickly integrated with everyone at the Qingxiao sect, though he still made sure to take the long way around whenever he saw Xiangying. In the following days, Chung Songhai, much like Zhang Yu and Yang Juding, grew increasingly curious about the Qingxiao sect. Wu Mani's immense strength made him feel like he had encountered a monster. What he found most absurd was that Li Zifeng, who was barely 13, could actually compete with him in light body techniques. Even though he won, the gap between them wasn't large at all. It made him wonder if the Qingxiao sect was just full of monstrous geniuses, or if they were hiding some unimaginable inherited secret technique. 7 days later, Zhang Yuchen and Jiang Zhaoxia finally returned. Upon receiving the news, Li Qingxiu returned to the sect's inner courtyard. Seeing him, Jiang Zhaoxia held up 3 fingers with a smug grin before heading to his room to change into a different sect uniform. Li Qingxiu realized the kid had reached the 3rd level of the mid-origin realm. He felt a bit of a sting, realizing the cultivation advantage he'd gained through cheating was gone. Still, he was happy because it meant the Qingxiao sect was getting stronger. Zhang Yuchen approached Li Qingxiu, turned, and pointed to an old beggar not far away, identifying him as the expert. His name was Wu Yu. He also mentioned that his junior brother hadn't wanted him to tell Li Qingxiu. The first time Jiang Zhaoxia challenged Senior Wu, he lost. After 2 days of secluded cultivation, he challenged him again and finally won. Li Qingxiu frowned. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhaoxia to lose while at the 2nd level of the mid-origin realm. It was clear this Wu Baoyu was no ordinary man. Sensing the internal energy within the man, Li Qingxiu felt as if he were looking at a second Lu Taidu. He then told Zhang Yuchen to handle Wu Yu's arrangements himself, since he was the one who recruited him. Zhang Yuchen was overjoyed and quickly thanked Li Qingxiu. Li Qingxiu patted his shoulder and went with him to meet Wu Yu. Unfortunately, Wu Baoyu was proud and cold, showing no interest in Li Qingxiu. Li Qingxiu wasn't one to beg for attention where it wasn't wanted. After a few awkward words, he left. He had to return to his practice of the rejuvenating ghost immortal needle. Summer passed, and autumn arrived, painting the mountain of the Qingxiao sect in fall colors. Down from the main courtyard, past a 30-meter stone staircase, was a new courtyard with 5 houses. In the center was a simple martial arts stage where disciples often sparred. It had been a month since Wu Baoyu joined the Qingxiao sect, and 4 new disciples had also arrived. They were all recruited from the foot of the mountain by Zhang Yechen. That afternoon, Li Qingxiu sat in front of the sect gate, fiddling with the small knife Jiang Kutian had given him last year. Yang Juding came to sit beside him, his gaze fixed on Wu Baoyu, who was watching the disciples spar in the courtyard below. After changing into the Qingxiao sect uniform, Wu Yu exuded the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. Though he was thin and slightly hunched, just standing there with his hands behind his back made people feel he was someone extraordinary. He was 50 years old this year with graying hair, but his eyes remained sharp and full of pressure. Yang Juding sighed, remarking that this senior named Wu Yu was truly remarkable, likely a top-tier expert. Even though Yang Juding had practiced the Primordial Chaos Sutra and reached the first level of the mid-origin realm as described in the manual, he still wasn't sure he could defeat Wu Yu. Every time he faced the man, he felt uneasy, so he tried to avoid him. Wu Yu, on the other hand, was a man of few words. He only occasionally gave pointers to the younger disciples, but even a few casual remarks were enough to enlighten them. Because of this, they held him in high regard. Li Qingxiu looked down and smiled, saying that Wu Baoyu was indeed special, but that was a good thing. He then asked Yang Juding how many people in the Azure cult he thought could be his match. Yang Juding replied that for the Azure cult to have its current reputation, there must be top-tier experts among them, likely their cult leader. However, he still believed Li Qingxiu should be wary of Wu Yu, as he found the man suspicious. The idea of someone waiting in the woods near the Taikuan mountain range for experts to challenge sounded absurd. He suspected Wu Yu might have come here targeting the Qingxiao sect, perhaps not Li Qingxiu himself, but likely his grandmaster. Yang Juding spoke with a grave expression, clearly afraid Li Qingxiu was being too trusting of Wu Baoyu. Li Qingxiu only gave a slight nod. Since Wu Baoyu joined the sect, his loyalty wasn't high, but it was still over 60, so he didn't worry too much. More importantly, Wu Yu didn't have a special destiny. Although he was a top expert on the martial path, his talent for immortal cultivation was quite ordinary. Li Qingxiu didn't want to talk about Wu Baoyu anymore, and turned to Yang Juding with a serious expression and a formal tone. He asked if Yang Juding truly intended to stay with the Qingxiao sect long-term. Yang Juding was stunned, and asked if Li Qingxiu was trying to kick him off the mountain. Li Qingxiu shook his head, noting that Yang Juding had only joined because he was heavily injured and needed their help. He never truly intended to join the sect. Now that his wounds were healed and his strength had increased, he was free to go down the mountain and do what he had originally planned. Yang Juding frowned and pressed him, asking if Li Qingxiu was really willing to let him go after passing on such a supreme technique. Li Qingxiu calmly replied that Yang Juding had also taught the Qingxiao disciples a lot of martial arts, even passing his own inherited palm techniques to manner. So, why wouldn't he be willing? He said Yang Juding didn't know them anything, and they didn't know him. After living together for so long, they were friends, and wanting a friend to live a better life was only natural. After speaking, Li Qingxiu looked back down at the courtyard. Yang Juding fell silent after hearing that. Li Qingxiu didn't rush him, simply watching the disciples spar below and nodding slightly. The progress of these martial disciples was excellent. If nurtured for another 10 years, they would surely be able to hold their own. His plan was to wait until the Qingxiao sect became the #1 sect in the martial world before announcing its transformation into an immortal cultivation sect. Until then, he would only select disciples with high talent and great contributions to secretly train as cultivators. Such a plan required time, but they were young and had plenty of it. Finally, Yang Juding took a deep breath and said that if he went down the mountain, he would just go back to drifting aimlessly. Although the world called him the dragon-slaying hero, he could only help those right in front of him, often leaving trouble in his wake. Compared to that, staying at the Qingxiao sect and watching it grow from a sprout into a towering tree was far more meaningful. He believed that if the Qingxiao sect truly became a great martial power like the Seven Peaks Alliance, he could help even more people. Yang Juding's tone carried a hint of emotion, clearly hiding his own story. Li Qingxiu pulled up the Dao lineage panel and was satisfied to see that Yang Juding's loyalty had broken past 90. Loyalty wasn't something that only went up, but once it increased, it proved his sense of belonging had grown stronger. Li Qingxiu stood up, looked down at Yang Juding, and smiled, saying that if he decided to stay, then he should give it his all. The Qingxiao sect was still in its early stages and needed people in every area. His goal was for the Qingxiao sect to cover the entire Taikuan mountain range, with disciple quarters and training grounds spread across the peaks. Yang Juding stood up as well, helplessly remarking on how vast the Taikuan mountain range was. No sect in the martial world had ever been that large. At most, they could only govern a certain territory. If the Qingxiao sect truly reached that level, the number of disciples would be staggering. Even an army would find it hard to use such a vast place as a training ground. If Li Qingxiu actually pulled it off, the Qingxiao sect might even shake the foundations of the Dali dynasty. It seemed unrealistic, but just thinking about it was enough to get one's blood pumping. Li Qingxiu waved it off, saying it was just a goal. Yang Juding's gaze turned firm as he seriously replied that he would help Li Qingxiu reach that goal. Li Qingxiu smiled. Leaving behind a "we'll see," he turned and headed back into the sect, preparing to go to the forest behind the mountain to practice. Yang Juding watched him go, seeing Li Qingxiu disappear around a bend in the mountain path, and couldn't help but mutter that the kid was young but full of schemes. Even playing tricks to win people over, he smirked, not at all bothered by Li Qingxiu's little games. The boy's grand ambition truly intrigued him. As the number of disciples grew, Li Qingxiu could devote more time to his cultivation. Currently, besides him, only Jiang Zhaoxia and Wu Mani enjoyed such treatment. Even Su Yin had to work. Autumn deepened, and the temperature began to drop. Another month passed. That day, after noon, Li Qingxiu stood on the mountainside looking down at the fields. He saw Zhang Yuchen and the Qingxiao 7 sons following 2 farmers to plow the fields. These 2 farmers were the fathers of 2 disciples from the village at the foot of the mountain, invited by Zhang Yuchen. The Qingxiao sect was preparing to cultivate its own land. This spot was on the mountainside, about a half-hour walk from the sect, not too far. Zhang Yuchen had even dug a fish pond, though transporting large quantities of fingerlings up the mountain wasn't easy and had to be done in batches. Besides the fields and the fish pond, there was also the horse ranch from before. When the 7 Peaks Alliance sent people to attack, they brought many horses. Yang Juding had led the disciples to recover quite a few. Now, stray horses could still occasionally be spotted in the forest. Not only that, Li Qingxiu also encouraged his disciples to keep pets and hunt. Besides practicing martial arts, they could learn other skills. Every month, he would have Zhang Yuchen go down the mountain to invite various masters to teach them. Just then, a sharp cry echoed from the sky. Li Qingxiu raised his hand, and a small black eagle descended, landing on his arm. He turned his head and began to play with the little creature. The eagle nest Zhang Yushan had brought back earlier contained 3 chicks and 2 eggs. Currently, 2 had flown away, leaving only this one. As for the 2 eggs, they had just hatched, and the chicks couldn't fly yet. The fact that this eagle stayed made Li Qingxiu suspect it was because he frequently transferred essence to it, creating a sense of dependency. He wanted to see if he could use this method to raise the little eagle into a spirit pet, and it seemed very promising so far. Looking at the small eagle on his hand, Li Qingxiu muttered to himself, wondering when it would finally understand human nature. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He even thought that if he could one day ride it through the sky, it would be an incredible experience. And so, supporting the little eagle with his hand, he watched the laboring disciples below. Compared to the constant fighting and killing, he found himself preferring this quiet and leisurely life. Watching his sect grow bit by bit gave him a profound sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side, repeatedly shouting for the senior brother. Startled, the little eagle flew off. Li Qingxiu turned his head and frowned. He saw Li Zifeng running toward him with a bamboo basket on his back. The boy wasn't hiding his abilities at all, using the gale technique to dash forward, kicking up a trail of dust in his wake. Li Zifeng stopped in front of Li Qingxiu, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Li Qingxiu immediately scolded him, saying that even though he was now an elder, he was still as impulsive and hurried as ever. Being so reckless was unbecoming. Li Zifeng looked up and said that people from the Yamen had come up the mountain, heading straight for the Qingxiao sect. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu told him to go warn Cheng Songhai. He told him to hide quickly. Li Zifeng immediately complied and ran up the mountain like a small whirlwind. Li Qingxiu suddenly realized that every time Li Zifeng ran to find him like this, it usually meant bad news. However, he didn't dwell on it. He continued to stand there, watching Zhang Yuchen and the others work. The Qingxiao sect now had enough confidence to handle trouble. About half an hour later, as Li Qingxiu was preparing to leave, he saw a group of people emerging from the distant forest. Leading them was a man in a tight-fitting official uniform with a saber at his waist. He wore an official cap, had thick eyebrows, and eyes as sharp as torches. He observed Zhang Yuchen and the others as he walked. Behind him were 9 bailiffs in uniform, all carrying sabers. The man in the official uniform approached Li Qingxiu, introducing himself as Feng De, the magistrate of Hashi County. He stated he was there to arrest the bandit king, Cheng Songhai, and asked Li Qingxiu who he was in the Qingxiao sect. Li Qingxiu's attire was different from the other disciples, looking more dignified. Feng De and his men had met several disciples on the way, so they knew he wasn't an ordinary member. Li Qingxiu smiled and replied that he was the sect leader of the Qingxiao sect. He claimed he had never heard of any bandit king. If the magistrate didn't believe him, he could lead his men up the mountain to check. The sect would fully cooperate. Hearing this, Feng De was surprised, and the other bailiffs looked at each other in disbelief. Li Qingxiu was only 17 and looked far too young. He didn't look like the leader of a sect at all. Feng De couldn't help but ask if his master, Lin Xuanfeng, had truly retired from the martial world. Although he didn't roam the martial world himself, the county jail held many martial artists, so he knew a bit about their affairs. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu's expression immediately turned sorrowful. He said it wasn't retirement. Lin Xuanfeng had been possessed by a deluded mind. He insisted on seeking immortality, leaving Li Qingxiu to lead his junior brothers and sisters through a life of hunger and cold. Therefore, they had no choice but to find their own way to survive, even having to farm for themselves despite being a martial arts sect. He spoke with such sincerity that Feng De couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Afterward, Feng De said they would go up the mountain to take a look first, trying not to cause trouble for the Qingxiao sect. He then led his men further up the mountain. Li Qingxiu didn't stop them. Instead, he headed down the mountain, looking for a place to cultivate. When he wasn't at the underground spirit lake, he could cultivate anywhere he pleased. The other disciples did the same, as the entire vast forest was their training ground. Near dusk, Li Qingxiu, Zhang Yuchen, and the 7 disciples of Qingxiao led 2 farmers up the mountain. They planned to host a feast to thank them and keep them for the night. As soon as they passed the mountain gate, Li Qingxiu saw many disciples gathered in front of the main courtyard, packed like sardines. He raised an eyebrow, guessing that something had happened. However, he didn't speed up his pace. As a sect leader, he had to remain calm and composed. Zhang Yuchen didn't share that mindset. He immediately rushed forward, loudly telling everyone to move aside. The disciples turned and saw the sect leader had arrived, quickly bowing to Li Qingxiu. As they dispersed, Li Qingxiu saw Feng De sitting in the middle of the courtyard, cross-legged and circulating his energy. The 9 bailiffs surrounded him, warily watching the Qingxiao disciples. As soon as Qin Yi saw Li Qingxiu, he called out loudly for his master, causing everyone in the courtyard to turn and look. Li Qingxiu walked leisurely into the yard, his gaze sweeping around. He saw Yang Juding, Wu Baoao, and Zhang Yu were all present, but Cheng Songhai was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yuchen stepped ahead of Li Qingxiu and asked what had happened. Li Zifeng, who was crouching on the eaves, grinned and said that Feng De didn't know his place. He insisted on challenging Wu Baoao and ended up being heavily injured with a single strike. His subordinates were now insisting it was the Qingxiao sect's fault and wanted to take people back to the county office. Li Qingxiu turned to look at Wu Baoao, who was busy chopping wood, not stopping even for his arrival. Yang Juding stood nearby, clearly gloating over the situation. Zhang Yu frowned deeply as he watched Wu Baoao, lost in thought. Li Qingxiu walked up to the bailiffs, separated by a wall of people, and expressed his concern, asking Feng De if he was all right. He also mentioned he knew a bit of medicine and could help. Feng De's face was pale. Hearing this, he opened his eyes, tilted his head toward Li Qingxiu, and hissed through gritted teeth that this man was a protector of the demonic sect who had slaughtered the martial world 20 years ago. He claimed the Qingxiao sect had been deceived, and that Wu Baoao was a heinous criminal who had committed every evil imaginable. Hearing the title of demonic sect protector, Li Qingxiu was surprised. This kind of information didn't appear in the Taoist lineage panel. He couldn't help but ask which demonic sect it was, and if it was the Azure cult. Feng De glared at him and asserted that while the Azure cult did evil things, they were 1,000 miles behind the demonic sect. Seemingly afraid the Qingxiao sect wouldn't take it seriously enough, Feng De continued, stating that Wu Baoao was the northern protector of the demonic sect. In the 3rd year of the Kaiyuan era, he had slaughtered the entire Shao family in northern Liang province, 136 lives, from 80-year-old elders to infants in swaddling clothes. Not a single soul survived. That same year, he had beaten his own disciple to death during a cultivation deviation and hung the body on the provincial city gate, flouting the law and openly provoking the imperial court. By the 4th year of the Qianming era, he led a raid on imperial relief funds destined for the southern border, killing 73 soldiers and causing 100,000 commoners to starve, sparking immense public outrage. His crimes were too numerous to count and completely unforgivable. Therefore, Fengde earnestly urged Li Qingxiu not to harbor him. As these words were spoken, the way everyone looked at Wu Baoao changed. Although Wu Baoao was usually quiet and reserved, he didn't look like a cold-blooded monster. Zhang Yuchen hadn't expected Wu Baoao to have such a background, and his first thought was the trouble this man could bring. The crime of harboring a major imperial fugitive was no small matter. At this moment, Wu Baoao stopped chopping wood. He turned to Fengde and asked where exactly he had learned of those crimes. Fengde replied sternly that he had seen them in the case files at the governor's office. A few years ago, when Wu Baoao appeared in Guizhou, it caused quite a stir. From that moment, Fengde decided that once he took office, he would definitely capture him. He had intentionally memorized the details. Wu Baoao had a blood-colored wolf head mark on his left wrist. Fengde remembered it clearly and didn't believe Wu Baoao could deny his identity. The 9 bailiffs hadn't known Wu Baoao's background before. Hearing the extent of his cruelty now, they couldn't help but tremble in fear, extremely tense, fearing he might suddenly attack. Wu Baoao remained expressionless and calmly stated that his surname was actually Xiao. Hearing this, Fengde immediately frowned and questioned what he meant by that. Wu Baoao then explained that the Xiao family Fengde just mentioned, the family that was massacred years ago, was his own family. He was the sole survivor. At the time, he wasn't home because he was serving as an imperial guard in the palace. After the incident, the crown prince found him and planted him in the demonic sect as an undercover agent. Back then, the court didn't know much about the demonic sect, not even the real name of the Northern Protector. He successfully infiltrated the demonic sect, killed the Northern Protector with his own hands, and took his place. But later, the crown prince fell from power, and there was no one left to restore his identity. Instead, all the crimes of the Northern Protector were pinned on him. Wu Baoao added that the relief funds Fengde mentioned were never actually meant for the southern border. They were being sent by the current emperor to a sorcerer in the south to seek an elixir of immortality. After he seized the funds, he distributed them to the people. Unfortunately, the natural disaster was too severe, and those funds weren't enough to change the overall situation. Wu Baoao's tone remained indifferent. It was as if those events had nothing to do with him. Fengde's expression shifted between anger and doubt. He shouted that it was all utterly preposterous. The Qingxiao sect members also felt the story was too strange, not expecting such a massive twist. Wu Baoao continued, telling Fengde he could go investigate whether the records of the Xiao family had been erased. If not, he should check if the second son of the Xiao family, Xiao Ji, had ever served as an imperial guard in the palace, and if Xiao Ji's age matched his own. Fengde opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Yang Juding suddenly spoke up, saying he believed Wu Baoao's words. The emperor's pursuit of immortality had long ceased to be a secret. Every year, strange practitioners entered the palace to see him. Even the current rebellion in Guizhou was because the emperor cared only for immortality. He neglected local governance. Zhang Yu added that he saw Magistrate Feng as a man of integrity who hated evil. He suggested Feng go back and investigate. If what Senior Wu said was true, the magistrate could clear the name of a hero. Throughout this, Li Qingxiu remained silent, quietly observing everyone. Wu Baoao snorted, saying there was no need to reopen the case. The Xiao family no longer existed, and he now went by the name Wu. He had no children and no lingering attachments in this life. He only hoped that after the magistrate finished his investigation, if he found the words to be true, he would simply forget his existence. He also asked not to involve the Qingxiao sect, as the children here knew nothing of his past. He only wanted a place to live out the rest of his days in peace. Fengde instinctively looked around and saw the Qingxiao disciples, all watching him. Most of them were just children, which made his heart soften. He knew very well that if this came to light, the Qingxiao sect would surely be purged by the court. Some officials cared only for merit and wouldn't care about the details. The more accomplices Wu Baoao had, the greater their reward. Finally, Fengde gritted his teeth and said he would investigate first, as he would never want to wrong a good man. He stood up, and 2 bailiffs rushed to support him. Fengde immediately ordered them to leave. The bailiffs looked relieved as they hurriedly escorted him toward the courtyard gate. But just then, Wu Baoao spoke up again, asking if they knew why the demonic sect had suddenly appeared, caused chaos in the martial world for a short time, and then vanished just as quickly. Fengde and the bailiffs all turned their heads to look at him, their faces full of confusion. Wu Baoao's gaze turned cold as he stated that the reason was that the demonic sect was founded by the current emperor himself. The demonic sect had killed countless people and was the most sinful martial force since the founding of the dynasty. Now that Fengde and his men knew this, even if they didn't believe it, once he was captured, he would claim they knew the secret. At that point, the higher-ups would surely kill them to silence them. Fengde stared at Wu Baoao, shocked by his ruthlessness. The faces of the 9 bailiffs instantly turned pale. In contrast, Li Qingqiu only offered a subtle smile. He suddenly found Wu Baoao much more likable. He had been hesitating whether to let Fengde's group leave. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. Wu Baoao ignored Fengde and went back to chopping wood. Fengde took a deep breath and signaled the bailiffs to take him away. Li Qingqiu said nothing and turned toward his room. Zhang Yechen clapped his hands, signaling the disciples to disperse. Li Zifeng remained perched on the eaves, watching Fengde's group depart with a thoughtful expression. Even when dinner began, the atmosphere remained somewhat heavy. Yang Juding cleared his throat to break the silence, saying that being in the martial world meant inevitably facing such troubles. One couldn't always expect peace and quiet. Zhang Yu took a bite of rice and smiled, telling everyone not to worry. Those men wouldn't dare do anything reckless. Even if they reported Senior Wu's location, they might not get the credit, but if Senior Wu turned the tables on them, they would surely die. They might even face the execution of 9 generations because this involved the emperor. Li Zijin finally couldn't help but ask if the emperor was really the leader of the demonic sect. How terrifying was the demonic sect, and did an elixir of immortality really exist? As she asked, the other disciples also began to chime in with their own questions, prompting Yang Juding to start telling stories of strange occurrences in the martial world. What the disciples were most curious about was the elixir of immortality, as everyone wanted to live forever. Yang Juding shook his head, saying that since ancient times, there had been countless legends of immortality, but no one had ever truly achieved it. It was just that the powerful and wealthy never gave up on the idea. Zhang Yu nodded, also showing disdain for the idea of immortality. Jiang Zhaoxia hadn't been there in the afternoon. Now that he understood the situation, he looked at Wu Baoao and curiously asked why the emperor would create the demonic sect. It didn't seem to have a major impact on his rise to power, as he had relied on the army back then, not a cult. Sitting in the corner of the room, Wu Baoao heard the question and coldly replied that the emperor was practicing a wicked technique that required the blood of young boys and girls. Massacring entire sects was just a way to cover that up. The answer sent shivers down everyone's spine. Li Qingqiu also felt it was too sinister. His intuition told him that he would eventually clash with the imperial court, as this world was much darker than he had imagined. Regarding the potential danger Wu Baoao brought, he took a broader view. As long as the Qingxiao sect continued to recruit, they would always face such troubles. The only difference was the scale. After all, no top expert had a simple background. After Fengde left, the Qingxiao sect continued to develop according to the original plan. Aside from occasional patrols, Li Qingqiu spent most of his time cultivating and teaching Su Ning. He intended to groom Su Ning as the leader of the next generation of disciples. The power of the heavenly thunder spirit root truly made him realize what a genius was. As for his other junior brothers and sisters, he taught them different techniques. The rest depended on their own enlightenment. Autumn passed quickly, and as winter began, Li Dongyue turned 15. Since Lin Xuanfeng left, Li Qingqiu and his juniors had all grown a year older. The Qingxiao sect had also undergone significant changes. Snowflakes drifted through the leaves and fell onto the forest. Qin Yi, wearing the Qingxiao sect robe, was practicing his fist techniques. His breathing grew rapid, and heat seemed to radiate from his body. Just then, a voice spoke up. The voice remarked that his fist technique was flawed, causing Qin Yi to turn and see Wu Baoao standing not far away with a bundle of wood. Qin Yi immediately turned and bowed, saying helplessly that it wasn't the technique that was bad, but his own poor comprehension. This fist technique had been taught to him by Yang Juding. It was called the 10 Directions Demon Subduing Fist. When Wu Mara performed it, the aura was incredibly dominant, leaving a deep impression on him. Although Wu Mara was simple-minded, his martial arts comprehension was extremely high, especially in hand-to-hand combat. He mastered things easily, making many disciples envious. Wu Baoao looked at Qin Yi and told him to come to that spot at midnight. He would pass on a staff technique to him, which might help him truly step onto the path of martial arts. After saying this, Wu Baoao continued up the mountain without stopping. Qin Yi frowned at the mention of midnight, feeling hesitant. He remembered what Fengde had said earlier and didn't know if he should trust Wu Baoao. At the same time, on a tree branch 50 yards away, Li Qingxiu was standing and had heard the entire conversation. From his vantage point, the surrounding hills were covered in white. His field of vision was narrowing, but as his cultivation increased, his senses grew sharper. Just like now. Even from a distance, he heard every word of the dialogue between Qin Yi and Wu Baoao. Every syllable was crystal clear, and even the wind and snow couldn't mask them. Li Qingxiu wondered why Wu Baoao was acting so mysteriously. However, he didn't suspect Wu Baoao of ill intent. Lately, the man's loyalty to the Qingxiao sect had been steadily increasing, now exceeding 80. With such loyalty, he likely wouldn't do anything harmful. Still, Qin Yi was his second disciple, so he had to go see for himself tonight. Just then, a notification appeared before Li Qingxiu's eyes. It stated that because someone in the Qingxiao sect had created a technique for the first time, profoundly impacting the development of the lineage, he had received an inheritance reward opportunity. This left Li Qingxiu utterly astonished. He hadn't expected someone to create a technique. Currently, the only ones who could truly be considered cultivators besides himself and his juniors were Yang Juding and Su Ning. Today, the ones at the underground spirit lake were Jiang Zhaoxia and Li Zijin, so he wondered if Jiang Zhaoxia was the one who had done it. Driven by curiosity, he leaped into the air, gliding over the treetops like a startled swan. The forest was buried in snow, yet he seemed to walk on it without leaving a footprint. Returning from the mountainside to the sect gate, he occasionally saw disciples along the way. Some were practicing martial arts, some were working, and some were sparring. Finally, this place was starting to look like a real martial arts sect. Walking all the way to the new courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Li Qingxiu was stopped by Yang Juding as soon as he entered. Yang Juding, with an excited face, said he had something to tell him and grabbed his wrist, unconsciously applying pressure. Li Qingxiu was momentarily stunned. A thought immediately flashed through his mind. The person who created the technique was likely Yang Juding. This was truly beyond his expectations, as among them, Yang Juding was the one who had started the path of cultivation the latest. He followed Yang Juding to a small grove next to the new courtyard. After looking around to make sure no one was there, Yang Juding put his hands on his hips and proudly told the sect leader that he had merged the primordial chaos scripture with his 9 heavens divine palm, multiplying its power. The 9 heavens divine palm was the ultimate skill that had made Yang Juding famous. Its palm force was fierce yet controlled. Once hit, the opponent's dantian would shatter and their meridians would snap. Yang Juding was proficient in many martial arts, but he only taught the 9 heavens divine palm to Wu Mar. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu's eyes lit up. He had previously thought about using essence to perform martial arts, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded yet. He hadn't expected Yang Juding to pull it off. Li Qingxiu urged him to demonstrate it. Yang Juding turned and took a horse stance, pulling his fists back to his waist. As he circulated his power, the snow beneath his feet began to melt, turning into plumes of rising steam. Li Qingxiu raised an eyebrow, surprised by the aura. Yang Juding hadn't been cultivating for long, yet he was already this strong. More importantly, he was still only at the first level of the essence-gathering realm, not even reaching the second. Yet, in terms of aura alone, he didn't seem inferior to Lu Taidu. What confused Li Qingxiu even more was that in the lineage panel, Yang Juding's comprehension wasn't particularly outstanding. With doubt in his mind, Li Qingxiu watched Yang Juding intently, waiting for him to strike. Yang Juding didn't keep him waiting long. When his aura reached its peak, he suddenly swung his right palm. His upper body lunged forward as his palm struck out, like a blue dragon emerging from the abyss. The terrifying palm force immediately formed a visible airwave, sweeping forward and tearing through the snow as if a great river had been split in two. The palm energy was as arrogant and dominant as a dragon. It directly knocked down an ancient tree. Just as the palm energy was about to continue, Yang Juding suddenly pulled his palm back, drawing all the force back toward him. The snow along the path blew back into their faces, mixed with fallen leaves and debris. Li Qingxiu's robes fluttered wildly. He narrowed his eyes, finding the 9 heavens divine palm quite impressive. This pullback move could clearly prevent a heavily injured enemy from escaping. It was truly skillful. Then, Yang Juding swung his right arm, dispersing the remaining palm force. The energy rippled outward, tearing the snow into several long furrows. He turned to Li Qingxiu, signaling for an evaluation. Li Qingxiu was full of praise, saying this ultimate skill was indeed powerful. He told him to write it down so it could be placed in the library pavilion later as a unique skill of the Qingxiao sect, and he would certainly remember this contribution. Hearing this, Yang Juding instinctively wanted to protest, but the words died in his throat. Without the primordial chaos scripture, his 9 heavens divine palm could never have reached such power. Yang Juding only regretted that with his current power, he could only strike once, as the consumption was too great. Thinking about it, it was quite strange. The special inner energy in his body was now both vast and stronger than before, yet a single palm strike drained it all. This made him realize the terrifying limits of the primordial chaos scripture. This ultimate skill was definitely not something ordinary martial arts could compare to. It could even be called a world-shaking divine technique. If such a skill were released into the martial world, it would surely cause a bloodbath. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Li Qingxiu gradually changed, as he felt the sect leader truly treated him with sincerity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed on such a divine technique. As for Li Qingxiu, he gently encouraged him, saying Yang Juding hadn't been practicing the primordial chaos scripture for long and should take it slow. In 10 years, he would surely become a top expert in the martial world. But Yang Juding felt that was underestimating both the scripture and himself. In his mind, in 10 years, he would be number 1 in the world, excluding his own people, of course. The talent of Jiang Zhaoxia and Su Ning was terrifying to him. Then there were Wu Maer and Li Zifeng, who also possessed immense potential. Li Qingxiu didn't continue the topic and instead asked how he had merged the scripture with the palm technique. Yang Juding didn't hide anything and explained the entire process in detail. However, even after listening for a long time, Li Qingxiu couldn't understand how he had come up with such a brilliant idea. In the end, he could only attribute it to Yang Juding's rich martial arts experience. This was Yang Juding's greatest advantage, something the others couldn't surpass in a short time. Regardless, Yang Juding's ability to create a technique for the Qingxiao sect was a great achievement. So, before dinner, Li Qingxiu told Zhang Yuchen to kill a chicken to celebrate. He also announced this to the disciples to encourage them to be proactive in creating techniques. However, he didn't specify what the ultimate skill Yang Juding created actually was. After dinner, Jiang Zhaoxiao went to Li Qingxiu's room to ask about it. Li Qingxiu didn't hide anything from him either. After learning that Yang Juding had used the primordial chaos scripture as a reference to improve his own skill, Jiang Zhaoxiao fell into a long silence. Finally, he said nothing more and took his leave. Li Qingxiu thought that if this could stimulate Jiang Zhaoxia, it would be a good thing. He was looking forward to Jiang Zhaoxia creating his own technique. After all, whether for a lineage or a normal martial sect, no one would refuse an increasing number of martial arts. Broadly speaking, that was the foundation of the entire sect. Late at night, near midnight, Li Qingxiu went to the forest where Qin Yi and Wu Baoao had agreed to meet. After a while, Qin Yi arrived. Standing in the forest, Qin Yi was restless and felt a bit of regret, but his desire to become strong was so great that he decided to come anyway. He knew very well that if he continued to practice martial arts under Yang Juding, he would at most remain at the same level as the other disciples. It would be hard to stand out in the Qingxiao sect, so he was gambling on this opportunity. Just then, the sound of a branch snapping cut through his thoughts. Qin Yi turned and saw Wu Baoao carrying an oil lamp, emerging from the darkness. Neither of them noticed Li Qingxiu hiding in the tree. Wu Baoao remarked that despite being afraid, Qin Yi had still come. That proved he had ambition in his bones. Qin Yi couldn't see Wu Baoao's face clearly, which made him even more nervous. Soon, Wu Baoao stepped fully out of the shadows. He hung the oil lamp on a nearby branch and pulled 2 wooden staves from his back, tossing one to Qin Yi. Qin Yi almost missed it, but since it was dark, Wu Baoao didn't notice his flushed face. Then, Wu Baoao asked if he knew why he had chosen him. Qin Yi guessed it was because of his diligence, but Wu Baoao denied it, saying the reason was his poor natural talent. He wasn't valued by his master. These words were like a knife to Qin Yi's heart. He had long realized his master didn't value him, and everyone could see Su Ning's talent, which suppressed him to the point where he lost all his spirit. In the tree, Li Qingxiu silently cursed Wu Baoao for trying to sow discord, but at the same time, he couldn't help but think that he had indeed been a bit cold toward Qin Yi. Even though Qin Yi's chance to become a disciple was through a trade of interests, he was still his disciple. Li Qingxiu decided to pay a bit more attention to Qin Yi in the future. Usually, the boy was very proactive and didn't have the arrogant or lazy habits of a wealthy family's son. Wu Baoao continued, saying he couldn't get close to Su Ning, so he could only find Qin Yi. He wanted Qin Yi to inherit this staff technique because if he gave it to other disciples, it would be hard for it to remain as a legacy of the Qingxiao sect. Additionally, the Qin family intended to go into government service. In the future, Qin Yi could rely on this staff technique to dominate the battlefield. Once mastered, he would be a match for 10,000 men. Wu Baoao's tone remained cold and devoid of emotion. Qin Yi found this confusing and asked why, after everything he had been through, Wu Baoao would still allow him to use this staff technique to join the army. Wu Baoao replied that a foolish emperor and corrupt officials were only temporary, but humans were born on this land, and protecting it would always be the responsibility of a martial artist. Hearing this, Qin Yi felt his blood boil with passion and developed a sense of respect for Wu Baoao. Next, Wu Baoao said the staff technique was called the 10,000 Army Demon Subduing Staff. The person who taught it to him was a very mysterious expert whose real name he still didn't know. He hoped that if Qin Yi ever met that expert, he would thank him on his behalf, as this was truly the #1 staff technique in the world. After saying this, Wu Baoao held the long staff horizontally in front of him. Li Qingxiu was completely at ease. He had no interest in the 10,000 Army Demon Subduing Staff, and since this was Qin Yi's personal opportunity, he didn't want to interfere. In the following days, whenever he had time, Wu Baoao would teach the staff technique to Qin Yi. 7 days later, Zhang Yuchen found Li Qingxiu and said that Wu Baoao had gone down the mountain. Fearing he would bring trouble to the Qingxiao sect, he chose to leave. Li Qingxiu didn't send anyone to find him, as Wu Baoao had already left behind his ultimate skill. Zhang Yuchen sighed, thinking that the goal of reaching 50 disciples before the end of the year seemed hard to achieve. Without a reputation, recruiting disciples was indeed too difficult, unless they recruited vagrants. But those were either orphans or the elderly and sick, while the Qingxiao sect currently needed able-bodied young men. Li Qingxiu just smiled and said he had only mentioned that casually before. Compared to blindly expanding numbers, building a solid foundation was more important. Zhang Yuchen was still a bit frustrated. The two talked for a while longer before Zhang Yuchen stood up to leave. Li Qingxiu continued to cultivate in his room. That winter, nothing special happened. Feng De and the others never returned after leaving, and no one even came up the mountain to ask for shelter. 2 months passed, and Su Ning successfully reached the 3rd level of the Essence Gathering realm. Besides her, no one else in the Qingxiao sect had reached the 2nd level yet, showing just how difficult cultivation was. Near the new year, someone finally came to visit. It was Qin Ye's father. Qin Zhu also brought more than 10 servants, each carrying large chests filled with grain, fine wine, and blankets, showing great sincerity. Li Qingxiu, Zhang Yuchen, and Yang Juding sat with Qin Zhu, drinking tea and chatting, while Qin Yi swept the courtyard and listened to their conversation. After a while, Qin Zhu suddenly mentioned a major event that happened the previous month. A demonic sect expert who had been in hiding for over 10 years suddenly reappeared in the martial world. This man carried a pointed staff. He charged straight into the imperial palace, killing over 100 imperial guards and almost capturing the emperor. But in the end, he was killed by the combined efforts of the Heaven Guard experts. His head was then hung on the city wall of the capital as a warning to the world. Qin Zhu added that the demonic sect expert was no simple man. He was the northern protector of the demonic sect, named Wu Baoao, a man famous for his heartless cruelty and mindless slaughter. His end was also very tragic. Even his eyes were gouged out. It was said the emperor particularly disliked his gaze. With a clatter, the broom in Qin Ye's hand fell to the ground. He stood there dazed, staring blankly at his father. In the middle of the freezing winter, with snow covering the Qingxiao sect courtyard, the cold today seemed to pierce straight into one's heart. After hearing Qin Zhu's news, the expressions of Li Qingxiu and Zhang Yuchen also changed. They hadn't expected Wu Baoao to die in such a way. Although Wu Baoao hadn't stayed at the Qingxiao sect for long, they had spent days and nights together, so his death was a significant shock. Especially for Zhang Yuchen, as he was the one who invited Wu Baoao up the mountain and had talked to him the most. Now, hearing of Wu Baoao's gruesome death, Zhang Yuchen's whole body trembled. The one who reacted fastest was Yang Juding. He intentionally raised an eyebrow, acting surprised, and asked about Wu Baoao's status as a demonic sect protector. He also expressed confusion as to why such a top expert would be foolish enough to charge into the palace alone. The question immediately caught Qin Zhu's attention. Qin Zhu looked away from Qin Yi, turned to Yang Juding, and said that he also found it very confusing when he heard the news. There were rumors that Wu Baoao might have suffered a cultivation deviation. After all, since the current emperor took the throne, he had ordered the total eradication of the demonic sect. The remnants of the sect surely held a massive grudge against him. Qin Zhu couldn't help but remark that the martial world experts of the previous generation were indeed incredibly powerful. The palace was so heavily guarded, yet Wu Baoao could still charge in through the main gate and fight his way all the way to the emperor's palace. It was truly hard to imagine. It was said that even the capital's garrison was alerted that night, and even the Heaven Guard had to exert a lot of effort to catch him. Such a man truly had the courage of 10,000 men. If he could have been used on the battlefield, it would have been a blessing for the Great Li dynasty. It was a pity he fell into the demonic path. By the end, Qin Ju's face showed clear worry. He believed that while Wu Baoao's death wasn't a loss, he feared the emperor might launch another massive purge of the martial world after such a scare. Seeing Zhang Yuchen's poor state, Li Qingqiu smoothly changed the subject, asking if there were any other major events in the martial world. Qin Ju smiled and said the martial world never lacked news stories. He then mentioned that the Azure Cult and the Seven Music Alliance were about to have a great battle, and he predicted the Azure Cult's ambition might make them the second demonic sect. During this, Qin Yi noticed Yang Juding winking at him and quickly leaned down to pick up the broom. He turned his back to Li Qingqiu and the others to continue sweeping the snow, but tears silently streamed down his cheeks. Those tears fell onto the snow, leaving no trace, just like the death of Wu Baoao. After chatting for a while longer, Li Qingqiu took the opportunity to lead Zhang Yuchen away, leaving Yang Juding to continue hosting the guest. As soon as they reached the room and Li Qingqiu closed the door, Zhang Yuchen couldn't help but slap himself. Li Qingqiu turned to look at him. He frowned and asked why. Zhang Yuchen gritted his teeth, thinking that if he hadn't brought Wu Baoao to the Qingxiao sect, the man wouldn't have been discovered by the magistrate, and certainly wouldn't have charged into the palace. In Zhang Yuchen's mind, Wu Baoao chose to do that to clear the Qingxiao sect of suspicion. That's why he went to his death. Once he was dead, no one would care who he had been in contact with while alive. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu shook his head, saying no one could have predicted so many things at that time. He added that even if Wu Baoao hadn't come to the Qingxiao sect, he would have eventually gone to the palace anyway. Li Qingqiu recalled the past, saying Wu Baoao accepted challenges not because he wanted to lose, but because he wanted to pass on his ultimate skill. Furthermore, during the time Wu Baoao was on the mountain, he had no vitality at all. His spirit was very low, and it seemed nothing in the world could surprise or please him anymore. After hearing those words, Zhang Yuchen's expression softened slightly, but his heart was still heavy. This was the first time he had to face the death of someone he knew, and such a gruesome death at that. It felt like a lump of fire was stuck in his chest with nowhere to release it. Seeing this, Li Qingqiu advised him earnestly that the Qingxiao sect was still too weak, and there were many things they were powerless to change. The only thing they could do was try to become stronger to avoid repeating the tragedies of others. Zhang Yuchen took a deep breath and nodded slightly. The two spoke a few more words before Zhang Yuchen left. Left alone in the room, Li Qingqiu sat in meditation on the bed, his expression gradually turning grim. Wu Baoao's death truly surprised him. Previously, Jiang Zhaoxia had to break through to the third level of the Essence Gathering realm just to defeat him, and that was only a spar. If Wu Baoao had a death wish, he would surely have been even stronger. Yet, in the palace, there were people strong enough to kill a martial expert comparable to the third level of the Essence Gathering realm. Thinking more deeply, he felt it wasn't that strange. As the person with the most power in the world, the emperor could naturally gather the strongest experts of the Great Li dynasty around him. Not every expert was content to hide in the mountains. Most people practiced martial arts to become strong, ultimately pursuing fame and fortune. This thought made Li Qingqiu even more desperate to become stronger. The world was in chaos. Who knew when the quartz blade would strike the Qingxiao sect? After being alone in the room for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he stepped out to help the disciples prepare for the new year. This was the second Lunar New Year for the Qingxiao sect since he became sect leader, so he couldn't let his mood affect the disciples. During the new year, Qin Ju also took the opportunity to ask if Li Qingqiu wanted to take on more disciples, as the Qin family could send another group. But Li Qingqiu tactfully declined the offer. After the new year, Qin Ju led his servants down the mountain, and the Qingxiao sect returned to its usual routine. That night, Li Qingqiu took Qin Yi into the forest and taught him the first level of the primordial chaos scripture. Throughout the process, he never mentioned Wu Baoao. Since learning of Wu Baoao's death, Qin Yi had become quiet, no longer as lively as before. Li Qingqiu was worried he might dwell on it, so he taught him the technique to enlighten him. Half a month later, Li Qingqiu finally broke through to the fourth level of the Essence Gathering realm. Possessing the Heavenly Thunder Spirit Root, he was now the fastest cultivator in the sect, as he also spent the most time at the underground Spirit Lake. The jump from the third to the fourth level was even greater than the first 3 levels combined. This helped ease the unease in his heart significantly. Although Jiang Zhaoxia hadn't reached the 4th level yet, he had created a sword path technique, the sword kinesis technique. That day in the forest, Li Qingqiu watched in amazement for a long time as Jiang Zhaoxia stood on a flying sword, hovering in midair. The 9 Heavens divine palm was impressive but didn't suit his style, so he didn't learn it. But he truly wanted to learn the sword kinesis technique Jiang Zhaoxia had created. Facing his senior brother's request, Jiang Zhaoxia didn't refuse. On the contrary, he was very happy, feeling he had been recognized and had surpassed Yang Juding's creativity. When the winter snow melted, the Taikuan mountains welcomed the colors of spring. Vibrant life spread across the mountains and rivers. One day, a spring breeze blew into the mountains. In a patch of wasteland, Cheng Songhai leaned on his hoe. His gaze was fixed on a figure on the nearby mountain peak, Li Qingqiu. Above his head, an old eagle circled. Having been with the Qingxiao sect for some time, Cheng Songhai found his confusion about the sect only growing. He didn't understand why the light body techniques here were like flying, why the eagle here had inner energy, or why the children here had such immense strength. Especially the sect leader, the person he could least see through. He had never seen the sect leader practice external martial arts. He was either nowhere to be found or sitting in meditation, just like an immortal. Just then, Yulin, not far away, urged him not to be lazy. The title Bandit King made the veins on Cheng Songhai's forehead bulge, as these brats loved to use that name to tease him. A dignified bandit king having to till the soil and chop wood. If word got out, he'd be the laughingstock of the world. He grumbled a response and instinctively looked back at that mountain peak. But by then, the figures of Li Qingqiu and the old eagle had vanished. He was used to it, so he didn't find it strange. He just shook his head slightly and continued working. At the same time, Li Qingqiu and the young eagle he raised with essence were quickly darting through the forest, chasing each other. He had taken this young eagle to the underground spirit lake, and since then, its body had grown very rapidly. Compared to its siblings, it was twice as large, which was quite extraordinary. Even while flying through the forest, its body was very agile, dodging tangled branches. Its speed was like a flash of light. Li Qingqiu used the gale technique and could only just keep pace with it. After traveling 5 miles of mountain path, Li Qingqiu stopped and whistled. The young eagle immediately changed direction, circled a large tree, and flew toward him, finally landing on his shoulder. Its body was now as large as Li Qingqiu's upper torso, forcing him to tilt his head to look at it. Stroking its head, Li Qingqiu laughed and told Xiao Ba to eat a bit less because it was getting too heavy for him to bear. Xiao Ba was the name of this eagle, as he hoped it would become the younger brother to his junior brothers and sisters and protect them in the future. Xiao Ba tilted its head, looking very cute. The man and eagle continued forward, and about half an hour later, they reached a ravine where Jiang Zhaoxia and Li Zijin were. Jiang Zhaoxia was meditating on a rock by the stream, while Li Zijin sat on the open ground nearby. Before her were scattered sheets of yellow paper, brushes, and ink, except the ink was as red as blood. At the moment, Li Zijin was pouting, looking frustrated. She heard Li Qingqiu's voice asking if she was having trouble. Li Zijin turned her head and saw her senior brother emerging from the forest. She didn't smile. Instead, she glared and complained that the Earth Talisman Treasure Manual was too difficult. She couldn't even make the most basic spirit talisman. After saying this, she put her hands to her head and scratched vigorously, messing up her hair. The Earth Talisman Treasure Manual she mentioned was the inheritance reward Li Qingqiu had received earlier, unlocked because Yang Juding created a technique. Human energy is limited. One cannot keep learning every different spell and ultimate skill. His other junior brothers and sisters already had their own paths. So, after much thought, Li Qingqiu decided to let Li Zijin, the youngest, study the Earth Talisman Treasure Manual. Since no one in the sect understood this stuff anyway, she could take her time. Li Qingqiu smiled and asked if, thinking about it, studying talismans wasn't much easier than all the fighting and killing. Li Zijin pouted and replied that she was just venting and had no intention of giving up. The incident where Li Zifeng was injured last time had stimulated her greatly. Over the past year, her personality had changed a lot. She practiced harder and was no longer as playful as before. Li Qingqiu went to her side and squatted down, beginning to discuss the manual with her. After just a few questions, she started to find her rhythm again. She quickly realized she wasn't completely without results. At least in her eyes, the questions her senior brother asked were so stupid she could hardly stand it. Hearing Li Zijin mock Li Qingqiu, Jiang Zhaoxia, who had his back to them, couldn't help but smirk. Li Qingqiu stayed with the two for half an hour before continuing up the mountain. Today, the ones at the underground spirit lake were Li Dongyue and Li Zifeng, so he was rarely free from cultivation. He walked all the way to the mountain where the Qingxiao sect was located. When he reached the mountainside, he saw a group of people, Feng De and his 9 bailiffs. Feng De and the others seemed to be arguing, hesitating to go up the mountain. They quickly spotted Li Qingqiu. As he approached, Feng De suddenly stepped forward and knelt before him. The 9 bailiffs also knelt on one knee. Feng De gritted his teeth, his face full of pain, as he confessed that he was the one who caused Senior Zhao's death and asked the sect leader for punishment. Seeing Feng De kneel, Li Qingqiu remained unmoved. He only asked calmly what he meant by that. Had the magistrate finally uncovered the truth? In his eyes, the actions of Feng De and his men were meaningless, merely an attempt to ease their own guilt. Even though Wu Baoao had already intended to eliminate the emperor, without Feng De's accusation, he surely could have lived for a while longer. Zhang Yechen bringing Wu Baoao up the mountain only changed his fate, but the person who truly forced him to the capital was Feng De. Of course, Feng De wasn't wrong either, as catching criminals was a natural duty. If anyone was truly to blame, it was that emperor who created the demonic sect, erased Wu Baoao's merits, and slandered him as a monster. But in this world, the emperor was the heavens, and mortals had no right to challenge the heavens. Feng De gritted his teeth and said he had investigated based on what Senior Xiao told him and found that the second son of the Xiao family was indeed named Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji had become an imperial guard upon reaching adulthood, serving under the crown prince. After the Xiao family was massacred, all records of him stopped, and he vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Feng De found that years ago, the crown prince had indeed sent a group of imperial guards to infiltrate the demonic sect, but there were no further records after that. Saying this, his face grew even more regretful, and the 9 bailiffs looked equally troubled. After learning of Wu Baoao's past and hearing that such a hero died in infamy, their morale was severely shaken. They began to doubt if the court they served was truly what they thought it was. Was there still justice in this world? If even the emperor was the greatest villain, then what could lowly bailiffs like them, struggling at the bottom, possibly do? Li Qingqiu stared at Feng De and asked if he believed Wu Baoao, based only on those things. Feng De gritted his teeth and replied that after Senior Xiao died in the palace, the files on Xiao Ji were also destroyed. He had asked the governor, who didn't understand either but ordered him not to ask further. He couldn't believe such a coincidence existed, so his heart couldn't find peace. Li Qingqiu sighed softly and said that after Senior Wu came to the mountain, he was always very quiet and reserved. He and the man hadn't communicated much, so he couldn't judge the truth. The only thing he knew was that Senior Wu was gone, so they should just act as if he had never come. Regret was meaningless now. After saying this, he turned to go up the mountain. Feng De hurriedly called out, asking if the matter should just end like this. Li Qingqiu didn't stop or turn back. He only said he was just a sect leader, and all he wanted was to protect his disciples. Wu Baoao never belonged to his Qingxiao sect, so to him, the matter indeed could only end like this. Feng De's expression changed repeatedly, but in the end, he couldn't say anything more. Once Li Qingqiu's figure disappeared at the end of the mountain path, the bailiffs finally stood up and went to support Feng De. An older bailiff advised sternly that this involved imperial power, something they couldn't control, and the Qingxiao sect couldn't control it either. He had been a bailiff the longest among them, so his heart had long since become cynical. Feng De took a deep breath and turned to look at the 9 bailiffs, his gaze different than before. He said with unusual determination that because no one dared to care, he had to care. He admitted this path was a narrow escape from death and wouldn't force anyone to go with him. But even if he were ground to dust, he had to clear Senior Zhao's name and bring the truth of those crimes to light. With that, he left, his left hand gripping the hilt of his saber so tightly the veins on the back of his hand stood out. The 9 bailiffs fell into silence, no one looking at each other. But soon, they all stepped forward to follow Feng De. In the sky, Xiaoba circled, looking down. Feng De and his men looked as small as ants. After the Lunar New Year, the plan to expand the Qingxiao sect continued. Zhang Yechen became the busiest person, often leading Huang Shan and Yu Lin down the mountain. This made the two of them grow much more mature. Their way of speaking and acting was now clearly different from the other disciples. As for Li Qingqiu, he was only responsible for making major decisions and supervising construction. As spring was ending, Wu Mar and Li Zifeng both broke through to the second level of the essence gathering realm, making Li Qingqiu very happy. A cultivator at the second level of the essence-gathering realm was enough to match a first-class expert in the martial world, or even be considered a top-tier existence among them. After reaching the second level, Li Zifeng couldn't hold back anymore and went to Li Qingqiu, asking to go with Zhang Yuchen on the next trip down the mountain. Li Qingqiu hesitated but eventually agreed. Although Li Zifeng was not yet 14, in terms of skill, he was far superior to Zhang Yuchen's group of 3. Moreover, having Li Zifeng along was like having a mobile billboard for Zhang Yuchen while recruiting. With Li Qingqiu's approval, Li Zifeng was overjoyed and immediately went to tell Zhang Yuchen. Zhang Yuchen was equally happy, knowing Li Zifeng's skills well. As a result, the very next day, Zhang Yuchen led Li Zifeng, Huang Shan, and Yu Lin down the mountain. After noon, Li Qingqiu and more than 10 disciples gathered in the courtyard. Everyone's eyes were on Yang Juding and Wu Ma, as the two were having a spar. Previously, Wu Ma had learned martial arts from Jiang Zhaoxia, but later Jiang Zhaoxia no longer had time to teach him, so Yang Juding took over. Since taking on Wu Ma, Yang Juding had almost taught him everything he knew, being even more serious than when he taught Li Zifeng. He even passed on the improved 9 Heavens Divine Palm to Wu Ma. The two stood 10 paces apart, each taking a stance. Wu Ma, just 15, was already 9 feet tall. In the Great Li dynasty, that was nearly 2 meters. He had a massive, muscular build, so much so that even the largest sect robe looked like it was about to tear. Despite his intimidating physique, he had a kind, honest face, always wearing a simple-minded smile. Even now, it was the same. In contrast, Yang Juding couldn't bring himself to smile while facing him, as only by standing before Wu Ma could he feel the pressure. Yang Juding was secretly terrified. He hadn't expected the second level of the essence-gathering realm to bring such a massive boost. In his eyes, Wu Ma had almost no openings, making him feel that no matter where he attacked, he would face a terrifying counterstrike. Li Dongyue and Yuan Li, who was nearly 2 years old, tilted their heads, watching with wide eyes. Cheng Songhai stood at the edge of the courtyard, also very curious about the upcoming fight. He didn't doubt Yang Juding's strength. He was more curious about how strong Wu Ma really was. He had once seen Wu Ma carry a massive log weighing 2,000 pounds up the mountain, which had scared him half to death. After calling out a warning, Yang Juding immediately lunged at Wu Ma like an arrow, his palms moving as fast as the wind, striking repeatedly. Wu Ma might have looked big and clumsy, but he easily dodged the fierce assault. His footsteps shifted constantly, neither advancing nor retreating. He avoided Yang Juding's palms and used his hands to catch the man's leg, forcefully blocking it. The Qingxiao disciples couldn't see Yang Juding's moves at all. In their eyes, it looked like he had grown countless arms and legs, making them dizzy just watching. Even though they couldn't see clearly, they understood the situation and began to whisper. Everyone marveled at how powerful Uncle Wu was. They hadn't expected his skills to be so good, as they previously thought he only had strength. Some felt the wind from the strikes hitting their faces, wondering if it was inner energy. Someone more knowledgeable said this was nothing yet, as real inner energy would have extreme destructive power, and the two weren't even fully serious yet. As they talked, their eyes never left Wu Ma and Yang Juding. Qin Yi gripped his wooden staff, his gaze fixed on the two sparring. Since Wu Baoao taught him the 10,000 army demon subduing staff, although he hadn't sparred with other disciples, anyone could see the clear change in him. His body grew stronger by the day, and his gaze became sharper. He carried an aura of slaughter, making many disciples hesitate to joke around with him anymore. Yang Juding's aura suddenly surged, and visible energy appeared around him, making his attacks even more powerful, whipping up dust and stones. Wu Ma also stopped defending. As he struck back, the two began a direct confrontation, the sound of flesh hitting flesh echoing constantly. It made the watching disciples' hearts pound. When Wu Ma was fully serious, he no longer smiled simple-mindedly. His face turned cold, and combined with his physique, he created a very strong sense of oppression. Even though Yang Juding wasn't forced back, to outsiders, it felt like he wasn't as strong as Wu Ma. Cheng Songhai swallowed hard, his heart racing with terror. Just based on hand-to-hand combat, they could create such an aura. Clearly, both had surpassed the level of first-class experts. The Qingxiao sect might not have many people, but it was truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Li Qingqiu watched and nodded slightly. In terms of aura alone, both had surpassed Lu Taidu. Even if the 7 Music Alliance invaded now, the Qingxiao sect had enough confidence to deal with them. As for Yang Juding, after the initial shock, he gradually became excited. Wu Ma made him feel a sense of being evenly matched that he hadn't felt in a long time. Even though he was getting bruised, he felt incredibly refreshed. This feeling was even more exhilarating than when he fought the sea-crossing sword saint. Neither used the 9 heavens divine palm, only competing in hand-to-hand combat, making the disciples' blood boil with excitement. Just then, Li Qingqiu's voice suddenly rang out, telling them to stop. Both immediately froze, still in their striking poses. Wu Mata's fist was coming down on Yang Juding like a tiger descending a mountain, while Yang Juding's palm was striking from the waist, rising like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. Their expressions immediately changed. Wu Mata quickly returned to his simple-minded look, turning to Li Qingqiu, while Yang Juding glanced at him sideways, clearly annoyed at being stopped at the height of the fight. The other disciples also looked at Li Qingqiu with confusion, as the spar had only just begun. Li Qingqiu picked up a cup of hot tea from the table and said softly that a guest from afar was about to arrive, and they shouldn't startle them. Everyone was confused, instinctively looking toward the courtyard gate, but seeing no one. Yang Juding pulled back his palm, about to complain, when a voice drifted from the direction of the mountain gate. The voice identified the speaker as Li Yang, the imperial martial champion. He claimed he was there to challenge the top experts of every sect to exchange martial insights, and asked if any expert from the Qingxiao sect dared to accept. Everyone was shocked that someone had actually arrived, and even more confused as to how the sect leader knew beforehand. Li Qingqiu looked at Yang Juding and Wu Ma. He smiled and told them to go host the guest, saying either of them could fight, but they mustn't kill the opponent. After all, the visitor was a martial champion with a significant background. Yang Juding nodded and immediately turned to leave. Wu Ma and the other disciples hurriedly followed. Soon, only Li Qingqiu, Li Dongyue, and Yuan Li were left in the courtyard. The smile on Li Qingqiu's face vanished. He frowned slightly and fell into thought, feeling like he had heard the name Li Yang before. Since the man shared his surname, he might be from that family. In front of the Qingxiao sect gate, a young man and woman stood side by side. Both looked very young. The man was handsome and elegant, wearing tight-fitting blue clothes with his long hair tied high. He held a long spear, exuding the aura of a young general. The woman was beautiful and gentle, wearing a green dress. She carried a bundle on her shoulder, her gaze toward the blue-clad man full of tenderness. The man was the martial champion, Li Yang, and the woman was his cousin, Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong softly reminded him that shouting like that as soon as they arrived might not be very polite. In her view, it was fine for major sects because they had their own pride, but the Qingxiao sect was mostly young disciples now that Lin Xuanfeng was gone. They might be scared off by Li Yang's title and refuse to fight. Li Yang didn't care, believing that martial artists were naturally competitive, since he had said that much. If the Qingxiao sect had even one man left, they wouldn't avoid the fight. Besides, he only wanted to spar, not a life-or-death duel. As they spoke, he flicked his right hand, and the silver spear in his hand flashed coldly under the sun. Just as they were talking, a crowd suddenly rounded the corner of the mountain path. Seeing this, Li Yang smirked, his handsome face showing excitement. Yang Juding led the way, stopping before the gate and looking Li Yang up and down. Then, he asked mockingly that since they shared the surname Li and he was a martial champion, which Li family did he actually come from? The Great Li dynasty valued martial arts, and becoming a martial champion required not only talent but also immense resources. There had never been a martial champion from a poor background. Li Yang looked up and replied that he came from the Li family of Linchuan. Hearing this, Yang Juding understood. Knowing he was a descendant of the Minister of War, he asked mockingly if they beat him until he cried. Would he go call his family? As soon as those words were spoken, the smile on Li Yang's face vanished, and his gaze turned cold. He said he had fought his way south from Linchuan, challenging 11 sects, and no one had ever made him cry. If the Qingxiao sect could defeat him, he wouldn't hold a grudge and would even give them a reward to help repair their dilapidated mountain gate. Yang Juding immediately agreed and called Wu Mater forward, stepping aside. Wu Mater stepped forward as soon as he heard the call. Zhao Linglong couldn't help but frown, while Li Yang's eyes lit up. He immediately asked Wu Mater if he wanted to join the army and earn glory that would make 10,000 people admire him. Wu Mater scratched his head and honestly replied that he didn't want to join the army. He only wanted to follow his senior brother forever. Li Yang smirked, saying they should have a fight first then. Wu Mater nodded and continued walking toward Li Yang. Seeing Wu Mater so disrespectful, a flash of displeasure appeared in Li Yang's eyes. He didn't say more and lunged forward toward Wu Mater. The silver spear in his hand swept horizontally, tearing through the wind and striking toward the opponent's waist. However, in the next moment, Wu Mater reached out and caught the silver spear, causing Li Yang's expression to change slightly. Before he could think, a massive force hit him, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward. Seeing Wu Mater's other hand about to rise, Li Yang immediately let go and leaped backward like a swallow. He landed behind Zhao Linglong, almost falling off the steps. After steadying himself, Li Yang looked at Wu Mater in horror, as the man's strength far exceeded his expectations. Li Yang had never met anyone with such immense strength. Now, he asked for Wu Mater's name in a low voice, no longer daring to be reckless. Wu Mater smiled simple-mindedly and honestly replied that his name was Wu Mater. When Li Yang heard the surname Wu, he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. Before he could speak, he saw Wu Mater toss the silver spear back. Li Yang caught the spear but immediately felt a sharp pain in his palms. That monster-like strength made him even more certain of his suspicion. Just then, Wu Mater spread his legs wide, slightly bent his knees, and pulled his right hand to his waist. Visible energy began to surround his body, and his expression changed, becoming completely different from before. Li Yang felt the change in aura but wasn't afraid. Instead, he gripped the spear with both hands, preparing for a direct clash. Below the steps, the disciples in the new courtyard were also watching. Everyone looked up at Wu Mater in shock. This was the first time they had seen him with such an expression. Li Yang gave a loud shout and leaped several yards into the air, his back against the bright sun. Inner energy enveloped his body and the spear. He looked like a beam of light descending from the heavens. The disciples behind Wu Mater instinctively closed their eyes. Almost in that same instant, Wu Mater struck with the nine heavens' divine palm. The disciples felt a roar in their ears like a tiger or leopard's cry, deafening them. Simultaneously, a powerful blast of energy hit them, forcing them back. Chung Songhai narrowed his eyes and saw Li Yang being blown away by Wu Mater's single palm strike, blood spraying from his body. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew back and crashed into a house in the new courtyard, collapsing the eaves in a cloud of dust. The disciples nearby were startled. The fight was decided in a single move. Even though they were from the same sect, the disciples were terrified by Wu Mater's power. Even Yang Juding was the same. His heart was filled with fear, and he suddenly felt a bit grateful to Li Qingxiu. If the sect leader hadn't called for a stop earlier, and let this fool use the nine heavens' divine palm during their spar, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Being injured was one thing, but losing all face was the real issue. Zhao Linglong let out a scream and gathered her skirt, hurriedly running down the steps. Wu Mater pulled back his palm, the energy returning to his body, causing his robes to bulge violently. That silhouette gave the disciples the feeling of an invincible grandmaster. Zhang Yu stood behind the disciples, watching the scene and marveling. He thought this was truly superior martial arts, simply unbelievable. He felt a strong urge to learn martial arts, but he quickly suppressed it. Wu Mater looked down at the cloud of dust below, his cold expression fading. He turned to Yang Juding and asked if he had struck too hard. Yang Juding snapped out of it, thinking things were bad. If the martial champion died here, the trouble would be immense. He hurried down the mountain, while the other disciples surrounded Wu Mater, amazed by his strength. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Donghua heard the disciples chatter and looked worried. She felt Wu Mater was too simple-minded and didn't know his own strength, so he shouldn't be allowed to strike recklessly in the future. Li Qingxiu nodded, but he wasn't too worried because he could hear Li Yang's breathing. It was rapid, but at least he was alive. He then told Li Donghua to go save the man. Li Donghua immediately stood up, handed Yuan Li to him, and quickly walked out of the courtyard. As for Li Yang, he dreamed he was fighting on the battlefield, charging 7 times and being unstoppable, but then a giant appeared and struck him with a palm, leaving him powerless. Just as he was about to be killed, he suddenly woke up, panting and instinctively trying to sit up. But the tearing pain throughout his body made him gasp. Beside him, Zhao Linglong's joyful voice rang out. He looked over and saw her sitting by the bed. Outside the window was the setting sun. It was clearly near dusk. Li Yang gritted his teeth and asked where he was. Zhao Linglong immediately replied that he was still in the Qingxiao sect, and a girl named Li Donghua had used acupuncture to treat him. Seeing him wake up, she was clearly relieved. She then scolded him, saying he mustn't be so reckless again because this time they were lucky the Qingxiao sect was kind. If it had been another sect, they might not have treated him. Although Li Yang was heavily injured, she didn't hate the Qingxiao sect for it. On the contrary, she was grateful to Li Donghua for her help. Li Yang could only smile bitterly. In his view, it wasn't that he was reckless, but that the other guy was truly terrifying, almost not human. He also mentioned a rumor that the Wu family of Lishan had researched war soldiers 100 years ago, using all sorts of extreme medicinal baths on newborns. It seemed that experiment had actually succeeded. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong was confused because in her memory, the Wu family of Lishan had been massacred 13 years ago. She didn't understand why Li Yong was so sure Wu Mara was their descendant. Li Yong winced, feeling like his body was falling apart, but he forced a smile and explained. The reason lay with Lin Xuanfeng. His father once said Lin Xuanfeng was a man who loved meddling in others' business and had some friendship with the Wu family of Lishan. When he heard of the massacre, Lin Xuanfeng went there personally. It was very likely he found Wu Mater somewhere. Zhao Linglong finally understood and marveled that Lin Xuanfeng was truly an extraordinary man. She had heard that when he first entered the martial world, Lin Xuanfeng had befriended the emperor while he was traveling incognito and was highly praised by him. If he had just nodded, he could have risen to the top. It was a pity his heart belonged to the martial world. Li Yong also sighed that he was an extraordinary man and seemed to remember something about a debt between his Li family and that man. But he just shook his head and refused to say more when Zhao Linglong asked. Just then, a young girl's voice came from outside the window, asking if he was really a martial champion and curiously wondering if a martial champion needed to read books. The two turned and saw two young girls looking in, Li Zijin and Su Ning. The one who spoke was Li Zijin, who was intently observing Li Yong. Li Yong forced a smile and explained that, of course, a martial champion had to take a literary exam. It just wasn't as hard as the one for the civil champion. He said that since childhood, besides practicing martial arts, he had to read. He wasn't as free as the people on the mountain who could play as they pleased. Today, when he came up the mountain, he had met Li Zijin and even asked for directions. Then, Li Zijin continued to ask where his martial arts ranked in the martial world. Li Yong replied that many first-class experts had been easily defeated by him, but the distance between him and the peak realm was still very far. Hearing this, Li Zijin immediately asked happily if that meant her fifth senior brother was a peak expert. Li Yong nodded slightly and casually asked for Wu Ma's sage. When he learned Wu Ma had just turned 15, his mouth twitched. Zhao Linglong's beautiful eyes widened, and her small mouth hung open. Li Zijin looked innocent, but she was secretly gloating. Su Ning looked at her acting like that and turned her head away, unable to watch. Lying on the bed, Li Yong closed his eyes, feeling he had brought shame to the title of martial champion. Although Li Yong was injured and staying at the Qingxiao sect for now, it didn't affect Li Qingxiu's life. Days passed as usual. He didn't visit Li Yong, but he met Zhao Linglong while going down the mountain. After learning he was the sect leader, Zhao Linglong first apologized and then expressed her gratitude, which gave Li Qingxiu a good impression of her. Although Li Yong had been treated by Li Dongyue's acupuncture, his injuries were too severe. He wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month. The Qingxiao disciples were very interested in this martial champion, often peeking through the window. Only Jiang Zhaoxia didn't care at all. Being heavily injured by Wu Ma in one move made the martial champion look like someone who relied on connections in Jiang Zhaoxia's eyes, so he naturally had no interest. Half a month later, on the day Li Yong could finally get out of bed, Zhang Yuchen's group of 4 finally returned. They brought 13 new people, both male and female. The youngest was 12, and the oldest was 20. These were the new disciples they had recruited. Their return made the Qingxiao sect lively again. In the courtyard, Zhang Yuchen had the 13 new disciples bow to Li Qingxiu. These disciples were all very excited, and not a single one was rebellious, as they had already been subdued by Li Zifeng. In their eyes, if Li Zifeng was so powerful at such a young age, the sect leader must be even more incredible. Li Qingxiu said a few polite words and left Yang Juding to arrange their housing, while he led Zhang Yuchen and Li Zifeng inside to talk. But just then, Li Zifeng said he had to call his third senior brother first. With that, he hurried off. Watching him, Li Qingxiu told Zhang Yuchen that it seemed this trip hadn't tempered the boy's personality at all. Zhang Yuchen replied helplessly that he was a little tyrant to begin with, and with such high martial arts, who could possibly temper him? Li Zifeng feared Li Qingxiu and Jiang Zhaoxia, but he wasn't afraid of his second senior brother. Along the way, Zhang Yuchen had been angered by him many times, but afterward, Li Zifeng would always come to coax him, making him unable to stay mad. Li Qingxiu smiled, and then asked about the backgrounds of the new disciples. He had glanced at them earlier. He found that their talent and comprehension weren't outstanding, and they didn't have any special fate. But he wasn't disappointed. The Qingxiao sect needed manpower right now, so he wasn't desperate for geniuses. With Jiang Zhaoxia and Wu Ma, the Qingxiao sect's reputation was secure. As for Su Ning and Yuan Li, they were the future of the sect. Especially Yuan Li, Li Qingxiu was still very interested in the boy's indestructible tyrant body. The new disciples weren't orphans. They were recruited by Zhang Yuchen from a county town, mostly because Li Zifeng had punished some villains and showcased the sect's martial arts. After talking for a while, Li Zifeng pulled Jiang Xiaoxiao into the house and even closed the door himself, his face full of excitement. Li Qingxiu looked at him and asked with a smile what was so important that he had to pull his third senior brother in. He also felt the boy had grown fast. His head was now at Jiang Xiaoxiao's shoulder. As for Jiang Xiaoxiao, his face was full of impatience. He sat down next to Li Qingxiu and glared at Li Zifeng, warning him that if he didn't have something important to say, he would definitely deal with him. Jiang Xiaoxiao was currently putting all his effort into cultivation, determined to reach the 4th level of the essence gathering realm before Su Ning. Standing before his 3 senior brothers, Li Zifeng clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. He said the martial arts assembly was about to open, where the title of number 1 in Guizhou would be contested, and this was a great opportunity for the Qingxiao sect to make a name for itself. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu glanced at Zhang Yuchen, who nodded in confirmation. Li Zifeng continued excitedly, saying Guizhou was vast and full of experts, and such an assembly only happened once every 10 years. In his mind, his 3rd senior brother really wanted to know where he ranked among the martial artists. So he had to participate. He believed that if the sect leader let them go together, they could show the martial world of Guizhou that the heavens had changed. Li Zifeng spoke with passion, and his words indeed moved Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao was naturally competitive, and the martial arts assembly had an irresistible allure for him. He didn't immediately agree, but looked at Li Qingxiu. Li Qingxiu was also thinking about it. Actually, he didn't want the Qingxiao sect to be too famous, but he felt being too low-key wasn't good either. His own growth speed was affected by the sect's development. The faster the sect grew, the greater his chance of receiving a copy fate opportunity. Of course, once involved in martial world disputes, peaceful days would become fewer. Zhang Yuchen whispered a reminder that this was a once-in-a-decade chance. If they wanted fame later, they'd have to wait another 10 years, and life didn't have many decades. 10 years was too long for him. Li Qingxiu suddenly realized something. He was cultivating for immortality, but his junior brothers were thinking of martial arts. He pursued eternal life with the lineage as his support, but his juniors couldn't. If they didn't develop before their lifespans ran out, it would be hard for them to achieve immortality. The stronger the Qingxiao sect, the more inheritance rewards and blessings he would receive, which might compensate for his juniors' lack of talent. After thinking it through, Li Qingxiu agreed to let them participate, but warned them to avoid getting involved in other sects' grudges. The Qingxiao sect only sought fame, and they had to ask about the backgrounds of any disciples they recruited. Hearing Li Qingxiu agree, Li Zifeng jumped for joy. He then rushed to hug him, beginning to boast that even without his 3rd senior brother, he could beat those martial experts until they wet themselves. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't speak, the smile on his face showed he had already begun to look forward to the assembly. Li Qingxiu looked at him and sighed, thinking that cultivation was about one's state of mind. Whoever could endure loneliness would go further. He felt that although Su Ning was competitive, she wasn't in a hurry to show off, so she would surely surpass Jiang Xiaoxiao in the future. That night at dinner, Zhang Yuchen announced the news. With more disciples, they couldn't all gather there, so those eating in the courtyard were the most senior members. Hearing that Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Zifeng would represent the sect at the assembly, the disciples were very excited and began to chatter. Yang Juding chewed on a toothpick, remarking that the assembly was indeed something to look forward to. 10 years ago, his martial arts weren't that high. He was just a minor character. But the scene was truly grand and heroic. Just thinking about it moved him. Li Zijin looked at him and curiously asked if his rank in the top 10 of the heaven rank was from the assembly. The others also looked at Yang Juding, all very interested in the martial arts assembly. Yang Juding cleared his throat and explained that it wasn't, because the assembly was for the title of number 1. There was no top 10. The heaven rank was determined by the provincial government. Besides high martial arts, one had to have a reputation for righteousness. Everyone felt disappointed upon hearing this. Qin Yi, sitting in the corner, couldn't help but ask if Senior Wu had ever participated in the assembly. Yang Juding looked at him and nodded, saying Senior Wu had participated, but not in the Guizhou assembly. He was once the number 1 martial artist in northern Liang province. Back then, the 4 great protectors of the demonic sect each possessed overwhelming demonic power and were incredibly arrogant. Even though Guizhou wasn't victimized by the demonic sect, martial artists like them often heard of their exploits. The 4 protectors held the number 1 spot in 4 provinces, making the demonic sect's fame soar throughout the world. No sect had ever reached such a peak of power. He also mentioned that in previous years, The 9 provinces were 9 great dynasties, but the previous dynasty had unified the 9 provinces and 14 lands. So, to say the number 1 in one province was the number 1 in the world wasn't an exaggeration. From there, he began to tell the history of the demonic sect. The disciples listened intently, even forgetting to eat. Although Li Qingxiu didn't stop his chopsticks, his attention was also drawn by Yang Juding's words. The martial world, with its grudges and heroes appearing one after another, was indeed captivating. But Li Qingxiu didn't yearn for it, because whether good or evil, everyone eventually faced death. What he sought wasn't to be number 1 in the world, but immortality. Unless a dangerous situation like the 7 Music Alliance appeared, he wouldn't easily go down the mountain. As the sect leader, he didn't need to do everything himself. He only needed to guard the sect gate and maintain the overall direction of the Qingxiao sect. Listening to Yang Juding's stories, Li Qingxiu's thoughts drifted to the future of the sect. 5 days later, Jiang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng packed their things and went down the mountain. A crowd of disciples surrounded them to cheer them on. When they reached the new courtyard, they happened to meet Li Yang and Zhao Linglong. Hearing the disciples mention the assembly, the two couldn't help but look at each other. Li Yang couldn't help but ask if they were going to participate in the assembly. Li Zifeng stopped, turned to the martial champion, and asked if there was a problem with that. Li Yang said he wanted to go along because he was also very interested. He flexed his wrist. Although not fully healed, he felt traveling wouldn't be difficult. Li Zifeng hesitated, but Jiang Zhaoxia didn't stop, not even glancing at Li Yang. Seeing his third senior brother getting further away, Li Zifeng had to chase after him. Li Yang turned and told Zhao Linglong to leave some money and then hurry to catch up. His gaze returned to the same look he had when he first arrived at the sect. Zhao Linglong was helpless and could only follow his lead. Half an hour later, in the forest, Li Qingxiu was practicing the rejuvenation ghost immortal needle. He held 4 silver needles and flicked them forward. The needles shot out. They constantly changed their path, like winding beams of light, dodging every large tree to strike a trunk 100 yards away. Looking closely, the 4 needles had all struck a moth, which was still twitching. Li Qingxiu pulled his hand back, and the 4 needles immediately left the moth and flew back into his hand. He smiled. His rejuvenation ghost immortal needle was becoming more formidable, and he had memorized all the acupoints on the human body. In battle, the technique could deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Li Dongyue entered the forest. She came to his side and said Li Yang's group had left, leaving behind 3 gold bars. They said a bet is a bet, and the sect should use the gold to repair the gate. Li Qingxiu smiled and said if they were willing, they should just accept it. He then invited Li Dongyue to spar with the needles. Li Dongyue immediately waved her hands, saying she was no match for him. Li Qingxiu said it was fine, he didn't mind, but she still refused, fearing the blow to her confidence. Li Qingxiu then said it was an order from her senior brother, a must. Li Dongyue was helpless and turned to leave. Li Qingxiu had to switch from being serious to coaxing her. After some coaxing and trickery, he finally got her to agree. The news of Jiang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng going to the assembly made all the disciples feel excited. Besides their labor, their enthusiasm for martial arts increased significantly. Yang Juding couldn't go to the assembly, which he deeply regretted. So, he took out all his fighting spirit on the 7 disciples of Qingxiao. As the earliest group of disciples with talent, both Li Qingxiu and Yang Juding hoped they would become solid pillars and take on management responsibilities in the future. The reason Yang Juding wasn't sent was due to the threat from the Azure cult. Moreover, Jiang Zhaoxia wasn't going down the mountain for the first time. He had experience and could use this to further temper himself. This spring and summer felt a bit quiet without Li Zifeng, even though the number of disciples kept growing. Every month, Zhang Yechen went down the mountain once. Besides recruiting a few more disciples, he invited craftsmen up the mountain. He planned to build a great hall to be used as a gathering place for all disciples in the future. Li Qingxiu had no objection. The sect's architecture indeed needed an upgrade. The gold bars Li Yang left weren't ordinary. They were a specialty of Linchuan. Though not pure gold, they were exquisitely crafted. Zhang Yechen went to the city and sold 1 bar for 300 strings of cash. Combined with the sect's remaining funds, building a hall wasn't difficult. After all, they weren't seeking luxury. During this process, Zhang Yechen encountered some trouble. Luckily, Yang Juding was with him. In the Great Li dynasty, 1 string of cash was 1,000 copper coins, and 30 coins were enough to buy a peck of rice. A peck was about 6 pounds. Combined with the resources the Qin family provided annually, the Qingxiao sect currently had a surplus after expenses. But the sect hadn't developed its own industry yet, so income was insufficient. This was unavoidable. The disciples were too young and still in the training stage, unable to generate profit. They could help with farming and manual labor, which already made Li Qingxiu very happy. Even a martial sect had to pursue wealth. Humans need to eat, weapons cost money, and practicing martial arts is a massive drain on funds. One summer day, Li Qingxiu and Li Zijin were practicing in the underground spirit lake. Li Qingxiu sat in meditation by the lake, while on the opposite side was a patch of grass. Li Zijin was carefully observing it. This wasn't ordinary grass, it was planted with medicinal herbs. Li Qingxiu wanted to see if the lake's spirit energy could turn the herbs into spirit plants containing spirit energy. This task was given to Li Zijin. Just then, she cried out joyfully that it had succeeded, causing Li Qingxiu to open his eyes. He immediately stood up. He leaped across the lake and landed beside her. Li Zijin squatted before a medicinal herb, excitedly saying it now had spirit energy and was even emitting a faint aura. She believed this was the spirit plant Li Qingxiu had mentioned. Li Qingxiu sat down and carefully sensed it, finding it was indeed true. This made him incredibly happy. When the Qingxiao sect eventually transitioned into a cultivation sect, worldly currency would be obsolete. Spirit stones and spirit plants would become the most important currency because disciples could rely on them for cultivation. So, he cared deeply about cultivating spirit plants. Finally, Li Qingxiu confirmed it was indeed good. He told Li Zijin she had succeeded and that it was a great achievement. He praised her. Since the Lunar New Year, besides studying talismans, Li Zijin had spent all her remaining time cultivating crops, and the process was very smooth, even faster than he expected. Li Qingxiu also suddenly realized that inheritance spells weren't the key to the lineage's development. Blessings and opportunities were. One underground spirit lake had laid the foundation for the sect's current strength. If there were a few more such places, the sect would surely soar. The Taikuan Mountains were vast and rich. There were likely other such lakes. Li Zijin smiled proudly, saying she would remember this and wanted to be an elder in the future. Li Qingxiu told her earnestly that if she did this well, combined with her talismans, she would be the most important person in the sect. Li Zijin giggled, saying that was too much. In her mind, the most important person was still Li Qingxiu. The sect could lack anyone, but not him. Li Qingxiu laughed loudly, saying it had to be all 7 of them. The two kept praising each other, both in high spirits. After a few words, they continued to check the other herbs to see if a second spirit plant had appeared. The result was disappointing, there wasn't a second one. But neither was discouraged, as getting even one proved it could be done. The success of the spirit plant cultivation wasn't spread through the sect, but Li Qingxiu's mood clearly improved. Over the next few days, he smiled and greeted everyone he met, making the disciples both happy and worried, wondering what good news he had received. At noon that day, the weather grew hot. Li Qingxiu stood in the forest, watching the disciples practice. On the open ground ahead, dozens of wooden poles of varying heights were set up. Cheng Tsanghai was stepping on the poles, jumping nimbly. His movements were vigorous, making the 8 disciples waiting at the edge gasp in awe. This was a place for practicing light body techniques that Cheng Tsanghai had built himself. He was in charge of teaching them, and this was his first lesson. Li Qingxiu came to watch personally. Currently, the effect seemed quite good. The Bandit King indeed had some skill. After missing the Crown Prince's hunting day, Cheng Tsanghai had given up on that idea. Combined with his intense curiosity about the sect, he had fully joined. His talent and comprehension weren't bad, both at a fairly good level. He just didn't have a special fate. But having talent and comprehension at that level proved he was qualified to cultivate. So, Li Qingxiu continued to observe him. On the surface, Cheng Tsanghai looked very confident, but he was actually very nervous. After joining the sect, he had ambition. He wanted to have real power equal to Yang Juding. Therefore, he didn't hide his skills and taught the disciples with all his heart. After demonstrating a few times, he let the disciples try one by one, while he followed below, ready to catch them at any moment. This attitude made Li Qingxiu nod in approval. Just as Cheng Tsanghai caught that out of the corner of his eye, his confidence surged. At that moment, a notification appeared before Li Qingxiu, stating that since the sect under his leadership had become famous in the martial world for the first time, the lineage had stepped onto the path of building a reputation. Therefore, he received a fate draw opportunity. Li Qingxiu immediately understood that Jiang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng had succeeded. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed letting disciples go out and experience the world was indeed the right path. Staying in seclusion only limited the lineage's development. This time, he received exactly the fate draw opportunity he wanted most, and he had already decided to save it for little Yuan Li. Just thinking about the words, indestructible tyrant body, was enough to excite him. Not to mention the other disciples didn't have special fates, and he had no interest in Wu Mater's tiger ape strength. Currently, Wu Mater was indeed very powerful, but in a life-or-death fight, Li Qingqiu could still rely on the rejuvenation ghost immortal needle to instantly kill such an opponent. Li Qingqiu smiled and nodded to Cheng Songhai before turning to leave. That attitude made Cheng Songhai very excited and even more enthusiastic. After watching Cheng Songhai teach, Li Qingqiu had to check the other training grounds. The fish pond, horse stable, fields, and the areas being cleared were all waiting for him. Humans are naturally lazy, so as the sect leader, Li Qingqiu's presence not only allowed him to supervise the disciples, but also made them more enthusiastic, making them believe their contributions were seen by the sect leader. With more disciples, Li Qingqiu found himself becoming busier, and the disciples' loyalty to him and the sect constantly fluctuated. His presence alone could affect that loyalty. This made him increasingly interested in the way of leadership. From the current situation, the Qingxiao sect was overall in a state of vigorous development, with no major issues. A month passed quickly, and it was now late summer. Jiang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng finally returned, but Jiang Zhaoxia was heavily injured, carried up the mountain on a wooden stretcher by Li Zifeng and a woman in yellow. When Li Qingqiu reached the courtyard, Li Dongwei was using the needles to treat Jiang Zhaoxia. Seeing Li Qingqiu's grim face, the other disciples immediately hurried to make way. Li Zifeng turned to look at Li Qingqiu, his face full of grievance, his eyes already red. Li Qingqiu asked what happened. He was confused because Jiang Zhaoxia was at the 3rd level of the essence gathering realm. He wasn't sure how he could be so heavily injured and unconscious, even considering the possibility of being surrounded by enemies. Li Zifeng gritted his teeth and said that on their way back, they were ambushed by the Heaven Sword Sect. After the leader of the Heaven Sword Sect was defeated by Jiang Zhaoxia, the man held a grudge and gathered a large number of followers to block their path in the Taikuan Mountains. At the mention of the Heaven Sword Sect, Li Qingqiu glanced at Yang Juding, whose face immediately changed upon hearing the name. He quickly explained that the Heaven Sword Sect was one of the 7 major sects of Guzhou, with a 200-year history. Their ultimate Heaven Sword technique was the most murderous saber technique of the current era. This sect was embedded in the common folk, with strongholds in every riverside town. Their number of disciples was too large to estimate. They fought with other martial sects year-round and were even more dominant than the 7 Music Alliance. But what surprised him most was that Jiang Zhaoxia had actually defeated the leader of the Heaven Sword Sect. Cheng Songhai, standing outside the crowd, was also secretly terrified. In his eyes, the leader of the Heaven Sword Sect was a legendary figure one shouldn't provoke. Yet, the man was no match for Jiang Zhaoxia. Li Zifeng looked up and proudly said his 3rd senior brother had defeated the leader of the Heaven Sword Sect in just 30 moves. Not only that, but he also defeated more than 10 martial experts in a row, only losing by a narrow margin to the number 1 in the martial world. According to him, if it weren't for the continuous fighting draining his inner energy, Jiang Zhaoxia might not have lost. Even so, that battle was enough for his 3rd senior brother to build a reputation, causing many sects to proactively seek friendship with the Qingxiao sect. Through this, they met many experts. Yang Juding immediately asked who had become the number 1, and when he learned it was Wu Zi, he was stunned, his face full of respect because he hadn't expected that old senior to reappear. Li Qingqiu sensed that Jiang Zhaoxia's aura was still stable and not life-threatening, which further confirmed there was more to the story. He frowned and stared at Li Zifeng, demanding to know exactly how Jiang Zhaoxia was injured. Li Zifeng hesitated, not knowing whether to tell the truth. Just then, the woman in yellow who had come up the mountain with them spoke up with a look of agony. She admitted that it was because of her that Jiang Zhaoxia was injured. Old thief Cheng had kidnapped her brother and forced her to find a chance to poison him, which created the opportunity for the Heaven Sword Sect to strike. She said she was just an ordinary woman who didn't know martial arts, having run in with her father since childhood. Now that her brother had been killed by the old thief, she had no face or will to continue living. After saying this, she suddenly turned and rushed toward the pillar behind her, intending to take her own life. Seeing the woman so agitated, Yang Juding instinctively moved to stop her. But a hand gripped his shoulder tightly. In the next moment, the woman slammed into the pillar, blood spraying everywhere as her body went limp and collapsed. Yang Juding turned around angrily, but found the person holding him was Li Qingqiu. The anger in his heart immediately vanished, replaced by confusion. He felt she was also forced by circumstances and had brought Jiang Zhaoxia back, proving her heart wasn't evil. Her crime didn't deserve death. The others also looked at Li Qingqiu, not understanding why he had stopped him. Only Li Zifeng looked at the woman's body and breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Yang Juding's gaze, Li Qingqiu asked if it was he who had killed her. Yang Juding was speechless, not knowing how to argue. But after a moment of silence, he still felt they couldn't just stand by and watch. Li Qingqiu continued to press, asking what would happen if they saved her. The question made Yang Juding freeze because he hadn't thought that far. As he followed that thought, he realized saving her would indeed bring endless trouble. He had experienced similar things himself, which was why he was willing to stay at the Qingxiao sect now. Li Qingqiu turned and looked at all the disciples, explaining clearly that if they saved her, one possibility was that she was actually a spy for the Heaven Sword sect, continuing to harm them. Another possibility was that she told the truth, but her grudge with the Heaven Sword sect was irreconcilable and could even accelerate the conflict between the two sects. Furthermore, the fact that she poisoned Zhang Xiaoxiao was real. She couldn't just do whatever she wanted because she had a tragic reason. He added that she already wanted to die. She couldn't save her brother, so outsiders shouldn't disrespect her wish to die. He then emphasized that in the martial world, grudges are unavoidable. Many martial artists are caught in conflicts because of their positions, but they can't just consider the people they kill as deserving of death because they were forced. According to him, everyone who does wrong will find a reason for themselves. But he only believed in one thing. Every debt has its debtor, and every grudge must be repaid. The Qingxiao sect wasn't a righteous sect in the conventional sense. They could do good deeds, but facing those who harmed them, they must never be merciful. Their only limit was not to proactively cause trouble for others. Li Qingqiu said that many years later, he hoped that when others were threatened by the sect's enemies to deal with them, even if they were forced, they would still have to consider the price of offending the Qingxiao sect. After saying this, he went to Li Dongyue, picked up Zhang Xiaoxia, and took him to his room. The disciples looked at each other. The sect leader's words combined with the woman's body had given them a massive shock. Yang Juding's face turned red and blue, not from anger, but from the impact of Li Qingqiu's words. He began to ask himself what was chivalry and what was righteousness. He had always considered himself a chivalrous man, but the number of people he had killed wasn't small. Perhaps helping the miserable who just wanted to live was a purer form of chivalry, and less troublesome. Just then, Cheng Songhai suddenly spoke up, expressing his agreement. He felt they didn't have the strength or reason to verify if the woman's words were true or false. They only needed to know she had indeed poisoned Zhang Xiaoxia. They couldn't act as if she were innocent just because Zhang Xiaoxia survived. He even said that if the person were an ugly man, everyone might not have let him say so much nonsense. The second half of the sentence immediately made many disciples roll their eyes. An ordinary-looking male disciple asked with resentment what was wrong with being an ugly man. In an instant, everyone's emotions were diverted. They all began to condemn Cheng Songhai. Even the disciples who weren't ugly felt he was looking down on them. On the other side, Li Qingqiu returned to his room and used the needles again to treat Zhang Xiaoxia. Actually, he could have used the needles to keep the woman alive, but he decided against it. Zhang Yechen, Li Dongyue, and Li Zifeng also entered, standing by the bed looking worriedly at Zhang Xiaoxia. Li Zifeng clapped in approval, saying the senior brother did well. Actually, he also wanted to kick the woman out, but his strength was limited. Just bringing his third senior brother back was hard enough. He felt lucky he was busy eating a pig's trotter and didn't drink the wine. If he had, he would have been poisoned too. Luckily, his third senior brother warned him in time. For anyone else, the Heaven Sword sect wouldn't even have needed to act. That poison was enough to kill, so he felt the woman was too cruel, and the old innkeeper was also too sinister for setting the trap so early. Zhang Yechen also nodded, thinking that saving her would bring many troubles later. If she held a grudge against their third senior brother, thinking that the grudge between him and the Heaven Sword sect killed her brother, the consequences would be immense. He had always felt the Qingxiao sect lacked something. Today he understood. It was the sect's atmosphere and principles. What kind of sect was the Qingxiao sect? What were the constraints for disciples? These hadn't been truly established yet. Li Qingqiu looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao on the bed and said softly that he was actually more afraid of the woman and his third senior brother becoming entangled. She was alone with no one to rely on, and the Heaven Sword sect was their common enemy. If they lived and died together later, he feared his third senior brother would find it hard to refuse her affection. He didn't want his brother to be stabbed in the back by the person he loved later. Li Dongyue and Zhang Yechen looked at him in shock, as both had reached the age of maturity. They naturally had some vague romantic feelings. Li Zifeng scratched his head and asked in surprise how he could love her when the senior brother only said one sentence to her before passing out. Li Qingxiu glanced at him and snorted, saying he was too young to understand love. Li Zifeng asked if the senior brother really understood it that well. Li Qingxiu claimed he did, saying he had experienced several relationships in his dreams, unforgettable and heart-wrenching. After waking up, he vowed never to love again. He made up the story on the spot, but Li Zifeng believed it and immediately leaned in to ask how to have such a dream. Zhang Yuchen and Li Donghua looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Their senior brother was always like this, occasionally throwing in something nonsensical during a serious talk. A moment later, Li Qingxiu went quiet. Zhang Yuchen saw this and asked how to handle the Heaven Sword sect. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu's gaze turned cold. He said since the opponent wanted to kill, they naturally had to bleed. Li Zifeng immediately cheered, saying this grudge must be repaid or their martial arts were for nothing. Just thinking of the Heaven Sword sect made him grit his teeth. Zhang Yuchen worriedly reminded them that the Heaven Sword sect was very widespread and acted without scruples. Just looking at how they plotted against their third senior brother was enough to see. It was easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Li Qingxiu was about to speak when a hand suddenly gripped his arm. He turned and saw Jiang Zhaoxia had opened his eyes. With a pale face, Jiang Zhaoxia stared at Li Qingxiu and said to put the matter aside for now because he wanted to take revenge himself. He must take revenge himself. Zhang Yuchen and the other two looked at Jiang Zhaoxia with joy, especially Li Zifeng, who almost burst into tears. This trip into the martial world sounded simple, but only they understood the hardships, especially while Jiang Zhaoxia was unconscious. He had been terrified, not sleeping well for nights. Li Qingxiu faced Jiang Zhaoxia, sighed, and gently patted his hand, saying they would listen to him. Only then did Jiang Zhaoxia let go and close his eyes. Li Qingxiu stood up and said everyone should go out so Jiang Zhaoxia could rest well. Zhang Yuchen and the other two followed him out of the room. Li Qingxiu headed toward the back mountain to continue cultivating, while Li Donghua followed behind, softly advising him not to be too hurried since their third senior brother was still alive and well. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu glanced at her and smiled, saying he wasn't in a hurry and told her not to overthink. Li Donghua hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to say that his killing intent had become too heavy. She worried that after their master left, he was carrying too much pressure. Li Qingxiu stopped and asked if she was afraid of him. Li Donghua immediately denied it, saying she could never be afraid of her senior brother. She was just worried for him. In her view, he didn't need to carry so much pressure because everyone could face any difficulty together, even if it meant dying together. He didn't need to carry everything alone. Li Donghua spoke very seriously, her gaze full of determination and no fear. Li Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pat her head. He grumbled that he didn't want to die. He then told her to go about her business and not disturb his cultivation. With that, he continued forward, while Li Donghua stood there, quietly watching his figure disappear into the forest. In an ancient hall, the leader of the Heaven Sword sect, Lu Fuhu, sat shirtless on a chair while a charming woman in purple changed his bandages. Lu Fuhu was a burly man with disheveled hair and a long, messy beard. He had fierce, leopard-like eyes, and his chest was covered in crisscrossing scars, making his appearance even more terrifying. He growled that Jiang Zhaoxia's sword qi was too vicious. More than a month had passed, and the wound still hadn't healed. At the mention of Jiang Zhaoxia, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The woman in purple curiously asked if Jiang Zhaoxia of the Qingxiao sect was really only 16. The Guizhou martial arts assembly had spread everywhere, and Jiang Zhaoxia had become famous and intimidated the martial world in just one battle. Previously, Lu Fuhu refused to reveal the cause of his injury. It wasn't until she heard the rumors that she understood the truth. Lu Fuhu snorted coldly, confirming it was true, and remarked that the Qingxiao sect only produced monsters. Years ago, the Qingxiao immortal swept through the martial world of 3 provinces, unmatched. His disciple, Lin Xuanfeng, also dominated the martial world when he was young, even younger than Jiang Zhaoxia is now. He hadn't expected the Qingxiao sect to keep producing such freaks, and Jiang Zhaoxia even surpassed Lin Xuanfeng. The woman in purple worriedly said that since the Qingxiao sect was so powerful, he still dared to plot against them. Wasn't he afraid of bringing disaster upon himself? Lu Fuhu was dismissive, saying Lin Xuanfeng had retired, and the sect was now just a bunch of kids, with Jiang Zhaoxia being the only formidable one. In his eyes, the boy's martial arts were high, but his experience was too shallow. He believed that with Xinyang escorting them the whole way, the brats would surely trust her. He even thought she alone might be enough to bring the sect to ruin. Thinking of his cleverness, he even smiled, but immediately aggravated his wound, groaning in pain. The woman in purple said helplessly that he was the leader of the Heaven Sword sect, yet he acted like this. Wasn't he afraid of word getting out? A flash of disgust crossed her eyes, but it quickly vanished. Lu Fuhu said sternly that only when Jiang Zhaoxia died would the rumor of his defeat vanish like the wind. The Heaven Sword sect was one of the 7 major sects of Guizhou and would never let anyone sit above them. If he directly attacked the sect, the martial world would mock them, so he could only choose this way. Not only that, he also wanted to know exactly why Jiang Zhaoxia was so powerful. He wondered if the Qingxiao immortal had left behind some ultimate divine technique. Just as the woman was about to speak, a man rushed into the hall, quickly kneeling before them to report that 2 people had arrived outside. One of them claimed to be the martial champion, Li Yang, and wanted to challenge the Heaven Sword sect to a duel. Although Jiang Zhaoxia returned injured, it didn't scare the Qingxiao disciples because Li Zifeng had recounted his exploits so vividly that everyone soon knew them. Those exploits included defeating the leader of the 7 Music Alliance in 5 moves, Xianliang Jinren in 7 moves, the divine monk of Tianding Temple in 23 moves, and the law enforcement elder of Taiyue Peak in 25 moves. And finally, a 200-move duel with the number 1 in the martial world, Wu Zi, before a narrow defeat. Each achievement made the disciples' blood boil. Jiang Zhaoxia's prestige in the sect reached its peak. Except for Su Ning, all the disciples worshipped him. Li Zifeng even boasted, directly giving Jiang Zhaoxia the title of number 2 in the world. In the new courtyard, Zhang Yu held a bamboo fan and leisurely taught that the dangers of the martial world were never just a saying, and even studying for exams and seeking fame would encounter treacherous hearts. 30 disciples were sitting in the courtyard listening to him. This was by Li Qingxiu's order, because without it, Zhang Yu couldn't have gathered so many people. Even Li Zifeng was forced by Li Qingxiu to sit there. The Qingxiao sect was isolated from the world and had a leisurely atmosphere. There was no power struggle for now, so the disciples were very simple-minded. Because of this, Li Qingxiu felt they needed some ideological education. Zhang Yu said there were many suspicious points about Xinyang's death. Because Elder Li was too young, he had overlooked many details. So today, everyone needed to analyze the matter together. According to him, the first suspicious point was that she was just a normal innkeeper, yet she was sure she hadn't poisoned many people. Facing 2 martial experts, she should have been extremely nervous during her first time poisoning someone. But she didn't show any flaws. The second point was that Elder Jiang had deep inner power and superior hearing. He could hear whispers even through a wall. Yet this woman didn't let any sound slip from beginning to end. The third point was that as soon as she reached the mountain, she immediately sought death. He asked why. If she really wanted to die, she didn't just die down the mountain but insisted on doing it before them. He even suggested she might have been certain they would save her. Zhang Yu threw out one question after another, making Li Zifeng, who was losing patience, fall into deep thought. The more he thought, the more he felt Xinyang was indeed not right. Afterward, Zhang Yu began to tell stories of the martial world he had heard. In those stories, many experts died from being plotted against by villains. The number of people who actually died in top-tier duels was a minority. The stronger the martial arts, the easier it sometimes became to have a weakness. The disciples listened intently because even someone as strong as the number 2 in the world, Jiang Zhaoxia, almost lost his life. This truly moved them. Li Qingxiu also came to listen for a while. After confirming Zhang Yu didn't have any hidden agendas and was teaching well, he left at ease. The benefits of Jiang Zhaoxia's fame at the assembly far exceeded Li Qingxiu's expectations. Just a month after the 2 returned, Zhang Yechen went down the mountain to recruit and brought back 16 people at once. These disciples all came because of Jiang Zhaoxia's reputation. Among them was one with quite good cultivation talent, whom Li Qingxiu noted for further observation. Regarding the teaching of the primordial chaos scripture, Li Qingxiu considered 2 factors, talent and contribution. But he would also give those with poor talent a chance, as he always believed that later effort could change one's fate. After autumn began, other martial sects proactively visited, simply wanting to build a friendship with no threats or trade of interests. Li Qingxiu hosted them, and they got along very well. The sect was named the White Crane Sect, a second-rate sect in Guizhou. Their leader had also participated in the assembly and had some friendship with Jiang Zhaoxia's group. So this time, he led 5 disciples to visit. They stayed at the Qingxiao sect for 2 days before leaving. Li Qingxiu, Jiang Zhaoxia, and Zhang Yechen personally saw them off. The White Crane sect leader was nearly 50 and smiled very kindly. He held Li Qingxiu's hand and sincerely invited him to visit the White Crane sect in the future, promising not to mistreat him. Facing such a warm invitation, Li Qingqiu naturally agreed repeatedly, though whether he would go was another matter. Watching the 6 people of the White Crane sect leave, Li Qingqiu couldn't help but remark that his third senior brother had indeed become famous in one battle. In a world where communication was inconvenient, he had always thought fame was illusory. It needed to be accumulated over years, but he hadn't expected Jiang Zhaoxiao's fame to spread so fast after just one trip. Jiang Zhaoxiao remained expressionless, feeling the trip was actually a failure because he had returned heavily injured again. At the mention of that, his hands hidden in his sleeves clenched into fists, as he truly saw being plotted against by the Heaven Sword sect as a great humiliation. Li Qingqiu patted his shoulder and smiled, saying not to think too much. The martial world is treacherous. No matter how carefully one plans, experience must be gained through personal trial. Even an old hand like the dragon-subduing hero Yang Juding had been poisoned, so for people in the martial world, poisoning is very hard to guard against and will eventually be encountered. Zhang Yuchen also smiled and added that just being able to escape the ambush and plot of the Heaven Sword sect was something few in the Guzhou martial world could do. With their comfort, Jiang Zhaoxiao's mood indeed improved a bit, but he silently thought this matter was far from over. He vowed that once he reached the 4th level of the Essence Gathering realm, he would definitely take revenge. With his 3rd level cultivation, he could already defeat Lu Fuhu. So at the 4th level, he believed he could charge straight into the Heaven Sword sect. He would make Lu Fuhu follow in the footsteps of Lu Taidu. The 3 brothers talked a bit more before parting. Jiang Zhaoxiao went back to cultivate, while Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchen had to discuss the next way to make money for the sect. The first thing they planned was to set up a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain to guide people to the sect. If possible, they also wanted to build a simple mountain road. Because for ordinary people, finding the Qingxiao sect after going up the mountain wasn't easy. Even farmers or hunters from the villages below could easily get lost. Li Dongyue also wanted to contribute to the sect, so she asked Zhang Yuchen to help spread the word that she could treat incurable diseases. There was also a group of disciples preparing to hunt, intending to sell wild game later. Regarding the disciples' contributions, Li Qingqiu felt they needed to be carefully recorded in the books, as he would use spirit stones and spirit plants to reward them later. Autumn was in full swing, and by late October, Su Ning took the lead in breaking through to the 4th level of the Essence Gathering realm, becoming the 2nd person in the sect to reach that level. In the underground spirit lake, Li Qingqiu witnessed her breakthrough personally. Possessing the Heavenly Thunder Spirit Root, he knew very well how powerful this type of root was. Not only that, but Su Ning's cultivation talent was also at an outstanding level, the highest among the current disciples. Combined with the fact that she rarely went down the mountain and spent almost all her time cultivating, she had surpassed even Jiang Zhaoxia. Although Li Qingqiu understood why she cultivated so fast, he was still amazed. She was only 11 and had already reached the 4th level. Compared to her, Li Zijin, Li Dongyue, and Yang Juding were still at the 2nd level, showing just how large the talent gap was. After stabilizing her cultivation, Su Ning stood up, quickly went to Li Qingqiu's side, bowed, and softly reported her breakthrough. Although she was still very calm, Li Qingqiu could sense her suppressed excitement. Li Qingqiu took her wrist, pulled her closer, and remarked that she was truly formidable. If she kept this up, she would eventually surpass even him. Of course, he only said that, as he himself was about to reach the 5th level. Su Ning hurriedly replied that in her eyes, the most formidable person would always be her master, and she could never surpass him. Li Qingqiu smiled and asked if she was dissatisfied because he always told her to hide her cultivation and didn't let her spar, giving her few chances to stand out. Su Ning shook her head, saying she wasn't dissatisfied because she knew her master was protecting her. In her mind, Elder Jiang had become the strongest expert on the surface. But because of that, he was injured many times, so the sect still needed a trump card. She was willing to be the sect's solid support alongside her master. Many disciples knew Su Ning was a genius, but only Li Qingqiu knew exactly how high her cultivation was. Even Li Zifeng and Yang Juding only felt she was unfathomable. From now on, no one would be able to truly gauge Su Ning's cultivation. Li Qingqiu felt that besides the unfathomable Su Ning, there would soon be another, Jiang Zhaoxia. He could sense that Jiang Zhaoxia was on the verge of reaching the 4th level. As the fire of vengeance in his junior brother's heart had been suppressed for so long, it was nearly impossible to hold back any longer. The more he looked at Su Ning, the more Li Qingqiu liked her. Though young, she was well-behaved and sensible, never letting her cultivation make her arrogant. Her competitive nature was directed only at herself, never flaunted outwardly. Furthermore, he had already looked into her background and knew she didn't come from a prominent family. Her late father had been a mere hunter, and she had no deep-seated grudges waiting for her to settle. Looking across the entire Qingxiao sect, he felt that Su Ning was the one who most resembled a true immortal cultivator and was the most likely to accompany him for the long haul. Afterward, Li Qingxiu taught her the cultivation method for the 5th level of the Origin Retention Realm from the Taiching Primordial Chaos Scripture. This cultivation technique was profound and vast, with each minor stage requiring a different qi gathering method. Thus, he only passed it down level by level. Even Zhang Zhaoxia had to seek him out for the next level's heart manual only after completing a breakthrough. Master and disciple practiced until nearly dusk before emerging from the underground spirit lake. They then challenged each other to a race to see who could return to the Qingxiao sect first without being spotted by the other disciples. Hearing there was a competition, even if it was just a test of light footwork, Su Ning immediately grew excited, and the two quickly vanished into the mountain forests. On the mountainside, Qin Yi was wielding a wooden staff, practicing the 10,000 army demon-subduing staff. His moves were sharp and fierce, his body stretching and coiling with a unique grace, as if man and staff had become one. Every time he completed 100 repetitions, he gained new insights. He had even begun to develop internal qi within his body. The sheer power of the 10,000 army demon-subduing staff gave him immense confidence, making him feel that as long as he kept working hard, he would eventually be able to help Wu Baoyu get revenge. He didn't tell anyone, but a seed had long since been planted in his heart. He had to execute that dog emperor. Suddenly, Qin Yi stopped and frowned, looking around. He had just heard a faint rustle, as if something had darted past him at extreme speed. With his current martial arts, he didn't think it was just a trick of his hearing. He immediately suspected it might be a wild beast, as he had heard Yuan Qi mention seeing a black panther in the mountains, though it was unclear if it was just an illusion. While Qin Yi was still confused, a man in plain clothes and a bamboo hat, with a long flute tucked into his waist, slowly approached from not far away. The man looked up, revealing a weathered face beneath the brim of his hat. It was Jiang Quetian of the White Emperor Manor. Jiang Quetian looked at Qin Yi and asked with a smile, "That staff technique is truly imposing. I could hear the wind whistling from all the way over there." He guessed that Qin Yi must be a disciple of the Qingxiao sect. Qin Yi immediately grew wary and replied, "This is Qingxiao sect's mountain. So of course I'm a disciple," he added, before asking which sect the man was from and why he was on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Quetian's eyes lit up. He flicked his wrist and approached Qin Yi, laughing. "It's been 2 years. I didn't expect that not only has Zhang Zhaoxiao made a name for himself, but the Qingxiao sect has produced another genius like you." He found it fascinating and even wondered if the Qingxiao immortal had returned. He then proactively challenged Qin Yi to a spar, declaring he would use only one hand to test his skills. As dusk fell, Li Qingxiu sat at a table in the courtyard, peeling and eating peanuts. These peanuts were grown by the Qingxiao sect itself, and their aroma filled the air after being roasted. Su Ning sat across from him, looking dejected. Li Qingxiu chuckled inwardly. Despite saying she couldn't possibly beat him, the girl was still a bit sulky after losing. It reminded him how unpredictable people's hearts could be. Cheng Songhai came over and sat beside Li Qingxiu. He lowered his voice and brought up the sect leader's previous request for everyone to think of ways to make money, suggesting they steal from corrupt officials and wealthy nobles. Li Qingxiu shot him a sidelong glance and replied irritably that doing so would only invite trouble. He insisted they follow the righteous path, creating wealth through their own hard work. Cheng Songhai was frustrated, lamenting that if creativity alone could make one rich, then farmers would have been the wealthiest people long ago. Li Qingxiu retorted that Cheng wasn't even as good as a farmer. Cheng was so angry he stood up and stomped off, but Li Qingxiu didn't mind. He understood that the Qingxiao sect didn't necessarily have to be a righteous sect in the conventional sense, but it absolutely could not do shady things that couldn't see the light of day. He hoped that the Qingxiao sect would eventually become an immortal cultivation sect, unswayed by the secular world, yet revered by the people, performing heroic deeds in their daily lives. When the world was in chaos, they could turn the tide. Of course, that goal was still far off. For now, the Qingxiao sect's priority was survival. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the disciples began serving food. Just then, Qin Yi returned. He brought someone with him, Jiang Quetian of the White Emperor Manor. Li Qingxiu and Su Ning had passed them on their way up the mountain, so seeing Jiang Quetian appear, Li Qingxiu wasn't surprised at all. However, he acted delighted, standing up to welcome him. He called him senior uncle and invited him over to chat. Su Ning and the surrounding disciples all turned to look, their eyes full of curiosity, as they hadn't expected this man to be the sect leader's senior uncle. Jiang Quetian's expression was a bit strange. He wasn't as boisterous as his last visit. In fact, he seemed somewhat awkward. He followed Qin Yi to the table, forced a smile, and remarked that it had been 2 years, and the Qingxiao sect had changed so much. He asked if Li Qingqiu's grandmaster had returned. Before Li Qingqiu could answer, Su Ning couldn't help but speak up, clearly dissatisfied with the implication that her master was being overlooked. The other disciples' gazes toward Jiang Quetian also turned cold. It wasn't that they had an issue with the Qingxiao immortal, but they were all young and frequently looked down upon by outsiders. Since Li Qingqiu was also young despite being the sect leader, Jiang Quetian's words felt like a direct slight to them. And that was something they couldn't accept. To them, it wasn't just a slight against the sect leader, but against the entire Qingxiao sect. Especially since the sect leader himself had said that the Qingxiao sect's current success was thanks to the hard work of every single disciple. After Su Ning spoke, Jiang Quetian felt a bit embarrassed, but he wouldn't argue with a little girl. He just asked in surprise if the Qingxiao immortal really hadn't returned. Li Qingqiu calmly replied that he had never met that grandmaster since he took over, and his own master hadn't returned either. He added that the Qingxiao sect's current state was due to the efforts of everyone in the sect. He wasn't angry. In fact, Jiang Quetian's attitude proved that his building of the sect had been a success, giving him a sense of achievement. He didn't make things harder for Jiang Quetian. Instead, he warmly invited him to sit and began to chat. Qin Yi didn't stay. After leaning his wooden staff against the wall, he quietly began chopping wood. As usual, he was silent and focused on his work. After a few words with Li Qingqiu, Jiang Quetian finally stopped feeling awkward. He was naturally boisterous, so he didn't hide what had happened earlier. He directly remarked that Qin Yi was truly formidable. He admitted he had been too arrogant, trying to spar with Qin Yi using only one hand, only to end up losing. He then curiously asked Li Qingqiu how he had trained him. Although Jiang Quetian was from the White Emperor Manor, he wasn't a top-tier expert, and Qin Yi had been training hard with the 10,000 army demon-subduing staff. So, losing while using only one hand didn't surprise Li Qingqiu much. Of course, in a real life-or-death duel, Qin Yi would still be no match for Jiang Quetian. The 10,000 army demon-subduing staff was a technique specifically designed for combat, paired with a unique heart manual that utilized internal qi, making its destructive power immense. To the question, Li Qingqiu shook his head, saying he didn't have that kind of skill, but that a top-tier expert had stayed on the mountain for a while and given Qin Yi some pointers. Hearing the words top-tier expert, Jiang Quetian's eyes widened as he asked who it was. In his eyes, a top-tier expert was as far above a first-rate expert as the heavens are from the earth, let alone compared to himself. Knowing this, he felt much more relieved. There were many legends in the martial world about people having chance encounters with top-tier experts and gaining immense strength in a short time. Li Qingqiu answered naturally that the senior refused to reveal his identity, so they didn't feel right asking. His face showed no flaws whatsoever. Jiang Quetian clicked his tongue in amazement, remarking that Qin Yi had great fortune and would surely become a great talent. He then asked about Jiang Zhaoxia, as he was incredibly curious about how Jiang Zhaoxia had built such a reputation. 2 years ago, he had felt Jiang Zhaoxia was too arrogant, but he hadn't expected him to actually have the skills to back it up. Li Qingqiu explained that his third junior brother was in seclusion and hadn't been seen for days. He then asked Jiang Quetian why he had decided to visit. He had a decent impression of this senior uncle. After all, the man had given him a Dharma artifact before. Even now, having reached the 4th level of the Origin Retention Realm, he still couldn't break the seal on that artifact, which proved it was no ordinary item but a true treasure. Jiang Quetian replied that a rebellion had recently broken out in Guizhou. The provincial and district armies were not only failing to suppress the rebels, but were losing cities one after another. Since the White Emperor Manor was located in the provincial capital, they had to assist. He had been sent to a nearby city to join the army and teach martial arts to the soldiers. He had heard of Jiang Zhaoxia's exploits and decided to stop by. Seeing that the Qingxiao sect was doing well, he was relieved. Li Qingqiu was curious about the rebellion and asked a few more questions, which Jiang Quetian didn't hide. In fact, it wasn't just Guizhou. 3 other provinces were also in chaos. All 4 were suffering from famine, and villains were inciting the people, recruiting refugees as soldiers to seize land. After taking a city, those people would run wild, smashing, looting, and killing. They committed every evil imaginable, even violating women in the streets. 2 years had passed, and the disaster had only worsened. Now, the imperial court had issued rewards everywhere, calling for martial arts heroes to help eliminate the bandits, with very generous prizes. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchen excitedly leaned toward Li Qingxiu, suggesting the Qingxiao sect should also go hunt bandits. But before Li Qingxiu could refuse, Jiang Quotian slammed the table to stop him, saying they were too young and should focus on their training, as the world wouldn't stay in chaos forever. According to him, the sage already knew about the situation, and the rebellion would be settled within 6 months at most. Sage was how officials and commoners referred to the emperor. Li Qingxiu also didn't want his disciples involved. They were too young. Getting caught up in such turmoil wouldn't be good for their minds. Moreover, they would have to deal with the government. The Qingxiao sect might descend the mountain to save the people in the future, but that wasn't the Qingxiao sect of today. Zhang Yuchen was surprised it would only take 6 months, but Jiang Quotian snorted, insisting it was a certainty. In his view, the only reason it hadn't been settled was because corrupt officials had blinded the sage, but those traitors had now been punished. The Great Li dynasty had only been established for 30 years, and a true golden age hadn't arrived yet, but if they could just endure a few more years, they would enjoy prosperity. Li Qingxiu hadn't expected Jiang Quotian to trust the current emperor so much. Qin Yi, who was chopping wood, couldn't help but look back at Jiang Quotian with anger in his eyes. He even felt a bit of regret for holding back earlier and not hitting him hard enough to wake him up. As the food was served, Li Qingxiu invited Jiang Quotian to eat and asked him to tell stories of the martial world, as the disciples were clearly more curious about those legends than politics. Jiang Quotian began telling stories one by one, getting more excited as he went. He even mentioned the martial scholar, Li Yang. Word was that when Li Yang challenged the Heavenly Blade sect, he spoke so arrogantly that he was severely injured by them. This incident had provoked the Lin Chuanli clan, so now the Heavenly Blade sect was being pressured from all sides. Their days were far from easy. Jiang Quotian concluded gleefully that the Heavenly Blade sect had lost to Jiang Zhaoxia, ruining their reputation, and now with the Li clan's pressure, they might not even keep their title as one of the 7 great sects. This news thrilled the disciples, but because Li Qingxiu had warned them, they didn't mention the grudge between Jiang Zhaoxia and the Heavenly Blade sect. Jiang Quotian's presence made the Qingxiao sect much livelier. The next day, when Jiang Quotian met Yang Juding, he was even more astonished. The two felt like kindred spirits who had met far too late. Because of this, Jiang Quotian stayed for 2 more days. 5 days later, Jiang Quotian had just descended the mountain, and the news he brought made the Azure Sky sect disciples value their training even more. Time flew by like turning pages. Autumn passed, winter arrived, and the first snow began to fall. On that day, Su Ning broke through to the 4th level of the Origin Realm. Li Qingxiu sensed a surge of sword intent from the mountainside and followed it. He eventually found Jiang Zhaoxiao standing on the surface of a lake. The water beneath his feet hadn't frozen. Instead, it rippled continuously. Sword intent is a miraculous thing. It's like an aura, yet it possesses a physical power. Li Qingxiu, born with the natural sword heart, could tell immediately that this was true sword intent. Jiang Zhaoxia's sword intent was incredibly powerful, making Li Qingxiu feel as if he were facing an exceptionally sharp blade. He couldn't help but think that he usually spent too much time on the spring-returning Ghost Immortal Needle. Even though he shared the same fate as his 3rd junior brother, his progress in the way of the sword was lagging. However, his face was full of joy. This breakthrough wasn't just about Jiang Zhaoxia's cultivation level. It was a breakthrough in his own path of the sword. To form sword intent on his own without a master's guidance. Jiang Zhaoxia's talent was truly that of a natural-born genius. Snowflakes fell like flower petals, but they turned into white mist before they could even touch him. He looked so ethereal that he seemed ready to ascend as an immortal at any moment. Suddenly, Jiang Zhaoxia raised his hand. Using his finger as a blade, he pointed at Li Qingxiu, and a bolt of sword chi shot out like lightning. Li Qingxiu's reaction was lightning fast. His right hand instantly flicked a silver needle. The needle soared through the air and collided with the sword chi, shattering into pieces as the energy dissipated. Jiang Zhaoxia narrowed his eyes. He said he couldn't tell if his senior brother's cultivation was stronger or if the needle technique was just that much better than his sword chi. Li Qingxiu replied irritably that if he had been a second slower, he'd be dead. Jiang Zhaoxia spoke with pride, saying that would never happen. His sword chi had reached the stage of mastery, allowing him to control it perfectly. Even if it reached his brother's face, he could stop it instantly. Li Qingxiu smirked and asked if he still wanted revenge. Jiang Zhaoxia stared at him for a long time before mentioning that among the experts of the Absolute Blade sect who besieged him, There was a highly skilled squad with perfect coordination. He suffered quite a bit because of them. Thus, he planned to select 13 disciples to personally train in the way of the sword. They would lead the charge against any enemy threatening the Azure Sky sect. He even had a name ready, the Azure Sky 13 Sword Guards. Before dusk, Li Qingxiu gathered all the disciples and announced Jiang Zhaoxiao's plan. The disciples were ecstatic, everyone looking at Jiang Zhaoxiao with anticipation. This man was the strongest in the Azure Sky sect and the second-ranked expert in the martial world. Learning from him meant a bright future. Besides, the name 13 Sword Guards sounded incredibly cool. Currently, only the Azure Sky 7 had a title. Now with the 13 Sword Guards added, how could the disciples not be excited? Li Qingxiu watched as Jiang Zhaoxiao made his picks. Once he had chosen 12, Li Qingxiu spoke up, pointing at a disciple and suggesting him as the final member. The disciple was Xuejin, 16 years old. He had an ordinary face and an average height, blending easily into the crowd. Xuejin was stunned when Li Qingxiu pointed at him. He instinctively looked around, thinking the sect master was pointing at someone else. Jiang Zhaoxiao looked at Xuejin and frowned slightly. He had absolutely no impression of Xuejin. No matter how he looked at him, this disciple didn't seem like someone worth grooming. Li Qingxiu saw the doubt and smiled, saying he could feel that Xuejin's potential was limitless and that he would become Jiang Zhaoxiao's right-hand man. Xuejin was the only one among the new disciples whose talent and comprehension reached the quite good level. Since joining, his loyalty had increased rapidly, which is why Li Qingxiu felt confident recommending him. Quite good might not sound as impressive as Su Ning or Jiang Zhaoxiao's talent, but within the Azure Sky sect, it was definitely genius level. The 12 people Jiang Zhaoxiao picked himself weren't even as good as Xuejin. Hearing those words, Xuejin was both thrilled and moved, nearly moved to tears. He never expected the sect master to notice him. Yang Juding, Cheng Songhai, and Li Zifeng stood nearby, curiously sizing him up. Li Qingxiu rarely praised a disciple like this. With Su Ning as a precedent, everyone naturally had high expectations, wondering if this disciple was truly extraordinary. Jiang Zhaoxiao finally relented, saying he would trust his senior brother. He beckoned Xuejin to step forward and then led the chosen 13 sword guards away. The disciples who weren't picked were disappointed, but they were also eager to see what the sword guards would achieve. Li Qingxiu dismissed the disciples. Li Zifeng sidled up to him, grinning as he noted that the second and third brothers now had their own elite groups. He asked if he could start one too. Li Qingxiu glanced at him and asked for the name. Li Zifeng suggested the Azure Sky 9 Ghosts. Li Qingxiu immediately shot it down, saying it sounded terrible. He told him to think of something else and gave him one last look before heading toward the sect gate. Li Zifeng immediately chased after him, pestering him. Although Li Qingxiu didn't agree, Li Zifeng's words gave him an idea. If each of his junior brothers and sisters led their own group of disciples, passing down their legacy through generations, wouldn't that form a solid power structure? Wu Mani wasn't suited for leading disciples, and Li Zifeng was too hyperactive. So, Li Qingxiu decided to let Li Dongyue and Li Zitsuan choose a group of disciples. Li Dongyue's needle technique came with medical skills. Even without energy, it could improve one's understanding of pressure points and blood flow. She could treat sect members and those who came seeking medical help. Li Zitsuan could teach talisman crafting. Even if they weren't true immortal talismans, they could still be sold for money, as many commoners sought talismans for peace and safety. As long as the Azure Sky sect's reputation spread. After deciding, Li Qingxiu called Li Dongyue that night to discuss it. She was delighted by the idea. She had wanted to do this for a while, but feared Li Qingxiu wouldn't allow the needle technique to be shared. The next morning, she went to pick her disciples. It wasn't as loud an affair as Jiang Zhaoxiao's, but it still got the disciples talking. In the end, Li Dongyue chose 9 disciples, 7 girls and 2 boys. Li Zitsuan, however, didn't want the hassle yet and decided to wait another 2 years. Li Qingxiu naturally didn't mind. As long as his junior sister had a plan, he would support her. That day, Zhang Muchuan led a group down the mountain. This time, he didn't just take Huang Shan and Yu Lin. He also took the Azure Sky 7 for training. Li Qingxiu was worried, so he sent Li Zifeng along. Zhang Muchuan's martial arts weren't that strong, and in these times, Li Qingxiu still feared for his safety. Half a month later, Zhang Muchuan and the others returned. This time, they recruited 23 new disciples, bringing the sect's total to over 80. Li Qingxiu met them personally, gave a few words of encouragement, and let Li Dongyue arrange their housing. Over the past year, several more courtyards had been built below the new wing. Though simple, they were enough for the new arrivals. Li Qingxiu opened the sect interface and scanned through. None of them had outstanding talent or comprehension, but one person had a slightly special fate. It was by Niner, who possessed the lucky one fate, meaning he would always encounter good fortune throughout his life. Niner was only 13, small and thin with tanned skin, almost invisible in the crowd. But the term lucky one was too vague. It could mean anything or nothing at all. Since his talent and comprehension were mediocre, Li Qingxiu decided to just keep an eye on him. So, Li Qingxiu gave Niner a single glance and made no special arrangements. Nor did he ask Zhang Muchuan about him. With 23 more disciples, the labor pressure on construction and production eased up. Heavy snow began to fall. The mountains were buried in white. On a peak, Li Qingxiu and Tan Yi sat side by side in meditation. The wind and snow were pushed away by the spiritual energy radiating from them. Tan Yi slowly opened his eyes, marveling at the profundity of the Primordial Sutra and how well it complemented his demon-subduing staff technique. Just by contemplating it, he had gained many insights. He was overjoyed to finally train with his master and felt they were growing closer. Li Qingxiu kept his eyes closed, reminding Tan Yi that he was only at the first level. He wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the staff until he reached the second. Tan Yi nodded, but in his heart, he felt the second level was incredibly far off. He wondered how many years it would take. Just then, Li Qingxiu suddenly asked if he wanted to avenge Wu Baoyu. Tan Yi was stunned, his expression turning grim. He gritted his teeth, thinking that Senior Wu's death was too tragic. He was determined to clear his name and get revenge. But Li Qingxiu said calmly that clearing his name was fine since Tan Yi inherited his legacy, but seeking revenge might be a bit self-indulgent. Tan Yi looked at him, face full of disbelief. He didn't understand why his master would hurt him like that. Li Qingxiu continued, asking if Wu Baoyu had ever told him to seek revenge. Tan Yi admitted he hadn't, but he assumed Wu Baoyu was just afraid he wouldn't be able to do it. Li Qingxiu then asked if he remembered the words Wu Baoyu said when he passed down his martial arts. Tan Yi said he remembered everything. Li Qingxiu then guided his thoughts, asking whether hatred or the stability of the nation was more important to Wu Baoyu. The question left Tan Yi speechless. He remembered clearly that Wu Baoyu wanted him to join the army to protect the Great Li Empire. Li Qingxiu asked again. If he killed the emperor, did he know what the consequences would be? Tan Yi's face turned pale, then flushed red. Though he was young, he understood the logic. If the emperor died, the world would fall into chaos. Li Qingxiu said he wouldn't stop the revenge, but he hoped Tan Yi would think carefully about whether Wu Baoyu passed down his martial arts or his spirit. There are many ways to get revenge, but he hoped Tan Yi would put the common people first before considering his own vengeance. Li Qingxiu never opened his eyes, but every word carried deep weight. Tan Yi fell into deep thought. Li Qingxiu also felt the heavy responsibility of being a master. It wasn't just about teaching techniques. While Tan Yi was still young and untainted by the world, he had to correct his perspective to prevent him from going down a dark path. After a while, Tan Yi looked up at Li Qingxiu with a question. He wanted to know if the Azure Sky Sect's mission was to protect the world. When Lady Xing committed suicide, Li Qingxiu's words had been very cold. Many disciples had whispered about it, and Tan Yi remembered. He always felt his master wasn't exactly a saintly person. Li Qingxiu then clarified that the world was too big and that goal was too vague. However, the Azure Sky Sect would protect those who supported them, like the villagers at the foot of the mountain. Those people helped them build the sect, clear the fields, and sent food up the mountain. They deserved protection. As the sect grew stronger, more people would help them. If one day the whole world supported them, then they would protect the whole world. These words were an epiphany for Tan Yi. He suddenly saw the sect's path clearly. Self-strength without losing humanity, valuing their own interests but never forgetting kindness. The resentment that had built up in Tan Yi's heart began to dissolve. He realized how foolish he had been, obsessing over hate instead of understanding Senior Wu's will. Looking back, he realized he had grown distant from the other 5-10 family disciples, let alone the others. As the sect master's disciple, he shouldn't be like that. While Li Qingxiu was teaching Tan Yi, Zhang Zhaoxiao was doing the same. He wasn't just teaching sword techniques, he was instilling the philosophy of the 13 sword guards. He wanted them to put the sect's interests first and crush any threat to the Azure Sky Sect. That winter was colder than previous years, but the hearts of the disciples were burning with fighting spirit. After the Lunar New Year, while the festivities were still lingering, Li Qingxiu received good news. He had successfully broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Realm. He told no one, planning to stay in the shadows and only act when the sect was in true danger. He would let someone else be the strongest in the public eye. At the 5th level, his energy had doubled. He finally felt the boundless power martial artists often spoke of. He no longer had to be stingy with his spells. After the new year, Lee Dongyue's medical practice officially opened. A merchant brought his daughter up the mountain seeking a cure. She had a strange illness that no famous doctor could fix, and it flared up frequently. Having heard that the Azure Sky Sect could cure incurable diseases, he came to try his luck. The idea of healing people interested many disciples, even though they knew the sect master and elderly were skilled in medicine. This was the first time the sect was using medicine to make money, so everyone flocked to the new courtyard to watch. In the end, Lee Dongyue relied on the spring-returning ghost immortal needle. With just 3 needles, she cured the merchant's daughter. He was astonished and immediately pulled out a piece of jade as a thank you gift, claiming it could be sold for 1,000 strings of cash. Yang Juding checked it and confirmed its high value. The merchant's name was Lu Pianzhou. He wasn't from Guizhou, but was there for business. He was a stout man who couldn't stop wiping sweat after the climb. Besides his daughter, he brought 2 guards carrying precious blades to help with the luggage. The girl's illness was strange, but it was actually just some hidden pressure points blocked by impurities. It wasn't fatal. Once the needles cleared the blockage, she was fine. She immediately felt full of energy and started jumping around the room. Lu Pianzhou was moved to tears. For such a generous patron, Li Qingxiu hosted him personally. While drinking tea with Li Qingxiu, Lu Pianzhou mentioned that the Azure Sky Sect had the air of a Taoist sect and asked if they knew anything about exorcism. He knew someone plagued by evil spirits and promised a massive reward if they could help. That person was much richer than him. Zhang Muchuan was also there. He was very interested in this incredibly wealthy merchant. He had heard of Lu Pianzhou's reputation before and knew he wasn't just some street vendor, but a true tycoon. Hearing that the other person was even richer, Zhang Muchuan couldn't help but ask exactly how rich. Li Qingxiu glared at him, feeling the kid was being too vulgar and losing his composure. Lu Pianzhou just laughed, saying his own wealth wasn't even a tenth of that person's. But that person's status was special because he was a government official. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu and Zhang Muchuan understood. In these times, officials were always wealthy. Li Qingxiu then asked for more details about the evil spirit. As a cultivator, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was a bit curious. Lu Pianzhou stopped smiling and recalled that at the stroke of midnight, ghosts would haunt that person's mansion. Aside from humans, no living creature in the house could survive the night. The man had searched the mansion several times, but found nothing. He even hired experts from the White Emperor Manor to guard the place at night, but it was useless. Any animal brought inside would die. Even with experts watching, those creatures would die without anyone noticing. Li Qingxiu immediately asked if anyone was watching the animals at the time. Lu replied that of course they were. For first-class experts once guarded a chicken coop, but at midnight, all the chickens died instantly. It scared those experts half to death. Mentioning this made Lu Pianzhou shiver, and more sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhang Muchuan was shocked, finding it too bizarre. He immediately wanted to back out. Lu Pianzhou added that it was indeed too strange. If it wasn't a demon, there was no other explanation. Many experts had failed. Since the mansion was an official residence, it couldn't be torn down without a crime being committed. So the man just had to endure it, living in fear every night. After hearing the story, Li Qingxiu felt it didn't sound like a demon. If it were truly a ghost, the mansion would be uninhabitable. But it wasn't worth descending the mountain for, and he feared sending other disciples would lead to unforeseen trouble. So he declined. He explained that exorcism was an immortal's craft, and while the sect aspired to that path, they were still just martial artists for now. Lu Pianzhou wasn't disappointed. He had only mentioned it in passing. He was still fascinated by the sect because Li Dongyue's 3 needles were truly miraculous. He asked to stay on the mountain for 3 days, and Li Qingxiu didn't refuse. There were plenty of guest houses at the foot of the mountain. After chatting a bit more, Li Qingxiu left Zhang Muchuan to entertain him. Zhang Muchuan was very interested in business, so he began to learn from Lu Pianzhou. Over the next 3 days, he spent a lot of time with the merchant. 3 days later, Lu Pianzhou's daughter, Lu Yan, insisted on apprenticing under Li Dongyue and refused to leave. Lu Pianzhou had to beg Li Qingxiu, who finally agreed. Once Lu Yan became a disciple, Li Qingxiu checked her stats. Unfortunately, even after being cured, she had no special fate, and her talent and comprehension were just average. But over time, Li Qingxiu realized that average could be considered a genius, given how many people had extremely low ratings. Lu Pianzhou was overjoyed that his daughter was accepted. He prepared to leave, promising to send a grand gift. This was a pleasant surprise. As night fell, Li Qingxiu went alone to the underground spirit lake. With his current cultivation, the trip from the peak didn't take long. He took out the small knife Jiang Quatian had given him and poured his energy into it again. When he was at the 4th level, he had failed, but he could feel the backlash from the seal wasn't that strong. He was certain he would succeed at the 5th level. The underground lake glowed faintly, and the spirit stones embedded in the walls sparkled like stars. The faint sound of wind made the atmosphere even more serene. Li Qingxiu sat cross-legged by the lake, his robes fluttering slightly. As he poured energy into the knife, spiritual energy gathered and swirled around him. A moment later, the knife began to glow with a silver light. He opened his eyes, his face lit with joy. He had successfully broken the seal and left his own energy mark. He established a mental connection with the knife and received information about it. The small knife was called the Flying Fish Dagger. It came with a spell that could cut through energy and was incredibly sharp. Li Qingxiu marveled at the wonders of a true immortal artifact. He was also fascinated by the seals inside, which were carved with energy and could store information or turn mechanisms invisible. It was far beyond martial arts. He thought that if he understood these seals, he might learn how to forge artifacts. In the future, every member of the Azure Sky Sect should have an artifact. Otherwise, how could they call themselves an immortal sect? With that thought, Li Qingxiu began practicing with the Flying Fish Dagger. Once the Flying Fish Dagger recognized him as its master, he could control it like an extension of his own arm. The more he used it, the more he loved it. He left the underground lake and went to a forest to test its maximum range. Even when the dagger flew out of sight, he could still sense its direction and distance. It was a magical feeling, but the further it went, the weaker his control became. At about 300 zhang, the connection was severed. He walked forward a few steps, sensed it again, and beckoned it back. 300 zhang was quite a distance. In modern terms, its speed and range were almost comparable to a sniper rifle. Hearing a whistle in the air, Li Qingxiu reached out and caught the returning dagger. The moment it hit his hand, the force dissipated, making the catch smooth and vibration-free. He marveled at how unscientific it was, truly the wonder of cultivation. He raised his other hand and gently stroked the blade, causing the spiritual energy inside to dissipate, so it looked like an ordinary weapon. Only then was he satisfied. Even if he met another cultivator, they would find it hard to notice anything unusual about the dagger. He thought about getting a proper sheath for it as he walked back up the mountain. He didn't walk too fast, accustomed to moving silently. Passing through a grove, he turned his head, hearing someone practicing nearby. He went to check and saw a youth swinging a sword. Looking closer, he realized it was Xue Jin, the one who had joined the 13 sword guards. Xue Jin was one of the few disciples with quite good talent and comprehension, and since Li Qingxiu had personally recommended him, he had a strong impression of the boy. It was late, yet Xue Jin was practicing alone. This place was 2 or 3 miles from the sword guard's quarters, making Li Qingxiu think he didn't want to be seen. Li Qingxiu watched silently and realized Xue Jin's sword style was something he had never seen before. He had watched Jiang Zhaoxia teach the sword guards, but he hadn't seen this particular style. He guessed Xue Jin had his own secrets. However, after checking the sect interface and seeing that Xue Jin's loyalty hadn't dropped, he didn't think much of it. Everyone has secrets, as long as they don't threaten the sect. Winter snow melted, and the spring breeze returned. A month after leaving, Lu Pianzhou returned, and this time he brought a crowd, nearly 100 people. It turned out he wanted to build a road up the mountain for the sect. He felt the place was great, but the climb was too difficult, even for a sedan chair. He had to walk, which was very inconvenient. Now that his daughter was a disciple, he would be visiting often, so a road was a necessity. Li Qingxiu thanked him repeatedly and didn't refuse. The sect needed it, and since Lu had already brought the workers, refusing would be a waste and might even cause offense. Lu also said he would promote the sect wherever he went, so more people would come for medical help. Li Qingxiu was grateful but warned him not to exaggerate, lest his sister couldn't cure someone and ruined both the sect's and Lu's reputations. Lu laughed heartily, saying he understood and to leave it to him. Li Qingxiu liked him more and more, deciding to take extra care of Lu Yan. Once her loyalty reached a certain level, he would teach her the first level of the Supreme Pure Primordial Sutra. Before long, Zhang Muchuan pulled Lu Pianzhou away. Despite their 23-year age gap, they were like old friends, talking endlessly. Building a road through the mountains wasn't a quick task. So, Lu left a servant to supervise the workers and went back down the mountain with his guards. Li Qingxiu stood on the peak, looking down at the rolling mountains. With his current vision, he could see the busy workers in the distance. He knew that to get rich, one must first build a road. Everything was moving in the right direction. Xuanqin Hall was the first assembly hall built by the sect, located below the new wing and capable of holding over 100 people. In the future, they planned to build more pavilions further down. The hall took months to finish, but it wasn't grand. It was actually quite simple, as only 2 craftsmen were hired. Most of the labor was done by the disciples. Li Qingqiu's requirements were simple. It shouldn't collapse and should keep out the rain. After the new year, Zhang Muchuan recruited another batch of disciples, bringing the total to 93. Today, Li Qingqiu summoned all the disciples to the hall for the first time. The hall was sparse. Li Qingqiu, Zhang Muchuan, Jiang Zhaoxiao, Wu Mani, Li Dongyue, Li Zifeng, and Li Zitsuan stood side by side on the dais. In front of them were Yang Juding, Cheng Songhai, Su Ning, and Tan Yi, with the other disciples lined up in 6 rows. Everyone looked up at the sect leaders with excitement. This was their first formal meeting, and they felt the sect was finally becoming organized. Even the youngest disciple could sense the change. Li Qingqiu looked down at them, seeing every face clearly. It was the first time he had looked at them all like this, and a strange feeling welled up inside him. He realized it was a sense of responsibility. Before, he had seen the sect as a means to get stronger. Though he was kind to them, he had never truly asked what they wanted. He spoke about the first sect-wide assembly, stating that today would be recorded in their history. The Azure Sky sect would last for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, and perhaps those standing here would become legendary ancestors for future generations. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. The disciples were young, and hearing such bold words made their blood boil. Although the sect was still growing, Jiang Zhaoxiao was already the second-ranked expert in the world. The sect also had famous experts like the dragon-slaying hero and the king of Taoists. Su Ning, Li Zifeng, Wu Mani, and the others were also powerful, just not yet famous. The future looked limitless. Yang Juding curled his lips slightly, thinking that thousands of years was a bit arrogant. Li Qingqiu continued, saying he named the hall Xuanqin, in hopes they would keep their original intentions. Xian represented the Taoist path, and Xuanqin meant the heart of the Tao. He would also have Mr. Zhang Yu write the sect rules and tenets for everyone to memorize. Zhang Yu was the only one not in the hall, as he hadn't joined yet. He was pacing outside, feeling quite left out. The disciples responded in unison. Then, Li Qingqiu had Zhang Muchuan report on the sect's assets and finances. After 2 years, they had 100 acres of good land, 2 horse ranches with 102 horses, and 2 fish ponds with over 1,000 fish. Zhang Muchuan listed them off, and the disciples looked at each other in shock. They usually worked in different areas and were busy training, so they had no idea how much the sect had grown. Hearing it now was a real shock. After the surprise came excitement. Except for the Tan family disciples, most were from poor backgrounds. For them, food and clothes were luxuries. Now, they had meat every day. That was already a huge blessing. Yang Juding's feelings were the most complex. He remembered how poor the sect was when he first arrived. Looking back, even he found it hard to believe. He looked at Li Qingqiu. Although Zhang Muchuan arranged many things, Li Qingqiu was always the one making the decisions. He could never forget that rainy night when Li Qingqiu hunted down the 7 Peaks Alliance disciples. Since that night, he knew Li Qingqiu was the sect's true pillar, while Jiang Zhaoxiao was just the sword in the light. Once Zhang Muchuan finished, Li Qingqiu announced the goals for the coming year. First was the sect's development. He set specific construction goals. Next was individual martial arts. He said that before the end of the year, Elder Yang would test everyone. Those who performed well and showed progress would be taught the sect's strongest technique, the Primordial Sutra. The disciples were instantly energized. Everyone knew the Primordial Sutra was the sect's ultimate secret, capable of boosting one's power immensely. To become a young genius, one had to learn the Primordial Sutra. The disciples bowed deeply, thanking Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu didn't waste any more words and dismissed them. Once they left, he looked at Yang Juding and said that from now on, the sect was on the right track, and everything must follow the rules. The burden on Yang Juding would be heavy, and he thanked him for his hard work. Yang Juding understood and bowed, promising to give his all. Li Qingqiu nodded, and Yang Juding left, leaving Li Qingqiu with his junior brothers and sisters. Then, Li Qingqiu began assigning tasks to each of them. Even Mumani had a role. Though his mind wasn't fully mature, he could take care of himself and communicate. He was put in charge of patrolling the mountain, training in a different spot every day. He would also hunt any wild beasts he found. After the meeting, the entire sect became much busier. Disciples who were once lazy saw others working hard and didn't dare to slack off. Besides, who didn't want to be a martial arts expert? Spring and summer passed quickly, and the mountain road was finished, stretching for 100 miles. All that was left was maintenance. One day, afternoon, in the forest, Tan Yi was swinging an iron staff. His movements were powerful and heavy. This staff was forged by Zhang Muchuan during his last trip down the mountain. It weighed 30 jin and was 9 feet long, taller than he was. Each swing created a gust of wind. He had owned the staff for half a month. At first, it was a struggle to hold, but now it felt much lighter, and his physique had grown much stronger. He had practiced the demon-subduing staff countless times, but he still felt he hadn't truly grasped its essence. While Tan Yi was immersed in his training, he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw someone approaching. He pulled back his staff and steadied his breathing. It was the leader of the 13 sword guards, Xue Jin. After apprenticing under Jiang Zhaoxia, Xue Jin quickly showed his talent, becoming the fastest improving disciple among the 13. The news had spread, making the disciples trust the sect master's judgment even more. Tan Yi was also impressed by this disciple his master favored. He had once passed by the sword guard's training ground and seen Xue Jin's sharp swordplay. His strength clearly surpassed the others. Xue Jin spoke up, praising Tan Yi's staff technique for becoming increasingly formidable. Since he was holding a sword, Tan Yi felt he hadn't just happened to be passing by. Tan Yi smiled and said he just worked hard, while Xue Jin's talent was much greater. Xue Jin stopped 10 paces away and asked with a smile if he could test his recent insights in swordplay. He wanted a duel and felt Tan Yi was the only suitable opponent. Tan Yi understood, narrowed his eyes, and asked how far he wanted to take the fight. Xue Jin's eyes brightened. He said that as fellow disciples, they shouldn't overdo it. Whoever dropped their weapon first would be the loser. Among the second-generation disciples, Su Ning was recognized as the best, followed by Tan Yi. The third spot was still up for grabs. Xue Jin was ambitious, aiming straight for the top. Tan Yi raised his iron staff, pointing it at Xue Jin with the confidence of the sect master's disciple, and gave a simple agreed. Xue Jin's gaze turned sharp. He crouched, drew his sword, and lunged. He was incredibly fast, slipping under the iron staff in an instant. Tan Yi instinctively swung, but the staff only grazed the top of Xue Jin's head. A flash of sword light followed as Xue Jin swung at Tan Yi's chest with a fierce strike. In that split second, Tan Yi stepped back, gripping the staff like a dragon. His wrist flicked, sending a burst of energy forward. Xue Jin's movements were refined, and he dodged the staff. But as he tried to close in again, he felt a massive force hit his cheek. He was sent flying to the side. The sun was bright, and Jiang Zhaoxia was in a good mood as he strolled down the mountain. He had a new idea about sword control and planned to test it after teaching his disciples. When he reached the cliff where the sword guards trained, he saw them gathered together. A female disciple called out that the master had arrived, and the others quickly scrambled into a line. It was clear how much they respected him. Jiang Zhaoxia walked up to them, scanned the line, and suddenly frowned. He saw Xue Jin tilting his face away and asked what happened to his cheek. Half of Xue Jin's face was swollen and red. Faced with his master's question, Xue Jin was mortified and wanted to disappear. He stammered that he had been injured during a duel. Jiang Zhaoxia's face turned cold. He demanded to know who it was. Was it Su Ning? Xue Jin replied, it was senior brother Tan Yi. Hearing that name, Jiang Zhaoxia went silent, his good mood vanishing instantly. If Xue Jin had lost to Su Ning, he could understand, but losing to Tan Yi was hard to accept. Tan Yi was taught by a top expert, but his talent was mediocre. Before, Li Qingqiu hadn't even bothered to teach someone like him, yet he had defeated his star pupil. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhaoxia's gaze toward Xue Jin became unfriendly, and the boy didn't dare look up. On the other side, Tan Yi returned to the sect and found Li Qingqiu. He set his staff down and knelt before him. Li Qingqiu was currently scolding Li Zifeng, who was being punished by standing still. Seeing Tan Yi kneel, Li Zifeng looked over curiously. Tan Yi lowered his head and asked for punishment. Li Qingqiu asked why. Tan Yi replied that he had accidentally injured junior brother Xue Jin. Li Qingqiu frowned and told him to explain everything. Xue Jin wasn't just Jiang Zhaoxia's star pupil. He was also a future cultivator Li Qingqiu had high hopes for. Li Zifeng was surprised and then smirked mischievously. Tan Yi didn't hide anything and told the whole story. He added that the demon-subduing staff was too powerful and hard to control. Even a leak of energy could hurt someone, so he wouldn't use it in duels with fellow disciples anymore. Li Qingqiu remained calm and only asked about Xue Jin's injury. Tan Yi said his face was swollen. Li Qingqiu said that was indeed something to apologize for. Why hit him in the face? If he'd been hurt elsewhere, he could hide it with clothes, but a swollen face meant his master would definitely find out. Tan Yi was stunned. He hadn't thought of that and felt even more guilty. Li Zifeng, still being punished, grinned and said third brother was petty and that Tan Yi was in trouble. He joked that third brother might come for revenge himself. Tan Yi wasn't afraid and seriously said he was willing to accept any punishment from his third uncle. Li Zifeng clicked his tongue, muttering that the kid had a death wish. After hearing the reason, Li Qingxiu didn't care much. He said that since the other party initiated the duel, Tan Yi wasn't in the wrong. He just told him to be more careful next time. He added that his third brother was arrogant but wouldn't bother a junior. However, Shui Jin would definitely come back for a rematch to save face, so he should be ready. In Li Qingxiu's eyes, injuries were part of dueling and not a big deal. He wouldn't ban duels because of it. Even though Tan Yi won, he didn't praise him, feeling Tan Yi needed better control since other disciples weren't as tough as Shui Jin. Tan Yi was still hesitant and even offered to apologize to his third uncle. Li Qingxiu heard enough and kicked him. Tan Yi was sent flying. Li Qingxiu snapped that the situation was big enough already and told him to get lost. Tan Yi flew to Zhang and hit a wall before stopping. Slumping at the base of the wall, Tan Yi felt his insides churning and his body aching. He was terrified by his master's power and quickly scrambled up to leave. Li Zifeng looked at Li Qingxiu and praised the staff technique passed down by Wu Baoyu. But he noted it wasn't a good thing, as the sect needed its own martial arts to suppress it. Li Qingxiu snorted. He told Li Zifeng to worry about himself and stand up straight. Then he walked over and kicked Li Zifeng's backside. The sudden pain made Li Zifeng's face pale, and he nearly collapsed. That kick used energy to stimulate a pain point in his leg, making it unbearable. Li Qingxiu asked if he'd ever bully a disciple again. Li Zifeng argued that he just asked them to do his chores, which wasn't bullying. Li Qingxiu asked if they could refuse. Li Zifeng still wouldn't admit he was wrong, stammering that maybe they could. Li Qingxiu kicked him again. The pain made Li Zifeng grit his teeth. He quickly apologized and promised never to do it again. As dusk fell, young Bai Niner sat at a table in a courtyard, chin in hand. He stared blankly at the distant mountains. Just then, a disciple ran into the yard carrying 4 wild rabbits. The disciple walked to the table, grinning as he said he'd caught 4 rabbits, each weighing 5 jin. Bai Niner snapped out of it, picked up a brush, and started recording in the ledger. He complained about it being rabbits again, asking if they were trying to hunt them to extinction. The disciple irritably replied that the mountains were huge and they'd never run out. Besides, he'd seen Bai Niner eat plenty of rabbit meat himself. But seeing Bai Niner carefully record his contribution, he beamed with joy. Bai Niner reminded him to tie them up before putting them down. The disciple nodded and took them behind Bai Niner. The yard was already piled with fruit and game brought in by the disciples. Bai Niner's daily job was to record everything. Because someone kept track, the disciple's enthusiasm never wavered. Once the disciple left, Bai Niner slumped over the table and sighed. He felt like these days would never end. Because he had learned to read and write as a child and was physically thin, he had been assigned this job. Of course, the main reason was that the senior disciple in charge wanted more time to train. Since that senior usually looked after him, he couldn't say no. Aside from morning practice, most of his day was spent in this courtyard. It was incredibly boring. As Bai Niner sighed, a pungent smell of urine wafted over, making him frown. He didn't need to look to know a wild boar had just relieved itself. He had to wait for other disciples to take the animals away and then clean the yard before his shift was over. Even though wild boar meat was delicious, he hated them when they were alive. They were dirty, smelly, and wouldn't stop grunting. Since the sect was a martial arts school, the demand for meat was huge. So, there were quite a few disciples assigned to hunting, and they brought something back every day. Every time Zhang Muchuan went down the mountain, he bought more dried or salted meat. The villagers also traded meat for other supplies. Thanks to that, the disciples might not have meat at every meal, but they certainly tasted it every day. When he first arrived, Bai Niner was overwhelmed by such treatment, but now he was starting to feel unsatisfied. He wanted to train. So, he sat there reminiscing to kill time. Finally, as it got dark, 5 disciples entered the yard. Seeing them, Bai Niner cheered. He quickly packed his books and ran out. The 5 disciples were used to this and immediately started clearing the game and supplies. Leaving the courtyard, Bai Niner skipped and sang his way up the mountain. He decided to slack off tonight and wake up early tomorrow to clean the backyard. Doing it alone was too much work, so he planned to complain to his senior and make him help. But just then, a female voice called out from behind, stopping him. Bai Niner turned and saw 2 women walking up the mountain path. The one in front wore a green dress and looked about 15 or 16. She had a cute, delicate face and wore her hair in 2 braids, making Bai Niner's eyes light up. The woman behind her wore a pure white robe and a thin silk veil. She carried a long wooden box on her back and moved with grace. She followed the girl in green, clearly the mistress. Niner was curious, guessing they were guests from below. He wasn't nervous. One shout would bring other disciples running. Besides, these two didn't look like bad people. They looked like they couldn't even hurt a fly. When they got close, Niner asked who they were. The girl in green smiled and introduced herself as Su Xiling and her mistress as Lady Zhu. They were referred by Lu Pianzhou and wanted to speak with the sect master. She asked if he could lead the way. Since Su Xiling wasn't much older than him, Niner wasn't on guard. Hearing Lu Pianzhou's name, he immediately agreed, mentioning that the merchant was a good man. He noted that the road was built by Lu. He told them to follow him, as it was almost dinner time and the sect master would be easy to find. He waved and led the way. Su Xiling and the veiled lady followed. Along the way, Su Xiling seemed very interested in the sect and kept asking questions. But her questions were trivial, like if it was quiet, if many martial artists visited, or if there were bandits. Niner answered them all. They met several other disciples who were curious about the women, but once they heard Lu Pianzhou's name, they let them pass. After a while, they reached the highest courtyard. Seeing Li Qingqiu at a long table, Niner ran over to introduce them. Li Qingqiu patted his head and smiled, saying he'd worked hard and to stay for dinner. Li Qingqiu stood up and walked toward the two women. Niner was overjoyed, grinning as he rubbed his head. With his back turned, Li Qingqiu opened the sect interface. The lucky one's loyalty had gone up by 1 point. He was pleased. Kids were so easy to move. He smiled and invited them inside to talk. Su Xiling nodded and followed him into the new hall. The door was wide open. Once seated, Su Xiling placed a silk pouch on the table, revealing gold and jewels inside. She explained that her mistress heard the sect was a peaceful place and wanted to stay for 2 years. They didn't intend to stay for free. Her bluntness made Li Qingqiu look at the veiled lady. She carried the wooden box and watched him silently, not saying a word. Li Qingqiu didn't agree immediately, asking why they wanted to stay, as the sect avoided trouble. Su Xiling explained that the court was purging rebels and nowhere was safe except for the Taikon Mountains. She introduced her mistress as Zhu Yan, a famous scholar from Guzhou who hated conflict. She assumed Li Qingqiu had heard of her. He actually hadn't, as he only cared about the martial world, not the literary one. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed and led them out. He called a disciple to arrange their rooms. Watching them leave, Li Qingqiu felt a sense of awe. The martial world was truly full of hidden experts. Zhu Yan looked like a refined scholar with no martial power, but her internal energy was no less than Yang Juding's when he first arrived. Su Xiling, the maid, was even more shocking. Her energy was the strongest he'd ever felt, even surpassing Lu Taidu of the Seven Peaks Alliance. With such power, it was no wonder they reached the mountains safely. They seemed to be using a secret technique to hide their energy, as the other disciples noticed nothing. He smiled and went to eat. In the following days, the sound of a zither often echoed through the mountains, sparking gossip among the disciples. When Zhang Yu heard Zhu Yan had arrived, he was ecstatic and wanted to pay his respects, but Su Xiling stopped him. Li Qingqiu finally believed she was a famous scholar. Zhang Yu was an arrogant man, yet this was the first time he'd lost his composure. With the scholar's music playing, the disciples' moods improved significantly during their work and training. Li Qingqiu's impression of the two women changed. He had to admit that a scholar was indeed a scholar. Even after 2 lifetimes of music, this zither music was incredibly soothing and left him wanting more. He also noticed Niner and Su Xiling were getting close, and she seemed to be giving him pointers. He thought of the lucky one, fate, and realized how powerful it was. Having a scholar around didn't hurt the sect's growth. Once the road was mostly finished, people started coming for medical help. Li Donghua was kind-hearted. She charged the wealthy but told the poor to pay what they could or work for the sect to cover the cost. Within months, she had a great reputation. By autumn, Su Ning broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Realm. She immediately ran to tell Li Qingqiu. He was resting at home and was overjoyed. As they were talking, Zhang Muchuan arrived. Su Ning bowed and left. Zhang Muchuan was fired up. He said it was time to start the incense business and that the craftsmen were ready. They had discussed this before, and Zhang Muchuan had even asked Lu Pianzhou for advice. He felt that since the sect had a Taoist air, they should set up statues to attract pilgrims and earn some money. Li Qingqiu agreed but said they shouldn't promote it too loudly, just let those destined find them. Zhang Muchuan nodded, saying he'd be careful. But the design of the statues was up to Li Qingqiu. They had to be original to avoid offending other temples. He asked for names so Zhang Yu could write the backstories. Li Qingxiu went to his desk and wrote 5 names on a piece of paper. Tai, Taichu, Taisher, Taisu, and Taiji. Zhang Muchuan read them aloud. Li Qingxiu said these were the 5 primordial states, 5 stages before the universe was formed, from nothingness to existence. His sect was just starting, so he used these names to commemorate their current journey. Zhang Muchuan loved the names and hurried off with the paper. Li Qingxiu didn't stay inside. Su Ning's breakthrough made him happy, so he decided to check on the other disciples. It wasn't evening yet, and the yard was quiet. He walked out the gate and headed down. Walking down the steps, he saw courtyards nestled in the trees. Disciples were leading horses or herding poultry. The place was full of life, making him smile. Passing 3 courtyards, he stopped. He looked at a girl meditating under a tree nearby. It was Lu Yan, Lu Pianzhou's daughter. Since her loyalty reached 90, Li Qingxiu had given her the first level of the Supreme Pure Primordial Sutra. She had been practicing for 10 days, but hadn't reached the first level of the Origin Realm yet. Li Qingxiu hesitated for a moment before walking toward Lu Yan. Lu Pianzhou was obese and not exactly handsome, but Lu Yan was very beautiful. Her chronic illness made her look frail, reminding Li Qingxiu of Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber. He walked right up to her and pulled a thumb-sized blue crystal from his robe. He told her to take it. It gave her a start. She opened her eyes, saw it was him, and breathed a sigh of relief. She gave him a reproachful look, stood up, bowed, and asked what it was. Li Qingxiu mysteriously said it was a rare treasure that could help her training. He explained it was spiritual energy condensed over thousands of years. She just had to hold it while meditating. He warned her not to tell anyone, or they'd think he was being unfair, and he didn't have enough for everyone. Lu Yan took the spirit stone. As Li Qingxiu turned to leave, she looked at his back and asked why he was being so good to her. Li Qingxiu just waved without looking back, saying it was because she had a good father. The sun rose. After the disciples finished their morning practice, they were about to disperse when a disciple mentioned the sect was setting up statues. Everyone was curious. The news spread fast, and more disciples gathered at the first courtyard to watch the craftsmen. Zhang Yu sat on a millstone, fanning himself with a bamboo fan as he recited poetry about the 5 primordial states and the sect's rising glory. He was in a great mood, having helped design the statues. He saw 2 people enter and immediately stood up straight, losing his casual air. It was Zhu Yan and Su Xiling. Zhu Yan was still veiled, looking elegant and mysterious, which made Zhang Yu even more smitten. Su Xiling pulled Bai Niner, who was peeking inside, and asked which gods the sect was worshipping. Bai Niner turned, saw her, and grinned proudly, saying they were the 5 primordial sovereigns. Su Xiling shook her head, saying she'd never heard of them and suspected the sect master made them up. Bai Niner argued back, saying their master was amazing and could even meet immortals in his dreams. Su Xiling scoffed, calling it a fairy tale only a kid like him would believe. Bai Niner just laughed and kept bickering with her. Meanwhile, Zhu Yan's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Li Qingxiu, who was standing by a statue. He was showing the craftsmen how to carve the 5 primordial states. Just then, a disciple rushed into the yard, shouting that something big had happened. He was sweating and out of breath, doubling over with his hands on his knees. The disciples made way so Li Qingxiu could see him. Zhang Muchuan and Yang Juding were also there, confused because this disciple was usually very composed. Once the disciple caught his breath, Zhang Muchuan asked what was wrong. The messenger reported that a new sect had arrived in the mountains 100 miles away. They called themselves the Absolute Saint Sect and warned the Azure Sky Sect not to cross the Shi River. The Shi River ran through the mountains, right at the foot of their peak. This demand would trap the Azure Sky Sect in a tiny corner of the range. Yang Juding asked angrily who they thought they were. The messenger said they knew about the Azure Sky Sect and Jiang Zhaoxia, but didn't seem to care. Yang Juding snorted, thinking they were trying to use Jiang Zhaoxia's fame to make a name for themselves. He turned to Li Qingxiu, insisting they couldn't back down. The Taikon Mountains had belonged to them since the time of the Azure Sky Perfected One. Li Qingxiu nodded and told Yang to take 2 of his disciples and 20 others to investigate. He told them not to start a fight immediately, but to talk first. If they couldn't agree, then drive them out. Tanyi gripped his iron staff. The other disciples were eager to go. Su Ning, who had been watching, immediately jumped over the wall to get her weapon. Her movement made Su Xiling frown. She had heard the girl was special, and seeing her now, she realized Su Ning truly had talent. Yang Juding asked what to do if they couldn't be driven out. Li Qingxiu glared at him and asked irritably if he'd never killed anyone before. Yang Juding was speechless and went to pick his disciples. Hearing about killing made the disciples nervous, but as martial artists, they were also a bit excited. Li Qingqiu then smiled at the craftsmen and told them to continue. Su Xiling turned to Zhu Yan, asking for permission to go watch. Zhu Yan agreed, but warned her not to interfere. Her voice was soft and beautiful, sounding quite young. Su Xiling nodded and waited for Yang Juding. But then she heard Zhu Yan whisper that if the Azure Sky sect was in real danger, she could step in. Su Xiling looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect her mistress to help the sect, but she didn't ask why, as she liked the atmosphere here. Soon, Yang Juding had his 20 disciples, and they headed down the mountain. He didn't mind Su Xiling following, even laughing as he promised to show her the glory of the martial world. Meanwhile, 100 miles away by a waterfall, dozens of people were building houses. Two men stood by the lake. Sect Master Yin Wujin and Vice Sect Master Duong Tu Kentucky. Yin wore a wide black robe and a crown, his hair a mix of black and white, his eyes cold. His beard was tinged with silver. Just by standing there, he radiated immense pressure. Duong Tu Kai's aura was weaker. He wore green and looked like a refined scholar. Duong Tu Kai asked if the news had reached the Azure Sky sect, and if Jiang Zhaoxiao would come to fight. Yin Wujin watched his disciples and said coldly that if Jiang didn't come, he would go to the mountain himself. The Absolute Saint sect had to crush the Azure Sky sect to make a name for themselves. Even if bullying kids wasn't honorable, it was necessary for their grand plan. Duong Tu Kai noted that Jiang Zhaoxiao had lasted 200 moves against Wu Ziyi. Such talent meant he'd be unstoppable in 10 years. Yin Wujin just snorted, thinking Wu Ziyi had gone easy on him because he liked playing games. Back at the new courtyard, the crowd had thinned. Seeing the craftsmen busy, Zhang Muchuan pulled Li Qingqiu aside. He felt the Absolute Saint sect wasn't ordinary and asked if they should send Jiang Zhaoxia. The sect now had over 100 disciples, and Zhang Muchuan valued what they had built. He was more cautious than before. Li Qingqiu smiled and told him not to worry. Yang Juding wasn't the same as before. Even if he hadn't reached the second level, he was much stronger. Plus, Su Ning was with them. What did the fifth level of the Origin Realm represent? Li Qingqiu wouldn't say she was the best in the world, but she could certainly dominate Guzhou. If Su Ning couldn't win, Jiang Zhaoxiao would struggle too. Better to protect Zhang's reputation. Zhang Muchuan was still worried, but Li Qingqiu just patted his shoulder and went back to supervising. Since he wanted to establish a following, he had to take the mythology seriously. The 5 primordial states would be the peak of their lore. He planned to build a temple for them, and then more shrines further down. He wanted a path to the Tao staircase from the foot to the peak, for pilgrims and for testing new disciples. But all this was still just a plan in his head. As sect master, he had the power to make it happen. When Yang Juding and the others reached the waterfall, it was past noon. 100 miles was a long way, even for martial artists. As they got closer, Yang Juding's anger grew. He didn't even notice how strange it was that Su Xiling could keep up. The disciples he picked had been with the sect for over a year. The long trek made them sweat, but they weren't exhausted. Their arrival caught the attention of the Absolute Saint sect. The disciples there dropped their tools and turned to look. Yang Juding roared for their leader to come out. He looked angry, but he was actually excited. He hadn't had a chance to go all out since learning the Primordial Sutra and wanted to see how strong he'd become. His roar echoed through the mountains, drowning out the waterfall. Su Xiling was shocked. She hadn't expected Yang Juding to have such power. She knew the dragon-slaying hero title, but she usually saw the heavenly list as a joke. Now she saw it was well-deserved. However, Yang Juding only surprised her. He didn't make her feel threatened. She sensed a terrifying presence nearby and looked around, but couldn't find where it was hiding. Yang Juding only surprised her, but he didn't make her feel threatened. She sensed a terrifying presence nearby and kept looking around, but couldn't find where it was hiding. Just then, an Absolute Saint sect disciple jumped down from a building, pointing a blade at Yang Juding and asking if they were from the Azure Sky sect. He looked contemptuous, and the other disciples smirked at them like they were prey. Yang Juding barked back, asking if that even needed to be said. He demanded to see the leader and stepped forward, his robes billowing, looking like a fierce tiger. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed through the forest, asking if he was looking for this seat. Everyone looked up, except for Yang Juding, Su Ning, and Su Xiling. The other disciples' eyes widened. They looked at the top of the waterfall where Yin Wujin stood, spray flying around him. He looked down coldly from Tenjiang up. Right before their eyes, he dove down like a soaring swallow, landing by the lake without a single wobble. That feat alone left the Azure Sky disciples gaping. Tianyi gripped his iron staff. He knew this man was no joke. Yang Juding's expression turned serious. He knew that if he jumped from that height without breaking his fall, His legs wouldn't take the pressure. This man's power was deep. Yan Wujin sized them up and quickly frowned. Then, Duong Tu Kai stepped out from the woods, staring at Yang Juding. He mentioned the dragon-slaying hero title and noted that Yang had vanished after his duel with the Sea Sword Saint. He hadn't expected him to join the Azure Sky sect. Yang Juding glanced at Duong Tu Kai, his frown deepening. After a moment, he recognized him as Duong Tu Kai of the Lin Chuan Duong family. Duong Tu Kai smiled, reminding him they'd met in the capital 5 years ago. He was surprised Yang remembered. Yang Juding wasn't happy. He was more on guard. He asked why a noble family disciple like Duong was involved with a martial sect and what his role was. The Azure Sky disciples saw Yang's momentum fade and grew tense. The mere mention of a noble family was enough to pressure them. They were all from poor backgrounds and were taught never to provoke noble families. Now that the Absolute Saint sect had one backing them, the situation was different. The Azure Sky sect had only changed because of the fallen Tan family, and the Tan family was nothing compared to a true noble house. Duong Tu Kai introduced himself as the vice sect master and Yan Wujin as the sect master. Yang Juding muttered the name Yan Wujin. He had never heard of him. Duong Tu Kai laughed, saying it was normal since Yan had spent 30 years in seclusion and only founded the sect this year. He mentioned that even Chu Wuliang, the top expert of Changzhou, had lost to Yan Wujin. He asked if Yang Juding thought he was stronger than Chu Wuliang. Hearing that name, Yang Juding's face paled, and he looked at Yan Wujin with dread. He had felt uneasy since Yan appeared, and hearing this made it worse. Though called the dragon-slaying hero, he was known more for his chivalry than his strength. Compared to a legend like Chu Wuliang, he was nothing. Seeing Yang intimidated, the Absolute Saint sect disciples sneered, while the Azure Sky disciples felt like they were facing a catastrophe. Su Shilling frowned. She knew Chu Wuliang was no ordinary expert, so she began to feel a bit of sympathy for the Azure Sky sect. Just then, someone stepped forward. It was a small figure, barely noticeable among the disciples, Su Ning. She walked past Yang Juding, who seemed to snap out of his daze. Su Ning walked toward Yan Wujin and Duong Tu Kai, drawing her sword and pointing it at the ground. The Azure Sky disciples were shocked. They didn't expect her to take the lead. Yan Wujin and Duong Tu Kai were also confused. They didn't expect a little girl to point a sword at them. Su Ning wasn't even 13, but 3 years of cultivation had changed her completely. As she held her sword, she radiated a sharpness like a blade fresh from the forge. Duong Tu Kai frowned and asked who she was. Jiang Zhaoxia had shocked the world because he was so young. Was the Azure Sky sect producing another genius? Su Ning remained expressionless, simply stating she was Li Qingqiu's disciple, Su Ning. Her voice was still childish, but everyone felt her killing intent. Yan Wujin and Duong Tu Kai immediately realized this girl had killed before. A little girl dared to provoke him? Yan Wujin's gaze turned icy, and he began walking toward her. Dusk fell. Li Qingqiu sat in the yard waiting for dinner. Li Dongyue walked in, with Yuan Li wobbling behind her. Li Qingqiu looked at the 2-year-old with anticipation, hoping he'd grow up fast. He was getting impatient. Yuan Li's indestructible overlord body hadn't awakened yet, so he couldn't copy it. He didn't know what it did, but while waiting, he could look for other powerful fates. Li Dongyue sat down and asked if he was worried. Li Qingqiu smiled and said everything would be fine. When she asked if he trusted Yang or his own disciple, he replied that he trusted both. There weren't that many top experts in the world. They were just taking their time coming back. Actually, he wasn't as calm as he looked. He had checked the sect interface countless times that day. Only seeing that the disciple count hadn't dropped allowed him to relax. Li Dongyue muttered that she felt the Absolute Saint sect was special because no one had dared to challenge them for years. Just then, a notification appeared before Li Qingqiu. Because the sect had created its first mythological statues and opened the path for incense offerings, he received a fortune opportunity. Li Qingqiu paused. He had thought the reward would come from Su Ning, not the statues. He realized his understanding of the sect system was still too shallow. After a moment of awe, he grew excited. The first fortune led him to the Spirit Lake, which boosted his cultivation. What would the second one bring? Just then, Zhang Muchuan hurried into the yard, grinning as he said the statue of the Tai sovereign was finished. He invited Li Qingqiu to see it after dinner, but Li Qingqiu declined. He told Zhang Muchuan to keep supervising. Since they were starting this, they couldn't be careless. The 5 statues had to be protected from rain and damage until the temple was built. Zhang Muchuan nodded and then looked at Yuan Li, asking why the boy still wasn't talking. Li Dongyue sighed and said she'd checked him. His meridians and pressure points were fine, so she was considering taking him down the mountain to a specialist. Yuan Li stood by the table, looking at them with big, innocent eyes. Li Qingqiu looked at him and smiled, saying it was fine. He could see the boy was bright. Maybe he just didn't want to talk. He beckoned him over, and Yuan Li walked around the table to lean against his leg. Li Qingqiu wasn't worried about his growth, as the boy had the master's heart, fate, meaning he was very intelligent. He chatted with Zhang Muchuan and Li Dongyue while waiting for dinner, but his mind was on the fortune. Night fell. Just as the food was served, Yang Juding and the others finally returned. Yang Juding walked in front with a strange expression, followed by Su Ning and Tan Yi. The other disciples were at the lower courtyard, excitedly discussing the battle. Zhang Muchuan stood up to ask what happened. Everyone was tense. If they had lost, there would be endless trouble. Yang Juding said the enemy was driven out, but it was all thanks to Su Ning. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zifeng immediately asked if Yang Juding had lost. Yang Juding looked embarrassed. After a cough, he admitted the Absolute Saint sect was no joke. They had the Lin Chuan Duong family backing them, and their leader was a top expert who had defeated Chu Wuliang. He was no match for him. Cheng Songhai's eyes widened at the name Chu Wuliang. His voice trembled as he asked if it was really the Crimson Flame Palm, Chu Wuliang. He looked at Su Ning as if seeing a miracle. Yang Juding confirmed it, and said the leader was Yan Wujin, a man who would soon shake the martial world. Li Qingqiu didn't care anymore, and told everyone to eat. The three sat down, and the others started pestering Su Ning about the fight. Yang Juding told the story with growing excitement. He said Yan Wujin's power was incredible. He'd never felt anything like it. The man could even make a lake boil. But Su Ning's sword was stronger, her sword qi infused with lightning that pierced right through him. He described the look of shock on Yan Wujin's face. He said Yan Wujin's power was incredible. He'd never felt such vast internal energy. The man could even make a lake boil. But Su Ning's sword was stronger. Her sword qi was infused with lightning, capable of piercing through Yan Wujin's energy. He especially noted the look of pure shock on Yan Wujin's face. Hearing this, everyone realized Su Ning might actually be stronger than Jiang Zhaoxia. They looked at her, but she was just sitting by Li Dongyue, quietly eating. No one could connect this little girl with the powerhouse who defeated Yan Wujin. Dinner was lively, as the victory boosted everyone's spirits. In a guest room, Su Xiling was telling Zhu Yin about the fight. She was still in shock. She knew Yan Wujin was a top-tier expert, yet he was beaten by a little girl. It was unbelievable. She began to think the Azure Sky sect really was blessed by immortals. They had someone even more powerful than Jiang Zhaoxia, and even younger. She couldn't fathom how Su Ning had gained such power. As she spoke, her hand holding the teacup trembled. Zhu Yin, however, remained calm. She simply said there is always someone better. The world is vast, and there are countless miracles beyond their reach. Since Su Ning was so powerful, it meant her master, Li Qingqiu, was even more so. Su Xiling recalled the disciples saying Li Qingqiu was taught by immortals in his dreams, but Zhu Yin didn't respond, unable to judge if it was true. That night, many people found it hard to sleep. After dinner, Su Ning followed Li Qingqiu to his room and gave a detailed account of Yan Wujin's strength. She said that while she could beat him, she couldn't kill him. His martial arts were truly formidable. If Elder Yang had fought him, he would have been severely injured within 3 moves. Su Ning sounded quite frustrated. After reaching the 5th level, her confidence had soared. After all, even Jiang Zhaoxia hadn't reached that level yet. The gap between her and the other disciples was widening. Yet, she couldn't kill her first major opponent, which left her unsatisfied. Li Qingqiu sat in his chair, saw her pout, and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. He laughed and said she did a great job. She had already said Yan Wujin was powerful. Without her, he might have become the hegemon of Guzhou. Yan Wujin was likely the one feeling depressed right now. Su Ning didn't pull away. She just looked at him seriously and shared her thoughts. She felt her talent for swordplay wasn't that great, but the properties of her energy gave her many ideas. She wanted to focus on researching her own energy. Li Qingqiu was delighted. He said that was fine, as finding her own path was the true mark of mastery. But Su Ning said she didn't want to graduate. She wanted to stay with him and the sect forever. Li Qingqiu laughed. He said he'd be happy if she did, but if she ever fell in love and wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. Su Ning huffed, saying she wasn't that shallow. Under the candlelight, their shadows danced on the wall. Looking at her now, Li Qingqiu remembered how she looked when she first arrived, dirty and frail. Now she was completely transformed, carrying the aura of a cultivator. He marveled at how fast time flew. They talked a bit more before he sent her away. Once she closed the door, he waited a few moments and then opened the sect interface to activate the fortune. Notifications flashed before him, opening fortune, checking fortune, capturing fortune. He discovered a heavenly treasure and was asked if he accepted the guidance. Seeing those words, Li Qingqiu didn't hesitate to accept. Immediately, his consciousness was pulled into a dream. He couldn't control his body, only watch as he walked through the forest toward an unknown destination. The Taikon Mountains were vast, stretching far to the southeast. The deep mountains to the east were covered in miasma and sparsely populated. Rumor had it that beyond them lay an endless ocean, but no one had ever made it through. Lin Tanfeng had warned them never to go east and to retreat immediately if they hit thick fog. The Sect's peak was still miles away from that deep zone. To commoners, the Sect was already deep in the mountains, but the endless range behind it was truly terrifying. In the dream, Li Qingqiu passed through layers of miasma. He didn't know how far he went, but he eventually saw a massive tree. It was 100 zhang tall with lush branches and hanging vines. The surrounding forest looked like subjects bowing to their king. The image was a bit blurry, so he couldn't see the tree's true face. When he woke up, he was still shaken by the sight. He had never seen a tree that big. Since it was a fortune, it had to offer unimaginable benefits. He decided to set out before dawn. Under the cover of night, Duong Tu Kai was helping a disheveled Yin Wujin forward. After a while, Yin Wujin gritted his teeth and told him to stop so he could heal. Duong Tu Kai quickly sat him down under a tree. As Yin Wujin began to meditate, Duong Tu Kai's face was still pale with lingering fear. Just thinking of Su Ning made him shiver. He sat down, took a drink from his canteen, and tried to calm his thoughts. The disciples they'd recruited from Chu Wuliang had all fled. To rebuild, they'd have to pick a different sect and stay far away from the Taikon Mountains. The forest was silent, with only the occasional cold breeze. Duong Tu Kai had walked nearly 200 miles and was exhausted. He eventually fell asleep against the tree. He didn't know how long he slept, but he woke up to someone calling his name. He saw Yin Wujin sitting opposite him, looking around warily. Duong Tu Kai was still groggy, but as he looked around, he immediately grew alert. He didn't need Yin Wujin to tell him something was wrong. Thick fog now surrounded them from all sides. It hadn't been this thick before he fell asleep. Yin Wujin said grimly that something was wrong, and he suspected they'd gone the wrong way. After 3 hours of rest, he had recovered some strength. His words made Duong Tu Kai's face pale as he remembered the legends of the no-man's land deep in the mountains. The miasma there was deadly, and once inside, it was hard to get out. Legends said demons lived there, and even wild beasts stayed away. Yin Wujin stood up, fearing the legends were true. They had to leave immediately. Duong Tu Kai scrambled up. They looked around and decided to run back the way they came. A night had passed. The Azure Sky sect had surely given up the chase. But even after running for miles, they couldn't escape the fog. They felt like something in the mist was watching them. Suddenly, Yin Wujin told Duong Tu Kai to stop. Duong Tu Kai stopped, looking at him tensely. Yin Wujin said with a grim face that they were back where they started. He pointed to a tree where a mark had been carved. Duong Tu Kai panicked. Despite all his book learning, he'd never faced a situation like this. Just then, the sound of a snapping branch made them spin around. A figure slowly stepped out of the fog, making them prepare for a fight. It was Li Qingqiu. His left hand rested on the hilt of the heavenly rainbow sword. He walked up to them calmly and sized them up. They recognized his Azure Sky sect robes and didn't dare move. Li Qingqiu asked who they were and why they were here. Duong Tu Kai bowed and said they were being chased by enemies and had been lost for days. He asked if Li knew the way out. Before Li could answer, Yin Wujin looked in another direction. He said he didn't expect it to be so crowded and told whoever was hiding to come out. Li and Duong both turned. In the thick fog, a bush rustled. A scruffy old man stumbled out. He had messy white hair, wore tattered clothes, and held a gourd. He looked drunk. Li Qingqiu watched him thoughtfully. Duong Tu Kai asked who he was. In a place like this, even an old man couldn't be ignored. In the martial world, old men with internal power were often the most dangerous. The scruffy old man stopped, opened one eye, and scanned the three of them. His gaze landed on Yin Wujin. He recognized the Great Sun Pure Yang technique and asked what Yan's relationship was to Zhao Yan. Hearing that name, Yin Wujin and Duong Tu Kai's faces changed instantly. Li Qingqiu also found the name familiar and soon remembered it was the name of the former crown prince. The current emperor's older brother and the man Wu Baiyu had served. Duong Tu Kai asked coldly who he was and how he recognized the technique. The old man's withered face broke into a cold smile. He told them not to be tense. If they inherited that technique, they were on the same side. He claimed to be a former subordinate of the crown prince and the head instructor of the Heaven Guard. He said his real name didn't matter anymore. They could just call him Feng the Madman. He said the past was gone, and he just wanted to live out his days here. Duong Tu Kai looked at Yin Wujing. Yin Wujing stepped forward, mentioning a letter his father left saying the Heaven Guard would be purged. He asked if Feng was hiding here to escape the current emperor. Feng the Madman admitted he fled to the mountains to escape the third prince, but now he was trapped here, unable to leave. He sat on the ground. Yin Wujing asked if it was because of the fog. Feng said yes. The miasma wasn't poisonous, but it could trap a person until they died. He had been stuck here for nearly 20 years, living like a scavenger. The words made Yin and Duong shiver. Being trapped for 20 years sounded horrifying. Duong Tu Kai suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Qingxiu. He asked why he was here. Yin and Feng also looked at him, noticing his clothes were clean. He didn't look like someone on the run. Li Qingxiu smiled and said this was his sect's backyard. It was normal for him to be here for a stroll. Yin Wujing frowned, and Duong Tu Kai found him increasingly strange, feeling an uneasy sensation. Feng the Madman asked if he was an Azure Sky disciple and who his master was. When Li said Lin Tanfeng, Feng recalled that Lin was just a kid back then. He marveled at how time flew, but then his eyes filled with a murderous light and his tone turned icy. He said if Li was Lin's disciple, then the Azure Sky Perfected One was his grandmaster. Years ago, the Perfected One wouldn't tolerate him and hunted him down, forcing him to hide here. Killing Li now would be revenge. As soon as he finished, Feng threw his gourd. A terrifying burst of energy flew at Li Qingxiu. Yin Wujing pulled Duong Tu Kai back, but Li Qingxiu caught the gourd easily, neutralizing the force. His arm didn't even shake, and he stood firm as a rock. Yin and Duong were shocked, realizing this kid was no ordinary disciple. Feng narrowed his eyes, saying Li's power was impressive for his age. He asked for his name, but Li just crushed the gourd and smiled, saying the old man was quite vicious. Then, with a flick of his right hand, a needle pierced Feng the Madman's forehead. Feng's eyes widened, and he fell backward. Yin Wujing barely saw Li fire anything. Seeing Feng fall, he was terrified. He knew Feng was as strong as him, yet he was killed in an instant. He realized the Azure Sky sect was hiding some true monsters. Duong Tu Kai was shaking with fear, staring at Li Qingxiu. It wasn't dawn yet, and the thick fog made it hard to see Li's face. But in his eyes, Li Qingxiu looked like a demon. Yin Wujing broke into a cold sweat, knowing he couldn't escape even if he were healthy. Duong Tu Kai was too scared to move. The forest fell into a suffocating silence. Li Qingxiu turned his gaze to Yin Wujing. He didn't speak, but his gaze alone put immense pressure on Yin. Suddenly, Li drew the heavenly rainbow sword. Sword light flashed past Yin and Duong. Duong Tu Kai immediately fell to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. He said they couldn't die, specifically, Yin Wujing couldn't die. Yin Wujing lowered his head, fists clenched in his sleeves, filled with humiliation. Li Qingxiu asked why they couldn't die. Duong Tu Kai crawled forward and collapsed at Yan's feet. He gritted his teeth and revealed that Yin Wujing was the son of the crown prince Zhao Yan, the rightful heir chosen by the late emperor. He said Yan's father was framed by traitors, and Yin had to live in exile. The current emperor was a fool who listened to evil advisors, causing chaos and suffering. He claimed the evil emperor was obsessed with immortality and was kidnapping children for his rituals. He said only Yin Wujing could save the world and bring peace. Yin Wujing barked at him to stop, clearly furious. Duong Tu Kai turned and wailed that Yin couldn't die. He said even if they had to lose all dignity tonight, they had to beg for their lives because Yin carried a responsibility he couldn't abandon. Li Qingxiu asked if they were trying to use the world to pressure him. He noted they were the ones who provoked his sect, yet they sounded like the victims. Duong Tu Kai quickly explained they had no choice but to build a force in the martial world. They chose the Taikon Mountains because they were far from the court. They didn't plan to kill everyone, just to absorb the sect unless they resisted to the death. Li Qingxiu didn't sheath his sword, seemingly weighing his options. Duong Tu Kai said they'd accept any punishment, just let them live because they shouldn't die here. He was desperate. Since meeting Yin Wujing, he had been awed by his power. Knowing his lineage, he had grand ambitions. He thought with Yan's power and his own noble background, they could achieve greatness. He never expected their sect to be crushed so soon, or to be begging like a dog. He had always been arrogant, but now he was pathetic. Li Qingxiu noted that Duong was supposed to be the strategist, yet he hadn't even researched his opponent. He asked how such a man could save the world. Duong Tu Kai was too ashamed to speak. Yin Wujing felt even more humiliated, but he didn't blame Duong. If he were strong enough, they wouldn't be here. Li Qingxiu pointed in a direction and told them to go that way with their eyes closed. He told them not to open them until they no longer felt the cold. They were overjoyed. Li pointed with his sword. Duong thanked him and tried to pull Yin away, but Yin wouldn't move. He asked if Li really believed them. Duong was frantic, not understanding why Yin was being so stubborn. Li said he didn't believe them, but he wanted to leave the world a bit of hope. Yin stared at him, then threw a manual to him. He said their cause might fail, so the sect should have the Great Sun Pure Yang technique. Then he turned and led Duong into the fog. Li Qingxiu checked the manual for traps or poison before tucking it away. He continued toward the fortune's goal, but his mind drifted to his childhood. When he was less than a year old, his father wanted to join the Lin Chuanli family and claimed to be a lost relative. But a priest in the Li family said he was an abnormal child who had to be discarded for his parents to join. His parents agreed and left him outside the city, saying they'd be family in the next life. Li Qingxiu hadn't hated the Li family because his father wasn't really one of them. He didn't hate his parents either, considering the debt of birth paid. But now he understood why he and his master were hunted. His father was just a commoner in the Li family. The real reason was the emperor's hunt for children. If his master hadn't saved him, he couldn't imagine his fate. The priest was likely the emperor's man, and the Li family's rise was probably linked to the emperor. Thinking of this, he sped up. The miasma wasn't toxic, but it messed with the senses. To stay on track, he had to stare at his feet. But there were beasts in the mist, so he couldn't just look down. If one looked closely, there was a faint path under the leaves, left by those before him. He followed it. By dawn, the forest was still white. After 20 miles, he saw skeletons by the road, still in their clothes. He didn't stop. He wanted to find the tree first. If it was his fortune, it meant nothing on this path could truly threaten him. Half an hour after parting with Yin and Duong, he finally reached the fortune site. Standing in the forest, he looked at the mountain-sized tree ahead, his eyes wide with wonder. Morning light filtered down, creating rainbows through the leaves and making the clearing look like a dream. The tree was 100 zhang tall, covering an area over 200 zhang wide. Just like in his dream, vines hung from the branches, and they were laden with bright red fruits the size of a fist. The grass beneath was lush, waving like green silk in the wind. Just standing there, Li Qingxiu felt spiritual energy as dense as the underground lake. He was thrilled. This place could be a cultivation sanctuary. The energy was coming from the tree itself. The tree was a constant source of spiritual energy, a true heavenly treasure. Despite it being a fortune, he remained alert, not wanting to be careless. He walked up to the trunk. The closer he got, the more awestruck he became. Standing before it felt like facing a cliff. He placed a hand on the bark, feeling its texture. His eyes widened in surprise. He could feel a life force and a surge of energy similar to his own inside the tree. He wondered if the tree had gained sentience. He stepped back as a vine slowly moved toward him. Strangely, he felt no malice from it. It was a weird feeling, but it felt real. He stopped and raised his right hand, touching the vine with his finger. Though it was a vine, it was as thick as his waist. Under the sunlight, Li Qingxiu looked at the vine and smiled. By noon, he strolled back into the courtyard and saw Zhang Muchuan and Zhang Yu sitting together, one talking and the other writing. He walked past and tossed a manual onto the table. He told them he'd be skipping lunch and not to call him. He didn't stop, heading straight for the back mountain. Zhang Yu looked at the manual and recognized it as the Great Sun Pure Yang technique. Zhang Muchuan picked it up, flipped through it, and asked where it came from. He only got a casual. I found it on the mountain, as Li Qingxiu vanished into the forest path. Zhang Yu felt the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Zhang Muchuan didn't care much. He set it aside and went back to recording the sect's grain yields. On the other side, Li Qingxiu went straight to Jiang Zhaoxia. Jiang wasn't at the Spirit Lake today. After teaching the sword guards, he was training in a secluded spot. Li Qingxiu told him he wanted him to come along tomorrow. He sat down under an old tree, 3 zhang away from Jiang. Jiang Zhaoxia opened his eyes and guessed he wanted to hunt down the Absolute Saint sect. Li Qingxiu's lip twitched. He gave him a look and asked if he really seemed that bloodthirsty. Jiang Zhaoxia implied it was obvious. Li Qingxiu replied that his junior brother was clearly asking for a beating. He said something good was happening tomorrow, and he'd thought of Jiang first, so he'd better not be moved to tears. Jiang Zhaoxia laughed, saying he never cried. But Li Qingxiu reminded him of the time he'd spanked him as a kid and how hard he'd wailed. A story Zhang Muchuan and Li Dongyue surely remembered. Jiang Zhaoxia got angry, which made Li Qingxiu feel much better. It had been a while since they'd bickered like this. It felt nostalgic. Jiang Zhaoxia didn't want to talk about it anymore and asked what the good thing was. Li Qingxiu refused to say, leaving him with no choice but to wait. The next morning, Li Qingqiu found Jiang waiting at his door. Jiang Zhaoxia complained that he was too slow for someone with his power. Li Qingqiu walked up and smacked his head, reminding him to call him Sect Master in front of the disciples. Jiang Zhaoxia just pouted. The disciples in the yard thought that only the Sect Master could make the cold Jiang Zhaoxia act like that. Li Qingqiu led him down the mountain. An hour later, they passed through the thick fog and reached the giant tree. Seeing the massive tree, Jiang Zhaoxia's eyes widened, his cool demeanor vanishing. He was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected such a tree to be hidden behind their sect. The spiritual energy here was as dense as the spirit lake. Li Qingqiu smiled and named it the Heavenly Spirit Tree, calling the area the Heavenly Spirit Sanctuary. It would be a sect secret, and no one could train here without his permission. He told Jiang to stay and train. He told him not to leave until he reached the 5th level. Jiang Zhaoxia was moved, but asked why Su Ning wasn't here first, since her talent was better. Li Qingqiu glared at him and told him not to think like that. He asked if every good thing should go to a more talented disciple first. He said the sect existed so the 7 of them could go further. The 7 of them would always benefit first, then the others. Jiang Zhaoxia was touched but kept a straight face, muttering that no other sect master was like him. Li Qingqiu told him to stop talking and start training. Since his disciples were young and one was a girl, Jiang would still be the one doing most of the fighting. Jiang Zhaoxia agreed. He looked at the tree and sat down to meditate. Li Qingqiu climbed the tree to study it, wanting to know more. Despite it being autumn, the tree showed no signs of wilting. Even the nearby forest was lush. He was most curious about the fruit. There were over 1,000 fruits on the tree, and some had even rotted on the ground. He decided to find an animal to test them on. Jiang Zhaoxia was already close to the 5th level, so it only took him 6 days of nonstop training to break through. When Li Qingqiu returned, Jiang told him the news. Li was overjoyed, but then Jiang pointed his sword at him with a cocky grin, suggesting a duel since it had been a while. The old Li Qingqiu might have dodged, but now he was itching for a fight. He drew his sword, smirked, and joked that Jiang shouldn't cry when he lost. Jiang Zhaoxia replied that he didn't know how to lose and lunged. Li Qingqiu met him head-on. Their swords clashed, eyes meeting as sparks flew. Both were grinning with excitement. Then, they pushed off each other. That single leap seemed to cross the entire autumn. Snow began to fall, covering the sanctuary. They clashed again, their movements a blur of refined swordplay. They were perfectly matched. Since Jiang reached the 5th level, they had sparred here often for the past 2 months. Li Dongyue and Li Zitsuan, who were meditating under the tree, opened their eyes to watch. Li Zitsuan cheered for Jiang Zhaoxia, but it only made him more frustrated. During the fight, he realized Li Qingqiu could easily neutralize any move he made and even use it against him. He felt like he was fighting another version of himself. It was absurd, but he knew it wasn't a mirror match. It was because his brother's sword mastery was far beyond his. A month ago, he would have felt defeated, but now it only fueled his drive. Beating his brother became his new goal. Below, Li Dongyue glanced at Li Zitsuan and told her to focus, saying that reaching the 2nd level was no excuse to slack off. Indeed, both had reached the 2nd level. They had spent most of the last 2 months here. Even Zhang Muchuan had been forced to train at the Spirit Lake and reached the 2nd level yesterday. As they focused on training, power in the sect shifted to the disciples. The Azure Sky 7 and Tan Yi, under Yang Juding's guidance, began taking over Zhang Muchuan's duties. They didn't know why their brother was so desperate for them to reach the 2nd level, but they obeyed. Li Zitsuan closed her eyes to train, as she listened to Li Dongyue more than anyone. After sparring for a while, Li Qingqiu stopped and sheathed his sword in one smooth motion. Jiang Zhaoxia was panting heavily. He looked at Li Qingqiu, who was still breathing steadily, and said that after the Lunar New Year, he wanted to take the 13 sword wraiths down the mountain for training. He'd be back in 3 months at most. Li Qingqiu knew exactly why he wanted to go, so seeing that determined look, he only had one requirement. Not a single one of those 13 disciples could be lost. Hearing this, Jiang Zhaoxia smiled and said that went without saying. They were his students. He would die before he let any of them perish. Li Qingqiu shook his head, telling Jiang Zhaoxia to ensure his own safety first, because he wouldn't allow Jiang Zhaoxia to die either. Li Qingqiu wasn't too worried about Jiang Zhaoxia going down the mountain for revenge. Back then, Jiang Zhaoxia had defeated Lu Fuhu at only the 3rd level of the mid-origin realm. Now that he was at the 5th level, there was no way he'd lose. More importantly, one of the 13 sword wraiths had already been initiated into the 1st level of the mid-origin realm by Li Qingqiu, their leader, Shijin. Li Qingxiu used the excuse of Shijin being humiliated by Xian Yi to seek him out and teach him the Primordial Chaos Sutra as compensation. In reality, it was because Shijin had decent talent for cultivation, and Li Qingxiu couldn't bear to see him waste his time. After a few more words, Jiang Zhaoxiao sat aside to meditate and recover, while Li Qingxiu stood in place and whistled. Soon after, the eastern forest rustled, and two black shadows flew out, circling in the air before diving toward him. They were two black eagles, one large and one small. The large one was Xiao Ba, raised by him, and the smaller one was Xiao Jiu, raised by Li Ziqin. The name was clearly a copy of Xiao Ba. Initially, Li Qingxiu planned to use chickens or pigs to test the heavenly spirit fruit, but Xiao Jiu happened to fall ill with a strange disease. It was barely clinging to life through the rejuvenating ghost immortal needle, which broke Li Ziqin's heart. So he decided to take a gamble and brought Xiao Jiu here. As it turned out, after eating the heavenly spirit fruit, Xiao Jiu not only survived, but became incredibly lively. According to Li Qingxiu's observations, its vitality had increased significantly, and its bones were gradually strengthening. The heavenly spirit fruit could be considered a sacred healing medicine that also enhanced the physical body. However, it was still unknown how many fruits it would take to reach the limit. After consuming the fruit, Xiao Jiu successfully followed in Xiao Ba's footsteps, becoming better at absorbing Li Ziqin's origin energy. Previously, Li Qingxiu had asked his juniors to try transferring origin energy to animals, but none could generate it on their own like Xiao Ba. This proved that Xiao Ba's talent was absolutely extraordinary. The two black eagles landed in front of Li Qingxiu. Xiao Ba folded its wings and stood tall, nearly as high as he was. Though Xiao Jiu was much smaller, its head already reached his waist. Xiao Ba affectionately nuzzled Li Qingxiu, while Xiao Jiu flapped its wings repeatedly, looking very energetic. These two little guys were starting to develop spiritual intelligence, especially Xiao Ba, who Li Qingxiu felt had the intelligence of a young child. Li Qingxiu noticed bits of flesh and blood on Xiao Ba's beak and asked what it had been snacking on. Xiao Ba immediately spread its nearly 10-meter wingspan and let out a cry. Though it wasn't human speech, Li Qingxiu could understand its meaning. Even he couldn't explain their rapport. Perhaps it was because his origin energy was inside Xiao Ba. Through their exchange, he learned that Xiao Ba had just eaten a snake, a very large one. He immediately told the two eagles to drive away such snakes and never let them near this area. Satisfied with Xiao Ba's assurance, Li Qingxiu smiled and rubbed its head. A moment later, the two eagles flapped their wings and took flight again. The gust from their wings whipped his robes around. Li Qingxiu stood watching as they flew into the thick mist. Currently, he kept the two eagles here to drive away wild beasts in the mist and protect the heavenly spirit-blessed land. Of course, every time he visited, he had to check the heavenly spirit tree to make sure the two eagles hadn't been snacking on it. Fortunately, when he wasn't around, the eagles didn't dare approach the tree because its vines were naturally aggressive. Strangely, the heavenly spirit tree only seemed close to Li Qingxiu. It wouldn't let its vines touch anyone else. Perhaps it was because he was the first to find it. There were many human remains in the thick mist outside, but no one had ever been able to reach this place. The mist acted like a trial set by the heavenly spirit tree, and Li Qingxiu was the first to pass it. Vast white snow continued to cover thousands of miles of land. Winter in the Taikuan mountain range remained as cold as ever. Zhu Yan, her face veiled by a thin silk cloth, sat on a cliff with an ancient zither before her. She wore a large fur cloak. Amidst the light snowfall, the sound of the zither echoed, creating a poetic scene. Su Xiling, dressed in green, stood nearby, gazing intently down the cliff. Her clothes weren't very thick, barely different from what she wore in summer or autumn. After finishing a piece, Zhu Yan pulled back her hands and asked Su Xiling what she was looking at so intently. Su Xiling didn't turn around. She simply said she was watching the Qingshao disciples practice a sword formation. Those disciples were called the 13 Sword Wraiths, a name she found quite unpleasant, sounding like vengeful ghosts and swords. But then again, the sword formation they were practicing actually looked quite impressive. Hearing the name, Zhu Yan asked if they were Jiang Zhaoxiao's disciples, and Su Xiling confirmed they were. She added that Jiang Zhaoxiao was down there too, but he'd been meditating on a rock for half an hour without practicing his sword once. This baffled her. Zhu Yan didn't find it strange at all. She softly remarked that a peerless genius like Jiang Zhaoxiao wasn't someone ordinary people could understand. Just like Su Yin, Su Xiling had never actually seen her practice martial arts either.